Chapter 51. When Yu Dingxian logged in, he was greeted by such a beautiful sight. He was completely stunned. What's going on? I haven't been online all day, and you already made it to the Mystic City? That's incredibly efficient. Wasn't it agreed to be 3 days per trip? 3 days is probably based on the NPC's speed. Xianyu speculated. Logically, we players don't need to sleep or rest except for a few breaks to eat or kill monsters. Wouldn't that save us a whole day? And we haven't actually reached Onisal yet, we can only see it. Mou said, we probably have to wait until midnight real time to truly reach it. As the saying goes, seeing the mountain before running the horse's tail, even though they could see the Alchemy City, Mystic City, Onisal, they rode for several more hours, and the distance only felt slightly shortened. By now, their levels had basically leveled out at around level 28, matching the level of the wild monsters along the way. Perhaps due to their proximity to the city of Onisal, they encountered fewer monsters along the way, mostly small, weak attack monsters that were easy to deal with. Luzhou Laoju and Yu Dingxian were already on a tight time limit for their addiction prevention. They took turns with Yijian Poqianshan, Mou, and Xianyu Tiao, finally arriving outside the mystical city of Onisal around midnight. After midnight, the addiction prevention timer automatically reset, and the 5 players gathered together. Following the system's instructions, they found the optimal location for the teleport point in a valley about a kilometer outside the city. Mou pulled a teleport point from his backpack and placed it in the bushes. A flash of pale blue light appeared, and the teleport point was automatically installed, successfully online. A few people stepped on it and took a look. The teleportation fee was a staggering 135 coppers. Sure, that's a bit pricey, but considering we traveled so far, it doesn't seem that expensive. Xianyu Tiao grumbled. In reality, players had a fairly ample supply of adventure coins. Adventure coins could be earned from many sources, whether by defeating monsters, completing quests, or submitting blueprints. For Leah, who possessed spatial authority, distributing adventure coins to players' backpacks remotely was a simple task. Trading between players was already booming. It could be said that as long as they put in the effort and used their ingenuity, no player in this game would be short of money. Conversely, Mou was also generous in collecting adventure coins. Teleportation fees, spirit potions, and sealing bottles are essential player needs. The occasional arrival of new weapons and armor at the blacksmith shop regularly empties the wallets of combat class players. Grandma Alicia's constantly evolving food selection targets food-loving lifestyle players. Player shops, houses, and land are Mou's means of collecting large sums of currency from elite players. As a result, players earn and spend money quickly, essentially going from one hand to the other. The capital turnover rate within AMT Village has also increased rapidly, remaining within a relatively healthy range. Mou has intentionally raised the teleportation fee here. Firstly, the long distance does require more energy to teleport, and secondly, the 135 copper price is enough to give new players with limited funds pause before making a move. Mou didn't mean to discourage players from visiting the new city. In fact, once the teleportation array opened, many players eager to see the new city would undoubtedly arrive. However, newcomers who had just entered the game and weren't sure where to go might as well stay in AMT Village for a few days to earn some teleportation fees. With one of the most important tasks and the return journey completed, the players felt much more at ease. Let's go into the city. I've been curious about this city for a long time. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. This is a new city, and the currency is different. The NPCs probably won't be familiar with our style. Everyone, please be a little restrained, Mou advised. They returned to the city gate. It was already dusk, but the city was still bustling with activity, and the rich aroma of food wafted in. The city gate was a half-open, gleaming golden metal gate. 2 guards with swords stood at the entrance. Mou stepped forward to pay the entrance fee. After carefully examining their appearances, the 2 guards waved them through, quite accommodatingly. This city truly has an exotic feel, explained Xianyu Tiao. They were walking on a road paved with red and yellow fired bricks, leading to a variety of bizarre buildings. The city, built on the hillside, had an unconventional layout, with houses stacked one on top of the other. The lower levels were square-roofed adobe houses, while the highest, most conspicuous buildings boasted large, colorful domes, creating a clear distinction between the upper and lower levels. Mou pulled out Rama's map of the city. The city is divided into the upper and lower city. The upper city is the domain of the city lord and nobles, while the lower city is the area for the common people and merchants. Our mission this time is primarily in the lower town, so let's head to the market first. The market here is right next to the Alchemist's Guild, so it's said to be easy to spot. Indeed, it's easy to spot. The Alchemist's Guild is the only circular building in the lower town, resembling a round-bottomed flask. Its massive structure and towering neck are visible from afar. Even for the Alchemist's Guild, isn't a flask shape a bit too much? You what? Dengxian grumbled. The store we're going to is directly across from the Alchemist's Guild. It's called Yesterday, Today, Tomorrow. It's said to be Rama Wenzel's favorite place, and their equipment and materials are relatively reliable. Mou looked around and quickly spotted the sign with a strange name. That's the one. The shop wasn't big. Among the row of colorful alchemy shops across from the Alchemist's Guild, it was surprisingly the most unassuming. Aside from its Zen-inspired name, it seemed unremarkable. Mou pushed aside the curtain at the entrance and entered. The space was also quite small, mostly filled with shelves and a strange display of alchemical items. The light was dim, and in the back, an elderly man in a turban seemed to be sitting cross-legged. "Excuse me, we like to buy something," Mou said. "What do you want?" "See for yourself." A hoarse voice rang from the back of the shop, followed by a snap. The elderly man flicked on the kerosene lamp in front of him. "What a stranger! Are you from out of town? What's with this look of someone ready to rip off a stranger?" "Rama Anisil sent us here." Mou thought for a moment, then gave Rama's name and pulled out the long shopping list. It was Rama, that kid? The old man's demeanor softened. He put on his reading glasses from the table and began to check the items on the list. I have this, and this too. Oh, this." He counted them off one by one. "Everything is available. Some are out of stock right now, and need to be picked up in 3 days. Then take what's in stock first. We come back in 3 days for the rest," Mou said. "Thank you for your patronage. £195 in common currency." The old man swiftly quoted a price. "I already given you a 30% discount, as per Rama's usual discount. No bargaining." "Do you also take Warcraft materials?" Mou asked. "Of course I will." The old man adjusted his glasses and pulled out an abacus and scales. "Take out whatever goodies you have. Then this place might not be big enough." Mou smiled. The old man stood up and dusted himself off. "Come with me." He led Mou and the others to the empty backyard. "Is this place big enough?" "Probably." Mou looked around and pulled out all the Warcraft materials except for the bicycle and the cart. Suddenly, the entire yard was filled with all sorts of deer horns, animal skins, tusks, and tentacles. The scene was quite astonishing. Even the thin old man, who seemed knowledgeable, was momentarily speechless. He then rushed back into the house, at a speed unbelievable for his age. "Jera, come out and help collect the goods. Call your brother." "This amount must have scared him," said Xianyuitio leisurely. The old man and his 2 sons brought oil lamps, illuminating the courtyard. Together with the 5 players, they toiled for most of the night, finally collecting all the Warcraft materials. 10 tons of demonized deer antlers, 150 spider venom sacks, 30 spider silk sacks, 90 demonized deer hides, 150 demonized squirrel hides, 76 demonized wild boar tusks, and 105 monster tentacles ultimately sold for £126. The old man's daughter-in-law even brought over dinner, allowing Mou and the others to enjoy some local flavors. The crispy pancakes filled with lamb and rice fried rice were paired with a bowl of thick onion and lamb offal soup, rich with spices. It was a bit strange to try, but it was a truly novel experience. Luzhou Laojiu and Yijian Poqianshan both enjoyed their meals, while Xianyi Yitzi and Yuhua Dengxian put down their bowls with grim expressions after taking a sip of the mushy soup. After Mou paid the £69 difference, the old man and his sons began carrying the goods into the yard according to the list, asking Mou to inspect them one by one. Mou was not shy, checking each item against the list. He didn't mind if he couldn't identify them, he had a reliable system to identify them, and with a single check, everything was clear. This inspection actually revealed several substandard materials and a damaged prop, but the old man didn't say anything and simply replaced the goods with good ones. Doing business with these locals really doesn't allow for any slack. Even with so many people helping out, they worked until sunrise. The old man's wife brought a large copper pot of milk tea and fragrant meat patties for breakfast. After the players and the old man's family had finished their meal, Mou took the list of items the old man handed him. The old man had already counted all the items he had in stock and put them in his player backpack. The items on the list were currently out of stock and would need to be picked up in 3 days. Mou checked the 2 lists, confirming they were all in order, and then took his leave with the other players and left the shop. Before leaving, he showed the old man the carts and bicycles, but the old man showed no interest, and instead pointed MOU to another shop. Perhaps thanks to Rama's connections, the overall shopping experience was quite good, and the prices were quite reasonable. At first, MOU thought he spent his entire fortune on the purchase, but he unexpectedly bought everything for a fraction of the price, and his mood instantly brightened. With the mission successfully completed, MOU took the 4 ounces and distributed them to several other players besides himself, letting them wander around the city. On the condition, of course, that they behaved themselves and didn't cause any trouble. He himself went to the shop the old man had mentioned, which specialized in auctioning unusual items. The Treasure Pavilion. The shop, located on the edge of Upper Town, was a luxuriously decorated 7-story pavilion. Each floor was tiled with a different color scheme, creating a striking color scheme, the kind that would make your eyes hurt. While the aesthetics of the shop were rather difficult to describe, the merchandise system was quite comprehensive. Unusual items could be sold directly after evaluation by the shop owner, or they could be consigned or auctioned. The shop would take a commission from the sale. After evaluating the flatbed and mountain bike MOU had brought, the shopkeeper recommended auctioning them directly at a reserve price of £3. If the price exceeded £3, the shopkeeper would take a 20% commission, with the remaining proceeds going to MOU. If the items failed to sell, MOU could opt for other options, like consignment or simply take the items back. The shopkeeper would not charge any additional fees for failed transactions. These rules sounded clear and reasonable. The next auction was 3 days away, so MOU simply submitted the flatbed and mountain bike to the shopkeeper for item entry and received an auction receipt. This receipt served not only as a receipt for receiving the auction proceeds, or returning the items, but also as an admission pass to the auction. If MOU wished, he could attend the auction and see if his items had sold for a good price. MOU even felt that the shopkeeper's words hinted at a subtle "it's okay to bid" at the auction. The people of this city-state always play tricks beneath the surface of fair dealing. Are they unscrupulous merchants? They do uphold a very honest and simple business philosophy, but if you're not careful, they seem to exploit loopholes and take advantage of the situation. Perhaps this is the nature of businessmen. However, MOU wasn't particularly interested in bidding up the price himself, he was simply curious about the auction. 3 days from now, it would be time to go pick up the remaining goods from the old man. If the opportunity arose, attending this otherworldly auction to broaden his horizons wouldn't be a bad idea. Chapter 52. MOU spent some time in Onisal City, purchasing a large quantity of long-lasting flour, dry naan, dried meat, and other foodstuffs. AMT County hadn't completely escaped the famine, but Onisal City had ample supplies and very low prices. After making his own purchases, MOU was struck by how pleasant it was to be without middlemen profiting from the price difference. But the existence of traveling merchants was indeed crucial. Onisal was already the closest city to AMT County, and even that would require players to literally ride for 2 days without sleep. Those in this world would only encounter greater danger. Carrying all his possessions from the entire territory, MOU didn't have much time to admire the scenery. The teleportation array was built right at the city gate, making it easy to get there at any time. He sent a message in the team chat and immediately left the city, teleporting back to AMT Village to meet Rama for his quest. Rama was surprisingly not at the tavern. MOU inquired, and then teleported to the Alchemy Research Institute to look for someone. In the 2.5 days since they'd been away, the Alchemy Research Institute had been under construction at a rapid pace. MOU, having just teleported in, stood before the nearly completed exterior and was once again astounded by the player's efficiency. Just as his blueprint had indicated, it was a square, 1-story building, the roof complete, doors and windows already installed. The lower half of the walls were pale blue brick, while the upper half was white, creating a clean and refreshing look. The rooftop, accessible via an iron staircase mounted on the exterior wall, had been erected, housing large solar panels at specific angles. The racks themselves could rotate, adjusting the panels according to the direction of the sunlight. The remaining space wasn't wasted by the players. They seemed to be planning to turn it into a usable open-air terrace. MOU noticed someone had already set up a barbecue grill and a grape trellis. This must have been the work of a druid. After wandering around the small building, MOU finally found Rama, who was overseeing the work outside the cold storage. "We bought all the alchemical equipment and materials you requested. The first batch is with me, and I pick up the second batch in 3 days." "Oh, you're quite efficient. Give me the list." Rama took the list from MOU and walked into the first laboratory. "The small extraction equipment is here, and the flask set is next to it." As he spoke, MOU pulled materials from his backpack. By the time they had finished touring the Alchemical Research Institute, they had laid out all the purchased equipment, just in time for the cold storage equipment testing to be completed. All the Warcraft materials should be put in the cold storage, Llama said, turning on the cold storage's power switch. As the air conditioner started, a wisp of cool air poured out from the vents. Song Lin and Jinri Yoyu high-fived and cheered. MOU carefully arranged the remaining materials in his backpack on the cold storage shelves. I bring the remaining equipment back in 3 days. Those are large equipment for the smelter and chemical plant, Llama said. I go see how the factory is progressing this afternoon. You can just bring the equipment over there. Okay. After completing his task, MOU hurried back to the Mage Tower and handed the universal currency to his main character. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Carrying all my belongings around is really stressful. Switching back to his main Overlord account, MOU put his secondary account in the basement, logged into the GM backend to adjust the teleportation array permissions, and then released the newly written version update announcement. Update announcement. Evil God Expulsion Plan Online version 0.03 released. Thanks to all players for their contributions to version 0.02. The path to the Alchemy City, Mystic City, Onisol, has been successfully opened, and adventurers can begin their adventures in this new city. To this end, the development team has decided to release the story content of version 0.03, Alchemy City. This update includes, but is not limited to, opening a new area map, Mystic City, Onisol. Players at level 20 and above can teleport to this area via the newly added teleportation point. The main city area is normally a safe zone. Monsters in new areas outside the safe zone range from level 28 to level 35. Players are advised to form a team based on their abilities. The currency used in the Mystic City of Onisol is the common currency of the Federation, the Corensal Trade and Magic Federation currency. It serves as the common currency for the southern region of the continent and is measured in pounds, ounces, and drams. 1 pound equals 16 ounces equals 256 drams. A 10 drams entrance fee is required for each entry into the city. Players lacking initial funds can submit a trade quest application at the Adventurers Guild and receive a 20 drams quest fee. However, upon completing the trade quest, the system will automatically deduct 20% of the common currency from the player's earnings as a return on their initial investment. System note: monster materials are the most popular commodity in the Mystic City of Onisol. Players are welcome to explore the area on their own and fully experience the joy of trade. Friendly note from the development team: NPCs in the Mystic City of Onisol have friendliness and favorability settings. These settings are not displayed directly, but they will be reflected in their attitude and behavior towards players. Players should be mindful of their behavior and conduct in-game. Declining NPC favorability will result in a decrease in friendship points. If NPC friendship points are depleted, the Arcane City of Onisol will become hostile, restricting all player transactions within the city. Please exercise caution. New facility construction completed. The Alchemy Research Institute has officially been completed. A new life class, the Alchemist, has been introduced. The class instructor is Rama Onisol. Alchemy is a fascinating discipline that analyzes the principles of the world and creates new things. What extraordinary abilities will mastering this profession grant players? The official store is coming soon. The official store is coming soon. The development team solemnly promises that spending money won't make you more powerful, but it will definitely make you more sophisticated. Stay tuned for the official store's grand debut. There are even more updates waiting for players to explore. Holy crap, another official update. It's confirmed. They always keep updating servers non-stop. The official technical expertise always seems to be in strange places. Holy crap, the store is coming. Rather than the store, the new city map is more important. Alchemy City, with trade quests. You have to be level 20 or above to go there. Looks like this is the first main city. Finally, a new starter village. New profession: Alchemist. The announcement sparked heated discussion among players, but most players weren't at the required level yet, and could only satisfy their curiosity by reading posts from a few members of the expedition team on the forums. After using GM authority to confirm that the players couldn't come up with anything earth-shattering for the time being, MOU helped Leah give out 10 sets of beta test spots and equipment today, so there were now 84 players in the game. So, I can start planting the Tree of Life next week. MOU happily glanced at his task board. This week's weekly tasks were to complete the construction of the Alchemy Research Institute and open a teleport to Onisol. Both were currently complete, and he had earned 2 more chances to draw. Including the blind box chance he saved, MOU now had 3 chances to draw. He washed his face, and then took all 3 chances in one go. Leah began the announcement in a very calm tone. Congratulations! You obtained an unknown pet egg. Once hatched, you receive an exclusive pet. A Yuechi horn allows you to summon the mysterious Yuechi as a flying mount, regardless of geographical restrictions. A set of silver light armor. Although it only provides 250 points of protection, wearing it will make you the brightest creature under the night sky. MOU, Aside from the mount, which feels pretty good, the other items are a bit hard to describe. But these players should like it, so I can give it away as a reward. Leah, can this mount be copied? MOU asked. Yuechi has a soul, so copying is not recommended, Leah replied. It doesn't matter if it can't be copied. It's a great choice for personal use, or as a unique reward for other players. Scarcity makes things valuable, and this is a flying mount, so having only one copy will maintain its prestige. The wheat has now grown above the player's ankles, and is growing quite well. The lilies in the flower bed have also been successfully planted. Although there's only one, they look much stronger. According to Leah's measurements, the pollution level in the light lilies has increased slightly by 10%, but the pollution level in the soil surrounding the flower bed has decreased significantly. It seems this flower does have some strange ability to absorb pollution. The farm run by Melissa Kubo, Gu Le, and Hui Daben is gradually getting on track. Ever since they caught a species of high-nosed goose at the edge of the forest, they embarked on a poultry farming journey. This high-nosed goose is enormous, but its combat power is significantly lower than that of ordinary geese in the origin world. They're all worthless, with a combat power of less than 0.5, and they surrender instantly with a pinch of the neck. Each high-nosed goose weighs 10 kilograms, and lays 1 to 3 eggs daily. After decontamination, its entire body is edible, and its feathers are also excellent clothing material. While decontaminating a goose's entire body is more complex, requiring 3 druids to take turns administering potions, decontaminating goose eggs can be easily accomplished with a single purification. Furthermore, goose eggs have a short incubation period and grow quickly, hatching in 7 days, and growing into adult geese in another 7 days. After capturing a gander and 4 geese, several players began a joyful life of collecting eggs, cleaning them, and hatching them daily. The geese they produced are now the exclusive ingredient for Grandma Alicia's special smoked goose. This goose is juicy and delicious, with a particularly tender texture, and has become a favorite of many players. The rabbits and deer raised on the farm have also become a stable source of purified meat. As the scale of their breeding expanded, one house was no longer enough for Melissa and her team, so they used their funds to buy 3 nearby houses. To support these animals, Melissa and her team planted transplanted grass in the furrows of the experimental field, mixed with decontaminated wild fruits collected from the forest, and barely achieved self-sufficiency in feed. This meat significantly supplemented the food shortage in AMT County. MOU kept half of the food he bought at the Mage Tower, and gave the remaining half to Father Polly to share with the villagers. Now, even if the traveling merchants didn't arrive on time next month, they would have enough food to last. Furthermore, the trade route was now open, and if things got tough, they could still go to the mystical city of Onisil for supplies. This significantly improved the village's resilience to crises. MOU also checked on the progress of the fortifications. The walls and moats were 30% complete. The wall along the perimeter of the dark forest was basically complete, and was still extending east and west to the village. The Alchemy Research Institute was also completed, and Rama and the other players had begun to turn their attention to the smelter and chemical plant. The site had been determined, and the foundation had begun. In recent days, many new players had learned to become masons and join the construction team. They didn't want to do that, because MOU had given them so much. Construction quests aren't limited to player level. Not only can they train the T's, Earth Wall skill, but they also earn contribution points, military merit, regional reputation, and adventure coins. As T-class skill proficiency increases, players can team up to fight monsters in the dark forest or the mines, gathering wild vegetables and ores while doing so. After leveling up, they can use elemental identification to sort and refine items, discovering all sorts of wonderful new items, and their contribution points and military merit soar even higher. These newly hired T-class players can also learn the skills previously taught by Alien. MOU had Leah edit the video footage and place it on the Magic Doll in the Adventurers Guild. New T-class players can directly accept World Night-specific quests there. After watching the immersive video, Leah will paste the copied skill template into their anchor point, allowing them to successfully master the 3 major World Night skills. It's incredibly convenient. However, in patch 0.01, druids shone brightly, and in patch 0.02, world knights were incredibly powerful. Now, in patch 0.03, DPS players haven't made any significant progress, leading to some complaints. In reality, while archers, mages, and even life mages, the true healer class, aren't inherently flawed, they do seem a bit mediocre compared to other classes. In particular, the healer class has completely lost its spotlight to the druid, a life-based class. Most players now consider the druid to be the true healer. As for the life mages, they're just mages with a few health-restoring spells. Everyone knows health-restoring spells, so what's so strange about that? Players even believe that only combat classes tied to life-based classes can become the legendary child of the patch. With the introduction of the new life-based class, the Alchemist, many players are beginning to investigate what this new combat class will be. Chapter 53. Tang Li is a chemistry nerd. Perhaps one day in the very, very distant, almost impossible future, he could become a rising star in the chemical world and win the Nobel Prize in chemistry. But now, he's just an ordinary chemistry nerd, obsessed with experiments, suffering from severe insomnia, gradually showing signs of hair loss, and on the verge of losing the affections of his lovely junior sister and handsome senior sister. Yet, even with his sleep deprivation, he remains a devoted experimenter, banging his head against the wall for his degree. The good news is that he's already earned a doctorate. The bad news is that his only skill is using molecular formulas to create an animated animation of over 200 dancing figures. And now, this rising chemistry star is deeply worried that his severely disrupted sleep habits will lead him to an early demise, leaving the chemical world and his junior sisters without another shining light that could illuminate the darkness of the night. Honestly, cousin, your only chance of being a beacon of light is that head of yours, gleaming in the moonlight. My cousin Yechio's sharp and heartbreaking complaints came from the phone. By the way, have you signed up for the beta test? Those VR glasses are amazing. The moment you put them on, your body automatically falls asleep, while your mind can still play games. I registered. Tang Li checked his email. Oh! The officials just sent an email saying I'm a winner. Then you should be receiving the VR glasses soon. Hey, bro, they look a lot like those Apple VR glasses, but they're lighter, and they're free. Sign up, and save $3,500. Oh! Then can you watch movies on it? No! It's a gaming helmet. Besides letting you play games, it can only connect to the official forums and QQ. Yechio shouted angrily from the other end of the phone, don't argue. I'm recommending this thing to you, because I genuinely think it can cure your insomnia. Okay, I try it tonight after I get the glasses. Tang Li rubbed his temple and yawned. Stop staying up all night doing experiments. If you keep up like that, your hair will really fall out. Yechio said, oh, I was thinking you wouldn't be able to find a beautiful cousin-in-law like this, but on second thought, it's better not to ruin such a beautiful girl. What do you mean, you idiot Chiochio? Tang Li angrily called his cousin by her nickname. Remember to complete the Master Apprentice quest with me when you log in tonight. I'm just one apprentice away from getting a mountain bike. Yechio said, if you dare find someone else to become your apprentice, then, your 3 consecutive New Year's red envelopes will be mine. I know. Tang Li's head hurt. You know my ID, right? Still using the old one? Yes, Tangman Bachu. Tang Li said. Okay, my ID is Nikyukyu. See you tonight, bro? Tang Li put down his phone and grabbed his kettle to get some water. As he opened the door, he found a delivery box lying on the dorm doorstep. Why was it delivered directly here? Aren't they always at delivery points? Tang Li picked up the box and saw it was the gaming glasses he won. They look really trendy. I wonder if they can really cure insomnia. He placed the VR goggles on his desk and said, let's try it tonight. So that night, Tang Li lay down on his bed in the dorm, wearing the VR goggles. Hopefully, I won't have to memorize molecular formulas tonight before I can. Snore. Brother. Here. Tang Li, or rather, Tangmin Bazu, stood bewilderedly. Or rather, lay on the ground, curiously raising one of his octopus paws to examine it. It took him a long while before he realized his sister was calling him. Chiochio. What's going on in this game? Why am I an octopus? Tangmin Bazu scratched his bald forehead with his octopus claws, startled. Ah! Not a single hair left. How could there be no hair at all? Is this a nightmare? Brother, wake up! How can an octopus have hair? Nikyukia said speechlessly, everyone who comes in will be turned into an octopus, but it's okay. I purify you later, and you be human once your sanity is restored. Go through the story animation first. The Overlord has arrived. 10 beta testers will be released daily. In game terms, this means 10 new players will enter every 2 days. New players' VR headsets are set to activate at midnight on the day they receive them. MOU will then use his Overlord account to perform an opening CG animation for the new players. Although I felt like a Disney performer arriving at work, the necessary performances still had to take place. This wasn't just for the sake of ceremony, it was also a crucial step in helping new players integrate into the game. MOU finished his familiar performance, distributed novice swords and equipment to the new players, and then let the veteran players claim the newbies. Nowadays, the training new players quest is almost the only source of mounts in the game, so there are always many veteran players vying for the 10 new players. However, most veteran players are not greedy for more, just ensuring they complete the mountain bike achievement. Niechiochio only took her silly cousin and purified him, restoring his human form. Wow, he's back to human. Tangmin Baza quickly put on his newbie gear. Does this game turn everyone into an octopus the moment they enter? Yes, the default sanity value for new players when they first log in is below 0. In this game, if your sanity value drops to negative, you turn into an octopus. But turning into an octopus isn't entirely a bad thing. Octopuses are light and small, making them easy to carry and hide. They won't provoke fights among monsters, which can be very convenient at times. For example, when using the offline cabinet, Niechiochio pulled a sealed bottle filled with black smoke from her pocket and handed it to her cousin. This bottle contains the evil god's contamination. Drink a little and you be fine. Sanity reduction. But druid players like us have to keep our sanity at 100% at all times, so we can't experience the joy of turning into an octopus. The joy of turning into an octopus? Tang Minbo repeated in disbelief. What's the joy in turning into something hairless? He subconsciously touched his head, which was still smooth. Wait a minute, can't this game customize your character's appearance? Why am I still bald? Nikukio looked at the bald uncle appearance his cousin had drawn, with a puzzled expression, and patted his shoulder. Calm down, bro. Maybe being bald is just your destiny. Tangmin Boza clutched his head and wailed, who wants this kind of fate? If you really don't like it, you can now customize your own body. Xianyui Tiao, who had come with Niakikyu, had been browsing the official website. The official store is now open, and the only item on it is player customizable bodies. Each customization costs 188 yuan. His, 188? Niakikyu gasped. But as long as you don't change your face, this customized body lasts a lifetime. Even if you die accidentally in the game and your body is destroyed, you can recreate it with the same in-game coins and reputation as a normal body. After selecting a customized body, the player's previously randomly assigned normal body will automatically return to the new player pool, making it available for other players to choose from. Xianyuitiu explained, the game setting for custom bodies is that they're alchemical dolls specially crafted by Rama Onisul. They're said to be growable. When you log off, your body automatically relocates to storage, eliminating the need for maintenance. Wisdom turns into an octopus and goes into the closet. Wow, isn't this a huge benefit for druid players? Nikukia said, now we have to return to the experimental field every day before we can log off safely. So I'm a little tempted too. I heard the alchemist dolls are really beautiful. Xianyuiteo hesitated, but spending 188 just for the looks and the convenience of logging off feels a bit painful. What's the pain? As long as I have hair. As long as I have hair. 188 is nothing. Tangnan Baoju immediately threw himself to the ground, apparently logging off to buy a custom shell from the mall. Your cousin is so weird. Xianyuiteo looked at Niakikia silently. What should we do with this body? His hair has become his obsession. Once he buys the custom body, it will be automatically recycled. Niakikia said uncertainly. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, the two saw the body on the ground enveloped by a ball of white light, and then vanished. Looks like he bought it. Niakikia held his forehead and asked, where is the re-entry point after changing to a new body? Is it the same point where he logged off? It seems to be at the Alchemy Research Institute in Rama. Xianyuiteo said uncertainly, why don't we go over there? I haven't been there much. Let's go! After urgently logging off, Tangli exited the game and, in the dialogue box that popped up, chose continue sleep or wake up. He jumped out of bed, quickly opened his laptop, and logged into the official website. There was indeed a new shop option on the official website's homepage. He clicked on it, and saw only one item, a custom body service priced at 188. He immediately placed his order and paid. After entering his player ID, he was taken to a 3D character creation interface. Wow, this character creation interface is so detailed, with so many options. Wow, can I create anything I want? Ah, hair, lots of hair, please. He was completely captivated by the character creation process. When he finally submitted his masterpiece, satisfied, he realized it was already 3 a.m. Damn! I've been creating characters for so long without realizing it. Tangli picked up his glasses again and lay back on the bed. I need to get some sleep soon. Snore. This time, when logging in, a prompt popped up on the login screen. We detected that you purchased the custom body/alchemy doll service. Your alchemy doll has been crafted at the Alchemy Research Institute, and your regular body has been temporarily stored in a temporary storage area. If you choose to log in with your custom body, all your assets will be automatically transferred and bound to your alchemy doll. Your regular body will be recycled and made available for reuse by other players. Since some players have developed feelings for their regular bodies, if you'd like to keep them, you can purchase the storage service. For just 10 yuan per month, your regular body will be stored in your own dedicated storage area, eliminating the need for recycling. Do you want to purchase this service? No. I don't want that bald body. Tangli shouted, then clicked no and chose to log in with his custom body. He opened his eyes and sat up, realizing he had been lying in an open nutrient solution tank, his entire body covered in nutrient solution, save for a damp towel wrapped around his hips. Oh, you're awake. A young man in a white lab coat emerged from the adjacent room, looking like an NPC. I'm the alchemist Rama Anisil, the creator of this body of yours. As the first person to experience this service, how are you feeling? Excellent. Tang Minbao jumped out of the nutrient solution tank, feeling the firm muscles and strength of his body, along with his flowing golden hair. He examined his sculpted features in the nearby mirror, and was instantly satisfied. As expected of someone who paid for this body and this face are truly beautiful. Rama tossed him a large towel. Wipe the nutrient solution clean, and you're good to go. Your clothes and equipment are in your backpack. Oh! Tang Minbaza cleaned himself off and changed into his gear. Hey, you're an alchemist? You look like a chemist. Aren't alchemists also involved in chemistry? Can I be an alchemist too? Rama looked him up and down. I've been recruiting alchemist apprentices, but whether you can become a qualified alchemist depends on your talent. Then give it a try, Tang Minbaza said. I don't know what class to choose anyway. An alchemist sounds like something I consider my forte. Beep, the player system prompts. You have triggered, life class, alchemist. This class is new. Please follow the guidance of class instructor Rama Anisil to explore. It's still a new class. Tang Minbazu accepted the quest. Rama walked to the nearby cabinet, pulled out a suitcase, and handed it to Tang Minbazu. This is your apprentice set. It's a discounted price of 10 copper coins. Once you run out of the initial materials, you have to find them yourself. Buying from me won't be cheap. Normally, this equipment, don't underestimate it just because it's a beginner set. It lasts you all the way to master level. Tang Minbaza pulled the 10 copper coins given to beginners from his backpack and handed them to Rama. He opened the suitcase and saw an alcohol lamp, a set of test tubes, 3 flasks of different sizes, and various familiar instruments neatly arranged inside. All old friends. Chapter 54. Brother, you're finally online. Nikukia said, since you've been taking so long to come up, we've been going to the spider mine and killing monsters. Wow, is this the 188 custom alchemist puppet shell? Looks so cool. Anything else, I'm very confident in my aesthetic. Tang Minbazu had already changed into the alchemist's white lab coat and donned his lab goggles. Needless to say, the familiar gear instantly filled him with confidence. Your long golden hair is so well done. Nukyuki reached up and touched Tang Minbaoju's braided hair. It's just that the style is a little too casual. I painstakingly worked on it for an hour. Tang Minbaoju slapped his sister's dirty hands away. Don't mess around with it. If you want one, go get yourself one. Stingy. Nukyuki withdrew his hand regretfully. By the way, what's that equipment on you? What profession do you practice? Alchemist. Tang Minbaoju said. I feel like it's similar to a chemist. Ah, the equipment is similar. What skills are there? Nukyuki was quite curious. I haven't seen any alchemist strategy posts on the forum yet. There are 5 basic skills: analysis, decomposition, chemistry, substitution, and recombination. Tang Minbaoju said, aside from analysis, which identifies the molecular composition of the target substance, The other 4 are basic chemical reactions and perform similarly. But in addition to the test tube, alcohol lamp, and other equipment, they also gave me a portable reactor. That one seems quite impressive, and it feels much more flexible than our usual experiments. Why does it sound like a class only for chemists? Nikyuki was confused. Can you craft things? Can you kill monsters? Huh? This is supposed to be a life class, right? What does it have to do with killing monsters? Tangnan Bao was also confused. That's just the way this game works. A powerful version-specific class is always tied to some weird life class. Nikyuki said, everyone speculates that the version-specific class in 0.03 is the alchemist. The settings for this class are quite complicated. I haven't fully researched them yet. Tangnan Baoju said, but it seems like you can craft a lot of weird things. Could it be one of those weird inventor settings? Nikyuki tilted his head. By the way, if your sanity level drops, will you turn into an octopus? No. Transform into something cute and small, like an octopus dumpling. Llama came out from the next room. Even after the transformation, the alchemy doll is still very powerful. Nikyuki and Tangman Bazu both looked curious. The siblings exchanged glances and said, how about we try it outside? The test site is now built. Llama picked up a few small, round objects and said, if you don't mind, please help me with the test. Players naturally didn't mind helping NPCs with tests. Even if they didn't know the actual content, it was a game after all, and every bit of experience was a win. When they arrived at the test site, Nikyuki had already called over quite a few other players to watch. Sister, you know quite a lot of people. Tangnan Bao looked at the group of players gathered on the sidelines, and couldn't help but say, hey, who says I'm the beloved druid? Nikyuki said, taking 2 more sealed bottles from Xianyuitiao. Come on, let's see what it feels like when the alchemy doll's sanity is reduced. Tangnan Baozu simply took a sealed bottle and drank it all, but there wasn't much change. He hummed in confusion and opened the panel. Sanity only decreased by 30%. That bottle of pollution just now would normally reduce a player's sanity from 100% to 0. Nikyuki said, it seems that paying players are really different. Because they're made of pollution-resistant materials. Llama said proudly, the alchemy doll's tolerance is 3 times that of an ordinary player's body. Tangnan Bao simply drank 2 more bottles of pollution. At one point, he distinctly sensed something different. Oh ho, some strange power surges up. Suddenly, he explained, a dialogue box popped up, offering 3 choices of mutation direction: octopus, snake tail, and spider. As expected of a Kryptonian gold-spending tycoon, you can even choose the direction of your mutation? Yu Hua Dengxian, who had been summoned to watch, said enviously, I'm kind of tempted to spend money to get one and try it. Different monster materials were indeed used in the production process, but being able to control the direction of mutation with mental power is a new discovery. Llama pulled out his notebook and began to write. It seems that if the soul is in a stable state, mental power can indeed have an impact on controlling mutation. Can we try all 3? Nikyuki asked. I don't know. Let's try my favorite first. Tangnan Baza chose the snake tail option. His legs suddenly merged into an exceptionally thick, silver-white snake tail. Huge, metallic silver scales replaced his skin, enveloping his legs. Everyone could almost hear his bones cracking. Will it hurt? Nikyuki asked worriedly. No. Suddenly, his lower body transformed into a snake tail. Tangnan Baza briefly lost his balance, but he steadied himself with the strength of his core. This body actually has 8-pack abs. I'm the one who made it. The core is incredibly stable. Abs? Xianyuiti was tempted. I want to make a shell too. By the way, can I have one of a different gender? I don't think I saw a gender option. Tangnan Baza tried to recall. No way. A familiar voice replied. The players turned around and saw it was Lord Moyawu. When paying players are doing tests or something, the planners will definitely come and take a look. Perhaps this could be a great opportunity to boost sales. While MOU claims not to be a profiteer, in order to have enough money to maintain the official website servers, it's not a bad idea to listen to the opinions of paying players and promote the product to potential users. Only a stable soul can accept the anchor point of world consciousness. If a soul is placed in a body of a different gender, instability is inevitable. The anchor point is the adventurer system, and the prerequisite for ensuring adventurers' ability to play in this world. MOU explained with a smile, therefore, the transgender body customization option is only available to adventurers who, at a soul level, believe they were born the wrong gender. Normal adventurers won't see this option. There's actually such a setting. Xianyuitia lamented. This snake tail is so cool. Yujianpo Qianshan's eyes lit up. Can I touch these scales? I want to touch them too. Yuhua Dengxian excitedly raised his hand. Sure, sure. Tangnan Pot was very generous, showing off his tail. This image feels a little strange and a little pleasing. What's going on? Nikyukia whispered to Xianyuitiao. This is just the first stage of mutation, Rama said, his tone tinged with pride. As the alchemy doll and the adventurer soul grow together, it can achieve more advanced mutations, and its power will increase significantly. Wow! The players exclaimed in unison. What other forms can it transform into? Yuhua Dengxian was curious. If it's a snake tail, there's a chance it could become a three-headed, six-armed demigod. Rama said, however, to achieve that level of transformation, this body would need to undergo numerous transformations using high-level materials. Can it be transformed? Tang Minbo was quite interested. Yes, adventurers who obtain high-level materials during their adventures can apply to me for a transformation of their alchemical doll. Rama said, this transformation only changes the body's strength and may have a certain impact on the transformed state. It won't alter the doll's appearance. He paused, then smiled at MOU. Altering the appearance is a different price. Are there other types of mutations available now? Nikyukia was still not giving up. I want to see an octopus. After transforming into Snake Tail, there are no other options. Tangmin Baoju said, Chiochio, help me purify it. I try to lower my sanity again to see if other options will appear. The answer is yes. After purification, it was contaminated again, and the options reappeared. This time, Tangmin Baoju chose the octopus transformation. Unlike the snake tail, this time his entire lower body transformed into 8 sturdy octopus tentacles. Unlike the octopus dumplings that ordinary players transform into, the octopus tentacles transformed by the alchemy doll are very thick and powerful. Even though Tangmin Baoju is only a level 1 scumbag, his appearance is comparable to that of a boss. Fuck, your appearance is so badass. Yuhua Dengxian's eyes lit up. 188 doesn't seem expensive at all now. No, it's actually worth it. Let's test the combat effectiveness. Llama, with a sly grin, pulled out a glass ball. It looked like a palm-sized marble, but at its center was a familiar black mist. Other unrelated people, please step aside. If you accidentally damage the body, I won't be responsible for compensation. MOU had already retreated to the main entrance of the testing ground. The other players were confused, but seeing the Overlord retreat, they followed suit and retreated to the edge of the field. Llama skillfully donned a talisman necklace and activated a strange rune-based protective shield, isolating the test target, Tangnan Buju, inside. All other players, including MOU, remained outside. He then walked to the edge of the shield, activated a mechanism on the glass ball, and quickly threw it towards Tangnan Buju. After throwing the glass ball, Rama quickly escaped from the shield. Everyone could clearly see something red emerging from the mechanism inside the glass ball, then feeding into the black smoke. When the two colors met, a massive explosion suddenly occurred. Players, ? MOU, Rama, yeah. Holy crap. What the hell? Tangnan Pot was blasted to dust, but he had subconsciously raised all 8 tentacles to form a massive tentacle shield, which did block the damage, though some of his tentacles were bloodied. High defense, Rama commented. Although I reduced the contamination, this explosion could still bring down half of a mage tower. Is mage tower some weird unit of measurement? Nikyukia and Xianu Yizi huddled together, trembling at the deep crater created by the explosion. Holy shit, what was that just now? A bomb? Is this the alchemist's hidden power? Tang Minbo cooked 8 tentacles and crawled over Master. I want to learn how to make that explosive ball. Please teach me how to make it. Sure. Llama nodded, as long as you can make it. The players were in an uproar. Holy shit. What's with the child aversions thing? Each generation gets stronger. I'm so stupid. I only knew druids were powerful, and world knights were cool. I didn't expect alchemists could make explosives. Isn't this the Bomberman? The Bomberman, haha. What a weird name. The planners would cry. Come on, production team, be reasonable. You're an alchemist, but you're a bomb maniac. Other life professions just rustle furniture and build equipment, but yours involves building an arsenal with your bare hands. Does that make sense? I'm an alchemist, and I'm telling you, it makes perfect sense. Get lost. Alchemists being life professions shouldn't be a problem. After all, they only have a large bag of equipment, and they can't mix medicines or make items on the battlefield. But they can actually bring ready-made explosives and blow people up. That's what I wanted to ask from the beginning, Moyu said to Rama. How exactly does this explosion work? I created a substance with a structure completely opposite to the evil god's contamination. Rama said, from the proton level, their arrangement and rotation are completely opposite. Mirrored then, simply placing the two together would result in kaboom! A powerful explosion and annihilation. Isn't this an antimatter bomb? How unscientific of you alchemists to be able to rub antimatter with your bare hands. With such a powerful antimatter bomb, not to mention the contamination of the evil god, even Cthulhu himself could be completely annihilated. But I'm afraid an explosion of that magnitude would be enough to destroy the entire world, wouldn't it? Is this the legendary? The end of metaphysics is science, and the end of science is still metaphysics. Mou muttered, his eyes filled with a sense of unease as he looked at Rama. No wonder it can purify pollution. This is annihilation. Annihilation that completely destroys matter in collisions. This is probably no ordinary mad scientist, but a mad scientist capable of destroying the world. Chapter 55. The test video of the alchemy doll was quickly uploaded to the forums, quickly causing a sensation among players. Sales in the mall suddenly surged, and even Rama, who had already prepared numerous alchemy doll bodies, just waiting to create and install the players' faces, was overwhelmed. After working so long in vain, Moyu finally saw some money coming into his studio's empty corporate account, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed. We're running low on World of Warcraft materials again. Rama walked into the Mage Tower's study with a freshly made NPC communicator and handed Mou a list. We need to ask the adventurers to get some more. Mou opened it and found that the materials were all found in the Dark Forest and the Spider Mine. He immediately sent the task to the players through the system backend. The communicator you requested is ready. Those adventurers were really helpful and had a lot of innovative ideas. Lama handed him a transparent crystal plate, half the size of his palm. It absorbs sunlight and pollution as operating energy. Don't worry, it won't explode. It activates with just 2 taps of your fingers. I'm only working on the hardware, you have to handle the software yourself. After hanging out with Song Lin and the other players for a few days, Lama could now accurately use terms like hardware and software. Mou tried it out. When he tapped his fingers twice on the crystal panel, the entire square crystal lit up, looking like some cool design from a sci-fi movie. In his mind, he asked Leah, can a system anchor be installed in this communicator? It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just something like a magic puppet that can post and settle tasks, automatically connect to the player's system, and then the NPCs can communicate with each other using software like WeChat or Penguin. Of course. Leah moved quickly. After a moment, Mou's own avatar and several familiar apps appeared on the crystal plate. Mou then asked Leah to attach anchor points to the other crystal plate in Rama's hand. Mou and Rama tried it out together. Sure enough, the voice, video, and WeChat imitations all worked perfectly. There was also a dedicated game app that allowed users to view NPC accounts, including the amount of adventure coins they could spend and issue, and manage player quests. There was even an online store where users could sell NPC merchandise and purchase player items. It was incredibly convenient. How many of these have you made? Mou asked. I need every villager in AMT village to have one. That's enough. Rama pulled a box of crystal plates from his space bracelet. Give this thing a nice name. Let's call it a mobile phone, Mou said without hesitation. Rama shrugged noncommittally, putting away his phone. The exterior facilities of the smelter and chemical plant are almost complete, and they be installed once the equipment arrives. Your adventurers are incredibly efficient. Indeed. The city wall construction bar has now passed 50%. If they continue at this pace, dealing with the beast tide shouldn't be a problem. Research on the antimatter bomb has just begun, but many adventurers have shown a keen interest in alchemy after yesterday's demonstration. I think there are several promising candidates among them, worthy of nurturing. Ever since Mou blurted out the term antimatter bomb yesterday, the name has been unanimously endorsed by Rama and the adventurers. No rush, safety first. The master alchemist, who could rub antimatter with his bare hands, still left Mou with a deep psychological scar. He feared waking up one night to find the Mage Tower and the entire village destroyed by Rama. However, Rama's popularity among players had skyrocketed. Yesterday, over a dozen players had switched to Alchemist. Alchemists had earned the nickname Bomb Maniacs, becoming the true heroes of patch 0.03. After seeing off the seemingly ordinary, mad alchemist, Mou and Leah secured the anchors for the box of crystal plates and then headed to the village to distribute the newly minted otherworldly phones. After spending some time with the strange alchemist, the villagers' perspectives and tolerance had clearly broadened. They weren't overly surprised when they received the phones. Even Grandma Alyssa quickly got to grips with them. With this thing, getting stock will be much easier. Grandma Alishar smiled, adjusting her reading glasses. She posted the butcher shop restocking quest on the player quest interface, and soon a writer. No, a player accepted the order. DeCarlo was also particularly pleased. Ah, this makes talking to the teacher much easier. MOU walked around the village, handing out mobile phones to every NPC, and teaching them the basics of how to use them, most importantly how to post and settle quests. With this, the Adventurers Guild's quest board and parchment can finally be retired. AMT County News today, the renowned Grand Alchemist Rama Anisil has shared his latest research. The NPC quest distribution system has been updated. Now, with an AMT village, adventurers no longer need to use parchment to claim and settle quests. While players are in the AMT village area, any transactions using adventure coins will be instantly settled directly into their accounts, eliminating the need for physical currency. Adventurers who need to use physical currency can visit the Adventurers Guild for banking transactions. Today's recommended quest, Territory Construction Quest. St. Aelian has brought news of a beast tide in the north. To protect the thriving AMT County, the Lord has decided to begin the Territory Construction Project. Players can visit the Adventurers Guild to receive territory construction quests and participate in the revitalization of AMT County. This quest will grant significant regional reputation and military merit rewards to players who contribute to territory construction and reach the leaderboard. For more details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. The system reminds you that this game features a highly flexible open world, allowing players to unleash their creativity in many unexpected places. Currently completed facility, Alchemy Research Institute. Currently underway, city wall construction, 55% progress. Smelter, 89% progress. Chemical plant, 95% progress. Alchemy Doll Store. Players can purchase custom hulls. The Alchemy Doll service has arrived. This service allows you to customize the appearance of your hull once. Alchemy dolls are upgradable and transformable, and players can upgrade their hull strength in-game by providing materials and completing tasks. In-game upgrades do not change their appearance. System note: if too many players purchase the service, queues may occur. Please be patient. Fish Pond. AMT County is short on water. To enrich the residents' menu, the Lord wants to build an artificial fish pond and is recruiting players like masons, alchemists, druids, and mages. Once the fish pond infrastructure is complete, the fisherman class will be available. A new area map, the Macrophagus Copper Mine, has been opened. Players at level 25 and above can access this area through a newly added teleportation point. The monsters in this new area range from level 25 to level 35. Players are advised to form a team based on their abilities. A friendly reminder from the development team: the monster distribution and area functions in this area are subject to change based on player behavior. High-level monsters spawn randomly in this area. To avoid the high cost of replacing their bodies, players are advised to ensure their bodies are in good condition so they can be revived. Players using alchemy doll bodies will also need to pay adventure coins and reputation to recreate their bodies if their bodies are damaged. However, if you do not need to change your appearance, you do not need to purchase the service again in the store. Today's hottest item, alchemy doll. Today's hottest dish, Wenzel specialty flatbread. New players who want to try it can place an order at the bar. Finally, I don't have to carry parchment around to complete quests every day. What an epic update. Another new map released without a fuss? Doesn't this game even require server downtime for updates? It's time for a new map. We almost finished killing all the spiders in the iron mine. Why aren't they spawning? Didn't you see the friendly reminder from the development team? The monster distribution and area functions in this area will change based on player behavior. I heard the NPCs discussing that once the spiders are cleared, it will become a safe zone mining map, and NPCs will enter to mine. Is there such a thing? A monster zone turned into a safe zone? The development team's idea is pretty awesome. After all, this game seems to be more focused on life professions. A fisherman is coming soon. Epic update. A game without fishing isn't a good game. Honestly, fishermen shouldn't have weird combat stats this time, right? Hard to say. Just asking, where can we get spider silk materials after killing spiders? There should be new spots for spider monsters. But after clearing out so many spiders at the iron mine, the price of spider materials has plummeted. If it weren't for the NPCs collecting them, few players would buy them. Soon, everyone will be rushing to level 30, and the corresponding equipment materials will become drops from higher-level monsters. My guess is that the first wave of players will be heading to the copper mine soon to explore. Since, after Yuhua Dingxian's post came out, the magnesium powder sold out. But those sand lurkers are so rewarding. Now, many people are forming teams specifically to go to the desert, lurking at night to fire flash grenades at sand lurkers, blowing up a bunch of them at once. Even with new players, it's pretty reliable. It seems the alchemist can make flash grenades in bulk. And they're not the homemade ones, like Yuhua Dingxian. They're better quality. They explode directly when thrown. Not only is the light stronger, but there's also a booming sound, making them even more effective against sand lurkers. As expected of the sinful version, where can I buy the flash grenades? And where can I contact the alchemist? MOU, peeking at the screen, couldn't help but observe a minute's silence for those unfortunate sand lurkers. With all these players wielding flash grenades, if those sand lurkers haven't already moved on, they'd probably be reduced to XP for the next few days. But MOU was still thinking about when he go to the silent desert again and explore the illusory world there. Their clock tower illusion, influenced by Niachan, is not only extremely distorted, but also involves the secrets of the God of Light. Solving the puzzle carries the risk of drawing Naya's gaze, a significant disadvantage for their fledgling world alliance. Therefore, MOU currently avoids that illusion, allowing players to brute force their way through it. But an oasis illusion in the desert seems much simpler to crack. When MOU passed by previously, he took advantage of Luzhou Laojiao's inattention and left a teleportation point there, unopened to players. This way, the next time he explores the oasis illusion, he won't have to travel 2 or 3 days. Once he's tested the illusion with his own alt account and confirmed it's suitable for players, he can open the teleportation point to the public. The second illusion dungeon will then enrich the game content for players. Territory development is important, but players can't just focus on infrastructure construction. Repetitive activities will wear players out. But there are quite a few new leveling areas. Besides the new copper mine map, the entire road to Onisel is now open to players. Though it's not very convenient to get to. However, the inconvenience doesn't stop players from exploring. Even if it means sleeping rough, they can now fill their backpacks with flashbangs and head to the sand lurkers to start farming. If the teleportation array were open, the sand lurkers would probably be wiped out in a single night. The spiders at the iron mine have been cleared to the lowest level, but the remaining ones are high-level bosses. It will probably take some time for players to completely eliminate them. Once the spiders are completely cleared, MOU will have to go to Onisel City to see if he can hire some NPC miners to resume production at the iron mine, producing just enough or to supply the newly built smelter. While players are like bricks, ready to be moved wherever needed, NPCs are more reliable and dependable when it comes to long-term, repetitive labor like mining. If alchemy dolls weren't such a hot commodity, MOU would have asked Rama to create some specifically for mining. Lord, you could go find the dwarves. Leah suddenly spoke up. Dwarves are very skilled in mining, smelting, and weaponry. There must be many dwarves displaced and wandering the desert, becoming bandits. If you could recruit them, they'd probably prefer to settle down in the mines, drinking and mining. That's something we could try. MOU took note of Leah's suggestion and planned to visit Onisel City when he had time to inquire about the dwarves' whereabouts. Not many players were visiting Onisel City right now. After all, there were level restrictions and entrance fees. Many players were still leveling while collecting monster materials, hoping to sell them all at once when they arrived in Onisel City. This was more in line with MOU's wishes. Now the game had a lot of exploration content. If the players were more dispersed, it would not cause too much psychological or physical pressure on the indigenous people and the flora and fauna of this world. When the players entered the city of Onisel in small batches and became familiar with the NPCs there, it would not be easy to arouse the disgust and suspicion of the people in Onisel. Chapter 56. MOU woke up refreshed that morning, washed up, and cast a water spell on the cactus on the windowsill. However, this cactus, from the original world, seemed to have absorbed so much of the sun's, evil, and moon's, god's, essence, fouling, that its small yellow flower suddenly opened a mouth and bit a mosquito that flew by the window, chewing and swallowing it. MOU, shit! The radiation-absorbing, anti-villain cactus is about to transform into a man-eating cactus. He immediately opened the player backstage, checked the online druids, and sent a quest to Xin Yuitiao, asking her to come and purify the cactus. MOU frantically hammered at Leah in his mind. Why did the cactus I brought from the origin world also transform? Isn't it said that creatures from the origin world aren't affected by the evil god's power? Liao was silent for a moment, then said, "But your cactus didn't have self-awareness before. A creature without self-awareness can't construct a world barrier. Even if this cactus comes from the origin world, it's no different from any plant in this world." "Okay. Then after purification, can it still become a normal plant?" Mou asked, rubbing his temple. Leah hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems like under the influence of the evil god's contamination, a new consciousness has emerged. Perhaps, from now on, it will become a biting cactus. How could this ordinary plant enter another world and develop intelligence under the influence of evil power?" Mou imagined a man-eating cactus growing larger and larger in front of his window, finally swallowing him whole late one night. He immediately entrusted his beloved little cactus to Xianyue for purification and care. It seemed that until a solution was found, he would have to ask the druids to help raise it. Xianyue was delighted to receive the mission. She skipped to the door, carrying her cactus pot, and happened to meet Nikiku, who was watering the bright lilies. Although bright lilies didn't need to be grown in a pollution-free environment, Nikiku still filled a jug of water from the experimental field tank every day. "Chio, the Lord gave me a cactus pot," Xianyue said happily. "Look, it has a mouth." "Wow, is it a mutated man-eating cactus?" Nikiku peeked over and carefully touched the cactus's small yellow flower. It trembled at her touch and blossomed comfortably. "So cute. Is it a pet?" "I don't know. The Lord only asked me to help purify it and take care of it. The pollution level of this cactus is already 93%. Can it fit in a backpack?" "How do I carry it?" Nikiku asked again. Xianyue tried. "No, it says living creatures can't be put into the backpack." Then she exclaimed, "The system prompt says I can make a contract with the cactus. After the contract, I can use it as a summoned beast and raise it in the summoned beast space." "Holy crap, a summoned beast!" Nikiku exclaimed excitedly. "Is this even possible?" She subconsciously glanced at the swaying lilies of light in the flower bed, but they didn't respond. Xianyue decisively made a contract with the cactus. The cactus didn't seem to change much after the contract, but a summoning interface appeared on the player panel. After placing the contracted cactus in the summoned beast space, it could be seen on the panel. Small text on the panel also indicated whether the cactus needed watering or fertilizer, among other conditions. When summoned again, the cactus in the space will disappear, and it will reappear in front of Xianyue. "When this cactus grows up, can it be used as a means of attack?" Nikiku asked excitedly. "Could it be that the future of us druids is plant-based summoning? Shit, this is a major discovery. Should we pay more attention to the mutated plants that can be contracted? I wonder how many summoned beasts a druid can contract." Xianyue pulled Nikiku along. "Let's go to the dark forest to find plants." When Mou received the notification that the cactus had been contracted by Xianyue and became a summoned beast, he was completely stunned. "Is it possible?" Mou was shocked. "How did my adorable little cactus become a player's summoned beast? What's with this inexplicable feeling of being NT?" He paused. "Isn't it that druid players can form a pact with polluted and mutated plants? In this world, contracts exist. Whether one party is a plant or a magical beast, as long as they have a certain degree of self-awareness and reach a consensus with the other party, a contractual relationship recognized by the world consciousness is automatically formed." Leah explained, "Perhaps your cactus sensed your willingness to entrust it to Xianyue, and thus facilitated the conclusion of the contract. So, can other druids also form pacts with mutated plants?" Thinking calmly, this is a promising development for druids. Imagine a future where druids could become master plant-type Pokemon trainers, summoning a phalanx of mutated plants to attack at will, seamlessly transitioning from a lifestyle profession to a combat profession. Theoretically, it's possible, but druids probably don't have an attraction to mutant plants yet, Leah said. Perhaps, after the Tree of Life is planted, druids will gain more plant-related abilities, such as plant affinity or the power of accelerating growth. Indeed, the druids now are just ordinary players, drafted by Mou for their love of farming games and forced to become hardworking farmers. Their only ability is the purification power granted by Leah through the anchor point. Compared to the legendary druids of the origin world, who possess the power of nature and are close to plants and animals, can accelerate plant growth, and command animals, they can't be said to be exactly the same. It can only be said that they are completely unrelated, except for the name. Unlike your world, all life in this world is conscious. Plants blessed by this blessing will also respond with an affinity. This is particularly evident with the Tree of Life, which possesses powerful natural forces. As your druids tend the Tree of Life, they will be blessed by it, becoming humans blessed by the forces of nature, just like the elves in this world. Then, they will truly become druids. Alright. The player quota has almost reached 100. Once I return from Onisal City, I can begin preparing to plant the Tree of Life. MOU opened his main quest panel. His main quests had been updated based on his actions. Main quest 4, Tree of Life. Please summon 100 players as anchors, cultivate a pristine Tree of Life garden, and plant Tree of Life seeds to complete the resurrection of all Creation Quest series. Completing this quest will earn you Nature's Favor, Main Quest 5, Preventing the Beast Tide. Please vigorously develop your territory and ensure its safety and the survival of your people during the upcoming Beast Tide. Currently, your people, NPCs 14. Completing this quest will earn you World Consciousness Energy X 1000, People's Faith X 1000, Main Quest 6, Dwarven Tribe. Your territory needs more people. Find wandering Dwarven tribes and invite them to settle in your mines. Completing this quest will earn you World Ally Race +1, Forging Expertise, Smelting Expertise, World Consciousness Energy X 1000, Main Quest 7, More Diversified Plantings. Find a wider variety of plant seeds and successfully plant them in your territory. Each successful plant cultivation grants Elf Favorability +100. That's a lot of extra quests. MOU closed his dashboard and checked the time, realizing it was time to pick up the goods and attend the auction. He then returned to his bedroom, locked the door, switched to his alt, and, taking the pickup list and auction certificate, teleported to the mystical city of Onisal. The pickup process went smoothly. The previously owed goods were all large equipment, which might have been challenging for ordinary residents of this world, but stuffing them into his backpack was effortless. The old shopkeeper looked at MOU with a touch of admiration, as if he were the apprentice of some mysterious alchemist. In a sense, he was indeed buying things under the guise of Rama, the crazy alchemist. Even if the old shopkeeper had some doubts before, they were probably dispelled now. Putting aside other things, a space item of this size alone is something few alchemists in this world could easily create. Thank you for your patronage. Feel free to contact us for anything you need to buy or sell in the future. We can even negotiate discounts for larger quantities. The old shopkeeper said, "My name is Lalo Dilichi." Okay. MOU nodded, non-committal. He didn't recommend this shop to other players. After all, if all players crowded into one shop to do business, it would disrupt the ecosystem. Besides, allowing players to experience different shops and NPCs is a unique gaming experience. What? There are shady shops in the game? Isn't that perfectly normal? Allowing players to experiment and fail on their own isn't cheating them. It allows them to fully transcend the constraints of the production team and planners, unleash their own initiative, and explore the possibilities of this game world. What's more, as the planner of this game, MOU often doesn't know how many strange settings this world has. But that doesn't matter. When players discover something new, they can just smile and nod. As long as the planners don't think it's a bug, then no matter how strange it is, it's just a game feature. MOU continued on his way to the treasure pavilion in the upper city. After verifying the auction receipt at the door, the staff led him into a small room with a dressing mirror on the wall. They handed him a silver mask, an ordinary black robe that covered his entire body, and a number plate that he could raise to bid during the auction. To protect our clients' privacy, all clients entering the auction will wear identical robes and masks. The robes contain alchemical padding that can alter the wearer's body shape. The staff themselves were also dressed in uniforms consisting of white shirts and black vests, with golden masks covering their faces. If you need anything, please call the staff wearing golden masks at any time. After changing, please exit through the opposite door. Okay. MOU nodded, and the staff left through the door they had entered, locking it behind them. MOU quickly put on his robe and mask. The robe automatically held itself upright once he put it on. After putting on the hood and mask, MOU looked in the wall mirror and felt like a double-door refrigerator from a Korean comic. This is truly incredible. Even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. MOU walked out of another door and found himself in a corridor with countless small rooms. Numerous people wearing black robes and masks were emerging from each of these rooms, entering the auction hall at the end of the corridor. He blended into the crowd, took the auction catalog from the staff at the entrance, and found a seat. The mountain bike and flatbed cart he had offered were both listed near the front, numbered 5 and 6, respectively. There were 37 items up for auction today, most of them alchemical items with various functions. However, items numbered 3 and 11 caught MOU's attention. Item 3, 600 bean seeds. Grade A seeds, high quality, 5 years old. It is impossible to determine whether plants can be grown. Prospective buyers are advised to make their own judgment. Treasure Pavilion makes no guarantees. Auction starting price, £1, item 11, 1,000 rice seeds. Specially rated S grade, 5-year storage age. Whether or not these seeds can be grown is uncertain. Prospective buyers are requested to make their own judgment. Treasure Pavilion makes no guarantees. Auction starting price, £2. Leah, these seeds should be plantable by druids, right? Mou asked Leah in his mind. Leah secretly scanned the items in the back end and replied, the seeds have sufficient vitality and can be planted. Get some money from the main account and put it in my backpack. Mou didn't bring much money with him this time, but with Leah, who controlled the space, he wasn't worried. A moment later, he saw £100 in his backpack, more than enough to buy these seeds. In reality, the people who came to the auction were mostly after alchemical items. Seeds, for most people in this world, were useless and, unsurprisingly, fell out of favor. Mou bought them at the reserve price just before they were about to go unsold. His mountain bikes and flatbed carts, while rather unremarkable amidst the strange alchemical bottles that increase yields when fed with blood and wigs that make their owners incredibly beautiful but then grow eyes in the middle of the night and crawl to their bedside to stare at their sleeping faces, were nonetheless popular precisely because they had no side effects and appeared incredibly practical. All 20 mountain bikes were sold for £5 each, while 2 of the 3 flatbed carts, and used, fetched £6 each. The remaining used one was sold as a sample at half price. After deducting the 20% handling fee, Mou ultimately received £92, significantly replenishing his foreign exchange reserves. Chapter 57. Having earned £92 and spent £3 on bean and rice seeds, Mou was quite satisfied. He wasn't interested in the strange side effects of alchemy tools, which were similar to those of containment items. He simply settled his bill with the staff early, then went through the exit room to change clothes, removed his mask, and left through the back door of the Treasure Pavilion, which led to the market. The back door of the Treasure Pavilion opened directly into the bustling market, leading to the lower city, making it easy to blend in with the crowd. Mou suspected there was a dedicated entrance to the upper city for VIP customers, but from the looks of it, the Treasure Pavilion's confidentiality measures were quite effective. While it couldn't completely prevent customers from being robbed, it at least made it difficult for anyone to discover what they bought. Considering that VIP customers generally had various bodyguards and self-protection measures, this setup was quite reasonable. Fearing further complications, Mou teleported back to the territory to find Rama. Together, they placed the equipment at the designated location within the factory. Rama then had to perform the installation and debugging himself. Mou glanced with satisfaction at the nearly full factory construction progress bar on the task panel. He asked Leah to deposit the money and seeds into his large backpack, and after purchasing some supplies at the general store, he teleported to the teleport point in the silent desert. The teleport point wasn't far from the main illusory realm, but walking in the desert made even the shortest distance seem incredibly long. Mou climbed the nearest dune, watching the oasis occasionally appear amidst the black smoke rising from the dune's base. He pulled a wooden plank from his backpack and sprinted down, like a sandboard. Reaching the bottom of the dune, Mou once again felt the sensation of traversing a jelly-like barrier, while the whistling wind echoed in his ears, accompanied by a woman's shrill, maniacal laughter. Die! Die! All of you. Successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. A total of 1 main quest and 33 side quests detected for the illusion, with 167 dungeon entries remaining. Once the dungeon's remaining entries are exhausted, if the illusion has not been completely purified, it will no longer be accessible to ordinary people, and will only be open to those who meet the specific criteria for the illusion's obsession. The dungeon's information and prompts have been updated, and can be viewed on the quest interface. An unbearable hunger suddenly surged in his throat, and Mou's mouth filled with grit. He retched several times, spitting out several mouthfuls of saliva mixed with yellow sand. His lips were chapped, and he was draped in a white robe he had never seen before. He even had a camel following behind him, the reins still in his hand. Is this still my body? Mou fumbled around for a long time on himself and his camel, finally pulling a machete from the scabbard hanging from his waist. His face shone through the polished blade. It was indeed the same body, albeit with a full beard, inexplicably different clothing and equipment, and a new mount. Instance name, Desert Oasis. This is an illusion conjured by the obsessions of the deceased. You are a traveler who has strayed into this illusion. You are starving and thirsty, when suddenly an oasis appears before you. Here, clear lakes and sweet fruits abound. The nomadic people who inhabit it are very hospitable, and they will host a bonfire party to welcome their guests that evening. Current main quest. Survive until the next morning and successfully exit the Oasis area before 8 a.m. See the illusion map. Player death or remaining in the Oasis area before the end of the loop will be considered a mission failure and will be immediately eliminated. Current side quest. Pending. Complete at least one side quest or main quest before exiting the dungeon normally. Current team survival rate. 100%. Current dungeon distortion. 91%. Dungeon distortion refers to the increase in the strength of the evil forces caused by the death of those entering the dungeon, since its formation, resulting in a slight increase in the dungeon difficulty. Once the dungeon distortion reaches 100%, the dungeon difficulty increases by 1 level. If the player character dies, they can exit the dungeon, but the dungeon distortion will increase by 1%. To avoid increasing the difficulty of subsequent dungeon playthroughs, please proceed with caution. Current dungeon difficulty. Easy. This dungeon is on the verge of increasing in difficulty. The next level is normal. Current dungeon purification progress. 30%. Mission tips. Do not eat, do not drink, and do not trust anyone. Time flow. This dungeon starts at 5 p.m. in game time and ends at 8 a.m. the following morning. One cycle is equivalent to 1 day of a game time outside of the dungeon. Save points. In some dungeons, if a player's actions trigger the obsessions of the deceased, a save point may be generated. The next time you enter the dungeon, you can access the save point and continue playing. Please pay attention. Special restrictions. Water magic is prohibited in this dungeon. MOU stared at the quest prompt and special restrictions, sensing a malicious aura from the illusion. Anyway, let's gather some information first. MOU is now in a fantasy world, this time with a complete map. He was at the edge of the Oasis, just a few steps ahead from the Oasis, but the main quest required him to leave. As soon as I entered the fantasy world, I was overwhelmed with hunger and thirst. My water bladder and my camels were empty, with only a few dry and edible biscuits. My health bar was only half full, and I was clearly in a very weak state. This state itself was abnormal, as the all-account MO he was currently using was, to put it bluntly, a zombie, with significantly reduced pain sensitivity. A normal player's pain sensitivity range is roughly 20% to 40% of that of a normal person in the Origin world. The retention of pain ensures that the body still has sufficient ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, and a relatively sensitive sense of touch. Similarly, to remind players to replenish food and water, these bodies also retain hunger and thirst, but only at about 80% of the normal level. This near-insane hunger and thirst is inherently counterintuitive. In my current physical condition, if I immediately turn back and rush into the desert without food or water, I have a hard time surviving until morning. However, considering this dungeon is only on the easy difficulty level, this might be a solution, but it's definitely not the optimal one. This is like giving the indigenous NPCs, who strayed into the illusion, a chance to exit. As long as they can endure hunger and thirst, and resist the lure of the Oasis, those who immediately turn back and leave, if they can just make it through the night, might even be able to see the next day's sunrise. Entering the Oasis completely entraps them in the illusion. Even though I'm a magician, water magic is still banned by the illusion. This forces me to enter the Oasis in search of food and water, yet the quest prompts me not to eat, drink, or trust anyone. The physical conditions imposed by the dungeon and the quest prompts contradict each other. The simplest conclusion, then, is that the food and water in this Oasis are actually inedible. So, are the hospitable nomads living here actually bandits using the Oasis as bait to lure and kill passers-by? MOU tried the system backpack and found that it wasn't banned by the illusion. The food and water in it could be freely used. Perhaps this is because the backpack belongs to the authority of the space, and the authority of the world consciousness is far higher than the evil god power of this illusion. He took out a bottle of water and gulped it down. The moment he drank, you could feel the liquid bring a coolness, but before the coolness could reach his throat, the double thirst surged up. MOU screwed the cap on the bottle. The thirst here seems to be a psychological influence on my body's senses. I can consume food and water brought from outside, but it won't eliminate this debuff, and may even exacerbate it. No wonder the illusion doesn't prohibit backpacks. It seems I have to go to the Oasis. After preparing himself mentally, MOU led his camel towards the Oasis. As a GM tester, even if this body was destroyed, it wouldn't be a death penalty for MOU. There were thousands of bodies buried in the Dark Forest's lake that could be replaced. If all else failed, he could ask Rama to make a free alchemy doll for him to use for personal gain. Given that, why wouldn't he explore this dungeon thoroughly? MOU walked a short distance toward the Oasis area marked in red on the map, and came upon a magnificent lake. The water was crystal clear, azure blue, allowing one to clearly see the white sand, fertile soil, and fish at the bottom. The water reflected the golden poplar trees on the shore, and the crimson Aluma sunset glow in the sky, a blend of colors that was both beautiful and eerie. The camel had been thirsty for a long time and eagerly scoured the water, guzzling it. Mou observed the camel for a moment, and seeing that it showed no signs of abnormality, he leaned over, scooped up some water, and drank a few sips. The water was incredibly sweet and refreshing, instantly relieving the nagging thirst. Mou slowly exhaled a breath of hot air and stood up. Standing among the green grass by the water was a beautiful girl wearing a scarf and holding a water bottle. The girl looked short, perhaps 13 or 14, and appeared to be barely puberty. She wore a typical Western dance dress. A navel-bearing bodice adorned with glittering beads, and a wide, culottes-like skirt. She wore hollowed-out gold-threaded dance shoes, and a translucent red scarf, covering the lower half of her face and neck, creating a sense of beauty like a woman half concealed by a lute. Mou's gaze lingered briefly on the girl's neck, obscured by the scarf. As an experienced planner, he felt something was very off about her. In terms of gender. "Welcome, traveler from afar." The girl bowed slightly and saluted Mou. Her voice, still undeveloped, neutral, thin cadence, sounded familiar. "You must be thirsty and hungry after your long journey. Please follow me to the tribe and sample our kumis." "I'm just passing through," Mou replied. "I don't want to cause any trouble. Just let me refill my water tank at the lake, and I'd be gone in a moment." "Please follow me," the girl insisted. "This lake is sacred to us. Please forgive my impoliteness, but I can't leave a stranger here. We have fine wine, water, delicious food, and rations for our guests. If you don't cooperate..." A dozen burly men, swords in hand, suddenly appeared from behind Mou. These burly men, despite their unshaven beards, flabby faces, muscular arms, and thick, hairy thighs, looked like a pack of macho men, but strangely, they were all dressed in women's clothing. And in belly-bearing, tulle dancers' gowns. "If you don't cooperate, we don't mind using force," the girl said. "Please lead the way." Mou raised his hands, and complied obediently. A burly man approached Mou, removed the machete from his belt, and searched him. After confirming he was unarmed, he took the reins of Mou's camel and, with a large hand, pushed him forward, signaling him to follow the girl. Mou obeyed, following the girl's lead. The girl led him across the green space by the lake, to the cluster of tents set up on the rocky beach, and into the largest one. Out of the corner of his eye, Mou saw the burly man lead his camel away and lock it in the outermost animal pen. His reluctance to enter the tent drew the attention of another burly man, who lifted the tent's curtain and, grasping his collar, pushed him inside. Mou stumbled into the tent. A feast had already been laid out, and the young girl had already taken her place at the table at the head. A low table sat empty on the right side, clearly reserved for Mou. Mou had no choice but to move over and sit on the carpet beside it. The girl clapped her hands, and a group of similarly dressed, equally young, androgynous girls rushed into the tent carrying dishes and drinks, filling Mou's low table to the brim. Mou's gaze swept over the necks of these girls, their necks similarly obscured by scarves, and he frowned slightly. His years of experience setting up stalls at comic and game conventions came in handy. Wow, a room full of cross-dressing men. Surely someone this pretty must be a boy. In this tribe, regardless of whether they were dressed ugly or beautiful, every single one dressed in women's clothing was a man. There weren't even any real women, were they? It seemed the shrill female voice he heard upon entering the illusion was indeed the voice of this leading girl. According to Leah, upon entering the illusion, one hears the voice of the obsession that forms its core. The young man pretending to be a girl, seated at the head of the group, is clearly the tribe's leader. So why, in his obsession, would he shout, "Die! All of you!" In a shrill, distorted voice? What happened to this hospitable tribe, where all the members dress like women and appear unfriendly to travelers? Why are there only men in the tribe? Where have the women gone? And why do all the men dress like women? However, this dungeon setting seems likely to appeal to players with unique tastes. Chapter 58. "You must be thirsty and hungry," the girl said. "Please enjoy your meal." Mou left the food on the table untouched. "I'm an adventurer. Your tribe seems to be in some trouble. If necessary, I can help you solve your problems." "We're not in any trouble," the girl denied without hesitation. "Then why do all the men in your tribe dress as women? There are no men here." The girl suddenly stood up and shouted, the half of her face not covered by her veil filled with terror. The only man is you. Only you. What's going on? Is there a rule in this oasis that all men must die? Since you don't want to enjoy delicious food and drink and die in a sweet dream, then go to hell, the girl said sternly. Mou's heart shuddered, and he quickly rolled to the side. He was instantly pierced by 4 or 5 large swords. Fuck. They're just starting a fight. Mou's weapons had been confiscated, but that didn't stop him from casting spells. Furthermore, this GM tester's avatar had a comprehensive spell library on its dashboard. Earth wall. Up. The tent was set directly on the ground, making it easy to cast this spell. The rising earth wall toppled several men in women's clothing who rushed forward with swords drawn, leaving Mou with ample space to cast his spell. Water magic was unusable, and the related ice magic, blizzard, was also unavailable. However, there were plenty of other spells available. Mou cast, burning fire, and the health bars of the burly men all shrunk. Mou glanced at the LV-35 Oasis bandits above them and felt a bad feeling. His alt was only level 30, so it wasn't impossible to fight a 5-level jump, but it was a bit difficult to fight a 1-on-many situation with a higher level. If only I had the antimatter bomb Rama made. No, this place is tainted by the evil god. What if one of them explodes into a black hole? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He used Earthquake to knock over the bandits surrounding him, tumbling and scrambling out of the tent on the shaky ground. Turning around, he was met with a despair swamp, a 15-square-meter swamp immediately covering half the tent area. The tent collapsed, but bandits continued to open the collapsed tent and struggled to climb out of the swamp. Sure enough, the effect isn't good enough. Mou gritted his teeth and ran furiously. Desperate mire devours all living and non-living things below its own level that enter the swamp, digesting them and converting them into his own magic. However, the Oasis bandits were 5 levels higher than him, and falling into the mire was like falling into a small mud pit. While it greatly slowed their pursuit, it didn't cause much damage. However, not only were pursuers crawling out of the mud pit behind him, but also women-dressed bandits wielding machetes were gathering in front of him. Mou's mind raced, and he threw a burning flame spell forward and backward, this time aiming for the women-dressed bandits' skirts. Thankfully, this was a real world where fire magic wasn't just numerical damage, it was actual burning flames. These flames quickly ignited the bandits' gauze skirts. Even though many of the bandits reacted quickly and rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, their fragile and flammable skirts were already engulfed in flames, leaving no trace of their original form. Mou didn't know why these burly men insisted on donning gauze skirts to pretend to be women, but judging by the horrified look on the young man's face, it was clear that being a man in this oasis wasn't a good idea. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that if I could threaten my enemy, even if it meant inflicting 1,000 casualties myself, it wouldn't matter. Mou took a deep breath and, harnessing the power of his dantian, shouted, "There are men here." The ground of the entire oasis instantly began to shake. The oasis lake seemed to be boiling, bubbling with giant bubbles. The trees on the shore trembled wildly, rising into the sky along with the rising ground. All the bandits began to scream in terror and fled, no longer bothering to pursue Mou. Mou also stopped and looked at the shore of the oasis lake, where the ground was heaving and the water was churning. No, that wasn't the ground. It was a crab-like creature, half the size of an oasis. Its belly was submerged in the lake, and it lay face down on the shore. Its carapace was covered in gravel, mud, and even a few trees, like it was carrying a small mountain. The giant crab slowly turned, and with its movement, the mud and trees on its carapace rustled down, killing and injuring many oasis bandits, who had no time to escape. The crab brandished its claws, as massive as mountains, and its mouth sprouted octopus-like tentacles. Countless bubbles spurted from its mouth, sliding down its tentacles and dripping onto the ground, dissolving everything it touched like strong acid. Man! Delicious. Give me food. The rustling sounds of the tentacles seemed to form a strange language. Though I had never heard it before, my brain somehow understood the monster crab's meaning. Holy crap! Mou now understood why this tribe was so strange. There was a picky Cthulhu crab that only ate men nestling in the oasis, and he chose to wear women's clothing. He threw several identification spells at the crab, but after several misses, the system finally gave the result. LV-40 Sand Sea Star Crab. A giant star crab that fell here from outer space, a vassal of an unknown evil god. Just like how some humans prefer male crabs over female crabs, after devouring the humans in the desert oasis, this star crab became obsessed with the rough, tough, and oily taste of male humans, settling there, and using its own abilities to build an even more abundant oasis to deceive travelers. It was the only living creature in this illusion, fused with its obsession, existing both in the illusion and in reality. This level was clearly beyond MOU's current capabilities, but the fact that it was fooled by the rough dance dress of the burly man showed that this crab wasn't very intelligent. The star crab swung its enormous claws, clamping onto the nearest man with a burnt skirt and thrusting its tentacle-covered mouth. The moment the giant claws clamped around the man's waist, his spine seemed to be crushed. Blood flowed from his mouth, and only his hands were still struggling futilely to pry away at the massive claws. While the star crab was feeding, MOU didn't hesitate to fight. He turned around and bolted towards the animal pen at the far end of the tent complex. There, the camel assigned to him by the plot was tethered. If he could ride it, his chances of escape would be much greater. By now, the plot of this illusion was clear. This place might have originally been a small oasis, home to some desert tribe. After this giant star crab descended from the sky and tasted human flesh, it took over the oasis, lurking near its lake. Realizing that the star crabs only ate men and were easily deceived, the local desert tribes disguised themselves as women, luring passing travelers with food, wine, and even their beauty. The food and drink they provided were likely laced with drugs, and even if they didn't die, the travelers would likely fall into a coma, after which they would be sacrificed to the star crabs. The star crabs likely ate intermittently. After feasting on a traveler, they would likely fall into a deep slumber, giving the desert tribes a moment's respite. Perhaps the star crabs bound these desert dwellers, preventing them from escaping, or perhaps their power made this oasis even more fertile, prompting the desert tribes to linger rather than leave. In short, until the death of the cross-dressing boy, the obsessive master of this illusion, none of the people in the illusion had left this land. Perhaps they had died before, or perhaps they had fallen into the illusion when it formed and perished, continuing to serve as accomplices to the evil forces within. It was a fantasy filled with villains. As for the lack of women in this illusion, MOU speculated that it was because the star crabs dislike eating. So few women died here. Those who survived must have left the oasis and not been trapped in the illusion. MOU couldn't help but wonder what kind of afterlife his main character would create if he used the torn thorn ring here. Ding! The system notification. Congratulations, Lord, for solving the illusion. Desert Oasis storyline. Exploration level, 90%. Please keep up the good work and strive to survive and escape the illusion. The plot of this illusion is easy to predict. No wonder it's only on easy difficulty. However, to purify the illusion, I'm afraid I have to kill this LV 40 star crab to dispel the boy's obsession. MOU broke into the pen and pulled a whip from the tool bag hanging at the door. He then picked up a machete that had fallen on the ground nearby, cut the rope holding the camel, and pulled it out by the reins. After finally leading the camel out of the pen, he immediately mounted it, whipping it furiously. Run! The camel began to stumble towards the edge of the oasis. MOU gripped the reins tightly, his mind racing. With my current strength, it's impossible to kill the star crab alone. I'd be lucky to escape. But the main quest only requires escaping the oasis before 8 a.m. Does that mean the star crabs can only hunt humans within the oasis? And what exactly is the specific time limit of 8 a.m.? Is it the time the boy died? Or are the star crabs unable to move in the strong sunlight of the desert and will fall into a deep sleep after 8 a.m.? Or does it mean that after 8 a.m., under the sunlight, the star crabs will go berserk and slaughter everyone in the oasis? Suddenly, a rock rope with stones tied to both ends flew from behind and accurately bound the camel's front legs. The running camel's front legs gave way, and it immediately fell to its knees. MOU leaped off the camel, rolling several times in the sand to absorb the impact, narrowly avoiding a broken neck. He regained his composure and looked back to see the young man in women's clothing slowly approaching him, still swinging a rock rope in his hand. Don't even think about running. You can't escape from here. Tonight you will become food for our gods. God? You think that picky crab is a god? MOU asked in disbelief. According to the system's assessment, the Oasis bandits were level 35, while the Sand Sea Star Crab was only level 40. The difference wasn't that big. According to the online game rule of being able to fight a 5-level jump, if all the men in this tribe rose up in resistance, their numerical advantage might have allowed them to forcibly kill the Star Crab. But it was clear that these bandits would rather attack tourists and let strangers die in their place than fight the Star Crab. And judging by the young man's words, they even considered this ordinary giant crab a god. Although the crab god consumes a man every 10 days, his claws reach deep into the earth, unearthing an endless supply of fresh springs. His bubbles dissolve sand and gravel, transforming the endless yellow sand into fertile soil. The sacrificed flesh and blood transform into an oasis, and only this oasis can produce edible fruits and vegetables. The young man swung his flying stone rope and smashed it down in Mou's head. Mou raised his hand, and a wall of earth arose just in time to block the young man's attack. The flying stone sank deeply into the wall. After several attempts, the young man was unable to extract it, so he drew a sharp machete from his waist. Die! 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 The young man swung his machete frantically, leaving Mou unable to concentrate on casting spells and rolling to avoid the attack. His small physique and agility were limited to flying at low altitude, and his strengths were entirely in intelligence and magic. He was no match for the young man in physical combat. What's worse is that when he was thrown off, the machete was still on the camel, and now he only had a small whip to drive the camel. Mages are most vulnerable to close combat. Even with the system's bonuses, spell casting time has been shortened to a minimum, but it still requires mental concentration to cast. Mou was slashed to the ground by the young man, suffering numerous wounds, and his casting time was constantly interrupted. Even the earth wall, with its shortest casting time, could only barely block the young man's attacks, leaving Mou feeling extremely frustrated. To make matters worse, not only were the other burly men chasing them, but the star crab, still unsatisfied after devouring the man, also began to move towards them. Earth wall! Mou shouted, but this time the earth wall did not appear. He looked at the control panel in astonishment. His mana bar had returned to 0. Damn it! At this moment, Mou didn't have time to open his backpack to retrieve his spirit potion. He rolled again to avoid the young man's machete and lashed out with a whip. The boy's scarf flew off, and the whip left a bloody mark on his delicate face. Shocked, the boy touched the wound with his hand and hissed, "How dare you hit me in the face?" Surprise! Surprise! To be fair, the boy was indeed very handsome, arguably the most beautiful cross-dresser in the oasis. But now, a bloody whip mark crisscrossed his delicate left cheek, and his anger made his face look as ferocious as a demon. Mou wanted only to escape, and no thought of beauty arose. However, his health bar ran dry, and the whip in his hand was cut off by the boy's blade. Mou, a mage not good at close combat, was finally stabbed in the chest by the boy. As his eyes went black, he heard the system notification, "Your body has died. You will leave the illusion in 3 seconds." Chapter 59. Mou opened his eyes in his bedroom. I never thought my first death would be to a cross-dressing tycoon in the desert fantasy. He checked the system back-end. His secondary body had been recovered by the system. Once the fatal chest wound was repaired, it could be retrieved from the system warehouse and used again. Mou was still a little frightened by his first death in this world. He touched his chest, calmed down, and decided to open this fantasy to players. This illusion isn't very difficult to solve. I wonder if female players would have any advantages in experiencing the story if they entered the dungeon. That crab itself isn't some evil god, it's just a subordinate monster at best. It's just that the player's current level isn't high enough, so brute forcing it probably won't be possible. But that's not a big deal. We can start the dungeon first. Whether we can defeat it is another matter. AMT County News today. The number of players logging into Oziria is about to exceed 100. With the continued activity of adventurers, the construction of AMT County is in full swing. Today's recommended quest: Territory Construction Quests. St. Island has brought news of a beast tide in the north. To protect the thriving AMT County, the Lord has decided to begin the Territory Construction Project starting today. Players can visit the Adventurers Guild to receive these quests and participate in the revitalization of AMT County. This quest will reward players with significant regional reputation and military merit for contributing to territory construction and reaching the leaderboard. For details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. The system reminds you that this game features a highly flexible open world, allowing players to unleash their creativity in many unexpected places. Currently completed facilities: Alchemy Research Institute, Smelter, Chemical Plant. Currently in progress: City Wall Construction, 55% progress. New quest: Cement Making. The chemical plant has been completed, and Rama Anasil is leading his alchemy apprentices in the research and development of cement. Adventurers interested in becoming alchemists are encouraged to participate. Successfully made cement can be used to reinforce city walls and build houses, with numerous applications. Adventurers who participate in this quest will receive substantial rewards. Resurrection of All Creation Quest. When the number of players logged in exceeds 100, the Resurrection of All Creation quest will be unlocked. Please claim it from Lord Moiwu. This quest series is related to the main world storyline. Progressing through it unlocks subsequent druid and elven quests. New dungeon now available. Illusionary Desert Oasis. The teleportation array to Illusionary Desert Oasis has been opened. Is this oasis welcoming thirsty and weary travelers in the desert, heaven or hell? Explore it to your heart's content. Water magic is disabled in this dungeon, and the recommended level is LV 35 to 42. This dungeon has a maximum playthrough limit, and player death during the dungeon may increase its difficulty. Today's hottest item. Flashbang. Today's hottest dish. Honest's specialty pancakes. New players who want to try it can place an order at the bar. After updating the official website, MOU opened the Mage Tower and resumed his duties as the Lord's NPC. Previously, he had switched to his alternate character, so many players were undoubtedly unable to find the Lord to accept quests. As expected, as the gates of the Mage Tower opened, scores of players immediately flocked in. Lord, I helped build the fish pond. Lord, what kind of quest is resurrection of all creatures? Lord, I want to contract a summon beast too. The player's chatter gave MOU a headache. He rubbed his temples and gestured for silence. Come one by one. Those who want to help build the fish pond, follow me first. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Rama, asking him to bring a few antimatter bombs. Then he led the players out of the Mage Tower and headed north towards the desert plains. To the north of the Mage Tower lies a vast desert plain. MOU plans to build a Garden of the Tree of Life 1 kilometer north of the Mage Tower. With the Tree of Life as the centerpiece, he will develop nearby agriculture, animal husbandry, and fish ponds. This way, the Garden of the Tree of Life will be bordered by the dark forest to the northwest and the village to the east. Once the Tree of Life is established, it will improve the flow of life in the world and nourish the land. As the land recovers, the desert will become fertile again. As more anchor points are added, the clean zone will expand. Furthermore, due to player activity, the number of monsters in the dark forest will decrease. If the dark forest can be purified, it can be reconnected to the Tree of Life, forming a forest untainted by the evil god. Perhaps then, the people of this world will join in the planting effort. Players are undoubtedly powerful, but they are merely the catalyst for this world's recovery and the key to hope. Ultimately, the true path to restoring this world to its rightful place depends on its own people. In MOU's plan, the south of the Mage Tower would be an industrial zone, the east would be a village and player residential area, and the north would be an agricultural zone, connecting to the forested area to the west. He could even dig a large artificial lake. It's said that man can conquer nature, and in this world, with the backing and powerful assistance of the world consciousness, the principle of nature, MOU felt that realizing this plan would be a piece of cake. As they left the Mage Tower, players began calling their friends and recruiting others. By the time MOU and his team reached the designated location for the fish pond, a large crowd of players from all professions had flocked in, eager to miss out on the generous quest rewards. Besides, once the fish pond was built, there would be fish to eat, and they could also fish. The fish pond MOU had designated was located north of the village, not far from it. It would be easily accessible for druids, who would later purify the water, as well as players and villagers, who would raise and fish. Rama had also arrived. He pulled out a few bomb balls and said to MOU, I adjusted the dosage as you requested. The blast radius shouldn't be very large. MOU nodded and had Leah send the designated fish pond and its layout to Rama's phone and to the systems of the players who had accepted the fish pond quest. I plan to dig 2 fish ponds here. They don't have to be too large. A small 5-acre pond for raising fry, and a large 10-acre pond for raising adult fish. The depth should be about 2 or 3 meters. He said to Rama, manual digging is too laborious. Just start blasting. The players who had rolled up their sleeves and were about to start working fled far away. But while they feared being affected by Rama's antimatter bombs, they couldn't suppress their curiosity and peeked in from afar, a mix of timidity and playfulness. This type of bomb test suited Rama's taste perfectly, and he almost immediately began calculating the bomb's equivalent. MOU also reached the safe zone and had Leah enclose the fish pond with a spatial barrier. A few antimatter bombs unleashed, and 2 deep pits, one large and one small, immediately appeared on the previously hard desert rocky surface, clearing away the soil and contamination. Next came the players' work. First, the T-class players rushed in, expertly using the earth wall skill to level and tamp the bottom and walls of the fish pond, waiting for them to complete their work. Led by Rama, the alchemist apprentices began to use their alchemical skills to replace the sand on the bottom and walls of the pool at a molecular level with a more dense structure that would not leak and could reinforce the pool walls to prevent collapse, yet be breathable. It was equivalent to laying a layer of waterproof geomembrane, but the means used were quite otherworldly black technology. Furthermore, this layer of alchemical compounds doesn't hinder the growth of aquatic plants and other plants at the bottom of the pond, making it quite natural and environmentally friendly. A layer of clean, fine sand is then laid over the water barrier at the bottom of the fish pond. The fish and shrimp will burrow in the sand, lay eggs, and reproduce. You can even raise some crabs. Well, the kind that don't eat humans. Next, the magician players use water flow to fill the fish pond. This is a mindless, laborious task for today's players, given the large number of magicians. With a few small blue potions, they can create a vast ocean in a matter of minutes. Finally, MOU takes the stage with Leah. Since the fish pond has already been plowed by Rama's antimatter bomb, the remaining evil god contamination is minimal. Leah is instead removing more of the contamination caused by the player's magic. However, this amount is child's play for Leah now. With a simple wave of her hand, she dispels all the black smoke from the blue light screen barrier into the pile of empty sealed bottles nearby. These sealed bottles naturally became Rama's newest stockpile of experimental materials. He happily stuffed all the contaminated sealed bottles into his space bracelet and, eagerly, slipped back with his apprentices to continue their research. MOU pulled his custom-made fishing rod and matching hook from his backpack. Those who want to take on the fisherman class can get them from me. Fishermen didn't require any special skills, it was all about luck. MOU simply gave everyone a fishing rod and had Leah notify the player system, you accepted the fisherman class. That was a huge time-saving and effort-saving move. The fishing rod itself was simple to make. MOU had Uncle Delta carve some soft, flexible wood for the rod shaft, collected some spider silk from players for the line, and custom-made hooks at the blacksmith. Each rod came with 5 hooks, and players could buy more when they ran out. It made perfect sense. Dig your own bait, find your own fishing spot, and use identification to check if the fish you catch are poisonous. For tasty fish, keep some alive, and have the druids purify them before adding them to the pond. MOU assigned the fine fish fry and pond cultivation quests to every player who took on the fisherman class. This way, the pond was essentially complete. With the player's impressive skill in profiting from the fish, filling it up was a snap. By the way, don't go fishing in the swamp in the dark forest, MOU said. That swamp is full of corpses. You don't want to eat the fish there. The players shuddered, collected their equipment, and received the reputation and adventure coins awarded by the fish pond construction quest in the system. They happily left. The remaining druids, left with nothing to do, looked at each other in confusion. Lord, what about us? Is our only task to purify the fish? You are responsible for maintaining the purification value of the fish pond space. MOU assigned them tasks. I have other tasks for you. The resurrection of all creature series? The druid's eyes lit up. Indeed. MOU led them to the designated location of the Garden of the Tree of Life and handed the blueprint to each druid player. The Son of Light, Aelian, was entrusted by the Elf King to bring a seed of the Tree of Life. This seed must be planted in a place that is absolutely free from contamination. Tomorrow, I will establish a garden of trees of life here. Like the experimental fields, pollution will be removed, but you must carefully maintain absolute cleanliness. The Tree of Life requires a vast space to grow, so we must reserve ample land. Until the Tree of Life fully matures, its seeds and saplings are extremely fragile and cannot be exposed to even the slightest contamination. All tools, water, and fertilizers must be carefully purified several times before entering the garden. This is the last seed of the Tree of Life, carrying the world's last hope. We only have one chance, and we must not mess it up. Once the Tree of Life is planted, it will become the Mother Tree of Druids, granting you immense power and allowing you to become druids who can truly connect with nature and master the power of life. MOU's eyes curved, and with a gentlest smile, he spoke the most alluring words to the players. Please cooperate and care for the Tree of Life with the utmost patience and care. Understood. Got it. I complete the mission. Every druid player's eyes lit up as they excitedly agreed. This quest sounded like a druid mainline quest. The druid's mother tree. It would also allow them to connect with the life force of nature. What did this mean? It meant they could contract plant-summoned beasts in the future. Maybe even, like in those apocalyptic supernatural novels, they could instantly sprout plants by sowing a handful of seeds. You know, The little cactus that Xianyue brought from the Lord had the druid players craving. Although it couldn't currently fire thorns or have any other skills, it could only open its tiny mouth can nibble on mosquitoes or nibble on a salted fish finger. Its toothless mouth can't even chew through a finger. But it's a living plant summoned beast. Just watching it act cute is worth the price of admission. What player hasn't dreamed of becoming a Pokemon trainer? Who wouldn't want to swagger around killing monsters with a bunch of lively plant-type Pokemon? This is already an epic class update. From now on, everyone will say druids are the best. These druids won't just be the children of the new patch, they're clearly the planner's favorites. MOU, who had been queued for no apparent reason, shuddered. Until then, I have some seeds here. MOU pulled out the bean and rice seeds he bought from the auction house. Here are 600 A-grade bean seeds, and 1000 S-grade rice seeds. After accepting the quest, you can plant them on any clear plot of land. Chapter 60. There aren't many seeds. Each seed will only be enough to plant about 1 acre of land. You must choose a suitable planting location based on the characteristics of the seeds. Since the tree of life can grow quite large, the plots you choose shouldn't be too close to the tree to avoid interference and damage. Moyu said earnestly, this is a teamwork mission. Rewards will still be automatically calculated based on your contribution during the planting process. Nikyukyu, who had been elected as the player representative, came out to claim the seeds. After selecting a planting location, if it's not within the designated clean area, let me know, and I open up a new clean area. The beans and rice only took up 2 acres of land, which wasn't a problem for Leah at the moment. The difficulty lay in the garden of the Tree of Life. According to Leah, the diameter of the Tree of Life itself could reach 50 meters, so 9 acres of space would be required just for the tree itself. The most daunting aspect was its root system. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the deeper its roots. The root system is generally 2 to 3 times the tree's height, and its reach extends over 1.5 times the canopy. This only applies to ordinary trees. In later stages, the Tree of Life can produce numerous companion trees, forming a forest of its own, requiring an even greater area. But MOU didn't want to plant the Tree of Life too far away, as he might not be able to reach it in time if something happened. Besides, this wasn't a real game, the zones could overlap. Even if the Tree of Life's companion forest completely surrounded the Mage Tower, as long as the thick roots didn't knock his rice, beans, or the Mage Tower off his feet, MOU wouldn't mind. It might even improve the environment. Living in the Grove of Life, like the elves, is better than living in the desert under the scorching sun. Having successfully received their new group planting quest, the druids happily departed to find a suitable planting site. MOU rubbed his chin, feeling that the current number of druids wasn't enough. The player group was about to expand to 103 plus 1 alt, yet the number of druid players remained at the original 10. This was mainly because the druid class had no mentor NPC, and even the initial class quests were distributed by MOU along with the group quests, making recruiting new players somewhat inconvenient. Thankfully, the alchemist, the son of the 0.03 patch, had attracted most of the attention of new players, and it seemed no one had yet realized the shortage of druids. MOU planned to allocate 20 more druid slots this time, keeping the number of druids to around 1/3 of the player base, which should be appropriate. There are too few druids, and not enough people to work, making it difficult to form a team. However, requiring everyone to be druids is also unrealistic. First, this class is closely tied to MOU's main quest. Even the appearance of a single unreliable player would cause MOU significant losses, forcing him to carefully select his players. Second, druids must maintain 100% sanity at all times, a demanding requirement that is actually quite difficult and incompatible with the most populous magician class. Too many druids would actually reduce the fun of the game. It would be great if we could recruit an elf to be a druid mentor. They have a natural affinity for nature and know how to farm. They would be a fantastic NPC as a class mentor. But right now, MOU is broke, his reputation unknown, and he hadn't even planted the Tree of Life yet. Naturally, he couldn't afford to have some unfortunate elf trek across half the continent to do his farm work for him. For him now, such a thing was only a dream. After all, dreams could bring him anything. But even without a suitable NPC class mentor, MOU had another plan. He planned to take advantage of the resurrection of all things quest starting tomorrow to assign the druids a planting mentor quest, asking them to recruit 2 apprentices each. The 2 would be bound together, sharing both joys and sorrows, and if anything went wrong, all 3 would be held responsible. This way, he could both carefully select talent for him and keep newcomers in check. He employed both carrots and sticks, a perfect example of capitalist tactics. But even with the sticks, he still needed carrots. Since this is a farming minter quest, there must be some compelling achievement rewards. He currently has a pet egg, a mount horn, and a set of silver armor in his warehouse. While these are fine as individual rewards, for a long-term quest like this, the sheer quantity alone isn't enough for every druid to get one. The pet egg and mount horn systems don't recommend duplication. While the silver armor can be duplicated, it's a tank class appearance, which druids won't need. The three magic weapons of a game designer are adorable pets, cool mounts, and striking appearances. Moyu currently lacks the first two, so it seems he could work on the appearances. The equipment and appearances in this game are still very simple, and in the early stages of development. In other words, Moyu didn't create them at all. After all, Moyu is just a nerdy designer who once worked part-time as an artist. He was too busy before to bother with the appearances. Low-level players rely entirely on system-given equipment, while high-level players rely on the creativity of Aunt Rosa at the tailor's shop and Uncle Alish at the blacksmith shop. Now, players are even starting to make their own clothes and equipment. Come to think of it, the beginner equipment is almost gone, Moyu said to Leah. Okay, Leah, give me some more equipment. The little system elf looked indifferent. You're no longer a novice lord. You can prepare equipment for the players yourself. So the novice gift pack is meant for novice lords only? Moyu was shocked. Yes. Leon nodded. You're already a very mature lord. The kind who assigns tasks and finds work for himself. Moyu. No wonder, aside from the initial few quests that Leon proactively assigned, subsequent quests were basically all based on his own planning, or were triggered by accident. It seemed Leon was being completely lazy, assigning his own plans as main quests and weekly quests. It was completely him looking for work, and Leon, as the boss, selectively doling out rewards. So love will fade, right? Leah coughed awkwardly. After all, ever since she realized Moyu's planning skills were truly expert, and the results were even better than she and Moyu had originally envisioned, she had quietly adjusted the main quests to align with Moyu's ideas, letting herself be a ruthless reward-dispensing machine, editing the world consciousness. Moyu didn't dwell on it. The world consciousness trusted him so much that it granted him the authority to plan the main quests. What else could he possibly be picky about? Luckily, he still had the last few sets of novice swords and novice equipment in his backpack that hadn't been distributed yet. Moyu used today's allotment to copy another 200 sets. Luckily, the new players haven't come online yet, otherwise the equipment would be completely gone. With some time left before the last 10 new players were to come online, Moyu opened his laptop, shuffled his mediocre art skills, and diligently began to draw the Druid's Mentor achievement appearance. This game is ultimately a real world. Aside from the Druid class distribution, which Moyu manually intervened in, all other classes could be acquired as long as their hull met the minimum requirements. Switching classes simply involved changing weapons or tools. After all, Moyu couldn't just change players' gear with a single click. Also, aside from the T-class armor that truly provided increased defense, and the alchemist's white robe with its explosion-proof alchemical rune, other leather armor and low-level robes didn't offer any significant bonuses. There were no restrictions on what players could wear. It was entirely up to their own preferences. High-level mage robes can be enhanced with magic circles, but the cost of crafting them is prohibitive. Only Moyu's own lord character has such robes. As for the players? Haha, they can just pick up a tattered robe from a tailor. This has led to the current situation where, aside from the tank class and the alchemist, who have specific attire, all other classes wear whatever they want. Mages can wear robes or leather armor, and druids working in the fields are even more relaxed, often sporting player-made farmer's garb. The druid's exclusive appearance designed by Moyu this time is heavily influenced by forest elements, not the fresh, forest-like, but a truly authentic, fantasy-inspired look with vines, leaves, and wreaths. The female player wore a gradient green dress with an irregular hem. The skin-hugging area was made of a lightweight, translucent fabric with excellent stretchability, adapting to each player's body shape. The sleeves and hem were asymmetrically cut, creating a flowing, dreamy, and airy look. A set of off-the-shoulder, hollowed-out light armor, woven from soft brown vines and spirals, was worn over the dress, covered in green leaves and a variety of flowers. Adding a vine wreath headpiece, a golden vine armlet on the right arm, a wreath on the left wrist, and a pair of brown vine leggings and sandals, the color scheme was colorful and subdued, resembling a tree fairy from nature. The male player wore a leather hollowed-out top, leather trousers, and high-top leather leggings and boots. He also wore a vine hollowed-out, one shoulder light armor that accentuated the muscularity of his arms and abdomen. The overall color scheme was similar to the female players, though less flashy and more calm, like a majestic tree. Unlike the girls' jewelry, the boys' accessories were all made of leather rings, vines, and metal, looking much cooler. Mou believed that his new look would greatly boost the druid's enthusiasm for questing. He spent most of the day painting this one piece. Luckily, his apprentice's food delivery service ensured they could eat on time. By evening, he had finally created a complete set of equipment for 10 druid players using the creation platform. Leah, help me pack the equipment and put it in the warehouse. I can send the quests to the players tomorrow. Mou yawned and went to bed. Tomorrow was a big day, and he needed to recharge. The next day, Mou woke up early. He performed an opening CG for the new players on time. After distributing the equipment, he led the druids, who had logged in on time for the quest, to the designated location in the Garden of the Tree of Life and released Leia. The tiny world elf soared into the air, stretched out its hands, closed its eyes, and began to draw steady spiritual energy from its anchor. The joy of the players feasting, the anticipation of the druids tending their wheat seedlings, the excitement of the anglers fishing, the curiosity of the alchemists exploring the elemental composition, the fortitude of the knights protecting their companions, the fervor of the DPS players battling monsters. Finally, there were the thanks and prayers of the people of this world. This abundant energy, imbued with emotion, converged into a torrent, flowing into Leah's hands, condensing into the phantom of a planet. A silver-blue glow emanated from the sphere, transforming into a hexagonal curtain wall. From Leah's palm as the origin, it expanded from the inside out, isolating all the evil gods' contaminated power outside the curtain wall. The square formed by this curtain wall grew larger and larger, until it completely encompassed the entire area of land marked by Mou, as well as the sky and the underground. The silver-blue glow shot up into the sky like a dazzling beam, clearly visible even in daylight. The world knight in the distance seemed to sense something. He slung his great sword across his back, gently patted the unicorn Pegasus beside him with his right hand, and raised his head to gaze at the silver-blue beam of light. In another direction, the elf king, clad in magnificent robes and crowned with a silver branch, stepped onto the branch offered by the Tree of Life and gazed upon the radiant light of hope from its summit. Across the distant sea of stars, gigantic tentacles surged within the sunken ancient temple, roaring furiously before gradually fading. A dark, tall, and gaunt figure gradually solidified within the void of the throne. His form shifted constantly, like a malfunctioning television display, until finally, a figure clad in golden robes and crowned with a golden crown appeared. His eyes were one green and one yellow, and his features bore a striking resemblance to the statue of the god of light. He gazed at the beam of light from the void, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Oh! Interesting. Mou stood still, letting the light curtain gently sweep over himself and the druids behind him. He extended his hand into the air, letting Leah fall back into his palm. The light from the beam gradually returned to the sphere in Leah's palm, but the barrier remained in place, enveloping the entire garden of life trees. The spatial isolation barrier is stable, 100% purification, and 0 residual contamination. Leah placed the energy ball into her small body and reported. Mou nodded, walked to the center, and called the druids over to dig a hole and plant the tree. Several strong male players immediately pulled out their shovels, and quickly dug a hole of the appropriate size and depth. Mou pulled the precious Tree of Life seed from his backpack, had the druid purify it once more, and then gently placed it in the hole. Soil was shoveled into the pit, gently enveloping the seed. The druid gently patted the soil, and Mou poured the first bucket of uncontaminated root-setting water. A ball of green light surged from the pit. In an instant, everyone present felt a connection quietly forming. They could all sense a mysterious power. Gentle yet powerful, tolerant and resilient, vigorous yet fragile. It was the nascent force of life. Chapter 61. Ding, the player system prompts. Dear Life class. Planting player, you have successfully accepted the Rebirth of All Creatures quest series and successfully transitioned to full class, Earth Druid. The Druid skill panel has been activated. Completing this series of quests will grant you more Druid skills. Please keep up the good work. What's going on? What does it mean to successfully transition to a full class? And what is an Earth Druid? The Druids who received the quest were bewildered. So it seems our original class wasn't really a Druid, but a life class, planting. Xianyuitiu struggled to recall. Later, the system seemed to indicate that we had learned the Druid exclusive skill, purification, and could transition to Druid. So we only just successfully transitioned now? We only stole a druid spell before? Nakukia's face was filled with shock. I'm afraid so. And Earth Druids are universal classes. I looked up the system description, and universal classes are classes whose skills can be used not only in combat, but also in daily life and production. Today Yoyu clenched his fist and said, I always said this game's class settings are so strange. Druids don't seem like purely a life-based class. They can actually be used in combat. So we were all just farming classes before. The players all covered their faces. Hey, look at the skill panel. Look at you. Her voice was trembling with excitement. These skills. Druids are so powerful, so powerful. Nakukia hurriedly opened the system upon hearing this. Her skill panel had been completely redesigned. Aside from the first one they had mastered, the purification spell, she had never seen any of the other skills before. They were all new, with a red, all-caps reminder at the top. Important system note, all Earth Druid skills are derived from your parent tree, the Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life dies, all Druid skills become unusable. Please carefully care for the Tree of Life. Its condition is closely linked to the Druid's power. Plant Affinity, passive skill. Caring for and being close to plants will earn them gratitude and affinity. Increasing your affinity with plants enhances the effectiveness and success rate of all plant-based skills. If a plant you care for dies, your affinity with the plant will decrease. Plant Stimulation, plant-based active skill. Nourishes plants with the life force of the earth, enabling them to grow rapidly. This skill can be used in combat and for daily life. Important note, when using this skill, you must provide the plant with the water, sunlight, and nutrients it needs for growth. The rate of growth must not exceed the plant's tolerance limit. Otherwise, you will force the plant to grow too fast, and the stimulated plant will quickly die from excessive consumption of its own vitality. Plant death will cause the plant affinity to decrease, and the stimulating skill will automatically enter a cooldown period. It can only be used again after affinity has returned. Earth Resurrection, active skill. Using mental power to adjust and activate the Earth's life flow, you can improve the soil condition and make the land within the range more fertile. When the soil becomes fertile, there is a certain chance to gain the buff gift of the Earth. Important note, this skill consumes a large amount of the player's mental power and can only be used once per day. Depleting mental power will cause side effects such as drowsiness and headaches. Therefore, the system will notify the player when 20% mental power is left, prompting the player to stop using the skill immediately. This skill's effects may vary depending on the player's mental power and the target. If the player's mental power is too low or the soil is too poor, the skill's effects may be subtle or even imperceptible. Please patiently and persistently improve the soil. Buff, Gift of the Earth. During its duration, plant affinity increases by 200%, improving the success rate and effectiveness of plant-based skills. Plant Contract, plant-based active skill. When you encounter a magical or spiritual plant with a degree of self-awareness, you can attempt to form a contract with it. The contracted plant becomes your personal summon plant, acting according to your commands and using plant-specific skills. The contracted plant will be kept in your summon beast space. The maximum number of plants you can contract depends on your level, mental power, and plant affinity, which can be viewed in the summon beast space panel. Important note, the success of the contract depends on the plant's attitude towards you. A high plant affinity significantly increases the success rate. If the plant dislikes you, the contract will inevitably fail. The plants in your summon space require your careful care and attention. Please follow the system prompts to provide water, sunlight, nutrients, and care. If you continually neglect the needs of the plants in your summon space, they will become disliked. At best, their cooperation with you will decrease, while at worst, they will break their contract and abandon their unscrupulous owner. If this happens, there's a high chance that the plants will retaliate. Plant favorability can be checked in the summon space panel. Holy crap! Plant-type Pokemon. Nyakiku was overjoyed. Mom, we can become master pet trainers of plant-type pets. Not just plant-type. We can train animals too. Melissa Kubo excitedly corrected her. We're master pet trainers of all types. Nyakiku glanced at her dashboard. Huh? Why don't I have an animal-type pet? The druids immediately engaged in a flurry of discussion. Some said yes, some said no. After everyone calmed down and considered the matter, they realized that those with animal-type skills had all previously accepted animal-raising quests. Druids without animal-type skills only had a gray bar on their dashboards that said, Animal Affinity, Inactive. Oh, what a loss! Nakukia knelt down and cried, I only resent my farming-type senior sheep for eating out my fields. Why didn't I take a farming quest? My path to becoming a Pokemon trainer master. My late emperor failed to debut and missed out on a skill-triggering quest. Those who also failed to trigger the animal type were curious. What does the animal type panel look like? Take a screenshot and post it on the forum for us to see? Melissa Kubo quickly posted a screenshot. They also had plant type skills, but also a bunch of animal type skills. Animal affinity, passive skill. Caring for and being close to animals earns their gratitude and affinity. Increasing your affinity with animals enhances the effectiveness and success rate of all animal type skills. If a cared for animal dies, your affinity with the animal decreases. Stop bleeding. Animal type active skill. Uses the life force of the earth to accelerate the healing of wounds and stop bleeding in animals or humans. Can remove blood loss type debuffs. Healing, animal type active skill. Uses the life force of the earth to heal animals or humans, replenishing the vitality of injured ones. The higher your animal affinity, the stronger the healing effect. Important note, this skill is an earth type skill. Unlike the life mage's willpower magic, it does not cause a sanity drop. Animal contract. Animal type active skill. When you encounter a monster or animal with a degree of self-awareness, you can attempt to form a contract with it. The contracted animal becomes your personal summoned animal, acting according to your commands and using unique animal skills. The contracted animal will be kept in your summoned beast space. The maximum number of animals you can contract depends on your level, your mental strength, and your animal affinity. You can view this information in the Summoned Beast Space panel. Important note, the success of the contract depends on the animal's attitude towards you. A high affinity greatly increases the success rate. If the animal dislikes you, the contract will inevitably fail. The animals kept in the Summoned Beast Space require your careful care and attention. Please follow the system prompts to provide water, food, sunlight, cleanliness, and care for the animals in the Summoned Beast Space. If you continually neglect the needs of the animals in the Summoned Beast Space, they will dislike you. At best, their cooperation will decrease when summoned, and at worst, they may break their contracts and abandon their unscrupulous owners. If this happens, there's a high chance that the animals will retaliate. You can check your animal's favorability in the Summoned Beast Space panel. Possession, animal type active skill. Select a contracted animal, and you can choose to possess it with a portion of your spirit, controlling and manipulating it. During this time, you gain the animal's perspective, vision, and abilities. Using this skill consumes your mana bar, and your contracted animal stamina. When the contracted animal stamina drops to 20%, it will automatically break away from the possession state, and return to its summoned space to hibernate. Important note, this skill shares a cooldown with a transform skill. Prerequisites. You must have at least one contracted animal, and your favorability with that animal must be at least 90%. Transform. Animal type active skill. Select one of your contracted animals, and you can choose to assimilate part of your body with it, changing your appearance and gaining some or all of its abilities. Using this skill consumes your mana bar, and your contracted animal stamina. When the contracted animal stamina drops to 20%, it will automatically break away from the possession state, and return to its summoned space to hibernate. Important note, this skill shares a cooldown with a possession skill. Prerequisites. You must have at least one contracted animal, and your favorability with that animal must be at least 90%. Holy crap! Not only were the druids shocked, but other players were too. I used to think druids were like healers, but now they're real healers. Plant-based druids can sustain damage, and animal-based druids can replenish health. All-type druids are all-purpose healers. More than just healers. They're also powerful DPS. Just imagine, if a plant-based druid could contract a magical plant like a piranha plant, or tentacle vine, and an animal-based druid could contract some ferocious beasts like wolves, bears, or tigers, how powerful would that be? If an animal-based druid could contract a bear, and then use possession or shape-shifting, they could also become a tank. At least they could be used in an emergency. So, they can still act as spies and gather intelligence. All they need is a contract with a bug or rat, then possess. Is this the true meaning of a full-class class? A tank, healer, DPS, blue, green, red, and lifestyle class all included? What children of the meta? Druids aren't children of the meta, they're children of the game. Shouts loudly, heartbroken, planner dad, look at me, indie, jealousy, screams, twisted, crawled darkly, twisted, split, creeped darkly, rolled, crawled violently, roars, growled eerily, walked ashore, forgot what came next. The plant druids also began hugging the thighs of Melissa, Kubo, and the other druids who had activated their animal-based abilities, crying, "Sister, look at us. Let us too help raise animals. Look at me! Look at me! I can feed chickens, pigs, sheep, and horses. Where did you get these quests? Please share. My kids really need animal-related skills." Ahem. Watching the druid players going crazy, Mou coughed and assigned everyone a raising quest. He said, "Unlocking animal-related skills isn't difficult. Just accept the animal-raising quest. However, activating these skills requires building affinity through daily interaction and care for animals." Raising fish counts. The players who finally received the raising quests were overjoyed, eager to immediately start feeding the hapless critters. But then Mou stopped them with another quest. "Now that you're mature Earth Druids, it's time to share your knowledge with more adventurers." Ding! The player system prompts. You have triggered the apprenticeship quest, Druid Apprentice. Recruit 2 or more players and assign them to the life profession, planting. After training them to become true Earth Druids, you will receive achievement rewards. The Druids curiously open the quest panel. Apprenticeship quest, Druid Apprentice, quest description. To continue the Druid tradition, expand the Druid ranks, and encourage more people to participate in the great cause of reviving the earth and regenerating all things, you, as an Earth Druid, who has already received initial recognition from the Tree of Life, must shoulder the responsibility of guiding newcomers. You can send invitations to ordinary players you trust. These players can trigger the life profession, planting quest, and become your bound Druid Apprentice, following in your footsteps and embarking on the path to becoming a qualified Druid. Binding 2 or more Druid Apprentices and guiding them to become Earth Druids will earn achievement rewards. Important system notice. Your bound Druid Apprentice will share your fate, success, and failure, so please select responsible players to invite. When your apprentice earns contribution points, you will receive an additional 10% of their contribution points as a reward. However, if your apprentice violates the rules of the game or damages a planting quest or the Tree of Life, not only will your apprentice be penalized, but you will also receive a 50% penalty. The Druid is an extremely powerful class, carrying the hope of this world's revival. Therefore, please exercise caution, as your every move will impact the future of this world. Quest Reward, Earth Druid Set X1, available for preview and trial use. Achievement Title, Reliable Teacher. Wow, this looks amazing. Chapter 62. Nakukia fell completely in love with the Earth Druid set the moment she saw the preview. This look is so beautiful. Damn, I want it so badly. I want to find an apprentice right now. The art design in this game is truly top-notch. Salted Fish was drooling. Male players are not convinced. Why do I think the female players' clothes are so much better looking? Exactly, can the gender restriction be lifted? Female players want the male players set too. Today, Yoyu is not convinced. This was an unexpected yet understandable reaction. Mou thought about it, and felt that there didn't seem to be much point in setting gender restrictions on clothing in this game. He said, "Don't worry, everyone. Once 2 apprentices graduate, you unlock the achievement rewards set. If 4 apprentices graduate, you can go to the Adventurers Guild and claim the set for the other gender. However, the actual appearance of the set may be affected by the player's physical limitations. It can be worn, but whether it looks good or not is hard to say. However, most players are motivated by a desire for fun and collecting. Even if the appearance isn't pretty, they still have to have it. Doesn't your current body look good? No problem. Just top up your alchemy doll in the store, and go, knowing that players prioritize the attitude of the planning/production team at this point. Mou timely announced the conditions for claiming the dolls, and sure enough, the players all expressed satisfaction. Seeing the players' attention return to him, Mou continued to inform the druids of the precautions they should take within the Garden of the Tree of Life. There was no other way. The Tree of Life was too important. Even if he had to repeat something important 30 times, this information had to be ingrained in the druid players' minds. Earth Druids, your system dashboard has been updated to show the growth status and needs of the Tree of Life. Since the Tree of Life is fragile and difficult to maintain, Mou had enable real-time monitoring of it, allowing for real-time observation on the system interface. Currently, access to the Garden of the Tree of Life has been restricted. Only Earth Druids with a rank of level 1, second-class guard or above in the Royal Guard are permitted. The use of willpower skills is prohibited within the confines of the Garden of the Tree of Life. Only Earth-based skills are permitted. You may use Earth revitalization skills to improve the soil in the Garden of the Tree of Life, but the Tree of Life is too fragile. Please do not use plant growth skills on it, as this may force its growth and cause its death. Watering the Tree of Life requires purified water. To facilitate your daily watering, please assist me in digging a spring here. In MOU's operating system, a red dot was marked on the player's map. This was the underground water vein Leah had detected. The highest point was right here, not too far from the surface. A little digging would reveal water. The water source was very close to the Tree of Life, only a few dozen meters away. Since wish magic couldn't be used here, the safest option was for the players to just grab their shovels and start digging. The druids were in high spirits, and whatever tasks MOU assigned would be met with enthusiastic responses. All the men immediately stepped forward, pulling out their usual farm equipment, shovels, hoes, rakes, from their backpacks and setting to work, grunting and digging. Many hands make light work, and the sturdy players, who were slow to realize the hard work and fatigue, worked with exceptional efficiency. After a few digs, water gushed out of the ground. It was mud at first, but after a few more digs, a clear spring emerged. As the second group of veteran players to arrive, these druids continued digging responsibly, creating a small pond next to the spring. They also scavenged rocks from nearby and lined the spring's outlet and the pool's edges, making them beautiful and neat. These players even found work for themselves. With such a thoughtful group of players, MOU was generous with his rewards, bestowing generous adventure coins and military merit rewards on the players who contributed. With matters at the Garden of the Tree of Life resolved, MOU nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Qiuqiu stepped forward and said, "Lord, we've chosen a location for the beans and rice." "Oh!" MOU's movements were quite quick. A smirk tugged at Xiao Qiuqiu, motioning for Xiao Qiuqiu to continue. "Where is it?" "We found a patch of black soil in the dark forest. Black soil is perfect for growing soybeans." Xiao Qiuqiu analyzed carefully. "Rice requires a lot of water, so we hope to plant it near the fish pond." Xiao Qiuqiu, a real-life graduate student at an agricultural university, had learned a lot from studying with professors over the years. After receiving the 2 seeds, she went to her alchemy-obsessed cousin, Tang Min, to prepare them. She took one of each seed and had him analyze its composition. After obtaining the data, she took screenshots and compared them with the data from the origin world. After secretly working in the school lab for a day, she carefully studied the seeds and found that both seeds were similar to the soybeans and rice from the origin world, yet they also had significant differences. The bean seeds in the game are very similar to soybeans, but with a lower protein content. Although the system's identification results indicate that they are A-grade, high-quality seeds, their data is far inferior to the most common soybeans in the origin world, looking more like stunted wild varieties. S-grade rice, let alone rice, is far inferior to the series of rice varieties that a certain tycoon in the origin world has spent his entire life researching and improving. At best, it can only be considered the best of wild rice. Both seeds have been stored for a long time and appear too dry, which may make them difficult to germinate. The seeds also contain many unknown elements and organic compounds, probably arbitrarily set by the production team. According to his cousin Tangmin Bozu, he also found that many of the alchemical principles in the game world are quite contrary to the physical and chemical common sense of the origin world. However, after thinking about it, the two of them felt relieved. Thinking carefully, those who would send the game seeds for testing seemed just as crazy and petty as the development team who painstakingly designed the various elements and organic compounds for the game seeds. Thinking of this, Zayakiwia silently visited the official website and gave the development team another thumbs up. While bean seeds and rice seeds cannot strictly be equated with the soybeans and rice of the origin world, based on the data analysis currently available, Zayakiwia felt that treating them as wild soybeans and wild rice seemed reasonable. Using the origin world's planting methods as a reference and adjusting them according to actual planting conditions, they should be able to survive. Thus, although the 2 locations she selected were far apart, not necessarily convenient for access, and neither of them was within the scope of the already open clean areas, they both offered the most suitable environments for growing the 2 crops. Before reporting the results to MOU, she discussed them with everyone in the Druids QQ group. The consensus was that since the development team had gone to such great lengths to customize the seed composition, and the Overlord had emphasized selecting a suitable planting location based on the seed's characteristics and opening up new, clean land when issuing the quest, they must have optimized multiple routes, with the most complex, optimal solution hidden within hints. Nikyuki is seemingly meticulous, yet in fact incredibly diligent. Research might just be aligning with the team's intentions, putting him on the path to the optimal solution. Therefore, Nukyuki looked at MOU anxiously after finishing his words. MOU, however, was very generous. After mentally confirming with Leah that she still had the energy to purify 2 acres of land, he decisively said, "Lead the way, then. Let's go purify those 2 acres as well." Soybeans grown on black soil, with rice paddies next to the fish ponds, all of this sounded perfectly reasonable to Mou, who had very little experience with farming. Perhaps he could even raise some rice fish while irrigating the rice paddies. In Mou's memory, those fish seemed to be particularly delicious. Mou had little else to offer, but he was incredibly self-aware. He was just a nerd planner. Playing games was fine, but as for the practical, theoretical aspects, he could leave it to the players. As the saying goes, trust your employees, don't employ them if you doubt them. Really messed up? That's no problem, he could just do a sorry, your account is gone on the spot. Mou's decisiveness, in the eyes of Nukyukyu and other players, seemed like a smooth and accurate execution of some kind. Nukyukyu breathed a sigh of relief and led Mou to the plot of land she had chosen in the dark forest. It was a patch of land very close to the swamp, the soil exceptionally dark and fertile from years of sedimentation from water and nourishment from some substance Mou didn't want to dwell on. Mou repeated in his mind, dust to dust, earth to earth, leaves return to their roots, life repeats itself, it's only natural, and then had Leah mark out an acre of clean land there as well. This time, the plot was smaller, so the noise of removing the pollution would be much quieter. After setting up access permissions for the plot, this time, it was open to all farming players, including future newcomers. They then headed to the fish pond and expanded another acre of clean land next to it. Now, Mou had 4 clean spaces in his territory: the initial experimental field, the garden of the tree of life, the rice paddies in the fish pond, and the soybean field on the edge of the dark forest swamp. Once we have more Leah anchor points, we can continue to expand the scope of the clean zone, encompassing the entire territory. But for now, this idea remains a rosy vision for the future. Mou is quite down to earth. After rewarding and encouraging outstanding druids with their respective tasks, he also assigned them several daily tasks for territory construction, allowing them to freely explore their own potential, such as building a beautiful temporary fence around the garden of the tree of life and improving the soil quality of the clean zone. He then let these lovely druids freely exercise their initiative. After a morning of running around, Mou, feeling he had fully completed his planning and NPC role-playing work for the day, returned to the Mage Tower, feeling he could finally take a break from get-off work. He imagined a life of making soy sauce with soybeans and enjoying braised pork. He smacked his lips, pulled out his NPC phone, and ordered a portion of Grandma Alicia's special stew from his silly road deer apprentice. He opened a bottle of iced otaku happy water, curled up on the sofa with his magic book, opened the forum bookmarks, and read the player's beautifully written fanfiction with relish. Compared to Mou's leisurely slacking off, the druid players, who were in high spirits, were abducting apprentices, farming and raising animals to evolve into Pokemon trainers. It was a bustling scene. Xianyuitia squatted beside the Tree of Life seed, her face cupped in her hands as she stared at the Earth Resurrection skill panel, lost in thought. This skill consumes a significant amount of the player's mental energy, and can only be used once per day. But isn't the player's mental energy the mana bar? Can't you replenish it with potions after depleting it? Why are there these side effects of drowsiness and headaches? Intrigued, she simply cast the Earth Resurrection skill on the ground next to the Tree of Life seed. A silver-blue light emerged from her palm, gathering into a thin stream that flowed into the ground. A brand new yet incredibly familiar game panel suddenly popped up and unfolded before her. Candy Crush? Xianyuitia gazed at the Candy Crush minigame interface before her and fell silent. This game development team has something special. Playing minigames in online games is nothing new, but turning skills into the entrance to a Candy Crush game, and only allowing players to play it once a day, was a bit surprising to Xianyuitia. Even though it's a mundane, ubiquitous Match 3 minigame, the art behind this game is still spot on. A small, cute-looking world sprite acts as a guiding NPC to assist the player. The player's mental energy forms beautiful silver-blue gems scattered across the game's grids. Connecting 3 gems removes randomly appearing black pollution near them. Connecting 5 or more gems can destroy yellow-brown soil impurities, and 6 or more can blast away gray rocks. In short, it's a very simple, very familiar, and very addictive Match 3 minigame. As a hardcore player who exhausts every stamina bar on Taba every day, Xianyui played through over 30 levels of the game before finally stopping when the system prompted insufficient mental energy. It's a bit tiring to crouch down and play Match 3 minigames. Xianyuitia glanced at the game panel. The spirit she used to clear levels in the minigame had reached the 20% warning line. However, after closing the minigame panel, her blue bar was still full. Suddenly she realized, so the spirit is not that spirit. But playing so many games of Candy Crush in a row is really quite mentally draining. My legs are numb from squatting. I have to get into a comfortable position before starting a minigame next time. My hunger bar is almost at the bottom. I need to find something to eat. She rubbed her legs, regained her strength, and stood up to leave, not noticing that the soil she had just used her skills seemed to have become slightly more fertile. The small mound of earth next to her, where the tree of life seeds were buried, stirred slightly, and a faint green light seemed to flicker in the soil before returning to calm. Chapter 63. Today's official forums were bustling with activity. With every refresh, countless posts popped up like mushrooms after rain. The hottest topic was undoubtedly related to all classes, Earth Druid. Whether it was the newly released apprenticeship quests and the uniquely beautiful forest-themed appearance, or the all-around skill that allows druids to tank, heal, attack, and farm, or the strangely styled skill, Earth Resurrection, that unlocks a Match 3 minigame, all were the focus of players' attention. Of course, this inevitably led to some jealousy from players of other classes. What Dingxian? Honestly, isn't the druid a little too strong? I'm a little disappointed with the class balance in this game. Seriously, why is it always the druid that gets buffed? Planner, look at me! Look at me! Today there's rain. Although I'm a druid, I'm speaking from a non-committal perspective. This all-class Earth Druid update wasn't a sudden one. We just completed the main storyline today and met the class change requirements. I briefly reviewed the game, and the planners have been laying out foreshadowing in every quest. First, our class was initially a subsistence class, farming. The quests and related panels were all about farming and developing farm tools. It was indeed an ordinary subsistence class from every perspective. The unusual part was that when Boss Moiwu issued the farming quest, he asked us to learn the purification technique. I went back and watched the game replays from that time, and the Lord's exact words were, "To facilitate your work, all players who accept this quest will learn the purification technique." Then the system prompted, "You have successfully accepted the long-term quest, Planting Food, a life profession, exclusive to the planting class, and have successfully learned the druid exclusive skill, Purification, Level 1. You can now choose to change your class to druid." Because of this system prompt, many of us subconsciously assumed our class was druid. Actually, looking back, this was a mistake. Or at least an inaccurate understanding. We were still planting classes at the time, having only pre-learned the druid skills after the class change with the Lord's permission. This is why everyone complained at the time, saying that although our druid was a life profession, it had some resemblance to a combat class. The true druid is a comprehensive class with combat elements. The fact that the planting class, with just a pre-advanced high-level skill, could shine so brightly truly demonstrates the potential of Earth Druids. Compared to other online games, I felt like the farming class was just a standard, basic class. When we successfully transitioned, most of us were around level 25 to 30, which perfectly fits the game's design for the first job transition around level 30. Earth Druid was supposedly the advanced class. After learning purification, most of us simply followed the Lord's direct assignments. However, the Lord had actually posted numerous farming quests in the daily news at the time, and only a small percentage of us took them. I later conducted a survey and found that only 3 out of 10 initial farming players took them. It turns out these 3 players were very wise to follow the Overlord. Currently, they're the only ones who have activated the full Druid class, Plant plus Animal, while the rest of us only have Plant, tears streaming down my face, kneeling down, Planner, I was wrong, Lord, give me another chance. Fortunately, we can still take on animal husbandry quests to cultivate our animal affinity, but we're still one step behind. Fist clenched, I really want to go back in time and beat myself up. Things like this, I realized that while the Druid's class change quest was triggered very, very early, even causing some minor misunderstandings, its class change steps still followed the main storyline. It wasn't until around level 30, when we began the main quest of planting the Tree of Life, that we, with the favor of the Tree of Life, the Druid Mother Tree, gained the true Druid's earth power and successfully activated the Druid's full, or rather, half, plant class. This actually made perfect sense. I suspect other classes have similar settings, but the plot hints aren't obvious. Now think about it, the Druid's quest hints weren't obvious either. Who would have thought that asking you to herd sheep would actually activate your animals panel later on? The game planner subtly buried clues in quests and dialogue, but didn't make them explicit. Only looking back can you see the clues. a habit you couldn't grasp when you were designing it. Judging by the druid's fully activated panel, such a sophisticated class couldn't have suddenly appeared overnight. The class design was definitely complete from the start. Some were hidden shallowly, making them easier to trigger, while others were hidden deep and difficult to find. Just like with the druid, any areas that seem a bit off base are likely clues. I feel like there's a lot to explore in the tank class and DPS class as well. I haven't played the tank class myself, so I can only offer a brief analysis to spark discussion. I suspect the tank class's counterpart is probably the bricklayer, which suggests the game's initial base classes are likely to be tank classes. From a world perspective, this is a very well-designed alternate universe. The development team is incredibly meticulous about some details. And for ordinary residents of this world, most classes are indeed more focused on tank classes. In our own world, only police and soldiers are considered combat classes. The tank class's advanced class also appeared quite early, with the World Knight, triggered by the Ialian storyline. This suggests that the prerequisites for advanced classes are, first, fulfilling the main storyline, and second, class level. This may vary between classes, with a fluctuation of about 5 levels. I'm not sure if this is calculated based on the average player level or the highest player level. I estimate the trigger level for World Knight is around level 15 to 20. After all, T-class skills are so essential in combat that setting them too high makes it difficult to progress. However, at the time, Ialian only seemed to have given the World Knight 3 key skills. Comparing this to the Druid's basic skill panel, I feel like that might not be a complete set. I suggest T-class players check the system recordings from that time to see if they simply triggered the World Knight quest, or if they officially transitioned to World Knight. If you only triggered the quest, then congratulations. You have the actual job advancement quest around level 30. However, I'm not sure where the key storyline NPC and Knight Instructor Island have disappeared, making it a bit difficult to trigger the main storyline. The above analysis is just a starting point. I suspect the Hunter is just the starting class, because while it's a combat class, it's quite a lifestyle class given the world setting. As for the Mage and Alchemist, I'm completely confused. Other experts, please continue the discussion. Jinri Yoyu's reply was quickly pinned and featured, and a T-class player quickly responded, Luzhou Laojiao. Damn! Thanks to Jinri Yoyu for the analysis and reminder. I checked my recordings. Indeed, when Ailan used his skill, the system displayed the message, you have triggered the Combat Class, World Knight Series quest. You have learned the skill, Guardian's Heart. Key point, the system only mentioned the trigger, not the successful job advancement. It seems our Guardian's Heart, Arc Slash, and Star Shatter skills, like the Druid's Purification, are advanced skills. So the question is, where is the World Knight's main storyline? Where's our mentor? And what's the full storyline like? Salted Fish. Above, I'm not saying I'm a CP fan, but I suspect there are 2 possible triggers for your main storyline. One is Lord Moiwu. He and Ialian must have an inexplicable relationship. After all, who would give rings and flowers right off the bat? If you can't find Ialian, your best option is to follow the Lord's lead. Furthermore, judging by the Druid's questline, the key NPCs are all our Lord. Having high military merit and high-level personal guards does have additional benefits associated with frequent contact with the Lord. Before changing jobs, both Sayakiwu and I received additional planting tasks from the Lord. Sayakiwu planted flowers, and I planted cacti. And the cactus the Lord gave me turned out to be a plant-type summon beast, Besides, you are World Knights. According to the game's worldview, your guardian object should be this planet, and its collective consciousness, that is, the fairy the Lord often carries around, who looks exactly like the image on the official website and our adventure coins. Now that the Knight's guardian and target are clear, clues should be close. Another opportunity should be territory construction tasks and beast-tide related tasks. I suggest you complete all the masonry tasks you see now to avoid missing out on any important prerequisites. Those who haven't done the farming tasks will be in tears. I suspect that after the Great Wall is completed, you may be able to trigger some more plot points. Logically, everyone should be able to change jobs around the time of the beast-tide expansion. You might want to pay more attention to system prompts. This game's system is tricky. Triggers are just triggers, not quest completions or successful job transfers. Be careful not to fall for the language traps, so the T-class is worthy of being the son of a previous version. It's not that it lacks a panel, but that it's not fully unlocked. To summarize the key points, it's true to follow the Lord, grind for favor, military merit, level up your personal guards, and push through the main quests. But is there anyone who can save the starting swordsman, mage, and hunter? DPS don't deserve a name, right? Alchemist in the jar. Can anyone analyze the alchemist class? I'm a newbie, just started, and I'm so confused. I have no idea how to play this class. Have you lost any hair today? I play both the T class and the hunter. After reading the analysis of the experts above, I was deeply moved. I like to analyze the hunter class a little bit. I personally feel that the current hunter, while labeled a combat class, is actually very much a lifestyle class, aside from being able to use a bow and knife. Therefore, I also think what the above-mentioned Daily Rain, presumably a game, said is correct. The hunter class should be comparable to the bricklayer and the farmer class, a basic lifestyle class purportedly labeled a combat class. I suspect that if the hunter's bow skills weren't incompatible with leatherworking, the development team would have simply given players a leatherworker. Then the question arises, if Uncle Delka is just a beginner class instructor, then where are the hunter advanced class instructors? This village is so small, and besides Rama, there haven't been any new NPCs lately. I feel like the advanced class instructors haven't even appeared yet. So how do we proceed, Nikukyu? Well, as a dual-player druid and archer, I went back and reviewed some game replays and realized something. We're not hunters, we're archers. Uncle Delka is a hunter, but the system always shows us as archers. Our 100 steps to shoot the arrow is just a basic skill for archers. Did you lose any hair today? Question mark. Did you lose any hair today? Question mark. Damn, I went back and looked at my own guide post, and it's true. What's going on? Mentor and apprentice classes are different. Salted fish. It's confirmed. Hunter is an advanced class, and archer is an entry-level class. Did you lose your hair today? Is there something wrong with the game's development team? Are the clues buried so deeply? Nikukyu, to be honest. It seems like everyone started playing druids and hunters, and started shouting about everything going astray. The system prompts seem to have always been the same. Did you lose your hair today? Knees weaken? I give the planner a little cow-out today. Nikukyu, but Uncle Delka really doesn't seem to be able to teach. I also wonder if he's just an archer mentor. The real hunter mentor hasn't appeared yet. Maybe the main quest hasn't been completed yet? Did you lose your hair today? What kind of main quest is there for archers? I'm going to go back to training as a tank. Ah, I don't even know where the main quest for the tank class is. I'm going to freak out X2. Cat meow 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 meow, new player. I like to ask everyone, is it better to master multiple classes or stick with a single class? Any advice? Xianyuitiao. Just a thought, the hunter mentor might have appeared on the druid side. I feel like the quest resurrection of all things is related to the elves, and could help drive the subsequent plot. After all, the plot previously stated that the elves are the only race in this world that can grow plants and have trees of life. Doesn't that seem a bit like the druids currently? My guess is that the druids are just a human replica of the elves. Chapter 64. Salted fish. And what do people think of when they mention elves? The Ring King. Do you remember Shuye's incredible archery skills? If we were to find the most suitable hunter trainer in this world, I think it would have to be an elf. If that's the case, I'm guessing that later on, after the tree of life grows a bit, an elf might appear, naturally becoming the druid and hunter trainer. By the way, to answer the newbie's question about class choice. According to the official setting, as long as your character stats are good enough, you can take on any class and train them. If you're unlucky, your character stats aren't good enough, or you can't train the class you want, you can go to the official store and buy an alchemist figure, where you can customize the stats yourself, but this is just the most basic official interpretation. According to my research, there's a certain degree of compatibility between classes, but let me be clear, all of this analysis is based solely on currently known conditions and clues. Given this game's tendency to hide clues, this may all be overturned later. Everyone understands. Currently, the classes I'm most familiar with are the druid and the archer. I learned about the tank class from reading everyone's posts. I haven't played the mage, the basic swordsman, or the alchemist, so I don't understand much. I might be wrong, so please be kind. I personally categorize the current classes into several systems. This is a rather unique division based on the devil's contamination and the class's power source. First, the druid, with 0 contamination and 100% sanity, has the Tree of Life/Earth power system. I classify it as a 0 series, 0 contamination skill. Therefore, it cannot use all willpower skills, and is incompatible with willpower classes. Because wish power skills cause a lot of pollution, I classify them as Series 1. Next, World Knights, from a pollution perspective, are rated at 0.5. Their power comes from their faith in protecting the world, their prayers to the world spirits, and the gifts bestowed upon them by the world spirits. I should note that world spirits doesn't refer to the elves, ELF, but rather to the fairy who accompanies the Lord. While both can be translated as elves, the fairy is more like a fairy or a goblin. I suspect the development team opted for world spirits to avoid using cross-genre terms like fairy and elves. But that's getting off topic. Let's get back to the point. World Knights should have two power systems. One is the World Spirit's protective skills, which are those granted by Alien. Based on forum posts and my understanding, these skills don't cause sanity loss, meaning they're considered unpolluted, Series 0 skills. Another type of skill is the entry-level Mason skill, Earth Wall. These skills also seem to be based on willpower and will generate pollution, so to neutralize them, World Knight should be either 0 or 1, making it a 0.5 class. Then, there are purely physical classes like archers and initial swordsmen. Their ranged and melee combat differs in the same way except for their attack range. They all rely on physical skills that rely on muscular strength and hand-eye dexterity, and are also pollution-free 0 series. I really don't understand alchemists. Currently, it seems their main focus is crafting equipment and bombs, and using them as a means of attack, guessing. The bombs seem to be able to purify pollution, so I put them in the 0 series for now. Finally, there's the magician. Whether it's the archmage or the life mage, they're all 100% 1 series, a wish-based class that carries a lot of evil spirit contamination. Overusing their skills will turn you into an octopus. With this breakdown, the 3 class categories of 0, 1, and 0.5 should become clearer. 0 series classes can be trained simultaneously, as can 1 series classes. 0.5 classes are compatible with 1 series classes, but not with 0 series classes. That's pretty much the class compatibility setup. Do you understand? For now, whether or not to practice multiple classes simultaneously is entirely up to you. If you have the energy, you can practice multiple, or you can specialize in one. However, I suspect that each class will become quite complex in the later stages, so it's best to focus on one primary class and practice the others as secondary classes. Nikukyu, I understand. Not only that, I even suspect you're driving an illegal taxi with illicit goods, and I have proof. Meow 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 meow, wow. So clear. Holds the boss's thigh tightly, Tangnan Boiju. Thanks for the invitation, alchemist, fresh out of the lab, sharing my experience. I was planning to post a dedicated walkthrough, but since so many experts here are already analyzing it, I just borrow yours. The alchemist class has a bit of a barrier to entry. It requires some chemistry knowledge, at least a good dose of common sense, to master it, but being too dogmatic won't work either, as many of the settings would likely make a professor die on the spot. Since I'm a chemistry major, to avoid any arguing, I'm not an expert or an authority, just a qualified professional. I briefly compared the real world to this alternate world, and the physical difference is quite significant. Many elements on the periodic table aren't here, and there are a lot of strange new things. But it's a game, so this is normal. I can only say that the development team did have some ideas, and paid a lot of attention to detail. To correct the commenter above, the alchemist's skill isn't 0, it's at least 0.5. I'm not sure if their skills lean towards willpower, or what their origins are, but using them increases pollution. This class is truly a life skill, and the reason is simple. The alchemist has a vast array of items and equipment, and using these skills is very demanding, so a quiet space is ideal for optimal performance. The alchemist has 5 basic skills: analysis, decomposition, chemistry, substitution, and recombination. The equipment required for these skills can be purchased from Rama for a discounted price of 10 copper coins when you first start the class. It's said that with careful use, you can reach master level. If your equipment is damaged, lost, or you run out of the starting materials, you can either replace them at Rama at the expensive original price, or you can obtain them yourself. I recommend that players starting out as an alchemist follow the system prompts as much as possible and avoid any rash actions. Damaged or lost equipment is generally only possible through purchasing from Rama. It's more cost-effective to obtain the raw materials yourself. Aside from analysis, which involves identifying the molecular composition of the target substance, the other 4 are all basic chemical reactions, similar in execution. They all require a portable reactor. Remember this piece of equipment, it's the lifeblood of the alchemist. You can do without anything else, but it's essential. When you first start learning a skill, Rama will give you a few starting materials and molecular formulas to practice with. Please follow these steps carefully. Beginners, Don't create your own molecular formulas. Don't try to use real-world formulas. Don't. Don't. You could end up blowing up your reactor. Don't ask me how I know. I already had 3 reactors blow up, and I almost sold everything I had to my cousin before I could borrow money to buy a new one. When learning skills, Rama will teach you step by step how to use the furnace, how to place ingredients, how to heat with an alcohol lamp, which materials require test tubes, and which require flasks, and other familiar knowledge to chemists. These are all easy to learn and everyone will understand them after playing. The system also provides quest steps and prompts, so it's not difficult. Then let's discuss the 5 alchemist skills in detail. Analysis. This skill may seem similar to identify at first glance, but they are quite different. First, to use analysis, you must place the target into your portable reactor. Your portable reactor is about the size of a single-person pressure cooker, but with a smaller interior. Therefore, it can only observe and analyze the molecular composition of objects at the microscopic level. For example, if your target is an elephant, I recommend using Identify. If you want to know the composition of the elephant's skin, you can peel off a piece of skin and place it in the portable reactor for observation. When observing, that is, officially using the Analyze skill, the portable reactor will pop out an observation mirror. When you look through it, a minigame interface will appear. It looks similar to the screenshots of Druid Masters playing Earth Resurrection on the forums, so I post a screenshot here as well. This minigame is very simple. You see a square playing area, which represents the inner chamber of your portable reactor. The observed material will be broken down into molecules and float around inside. You must use a net to scoop out 1 molecule of each type within a limited time. Molecules that are successfully scooped out will be analyzed, while those that are not will fail the analysis. As for how to operate the net, have you ever played those arcade games in arcades? You use your left hand to control the joystick, and your right hand to control the buttons. The joystick controls the direction of the net, and the right hand controls the buttons to catch fish. It has a very arcade-like feel, but it's also quite demanding, so it takes some time to get used to the controls. After catching all the molecules within the time limit, your portable reactor will automatically print out an analysis report. How much you can analyze depends entirely on your arcade game prowess. Next, let's talk about decomposition. Again, you use the portable reactor, and once you zoom in, you see the minigame screen inside the tank. However, when decomposing, you can only decompose a single molecular formula, and you can choose whether to apply the decomposition to all molecules in the tank, or to limit it to the current or a range of molecules. When disassembling, you use the arcade controller and buttons to control 2 robotic arms to separate atoms within molecules. However, if you think this game only disassembles atoms, you're mistaken. By narrowing down your focus to individual atoms, you can also disassemble protons, electrons, and neutrons within them. However, this is where things get really tricky and isn't recommended for beginners, as it can easily lead to accidents, like furnace explosions. We discuss this in detail later. Chemistry, substitution, and recombination are similar to disassembly, playing arcade games within the minigame screen, but the rules differ slightly. Chemistry requires you to correctly combine the reactants in the furnace to form a correct molecular formula. Substitution requires you to have 2 chemical formulas on the screen at the same time. You remove A from Formula 1 and replace it with B from Formula 2, then reattach A to Formula 2 to complete the substitution. Recombination is relatively simple. You can use decomposition to separate the atoms in a molecule into materials, then reassemble them. At this point, you're like a god, free to shape molecules at will. However, one mistake can still cause a furnace explosion. So don't try to use molecular formulas you don't know, don't make random permutations, and don't import real-world molecular formulas without first verifying the in-game formula. It will all explode, except for analysis. The following 4 skills have no time limit, but they do have a mental energy bar limit. You must complete them before the mental energy bar is depleted, otherwise the furnace will explode. Let's talk more about furnace explosions. The alchemist class is indeed more dangerous, because its skills have consequences for failure. If you fail a skill in a normal class, the most you get is a missing fireball or a miss on a monster, right? But for an alchemist, there's only one possibility: a furnace explosion. A milder furnace explosion means that all the materials in the reactor are completely destroyed, reduced to a pool of unusable waste. That's true waste, the kind that's been wasted at the atomic level, so waste that not even a single atom can be broken down. Even the system will render it as a mosaic. This waste can be thrown into a box in Rama's laboratory. Rama has a strange-looking slime-like creature in the box that eats this waste. But please don't produce too much waste. I once made that slime vomit, and Rama looked at me strangely, as if he was about to kill me. A more serious furnace explosion would directly destroy the furnace. Of course, when you first start studying alchemy, Rama will teach you how to make several alchemical amulets. Important. Be sure to wear or activate the appropriate amulet before experimenting, otherwise you might actually end up in a fatal accident. Normally, a reactor explosion isn't too serious, at most destroying a workbench. But I heard that Rama himself has blown up a mage tower while conducting some illegal research. I think several times. If you blow up too many reactors, Rama will mock you and drive you to the testing grounds, where you be forced to cross out, explode reactors, / cross out, freely for experimentation. There's no warranty, and if you blow up, you have to buy a new one. A portable reactor costs about 1 gold. Rama will raise the price by 50% each time it explodes, tears streaming down his face, so try not to blow it up. Using the 5 skills mentioned above consumes the player's mental energy. This mental energy is not a mana bar, but an energy bar for minigames, which is calculated independently. When the remaining energy bar approaches 20%, the skill minigame cannot be activated. Forcing it will inevitably cause the joystick to lose control due to insufficient mental energy, causing the reactor to explode. It's not worth the risk, so please try to avoid it. As mentioned earlier, each skill you use increases your contamination level based on the amount of time you play the minigame. High-level alchemists like Rama have expensive tools to prevent contamination, but for new players like us, it's probably too expensive. It's recommended to ask a druid for help with purification, which is more cost-effective. Since I only played the alchemist when I first entered the game, I can only explain it from the alchemist's perspective. I can't make a direct comparison, so I'm just throwing out some ideas. I leave the rest to the experts to analyze. Chapter 65, One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains. I learned a lot. So this is how alchemists play. Salted fish. This is truly an unexpected path. I thought alchemists were just some kind of tinkering, production-oriented profession like blacksmiths, but it turns out they're academic researchers using arcade simulators. Tangnan Boiler. I suspect these 5 skills are just the basics of the alchemist's roster. From what I observed, Rama can create a wide variety of alchemical items, and it doesn't seem like these basic skills are sufficient. Our instructor is practically a jack of all trades. I imagine the alchemist's roster will have advanced, high-level, and grandmaster-level skills later. Speaking of which, while the spirit energy bar used in the minigame doesn't seem to be the same thing as the mana bar, it seems the mana bar will also lengthen as the alchemist levels up and increases its upper limit. It all started when I was playing alchemist a few days ago. While I was playing, I started training a magician. I noticed that even if my magician level didn't increase, as long as the alchemist's spirit energy bar increased, the magician's mana bar would also increase. Perhaps this is due to the increased stats on the character panel? Also, based on my personal experience, alchemist and magician might be both willpower classes, making them easy to use and highly compatible. Also, considering that alchemists can obtain anti-pollution alchemical items later in the game, this should also extend their magic lifespan, which seems to be quite beneficial. Yu Hua Dingxian. So, the magician's companion profession is the alchemist? Nikyukyu, companion profession. What a wonderful word. Yu Hua Dingxian. That's right. Look at the druid's companion planner, the world knight's companion mason, the magician's companion alchemist, the archer/hunter's companion leatherworker. Doesn't that make it all complete? Ijin Pokienshin. The initial swordsman doesn't deserve a name, right? What about the blacksmith? Yu Hua Dingxian. The initial swordsman and the blacksmith are a good match. Maybe they're companion professions? One uses a sword, the other makes one. A swordsman who can't make his own sword is definitely not a good blacksmith. A forger who can't forge his own sword is definitely not a good swordsman. Why do these two statements seem so strange? Xian Yuitio. My head is itching. I feel like I need a brain.jpg. Nikyukyu. Honestly, this game just doesn't have warriors, otherwise, A would definitely be suitable to play one. Yu Hua Dingxian. Apprentice. You backstab me, spitting blood. Nikyukyu. What mentor? I don't know him. Disdain, waving hands frantically. Luzhou Laoju. After analyzing it this way, the class system is much clearer, but there's still something that doesn't make sense. I suddenly had a bold idea. Luzhou Laoju. While most online game classes level up in a 1, 2, 3 progression pattern, like Baboon's base class being a swordsman and a special class knight, The game's development team has clearly thoughtfully incorporated companion classes. Could this be an A plus B equals C progression path? Upon entering the game, everyone will inevitably start with the basic swordsman, a physical class, and the magician, a magical class, or some players may choose one of these two classes due to panel attribute limitations. The basic swordsman is the first tier of physical classes, and the magician is the first tier of magical classes. The druid system is clearly different from the previous two. Let's call it the earth system, and the planting system is the first tier of the earth system. So, if I were to draw a mind map, it would be physical classes, starting swordsman plus mason equals world knight, starting swordsman plus leatherworker equals archer, starting swordsman plus blacksmith equals swordsman. Magic classes, less information, mainly based on the official website mage plus attack equals archer, mage plus healing equals life mage, mage plus alchemist equals earth classes, planter plus any physical combat class, archer is best, equals druid, one sword breaks 1,000 mountains. That seems to make sense. Salted fish. But the archer class doesn't require leatherworker as a prerequisite. Leatherworker can only be taken after archer, right? It feels like forced balancing. Today's rain. I think the direction of this line of thinking is correct, but the mind map might not be quite right. I feel like some companion classes aren't absolutely necessary right now, like leatherworker and blacksmith. I don't think they're prerequisites for this level, but for the next level. I modified the mind map above. Physical classes, source of power, physical specialization initial swordsman, next level is swordsman, T class direction, plus bricklayer plus guardian heart equals world knight, initial swordsman, next level is archer plus leatherworker equals hunter, initial swordsman, next level is swordsman plus blacksmith equals magic classes, source of power, willpower mage, attack, equals archmage, mage, healing, equals life mage, mage plus alchemist equals earth classes, source of power, life. Tree planting plus farming druid plus equals fisherman plus equals. From this perspective, the physical classes have seen the most changes, and there may be more room for exploration. I suspect World Knight isn't the only tank class. If the Guardian Heart is replaced in the formula, other classes may emerge. Perhaps a warrior in the future? The general direction of the mage class seems to be largely set, with only minor adjustments being made to specific areas of expertise. However, in terms of career paths alone, there may not be as many changes as people imagine. After all, Lord Moiwu is just an archmage, and his career prospects are clear. Regarding druids, I think Xianyuito's point is spot on. Perhaps the next level of development will be farming druid plus hunter equals, but the mind map formula already suggests a pattern. A basic class combined with certain skills, specialties, or lifestyle classes can potentially evolve into the next high-level class. It's a bit like getting an extra degree before taking the postgraduate entrance exam. What's going on? Did you lose your hair today? Sorry, I always thought this game's class system was just some random rubbish the planners made up, but I didn't expect it to be so complex. It's my fault if I don't play well. Today, I focus on the companion classes. As soon as this reply came out, a whole row of people echoed it. Catching up with the updates from a bunch of big-name fanfiction, MOU, who had just started browsing the forums, rubbed his chin when he saw this. Wow, players have learned to identify their own problems. Gradually becoming, that's great. The career analyses these big-name players gave were also quite impressive. MOU waved his hand and saved and adopted them. Players have volunteered to be planners, so why not use them? Salted fish. Speaking of fishing, has anyone tried it? Gulu. Fishing. It's just that the current fishing spots are too far away. Whether it's from the teleport point at the entrance to the new fantasy realm or the one in the alchemy city, it takes a long time to get there. But the fish there are so easy to catch. They're like idiot fish who never been caught before. What's this? A lick. Hooked. What's this? A lick. Hooked. I can catch them all. I suspect the game made the fishing spots so far away to reduce the number of people fishing. The fish spawn a bit slowly, and if you catch too many, the system will warn you that it's not good for the ecosystem. Please raise an equal number of fish before fishing. The development team has truly integrated ecological awareness into the game. Once you reach the fishing limit, you can't cast anymore. Forcing fishing will make you itch all over, and you just have to give up. Before setting out, I recommend buying 2 buckets at the blacksmith shop, a shovel, and a bunch of hooks to put in your backpack, and some spider silk for your fishing line. The shovel is used to dig up earthworms and other bait, and then you can use 1 bucket for bait, and the other for fish and start your fishing life. The included hooks won't be enough. A few will become unhooked, so buy more hooks and spider silk line, fill the buckets with stream water, and add your catch to the buckets. Live fish can't be placed in a normal player's inventory, but the fisherman class is unique in that it has a built-in fish storage area. You can store your fish, including the bucket and water, here to keep them alive. However, if you don't take them out, they must be fed once a day. Fishermen can place their catches in this storage area, then return to town and have the druid purify them before releasing them into the pond. This way, they can claim the rewards for fishing fry and fish pond cultivation. These two quests are repeatable and offer good rewards. However, there are limits on the number of fish you can catch and the number of fish you can keep in your pond. It's probably a first come, first served system, I guess. There are a lot of restrictions at this stage, but maybe they'd be more relaxed later on when there are more fishing spots? Not being able to fish makes me itch all over. JPG, Song Lin, has anyone tried the new fantasy realm? I can't seem to find any guides on the forums. Ejian Pachian Shan, thanks for the invite. I just died and left the dungeon. This new fantasy realm isn't very demanding, but the plot is a bit intense. To ensure a fresh experience, I suggest those who have played it before withhold spoilers for now. Side-eye grin. The plot doesn't have many puzzles, unlike the previous one. You can basically follow the storyline and unlock over 80% of the story in one go. The side quests are hard to find, mainly because the characters' identities and positions are so conflicting, and I can't find a way to get started. I guess they're all in the 20% of the story that hasn't been unlocked yet. I still have no idea. However, this fantasy realm has a high level requirement. I entered at level 35, and it was quite challenging. There are many humanoid monsters that can work in teams, and there are 2 bosses, one big and one small. I recommend leveling up before entering, or teaming up with a group. Otherwise, you might struggle against both large and small bosses. The humanoid mini-bosses require level 38, while the monster-like mini-bosses require level 40 or higher. Based on the storyline I experienced so far, it's possible to instantly unlock the perfect purification after defeating the mini-boss in this dungeon, effectively closing the dungeon. This dungeon itself has a limit on how many times you can enter it. If you play too much in a low-level game, you might run out of time and miss the ending. Therefore, I recommend leveling up first, then entering the dungeon as a group. Don't waste time blindly. If you're going to fight, fight hard and aim for the first boss kill. I tried it solo, and the dungeon's distortion level was about 95% when I died. If 5 more people die, the dungeon's difficulty will rise to normal. Everyone should be aware of this. One sword breaking 1,000 mountains has the highest level in the server, as everyone can see. If he says he can't beat it, then he really can't, so everyone just moves on. With so much new content in the game right now, players are feeling a bit overwhelmed. Druids, needless to say, had new skills, new quests, new fields, and new apprentices to recruit. They had so much to do that they didn't know where to begin. Alchemists were even more lost as they explored the new molecular world. Tangnan Buju even felt like they had 2 professors for their bosses. New players, newly qualified, were still exploring and familiarizing themselves with this new world. Veterans were mentoring newcomers, leveling up, exploring new mines and old dungeons, and even more were smelting cement and moving bricks to build city walls and territory construction tasks. Now, after this wave of discussion subsided, many people were turning their attention to finding the main storyline. The new main quest hasn't been completed yet. MOU stretched and glanced at the back end. After planting the tree of life, the main quest reward, Nature's Favor, level 1, automatically loaded into the system back end, becoming the druid's newest skill panel. However, ever since Leah realized MOU's quest plan was more practical, and started slacking off, a new weekly quest, Planting a Tree of Life, was added. This meant MOU had directly earned a chance to win a prize from Leah. I won't be hoarding this time. I just go for it. MOU used this chance to win a bottle of soy sauce from the origin world. I'm craving braised pork, but why do I feel like I wasted a golden opportunity to fulfill my dream on such a strange and inexplicable occasion? MOU rubbed Leah's head with his fingers. How about we make a deal? Let's replace the weekly quests and raffles with opportunities to obtain essential items from another world. MOU had long suspected that the things he won in the raffles were often things he thought about or meditated on. They weren't the result of random chance, but rather the hidden rewards of the world spirits. It's just that the world consciousness's power and authority are currently very limited, and the rewards it can give are limited. Most of the time, they're just things like a bottle of Coke or soy sauce, which is why the raffle system was adopted. Since that's the case, why not make a deal and just treat it as a staff benefit for the planners? Oh! The little world elf clutched its head and muttered sullenly, well, it's just that I can only fulfill so many wishes right now. I can't grant everything you want. I know. Mou ruffled her hair again, tore off the label on the soy sauce, and copied it into the creation platform. You can go find Grandma Alicia later and tell her how to make braised pork. Chapter 66. Having simplified the distribution and reward methods for weekly quests, reducing the workload for both himself and Leah, Mou, the conscientious king of scrolls worker, contentedly added the public experience accumulated over the past 2 weeks to his own. As his level increased, the experience bar required to upgrade his main character grew longer and longer. However, with more player activity, the surplus experience gained from Leah also increased. Adding in the fact that Mou hadn't claimed his quests on time last week, the combined total from the previous 2 weeks brought him to level 45. Combining the public experience gained with my daily magic use, this leveling process should ensure my lord level remains at least 5 levels ahead of the other players. Perhaps due to the 15 level increase, Mou felt a noticeable difference in his body this time. He seemed more energetic and in better shape. He touched his body and found it had become noticeably firmer. His body, usually neglected due to staying at home, had actually developed muscles. Though not very noticeable, there were definitely solid abdominal muscles and biceps. Hey Leah, will upgrading affect my body? Mou asked curiously. Leah nodded. It will have a positive effect. You travel to this world completely. While your body is immune to the evil god's contamination, in many ways, it still belongs to an ordinary person in the original world. Mou treated your heart and other organs when you travel through time, but your body is still weak. You have too much fat, too little muscle, and a poor constitution. Furthermore, you enjoy consuming high-fat, high-sugar foods and beverages. Given your constitution and lifespan, Leah believes it's very difficult for you to survive in this world. Mou twitched his lips. I'm sorry, I'm a fragile earth otaku. Experience points are also a form of abundant energy. This energy can refine your body, lord, improve your physique, eliminate harmful impurities, transform excess fat into muscle, expand your spiritual realm, enhance your mental strength, and relieve fatigue. While making you stronger, it will also prolong your lifespan. Leah said, the physique and strength of your current body are comparable to those of a level 45 native of this world. So that's what this body upgrade means? Mou understood. Then, even if I eat as much as I want, I won't have to worry about gaining weight. Please take good care of yourself. Leah said seriously. The little world elf looked puffed up, very cute. Okay. Mou responded readily. After all, he had died once, and he didn't want to ruin his second chance at life. After reaching level 45, the spell library was updated. However, this time, the unlocked skills weren't scattered here and there, but a new branch of spells called Large Magic Circle. Large Magic Circle, a large magic circle that requires a great deal of mana to operate. It consumes a lot of mana, but its effects are powerful, allowing it to achieve things that ordinary spells can't. Some magic circles require sacrifices to activate, so use with caution. Currently, this branch contains 3 magic circle skills, one of which is Otherworld Summoning. This is the only grayed out, unactivated skill, Otherworld Summoning. At the cost of your own life, select an object from another world and summon it to this world. If the summoned object refuses, the spell fails. However, if you have already paid the summoned object and they have accepted the payment, they cannot refuse your summons, and the spell automatically takes effect. Requirements: 1. Draw the summoning circle. Required materials and circle diagrams can be found on the detailed page. 2. Sacrifice of the summoner's life. 3. Response of the summoned object/payment paid. This is the circle Moyo used to summon me. Mou's fingers gently traced the skill name on the panel. He burned his last breath to summon me, and to prevent me from refusing, he healed my dying body as a reward. Yes. Leah lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. He's a great man. Mou felt a little sad. Although there was a bit of coercion, he saved my life after all. Well, legally, it could be considered an emergency situation. I'm very grateful to him. He's truly a hero. His gaze continued down the panel. The other 2 array skills were Protection Shield and Meteor. Protection Shield deploys a very large and powerful defense shield, capable of protecting a city. 1 or more pillars are required to support the array. The number of pillars required varies depending on the area of the shield. The shield draws a significant amount of mental and physical energy from the pillars to power it. For the pillars' physical and mental well-being, please replace them or terminate the shield array before they become physically or mentally exhausted. Unlocking requirements. 1. Draw a defensive shield array. Required materials and array diagrams can be found on the details page 2. Pillars, number of pillars, shield area, and strength can be found on the details page. Meteor consumes all the magic power of the person who activates the array, launching a large meteor attack. Attack range. Damage radius 1 square kilometer can be reduced. The smaller the attack range, the higher the attack strength, but the minimum range cannot be less than 10 square meters. Range 1 to 30 kilometers. Unlocking requirements. 1. Draw a meteor array. Required materials and array diagrams can be found on the details page 2. All the magic power of the person who activates the array. The person in charge of the array must be at least LV 40 to use it. Teams can be formed. Increasing the magic power of other team members increases the meteor damage. These two large array skills are perfect for defending a city during a beast tide. MOU pondered. Meteor is a long-range, large-scale siege attack skill, while the defense shield is a city-state defense skill, ideal for positional combat like the beast tide. These skills should be taught to players later on, so let's debut them as NPC skills in this beast tide expansion. This will also effectively enhance Lord Moya's standing in the hearts of players and the public. Imagine the Lord stepping forward and opening the defense shield. How impressive that would be. After adding these two large magic circles to his common spell panel, MOU teleported to the village with the freshly made soy sauce. The butcher shop had just received fresh demonized wild boar meat today. While it's much fishier than the pigs from the origin world, which have been fanned since childhood, it's richer and more tender, with a firm texture. With proper seasoning, it should be possible to create a braised pork that's just as sweet and delicious as the origin world's, fatty but not greasy, soft and delicious, and melts in your mouth. After carefully reviewing the recipe steps with MOU, Grandma Alishar confidently accepted the Lord's request. Grandma Alishar was also highly motivated to learn a new dish while satisfying the Lord's cravings. As soon as he left the butcher's shop, MOU saw a large group approaching the village entrance. At the front was Mahat, the tall, dark-skinned caravan guard MOU knew well. MOU quickly calculated the time in his mind. Based on the caravan's last departure, it seemed they had arrived a few days earlier. As Mustafa entered the village, he saw MOU approaching the caravan, surrounded by many adventurers. He immediately put on a fawning merchant's smile and greeted him. "Lord, what a coincidence to meet you. We have lived up to your expectations and brought you a large amount of food, as well as the person you've been waiting for." "Oh!" MOU piqued his interest. "Who is it?" A figure, shrouded in a long, hooded cloak, emerged from the caravan. He unfastened the collar of his cloak and ripped it off, revealing his true form. It was an elven man. He was tall, over 190 centimeters tall, with firm muscles, yet possessing a touch of the natural slenderness of the elven race. Every movement was as agile and rhythmic as a dance. MOU frantically called Leah in his mind. Play the NPC entrance background music for everyone present. This CG can't be without background music. Music director and BGM expert Leah quickly added a traditional elven song to the anchor points of all players present. The distant and clear background music grew stronger and stronger as the elf stepped forward. The nearby players gasped, "Wow, a beauty. Quick, spread the word, the new wife has appeared. She's truly an elven." Fellows Loren, personal guard of the Elven King, surged you at the Elven King's command. The elf, Fellows Loren, walked up to MOU, bowed slightly, raised his right hand to his left shoulder, and gave MOU a slight salute. His salute was polite, yet with a defiant and cold expression, as if for him, saluting MOU was a duty rather than a heartfelt act. Fellows had long, flowing, aquamarine hair that looked incredibly soft and lustrous, shimmering like a clear blue lake in the sunlight. His eyes were a delicate violet with a slight bluish hue, his pupils clear and cool, like the translucent dewdrops condensed on violet petals in the early morning. This elf's features were elegant and cold, with thin, tightly pursed lips and long, pointed ears. She was the epitome of a cold elven beauty, practically ready to work on the set of a Lord of the Rings film. But judging solely by her appearance, she seemed extremely serious, austere, and unapproachable. Or perhaps, those of elven descent simply possessed a cold exterior. After removing the cloak that concealed his identity, Fellows wore a light, tight-fitting, dark brown leather jacket and pants, leather boots, and only silver armor covering his shoulders and chest, a typical archer's chest armor. On his left arm, he wore a silver armband, and on his right, a thick leather gauntlet that seemed a bit too thick for an archer's, reaching down to his forearm. His outfit was exceptionally sharp, and he exuded the aura of a veteran. His slightly bulging, firm muscles were barely visible beneath his tight leather jacket, yet his waist was incredibly slender, without a trace of excess fat. You could practically hear the players drooling like the Milky Way plunging down 9,000 feet. He carried a silver bow half his height, its intricate vine-like patterns etched on its sides, a testament to the exquisite craftsmanship of a master craftsman. The quiver slung across his left waist was bulging with neatly packed arrows. The players hadn't been wrong. The elves of this world, besides farming, were indeed exceptionally skilled in archery. This elf sent by the Elf King was undoubtedly a druid and hunter instructor, a perfect match for the druids. The druid's latest skill set was precisely Leah's replication of the elven abilities. Given that, there was no better candidate than the elves. MOU gave a distant nod of praise to the distant Elf King, who had provided timely and invaluable assistance, and extended his hand to Feroth. Welcome, Elf King's personal guard, esteemed ally. We desperately need your assistance. Thank you, Elf King, for extending a helping hand to us. You misunderstood. Feroth stood upright, not shaking MOU's outstretched hand. He simply said coldly, I am here solely for the newly born Tree of Life and my king's request. Before you and your people. He paused, his gaze fixed on the gathering from nowhere. He glanced at the players who were quietly watching, actually frantically taking screenshots from the sidelines. I won't assist you in anything until I approve of you. So the emphasis on the phrase serving you at the Elf King's command is on the first half, not the second? Even so, MOU remained quite composed. Independent third-party NPC characters, unable to switch from neutral to his own side until they built up their favorability through a joint battle, were temporarily uncontrollable. He was already very familiar with this situation from his time playing the Flame O series. I brought you the person. How about this reward? Seeing Pharaoh standing nearby with a cold expression, Mustafa quickly approached with a shy smile, rubbing his hands together, to demand his reward, as if afraid MOU would refuse to pay if he got upset. MOU pulled out his phone and sent a message to DeCarlo, asking him to get a mountain bike from the Adventurers Guild's inventory. Don't worry, go to the tavern first to unload the goods, have a drink and rest, and I have my apprentice deliver your reward. Okay. Mustafa smiled and turned back, waving to the slaves carrying the goods in the caravan. The entire group headed for the tavern in a mighty procession. MOU pulled a cell phone made by Rama from his backpack. He had Rama made a bunch of them, and kept them in his backpack just in case he run into a new NPC on the street. He handed it to Pharaoh's Loren. For easy communication, we all use this alchemical item called a cell phone. Pharaoh's Loren, ? Chapter 67. It turns out that no matter how aloof someone is, if you pull out the latest phone and offer it to them, and they don't throw it in your face and walk away, but instead take it with a puzzled look and ask how to use it, it's hard for them to maintain their aloof attitude. Under MOU's guidance, after turning on the phone, logging in, taking a profile picture, learning how to use various apps, and adding MOU as a friend, Fellows realized belatedly that he had fallen for a certain scheming lord. He held the phone, unsure whether to grimace or express gratitude to the lord, his expression shifting back and forth. After a long struggle, his face darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, he slipped the phone into his waist bag. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, looked up at the sky, and blew a long whistle. An eagle soared across the sky, circled several times, and landed on Fellows' outstretched right glove. Holy crap! An eagle! So handsome! Is this a contracted animal? This is a contracted animal. Holy crap, is this elf really a druid mentor? Look at the bow and arrow he's carrying. He must be an archer mentor too. Wow, it turns out the forum bosses were right. Awesome. This wave is solid. MOU ignored the noisy players. Although Pharaoh's Lorraine glanced at the players in confusion, he didn't say much. He simply held up the eagle on his right arm and said to MOU, "This is my partner, Dieter. He's my eyes in the sky." The eagle extended its left leg toward Pharaoh's. A small letter container was strapped to it. Pharaoh's pulled a rolled-up letter from inside and handed it to MOU. "This is a letter from the king." MOU took the letter but didn't open it. He felt it was a bad idea to read it in front of the players. It would be disastrous if someone took a screenshot and used it for Leeuwenhoek-style research. "It's not convenient for us to talk here. Please come with me to the Mage Tower." "No thanks." Pharaoh's coldly declined. "I'm here to tend the newly born Tree of Life. Please allow me to stay near it. I built a treehouse myself. Please follow me," MOU said with a smile. He turned and called out to the players, "Druids, come along." "Coming." Ever since hearing the appearance of the NPC, who looked like a miner, the druids, who had been squatting and waiting, jumped up with a roar and followed the Lord eagerly. They first teleported to the vicinity of the experimental field via teleportation array. Pharaoh's glanced toward the field, his voice subconsciously surprised. "You can grow wheat?" He quickly made his way toward the experimental field, but was stopped by the barrier outside. "Before you enter the field, we need to purify you." Mou's smile curved, but Pharaoh's felt it held a hint of ill intent. Mou waved, and several druids gathered around him, grinning mischievously. Pharaoh's instinctively took a step back, bumping into the barrier. "Wait, wait! What are you doing? Don't come over here." Just as Pharaoh's was about to draw the short-handled hunting knife from his belt, the druids had already quickly finished their work. Chiochio, who had now quite spontaneously taken over the responsibility of leading the druids, expertly ran to Mou and reported, "Lord, the contamination level on Lord Pharaoh's Loren is low, only 17.8%, and it has been completely removed. The contamination level on Little Eagle is 33%, and it has also been completely removed. For sentient humans, the druids can't yet remove more than 20% of the contamination. However, if the targets are animals or magical beasts with extremely impoverished spiritual realms, they can now achieve 100% purification, regardless of whether they are alive or dead." Fellows looked at the druid's sealing orbs, shrouded in the taint of the evil god, in disbelief. "You can remove and seal the evil god's contamination? It seems this elf knows nothing." Mou had the urge to read the letter first, but he restrained himself for the moment. He gave an enigmatic smile. "Yes, these children have been blessed by the world consciousness, and can remove and seal the evil god's contamination. As a result, they have earned the favor and love of the Tree of Life. However, their powers are still immature, and they need a mentor to guide their growth. Don't worry, they are all good children who love the mother tree and nature." Mou gave the players a look, and they immediately understood, each one putting on a pure, "I'm so good and so obedient" expression. Pharaoh shuddered violently, but when he looked at the player, the wariness in his eyes faded considerably. "All of our cultivated fields, including the garden of the Tree of Life, where the Tree of Life is planted, are purified, allowing plants to grow freely and uncontaminated to the greatest extent possible. To prevent external contamination from entering the purified area, all authorized personnel must undergo purification by the druids before entering. You are now purified and may enter the fields," Mou explained. He gave Leah a gentle nod, and Leah unlocked Pharaoh's access. Pharaoh's, who had been leaning against the barrier, immediately lost his support and fell backward. Fortunately, the elf was very agile, using the momentum of his abdominal muscles to exert force, and then he did a backflip and leaped up, landing with a Spider-Man-like superhero style, accurately avoiding all the thriving seedlings in the field. Seeing that all the seedlings in the field were safe, Pharaoh's and all the druids breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to excessive synchronization, Pharaoh's couldn't help but glance at the druids, then quickly and unnaturally looked away, lying on the ground and observing the wheat seedlings. "This wheat is growing beautifully." Fellows' slender fingers brushed the leaves gently like a breeze, feeling the wheat's vibrant vitality. "I haven't seen such completely unpolluted, vibrant plants in centuries." Fellows looked up at the druids thoughtfully. You could sense his favorability and approval of the druids soaring. Mou gently waved to Xiaoqiwu. Xiaoqiwu was stunned for a second, then quickly understood. She walked over to Fellows and began to chatter away. "Because this is our first time growing these crops, we don't know much about their habits yet. We adopted daily drip irrigation, adjusting the amount of water according to growth conditions and soil dryness and moisture levels. Blah blah blah." The scene was remarkably similar to the student representatives who, at the instructor's instruction, began introducing the crops to the university leaders during their field inspection. It can be said that their expertise is perfectly matched. However, this kind of practical, professional approach is indeed very effective against a proud creature like an elf. Pharaoh's train of thought was subconsciously distracted by the ball, and he immediately switched to planting instructor mode. This kind of wheat prefers dry conditions and doesn't require much water or fertilizer, but it does require long periods of sunlight. Are these overhead pipes used for watering? The water volume is very well controlled. The ball and its companion's use of timed and quantitative spray irrigation is naturally intended to conserve water resources in the desert region with strong sunlight and high evaporation. After all, this clean water is painstakingly filled by the Lord himself every morning at the water tank. To reduce the Lord's workload and improve the favorability of the faction leader, they also put a lot of thought into it, and they accidentally adapted it to the weed's habits. Techniques like precision watering, which can accurately adjust the amount of water according to the plant's condition, naturally have huge advantages over arbitrary watering based on feel. This result is not accidental at all. It can only be attributed to the power of technology and knowledge. While wheat doesn't require much fertile soil, the desert soil is indeed a bit too poor. It would be best to improve the soil conditions using a skill like earth resurrection, said Pharaoh, lowering his brows and assuming a prayerful gesture to the earth. Immediately, a faint, life-giving green light shone over the ground, and the hard, gravelly soil visibly became softer and more fertile. For the druids, the earth resurrection skill was like a mini-game of Match 3. This was the first time they had seen the effects of an NPC's use, and they all exclaimed in unison, "Wow!" Of course, the players don't know, they're the only ones who need to play the minigame. We also planted soybeans and rice, but we only just finished raising the seedlings, and it's only been a short time since we planted them in the fields. Could you help us see if there's anything we need to adjust? Nikyukia launched into another long introduction, a bit carried away. After describing the wheat fields, she moved on to the soybean and rice paddies in the distance. Okay, beans need to be planted in fertile soil, and rice needs plenty of water to grow, so it's best planted near a pond or lake for easy drainage. It wouldn't be suitable in this desert. Fellows answered instinctively, then saw the corner of Nikyukia's lips curl up. ? As expected of you. You hit the right path again. The druids began to whisper. Of course, she's a professional agricultural graduate student, much more professional than those of us, who usually just plant flowers and grass on the balcony. Do you understand the professionalism? She meets all the requirements, truly a master of planting. Nikyukia gradually lost herself in the praises of her fellow druids, proudly placing her hands on her hips. Fellows' head was filled with questions, but then he realized that he had inexplicably been given the role of a free planting instructor, answering Nikyuki's numerous planting questions while not yet accepting the Lord and his men. A hint of frustration crossed his face. Mou's smile deepened. Druids, we have plenty of time to discuss planting experiences with instructor Pharaohs. Let's go check out the Tree of Life first. Fellows, inexplicably given the title of instructor, opened his mouth as if about to say something, but swallowed it back. He followed Mou silently with his eagle. Thanks to the hard-working druids, who consciously sought work, the garden of the Tree of Life was now enclosed by a low, unadorned red brick wall. The bricks were forged by players in the mason class, who had built a small brickyard in the factory district. In fact, the factory district's development had previously stagnated, not because the players were incompetent. These 4 Scourge players, who came from various professions, possessed a wide range of skills, but rather due to a lack of fuel. Cement, iron smelting, ore, and brickmaking all required a vast amount of fuel. Mou's territory had yet to find a coal mine, and the little kerosene he needed for lighting was purchased from traveling merchants, barely enough for daily necessities. To make matters worse, the only trees in his vast territory were found in the dark forest. Mou considered these trees almost a non-renewable resource, and was unwilling to burn them. Because this world has 2 suns that alternate, solar energy is a very good source of electricity. With enough batteries connected, refrigerators, air conditioners, and appliances can be powered by stored electricity at night or on rainy days. Agricultural machinery also uses solar power, but it's barely adequate for domestic and agricultural use. Industry? Mou initially entertained the idea, but after trying it, the power was completely insufficient, so he decided to give it up. So, the adventurous mason players turned their attention to magicians. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. For players, as long as there are enough magicians who can make fireballs, they can generate high temperatures without needing to gather firewood. After recruiting 30 magician players to take turns working, they finally combined their efforts to produce the first batch of red bricks. As a result, the magician players also found a new career path: industrial pyrotechnicians. But both the magician players themselves and Mou were quite reluctant to face this teasing nickname given by other players, and they refused to acknowledge it at all. Although it was an unstable human-powered boiler, and smelting iron and ore was still a bit difficult, it could still make bricks and cement. After the magicians joined the battlefield, the progress bar for the territory construction task of burning cement to build city walls jumped significantly. As for the new energy source, they could only rely on Rama's antimatter evil god contamination reactor. However, this dangerous device was still under research. Until Rama had completely overcome all obstacles and repeatedly tested it in practice, Mou dared not install it in his own factory. The red bricks produced by the player-built brickyard, after being purified by the druids, were first used to construct the walls of the Garden of the Tree of Life. Within the silver barrier of this endless, empty desert, a small, red brick wall with a distinctly British aesthetic was constructed. They even added a few small iron garden gates, also incorporating the same British aesthetic. Needless to say, this was much more appealing than a silver-blue square barrier standing in the middle of a barren desert. Chapter 68. Even with the small red brick wall, the vast garden contained only a solitary spring and a trembling seedling just emerging from the ground. Until the garden was truly covered in lush greenery, Mou felt it couldn't truly be called the Garden of the Tree of Life. Wait, what did he just see? A seedling? The Tree of Life has sprouted. Xianyuitiao, with his sharp eyes, spotted the lush green seedling and shouted excitedly. Fellows Loren sprinted at the words, and unsurprisingly, once again, collided headfirst with Leah's solid and reliable barrier. Fellows? ? He turned to look at Mou, who stood leisurely at the entrance after entering the garden, and at the druids, who filed in unimpeded, his cold, handsome face filled with confusion. Perhaps you misunderstood something. Mou, still wearing his signature sinister smile, replied, This Tree of Life is also our hope for the future. I won't let you into the garden until you earn my approval and employment. Fellows? ? The elf's face was filled with disbelief, as if he hadn't expected the lord, who had been so good-tempered since their meeting, to pull off such a stunt. Mou, looking at the aloof elf, thought he was still too young. Of course, he wasn't referring to his age, but rather that these elves had lived in their own territories for so long, farming, and had seen very little of the world. Their experience in dealing with people was inadequate. They were no match for a seasoned workplace expert like Mou, the king of anti-PUA schemes. With such a massive Tree of Life as his tree, Mou wasn't the least bit worried that pharaohs wouldn't yield. Why do I feel like I'm forcing someone to do something? Mou coughed lightly, silently repeating, I'm not a villain, and said, If the Elf King merely sent you here to inspect the Tree of Life, then you already seen it, it's sprouted. You can return and report. Pharaoh's face was filled with disbelief. Shocked, he forgot even to use honorifics. Are you kicking me out? I don't keep idlers here. Mou's smile faded, his face cold and ruthless. If the Elf King intends for you to serve as a bridge and liaison between us and the elves, then I can only say that you're not fulfilling the duties entrusted to you by the Elf King. The Elf King and I are equal allies. I don't need the approval of a personal guard like you. Of course, I understand your concerns. After all, the Tree of Life is indispensable to you, the elves, to us, and to the entire world. But just as my adventurers and I haven't earned your trust, you haven't earned ours either. If you refuse to grant us any assistance from our allies, then I will refuse to let you stay. That's only fair. Mou raised his lip again. But if you choose to become a true ally, then my adventurers will be happy to welcome a mentor who can teach them farming and archery. We can also get to know each other through mutual assistance. So what is your choice? Mou once again displayed his signature, friendly yet deeply sinister smile. Pharaohs looked at Mou and, for a moment, felt as if he were witnessing a demon from ancient legend. I understand. The proud elf, like a deflated ball, looked dejected and even a little aggrieved. I will guide your adventurers in planting and archery, but for all other matters, I will retain my own judgment and will. Of course, Mou said. Then, are you willing to sign a pact of equality with me, witnessed by the world consciousness? After hearing about the concept of a pact from Leah, Mou had thoroughly researched it. In addition to druids and elves, those blessed by the earth from the mother Tree of Life, who could form contracts with plants and animals, contracts like master and summon beast, two equal beings could also form pacts. However, these latter pacts were more like unbreakable oaths witnessed by the world elves, or like the inner demon oaths sworn by the immortal world before the heavenly Tao. Not only do both parties to a contract have to make equal commitments, but once the contract is signed, they cannot go back on their word, or they will be punished by the world consciousness. The mere thought of breaking the contract will cause a coma, while those who insist on violating it will be abandoned by the world consciousness and die immediately before they can act. For the elves, the world, the planet, and the Tree of Life are all like their mother. Being abandoned by the world consciousness is a punishment more severe than death. Therefore, this type of contract is the most reliable for both parties. What's the content of the contract? Fellows pondered for a moment, then asked. I pledge before the world consciousness that, as long as the elves do not betray it, I will forever be their ally. I will do my utmost to protect the growth of this Tree of Life and safeguard its safety. Unless the world consciousness demands it, I will never, of my own free will, harm this tree of life, even in the slightest. You made the first promise. And I need you to promise that you will never betray the world consciousness. While you are within my territory, you will protect the tree of life with your own life, nurturing its growth. You will also diligently serve as a mentor to the adventurers, teaching them everything you have learned, at least the knowledge that doesn't involve the elven clan's forbidden knowledge, with all your heart and soul. Furthermore, if this territory is attacked or in danger, I need you to set aside all your prejudices. At least in times of crisis, you must fight alongside us for the safety of this territory, and to protect the tree of life. You asked, do you accept? Fellows said seriously, I will not betray the world consciousness. The terms of your contract are fair and reasonable. I am willing to sign this contract before the world consciousness. With these words, a silver-blue light bond emerged between them. The two ends of the bond, created from thin air, were tied at MOU's and Fellow's wrists, respectively. Leah flew above the bond, her eyes aglow with a silver-blue light, and she uttered a solemn voice. I witness this. This contract is established. The bond instantly transformed into a small ball of light, and sank into Leah's body. You could sense the contract taking effect, creating a subtle sense of restraint, but he had no intention of violating it, so he didn't mind. After signing the contract, you had Leah remove the barrier, allowing Pharaohs to finally enter the garden of the Tree of Life. He almost immediately ran toward the newly emerged seedlings, disregarding his appearance, crouching on the ground, looking around. For a moment, You thought he was witnessing an elderly father obsessed with playing with his cat. He silently shook his head to banish the feeling of déjà vu from his mind. Just as he turned his attention back to the players, he heard Nikukyu and the others whispering, wow, the Overlord was so handsome just now, so domineering. His aura is on full blast, so rare. Why do I feel like this elf mentor will be completely dominated by the Overlord? Sigh, sisters, I suddenly have a bold idea. To be honest, I also. Nikukyu. You lazy fellow. Stop your mumbling. Hurry up and get to work. He has so much time to think about couples. It must be because he hasn't given the players enough work. It must be, however, before MOU assigned the two girls a new task, Fellows stood up. The Tree of Life is in good condition. After carefully studying it on the ground, Fellows finally came to a conclusion. MOU glanced at the Tree of Life status on the system panel and nodded in agreement. My lord, I wish to build a treehouse next to the Tree of Life, so I can care for it closely. Perhaps it was due to the contract, or perhaps it was because MOU's attitude had earned the elves some respect and approval. After that incident, Pharaoh's attitude towards MOU had improved considerably, and his tone was no longer cold and condescending. MOU had no intention of refusing his request. The elves were the natural allies of the world consciousness, and the last line of defense. If even the elves couldn't be trusted, then MOU might as well quit and go to bed. MOU simply nodded and said, that's not a problem, but as you can see, the soil in this garden is very poor. The druids are working hard to improve the soil every day. I don't want the tree house to oversuck the soil's nutrients and affect the growth of the Tree of Life. If that's the case, I can build you a different type of house. Don't worry, Fellows said, I won't do anything to harm the Tree of Life. After obtaining MOU's consent, Fellows chose a spot near the garden's exit. He pulled a small cloth bag from the leather pouch on his belt and opened it, revealing a few seeds. He squatted down skillfully, tapping the ground with his fingers. The soil naturally surged and parted, revealing a perfectly sized pit. Wow! How convenient! The druids exclaimed in delight. Fellows placed the seed in the pit, and the soil, as if possessed of its own consciousness, returned to its original position, gently enveloping the seed, forming a small mound. The elf then pulled a transparent alchemical potion bottle of green liquid from his belt pouch. Carefully, he pulled the cork out and gently dripped 3 drops of the potion onto the mound. Then, he replaced the cap and placed the potion bottle back in his belt pouch. He stood up and waved his hand toward the spring. A stream of water immediately rose into the air, tracing a graceful parabola through the air before pouring down upon the mound. Wow! The druids exclaimed even louder. What kind of skill is this? He can control earth and water? MOU heard Leah's report in his mind. The Elven Natural Elemental Skill templates have been recorded. They are the Elven LV, 60 high-level natural elemental skills, Control Earth, and Control Water. The prerequisite for using these skills is a nature affinity of 1000 or above. This skill is quite high level. It seems Pharaoh's level is not low. However, casting an identification spell on a newly contracted ally seemed rude, so MOU opted to mentally consult Leah. What's Pharaoh's Lauren's character level? Pharaoh's Lauren, current character level 86. Despite his somewhat awkward personality, he's a loyal guard of the Elf King. He has a high affinity for nature, plants, animals, and elements, excels in planting, a bow, and a close-quarters dagger. His contracted summon beast is the Eagle Dieter. Using the possession skill allows him to share Dieter's bird's eye view. Using the transformation skill allows him to gain an eagle's vision, transform his hands into eagle claws, or temporarily acquire eagle wings for flight. Wow! MOU couldn't help but sigh in his mind, echoing the druids. The Elf King has truly sent a powerful general. He and his sister, Alicia, are twins born from a bud on the Tree of Life. They can sense distant objects through the Tree of Life's amplification, which is one of the reasons the Elf King sent him here, Leah said. An external liaison? That makes perfect sense. MOU understood instantly. Even as he and Leah were conversing in his head, Pharaoh's had already begun using his seed-stimulating skills. The alchemical potion he had just dripped must have been some kind of potent fertilizer that could provide nutrients for plants. A green light flashed above the small mound, and a lush green seedling broke through the soil. As it absorbed the green potion, it grew visibly and rapidly, thickening, widening, and growing taller. In just a few minutes, it had grown into a tree with a diameter so large that 3 people could hug it. As the towering tree grew, Pharaoh's gently placed his hand on the trunk and closed his eyes, as if communicating with the tree. The branches rustled and began to move spontaneously, weaving their branches into the roof, floor, and walls of the house. In a short time, a small tree house growing on the tree was completed. This operation not only amazed the druids, who applauded, but even MOU was surprised. However, he couldn't help but utter a curious question. Will weaving branches into houses like this really not harm the trees? No, the elf said firmly. These trees, and we have a symbiotic relationship. For thousands of years, we elves have relied on them to build shelters for us, and we have diligently cared for their growth. What a brilliant design. Or rather, what a brilliant art design. That CG sequence just now was so smooth that it completely blew me away. Is this treehouse really sturdy? Won't it leak? Haven't I heard that the elves have lived like this for thousands of years? But I'm curious what it's like inside. Is there a way for us players to own a treehouse like this? Great idea, brothers. The players continued their chatter. This time, Pharaoh's glanced at them suspiciously, but MOU waved his hand, indicating that Pharaoh should ignore them. Chapter 69. Seemingly sensing MOU's curiosity about the treehouse, Pharaoh's hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation. Would you like to? Come in and sit down? Okay, MOU readily agreed. That's just in time. I need to tell you about adventurers. Pharaoh's deftly stepped on the stair-like bumps on the trunk of the tree and quickly leaped onto the treehouse. MOU couldn't help but twitch his eye. This was indeed quite a challenge for the mage in his heavy robes. MOU rolled up his robe and, using all 4 limbs, finally managed to climb up. Before entering the treehouse, he could hear the players below laughing. I never seen anything like this. A video of the Lord climbing a tree. Lord, this is a precious historical video of early human taming of limbs. Ha ha ha. MOU peered over and accurately identified the IDs of the daring players. He then performed a trick on them, a NPC's favorability drop, giving them a free 3-pack. Your military merits are gone. Your rank has been demoted. Your contribution points have gone up. As expected, the players below immediately wailed. Sorry, Lord, we were wrong. I'm sorry, I delete the video now. Lord, please love me one more time. Hold tight to your thighs, Lord, and don't take away my favorability, please. Storm crying.jpg. MOU's lips curled with satisfaction. He dusted off his robe, straightened his collar, and stepped into the treehouse. The actual space of the treehouse was much larger than it appeared from beneath the tree, with 2 rooms in total. The roof was also raised for the elves, so even for Pharaoh's, who is 190 centimeters tall, the house feels very spacious when walking around. The house wasn't completely empty. Branches and vines from the tree had been woven into a dining table and 2 chairs in the outer room. The inner room also had a small desk and a very comfortable-looking rattan bed. In MOU's original world, it was a minimalist, natural style, fitting the elves' simple, close-to-nature lifestyle. After a casual tour of the tree house, MOU plopped down on a chair in front of the dining table and meticulously explained the complete NPC-specific player interaction guidelines and the mobile player quest issuance process in terms Pharaoh's could understand. I have Leah help me compile this information into a text file and download it to the NPC's dedicated phone, so I don't have to go through the same process every time a new NPC takes over. Although MOU was a bit of a nerd, he also enjoyed slacking off. He thought, if electronic processes can be used, don't do it manually. These adventurers come from far away, and they have many strange behaviors and customs. Just ignore them. But you can't stay in the Garden of the Tree of Life all day. You must spend at least 3 hours a day in the village, teaching archery to adventurers other than druids, and giving them quests and rewards. Before entering the garden again, you and all your belongings must undergo druid purification. After a lengthy list of precautions, MOU concluded, the Garden of the Tree of Life is only accessible to druids. If this elf spent the entire day in the garden, then only druids would be able to accept quests. Then the other ordinary archer players, not druids, would be in trouble. MOU naturally wouldn't let that happen. Got it. Fellows' brain was clearly overloaded with information, and his eyes were about to pop out. MOU gave him some time to digest it. No matter how uncomfortable an NPC might be at first, they would eventually be squeezed and flattened into their proper shape by the presence of over 100, and growing, players. He once again struggled down the treehouse, in an extremely awkward yet practical manner. The surrounding players, all watching and pretending not to notice, watched the Lord's intimidating gaze. I'm done with you. MOU brushed the dirt off his robe, waved to Nikukyu and Zainyuyi, who were waiting nearby, and reissued the quest he hadn't successfully sent. Ding, the player system prompts. You have accepted the New Mentor Entrance Purification quest series. Please visit the quest page for details. Quest: New Mentor. As an ally of the Lord, the Elven King has sent his personal guard, Feroth Loren, to assist Lord Moiwu in maintaining this precious tree of life. While stationed here, Feroth Loren will provide adventurers with instruction in planting, archery, and druidry. However, this elf from afar seems a bit awkward, so adventurers are advised to treat him with the warmth of home and help him quickly integrate into the family of this territory. Quest requirements: assist Feroth Loren by improving his living environment, finding his favorite foods, and creating a comfortable living environment for him, thereby increasing his identification and favorability with the territory, adventurers, and the Lord. This quest can be shared with any player, no team required. Feroth Loren's approval: 10/1000. Feroth Loren's favorability: -300/1000. Complete the quest to receive territory construction contribution points. The system will award points based on the player's actual quest completion performance. Quest: Garden Purification. This quest is a daily Earth Druid quest, and can be accepted repeatedly. The system will award rewards based on the player's actual quest completion performance. To ensure the cleanliness of the Garden of Life, please purify all people, animals, plants, objects, or spatial props allowed into the Garden of Life. Quest reward: New Tree of Life favorability +1. MOU directly assigned this latter quest to all druids. Ah! Mission completed. Nikukyu and Zainyuyi saluted MOU. And you? MOU gave them a meaningful look. Stop with all that weird shit. He then walked towards the mage tower, oblivious to the two girls exchanging odd glances. They spoke only a moment after MOU had left. Sisters! Nikukyu excitedly shouted. Sisters! Zainyuyi also clenched his fist. Bad news. The new CP's journey collapsed before it was even halfway through. But? The two hugged happily. Good news. This is the official sweet treat. MOU, oblivious to the two players he had inexplicably encountered, returned to the mage tower study, closed the door, and finally pulled out the Elf King's letter. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I hope it's not a blunder. Moyu's memories didn't contain much about the Elf King. MOU only vaguely conjured up the image of a handsome middle-aged elf in ornate robes and a silver crown. Perhaps because he had lived for 279 years and possessed a wealth of magical knowledge, the memories Moyu transmitted were sometimes too complex, making some distant memories difficult to access. Most of the time, MOU could only retrieve a small amount of information belatedly. MOU understood this. The Grand Mage's memory database was too vast, and his own search software, and even hardware, seemed ill-matched, resulting in frequent information gaps when reading. But it wasn't a big deal. He started with a map, and the rest was up to him. As long as he grasped the key point of the faction, he shouldn't be far off. MOU carefully unfolded the letter. The Elf King's letter paper was very thin, but sturdy, even having a slight fabric texture. It could be easily rolled up into a small roll, and slipped into the mailbox on the eagle's leg. The Elf King's handwriting was a bold, cursive script, its delicate lines curling into large, sweeping circles across the letter paper. Yet, the writing remained legible, creating a pleasing and comfortable experience. The Elf King, however, wrote in a rather ancient Elvish language, which, thanks to the automatic language translation spell Moyawu had installed in MOU's brain, inexplicably acquired a touch of classical Chinese. My friend Moyawu, I am glad to receive your letter. Over 200 years have passed since our brief encounter at the inauguration ceremony of Patriarch Philizlok. I still remember my astonishment when I heard you break with the Philizlok family and abandon your name. After nearly 50 years of silence, I have just heard that you have accepted the invitation of the Magical Federation and settled in AMT County. I hear the county is quite desolate, and the conditions are harsh. I wonder if you are doing well. Are you still steadfast in your original aspirations, and carrying out your plan of salvation? The elves have not seen any new life for nearly 100 years. The mother tree is severely polluted, and the flowers it has produced in recent years are all withered and empty. Without the help of new life, I fear it will be difficult to continue. Not long ago, the Son of Light passed through my territory, and I entrusted him with the last of my Tree of Life seeds. A few days ago, I had a feeling. I saw a silver-blue pillar of light appear in the sky, and the Mother Tree of Life also responded. I suspect that you have successfully purified the land and planted the seeds. To assist you, I am sending my personal guard, Pharaoh's Loren, to serve you. If the new tree grows as expected, I can use the power of the new tree, through the resonance between Pharaoh's and his sister, to heal my mother tree. If it's too late, I hope to use the new tree, along with your land, to rebuild the elven realm and ensure the future of the elves. If you agree, the elves will be your unbreakable allies and offer their full might at your command. May the world and the mother tree bless you. Elven King Lancel. Ah, Philizlok. This name awakens some long-lost memories of Moyawu that lie dormant in MOU's mind. From the fleeting fragments, Philizlok appears to be Moyawu's original surname. This family seems to be quite prominent, a powerful and influential family with considerable magical attainments. Combining the letter from the Elf King, MOU sorted out the few memories in his mind. The approximate timeline should be that more than 200 years ago, at the inauguration ceremony of the head of the Philizlok family, the Elf King and Moyawu Philizlok met. The two only had a brief meeting and conversation. The specific content seemed to have been forgotten by Moyawu. Over 100 years ago, Moyawu was poised to become the next head of the family. However, due to a significant divergence of ideologies with the interests of the Philizlok family, Moyawu was expelled from the family, abandoning his surname and traveling the continent as the Great Mage Moyawu. Over 50 years ago, at the invitation of the Magic Federation, Moyawu became a minor lord of the desolate AMT County. Whether the Magic Federation considered AMT County a thankless task, and simply gave it to Moyawu, as its territory remains unknown. It seems like Great Mage Moyawu has a rather complicated past, MOU sighed. He didn't have much of an issue with the Elf King's request, since they had already sent him their Mother Tree seeds, both Option 1, saving the Mother Tree, and Option 2, the Elven relocation plan, seemed feasible. His territory didn't have many residents to begin with, and even if there had been any, they were now either dead or in exile. Now that the elves are willing to devote their entire tribe to helping him, it's only natural for them to want to migrate to the new Mother Tree if their Mother Tree collapses and dies. By then, an elven expansion should be all that matters. MOU's mind was already racing, strategizing about the next version, but now that druids are getting stronger, the other classes are clearly unbalanced. We need to think of a solution quickly. But as for NPCs dropping random items, people, whether or when they spawn isn't something MOU can decide. Pharaohs can serve as a mentor for 2 combat classes and 1 life class, and he can also be responsible for tending the Tree of Life. He should be a powerful fighter during the Beast Tide. He's working 5 jobs for free, which is quite cost-effective. MOU continued to calculate, I be the Magician Mentor, and the Tank Class Mentor. Well, there's His Highness the Son of God, who's still somewhere, taking up the spot. Players will just think it's because the plot hasn't triggered, not because it hasn't been implemented. In fact, let alone future plans for the Tank Class, MOU, a poor planner, doesn't even know where the subsequent Tank Class templates are. Let's guide Archer players through the class change first. After all, the Elves' archery skill templates are almost complete, and the new skill panel can be added at any time. This will also fill the gap in the Advanced Physical class. If the DPS isn't improved, the players will really make a fuss. I wonder when Aelian will make another cameo appearance. He should be able to copy some powerful tank class skills as templates. MOU stroked his chin, just as he was thinking about how to take advantage of His Highness the Holy Sun, when he felt a very rhythmic vibration from the black thorn ring on his left ring finger. At the same time, Leah sent a notification. Alien has sent a video call invitation. Do you want to accept? Accept reject switch to voice call. Leah, did you learn this selection mechanic from WeChat? MOU grumbled, but still quickly agreed. Chapter 70. The thorn ring clicked and spun, casting a screen of light in midair like a projector. Alien's figure appeared within it. He seemed to be on the battlefield. You could hear the roars of beasts and the fluttering of Pegasus wings from the ring. Lord. Alien's recognizable, cold voice emanated from the ring. As you can see, I am currently on the Akron Plains. The beast tide has erupted far earlier than we anticipated. He turned the ring, and you could see the scene Alien had captured. A vast herd of beasts swarmed across the plains, rushing in one direction like a torrent. Following behind them were a dozen or so grotesque, hideous monsters, each 20 or 30 meters tall, resembling a chimera splice. Those massive monsters, like moving skyscrapers, some resembled humanoid forms, while others were twisted, indescribable masses of flesh, tentacles, and slime. It was incomprehensible how they could even move, and just the sight of them would lower one's SAN. These enormous monsters, like sheepdogs, drove the low-level monsters of the beast tide forward. Their path left only a bloody mess of flesh and corpses strewn across the muddy ground. Though the corpses were those of exhausted monsters, crushed into a pool of mincemeat by the oncoming beast tide, MOU, witnessing the scene for the first time, was still horrified by the gory spectacle, even feeling a little nauseous. This beast tide is not only fiercer and larger, but also driven by high-level monsters. Alien returned the ring's view. MOU, looking at Alien's handsome face, felt the fishy smell rising in his throat subside considerably. I will do my best to stop the high-level monsters behind you that you can't currently handle, but the beast tide itself is too numerous, and I'm powerless. Lord, please prepare your defenses promptly. How many days do I have? MOU asked as calmly as possible. At their current rate, no more than 3 days. Alien answered almost immediately. After I stop these high-level monsters, their advance will slow slightly, but these monsters have lost their minds, and the beast tide will not stop. MOU's Adam's apple rolled. Since arriving in this world, he had always treated everything that happened in it as just another game-planning job. This was the first time he faced danger from the perspective of an insider. An indescribable fear seemed to grip his heart, making him almost nauseous. But Alien's calm and composed expression in the image was like a stabilizing force, steadying MOU's mind. MOU swallowed his uneasiness and asked, "What are those high-level monsters?" According to Leah's standards, probably between level 89 and 105. Alien quickly calculated and replied. Then MOU stopped in time and swallowed the last word. He felt that asking this question was impolite, as if questioning Alien's strength. He quickly corrected himself and continued, "Please be careful too. Don't worry, I won't let them pass." Alien smiled a rare, bright smile. "Only if they step over my corpse." "No, even if you release the monsters, it doesn't matter. Please come back alive." Does this holy son have some kind of death obsession, insisting on plastering his back with flags? MOU was almost speechless. If the holy son died here, wouldn't his T-class players be furious? Your presence is very important to me. Please prioritize your own safety. High-level monsters are welcome, my adventurers, and I can handle them. No, MOU knew full well that the highest level players were only around level 30 to 40, and they wouldn't be able to handle high-level monsters in the 89 to 105 range. But neither this world nor he could afford to lose such a high-level, powerful ally. A T-class mentor, he was just holding on. Alien remained silent for a long moment, simply watching MOU silently. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he soothed with a gentle, almost smiley tone. "Perhaps one day you will be able to handle it, but not now." His cold voice was tinged with warmth, deeper than usual. "Don't worry about me. The world elves will bear witness to my efforts. I will be victorious and return to you alive." Oh my God, why is this holy son always so flirtatious? A strange warmth washed over MOU's face. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. "Okay, I asked the world elves to record your heroic deeds and use them to inspire my adventurers to fight." "As you wish." Alien raised his hand and whispered softly to the ring. His voice seemed to brush against MOU's ear. MOU subconsciously raised his hand to rub his ear, only to realize that Alien had hung up. "Leah," MOU rubbed his temple, "keep an eye on Alien for me, and use the materials he has to create a PV for the Beast Tide expansion. Then help me calculate the exact time the Beast Tide will arrive. and start a countdown in the back end. He opened the system panel and checked the infrastructure progress. The city wall was now 89% complete, and with a little more effort, it should be finished. Mou pulled out his phone and quickly edited a message to the large group chat where all the NPCs were, asking everyone to gather immediately at Rama's laboratory. Calculations completed. The Beast Tide is currently located 300 kilometers away in the Akron Plains. Based on the average speed of the Warcraft and their recent travel paths, they should reach the city wall in approximately 75 hours. Leah reported, the countdown has started in the back end. Mou quickly calculated in his mind that the Beast Tide would arrive around the same time the players would log in. He felt a little more at ease. After all, his greatest support was the undead players. Time is tight. We need to quickly post announcements on the official website and forums, and get some reinforcements. We also need to arrange for powerful weapons. Mou's mind raced, and his movements never faltered. He quickly wrote an announcement for the new expansion, and had Leah send it out immediately after editing the expansion's PV. He then rushed to Rama's Alchemy Research Institute. All the village NPCs had arrived. The newly appointed fellows Loren even asked players to lead the way. Mustafa the merchant and Muhat the bodyguard had also been summoned by Father Polly at Mou's request. The sheer spectacle of all the NPCs gathered piqued the players' curiosity, and they gathered outside the research institute, peering in. All adventurers. Now! Immediately. Repair the wall. The Beast Tide is coming. Mou rushed all the players to their quests, and then closed the gate. Players would learn about the Beast Tide expansion pack after the official website released the news, so there was no need to have them in the way now. He walked into the hall, and the whispers in the laboratory died abruptly. The NPCs were sitting or standing, but their eyes were fixed on Mou. I have bad news. Mou took a deep breath and said to everyone, the Beast Tide is formed and is heading towards us. It will reach us in 75 hours, or 3 days. The villagers gasped or cried out in unison. Veloth Loren probably didn't expect to be met with such devastating news on his first day in office. The elf's handsome face twisted for a moment. Mustafa's expression was surprisingly calm. He slowly stood up and said to Mou, since the Beast Tide is approaching, it's time for us to head to the next town. You have to deal with the Beast Tide next, so we won't take up any more of your time. Mou raised his hand to stop him, saying firmly, I have a teleportation array leading to the mystical city of Onisil. Don't worry, I can teleport you there before the Beast Tide arrives. I still need your help now, so please be patient. Mustafa instantly fell silent, shutting up and sitting down again. This time, the Beast Tide is being driven directly towards us by high-level monsters, Mou said. This isn't a normal natural phenomenon. I suspect some force is manipulating it. The Holy Son of Light, Ailan, is already at the distant front, fighting on the Akron Plains. He will do his utmost to stop those high-level monsters for us. I thought we had more time, but cruel reality has left us no further opportunities. Luckily, the mystical city of Onisil is not in the attack path of this Beast Tide, and the teleportation array I activated will transport everyone away in just a second. Therefore, there's no need to worry too much. Before the Beast Tide arrives, the traveling merchants and the elderly, children, women, and children in the village will all use the teleportation array to seek refuge in Onisil City. I hope you can assist my adventurers in fully preparing for the enemy within these 3 days. Traveling merchants, please use the teleportation array to travel to and from the mystical city of Onisil during these few days to purchase as many weapons and alchemical materials as possible for us. Uncle Alish, Aunt Rosa, Uncle Delka, and Uncle Carter's, please prepare as many weapons, armor, clothing, torches, and bandages as possible during these few days. Grandma Alyssa and Pete, please prepare as many easy-to-eat cooked meals and dry rations as possible. Rama, I need you to craft numerous antimatter bombs or similar weapons that can damage monsters without accidentally harming adventurers. Have the alchemist apprentices help you, but ensure the quality. I also need a large supply of recovery potions, more cell phones and wireless headphones, and some alchemical dolls. Okay. Rama immediately agreed. Please contact the Elf King, Pharaoh's Loren. I agreed to all the requests in his letter, but I need him to send a team of powerful warriors to support us in this battle. I also need a lot of weapons, preferably bows and arrows. I asked the world elves for assistance, and open a temporary teleportation array directly from the Elven territory to here. Mou had confirmed with Leah on the way here that the Elven territory is very far away. With Leah's current power, she can only open a teleportation array over a long distance to allow them to pass through once. But that's enough. Fellows left with a solemn expression, leaving only one sentence. I will contact the king immediately. My lord, is the beast tide coming from the north? Father Paul asked. Yes. As far as I know, there should be 3 villages in the territory of AMT County between here and the Akron Plains. They are also in the beast tide's path. Father Paul said, we need to send someone to notify them to evacuate. Yes. Does anyone know the routes to those villages? MOU asked. We still have enough time to bring them back. Clover stood up and said, I can go. MOU said, it'd be faster if you ride my horse. Rama, do you have any extra spatial items? Rama took out a spatial necklace and handed it to Clover. You must first go to the farthest village and lead the people back from the north. The spatial necklace can be used to carry the people's supplies. Only let them take the most precious and important survival supplies. Don't let them delay. We must leave as soon as possible. Yes, Lord. Clover didn't waste a second, immediately standing up and setting off. To all the people of AMT County, allies, and traveling merchants, thank you. Please join me in resisting this beast tide. As soon as the official website updated the news, players online and offline were in an uproar again. Holy crap! Check out the official news. The Tide of Beasts expansion is coming. Huh? When? The day after tomorrow at dawn. So soon? Didn't they say 3 months? The quest says a Tide of Beasts might break out within 3 months, not 3 months later, and it's been almost a month since the sun left, right? We're probably almost done with the territory construction tasks. Look, the city wall has just reached 90% completion, and the official website released the news. It's possible. After all, the main storyline of this game relies on player advancement. They said within 3 months, but they probably weren't sure how quickly players would complete the tasks, right? So, shouldn't we hurry up and repair the city wall in the next few days? Okay. Of course we have to. Otherwise, what if the preconditions aren't met and a bug occurs? Hey, not only did the official website update this news, they also posted a PV and a bunch of pregame missions. Holy crap, new PV. Holy crap. You guys should go watch the new PV. This PV is a solo show featuring my wife. She's so cool, okay? Oh my god, this beast tide looks terrifying. Are the officials making such a big deal this time? Aren't they afraid we crash? What crash? I fight them if they show their health bar. Why don't you look behind me? My wife is so cool. My pants are soaked. Hey, can you guys please stop flying your pants? Chapter 71. After completing all his plans, MOU returned to the Mage Tower, and, upon opening the player forum on his computer's webpage, tripped over a flurry of flying underpants. What's going on? He took a closer look and saw that the PV edited by Leah had gone viral again. This PV was once again independently produced by Leah. MOU had been in a hurry to leave and hadn't seen it yet, so he clicked on the official website to watch. After the opening flash of the game studio logo, a melodious, solemn, ethereal, and even slightly sacred female singer's aria began. Similar to the first PV, this one began with an aerial shot. The camera swept across the vast desert, then settled on a surging tide that rolled like a line on the horizon, advancing, advancing, and advancing. It was only then that MOU saw clearly that the surging yellow tide was actually the dust kicked up by the fleeing monsters. The camera cut to a close-up, allowing MOU to clearly see the faces of each of the monsters charging forward. Some had bloodshot eyes, long since lost their minds, while others hesitated, forced forward by the vast force. One monster, as if suddenly exhausted, stumbled and fell, but the more frantic monsters behind it didn't stop, continuing their relentless advance. In a flash, the fallen monster only managed to let out a faint wail before countless monsters' sharp hooves and claws reduced it to a pool of blood and flesh, trampled into the earth like mud. The bloody footprints were obscured by the relentless onslaught of monsters, and the camera zoomed up again, higher, higher, until the entire scene was encompassed. It was a truly spectacular yet terrifying sight. Layers upon layers of magical beasts raced like a black sea, making it impossible to discern their exact numbers. In the distance, at the end of this tide of beasts, trailed a dozen or so grotesque, hideous monsters, each 20 or 30 meters tall. Those gigantic monsters, like moving skyscrapers and hills, seemed like shepherds herding their flocks, while the fleeing magical beasts, driven by them, resembled submissive sheep. This tide of beasts was clearly not natural. The magical beasts were being driven by these massive monsters, charging straight toward them. The background music suddenly became rousing. As the drumbeats and rhythm of the music joined in, a familiar, cold male voice rang out. The camera spun, revealing Aelian's handsome face at the center of the video. My lord, this beast tide is not only fiercer and larger, but also driven by high-level monsters. The Son of Light held the reins of the unicorn Pegasus in his left hand, perched lightly on its back in midair. I will do my best to stop the high-level monsters behind you that you cannot currently handle, but the beast tide itself is too numerous. I am powerless. Please prepare for immediate defense, my lord. With his free right hand, he drew the great sword from his back, his left hand released the reins, and with an extremely graceful leap, he struck at one of the mountain-sized, humanoid monsters, its body covered in eyes and slime. That clear, cool voice, deeper and more pleasant than usual, seemed to whisper words of love into my ear. Don't worry about me. The spirits of the world will bear witness to my actions. I will be victorious and return to you alive. Along with these words, the sound of a humanoid giant, split in two, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The Holy Son of Light, Aelian, performed a beautiful mid-air spin and landed safely. Spirit of the world. I wish to protect the world. May the spirits of the world grant me the heart of protection. His gold-threaded and silver robe was instantly shrouded in silver light, transforming into a full-body suit of silver armor with golden patterns. From his shoulders, the silver light wove a flowing cape, which, lifted by the sudden breeze, unfolded like enormous silver-blue wings. Want to get through here? Unless you step over my corpse. Aelian swung his great sword, and all the giants turned in unison, their gazes fixed on him. You knew this was the monster-attracting effect of the Heart of Protection. Once activated, and unless deactivated, this skill would remain in effect forever, until the World Knight fought to the bitter end. The camera lingered on Aelian's resolute and handsome face before slowly fading into darkness. You closed the computer screen and looked at the ring on his left hand. After a moment, he slowly spoke, Leah, please do me a favor. Outside the window, dark clouds had gathered. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. A long-awaited storm descended upon this desolate desert. Ah, this PV. Nikukyu, who had been rewatching the PV, covered her face with her hands and screamed, What do you mean by returning alive to you? What do you mean by walking over my dead body? Is Aelian confessing his love publicly? The authorities are so good. I calculated with my fingers, and it seems there's a knife in this candy. Shiinuitiu frowned, sensing something was amiss. Is it my imagination? I always feel like Aelian has the aura of a martyr. Are all knights like this? Nikukyu said, he has that inherently stoic setting of someone willing to sacrifice everything for their lord. Just talking about it makes my mouth water. I hope the officials will be kind, and not kill him with a plot twist. He's still a pain in my heart. Let me take the blame. Don't let the NPCs move. And with a PV plot setting, does Aelian have to stop those mountain-like, high-level monsters all by himself? That sounds dangerous. I absolutely can't support a bad ending. Yes. A bad ending is not an option. Nikukyu gulped. But I can support a battle-damaged Aelian. A silver-haired beauty with long hair and damaged armor. Slurp. Ah, my beautiful wife with battle-damaged makeup, Matamoto. The fans who were fanatical about the PV were practically taking off, while the serious players were also diligently studying the PV plot. Luzhou Laojiao. Wow, this expansion pack is even more spectacular than I imagined. Is the actual gameplay this impressive? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Bro, are you still doubting this studio's capabilities? I'm telling you, there's no game made by a moping boss that isn't fun. Song Lin. Damn, that falling monster, those expressions, the details, the splattering blood and mud, what a CG masterpiece. I almost thought it was a live-action shoot. Yuhua Dingxian. Yeah, that's amazing. Those monsters look all sorts of weird, but you can still see all sorts of expressions on their faces. I feel like some are serious work, and some are. I'm just desperately pushing forward to avoid being trampled to death. Hiss, there seems to be a hint of philosophy in it. What's going on? Song Lin, it's like I'm seeing office workers swept along by the currents of the environment. Yuhua Dingxian. Damn. Yijian Paqianshan. Damn. Philosopher. Sui Feng Ershur. Brothers, why do I feel like this beast tide isn't natural? It's like those monsters were driven here by the high-level giants behind? Luzhou Laojiao, that's the feeling. Jin Tianyuyu. I feel like the beast tide expansion released so suddenly. Could it be related to the Tree of Life storyline we druids are pushing? The silver-blue pillar of light that appeared on the day the Tree of Life was planted was so epic. I always suspected there would be a backup plan. Now it seems the Lord's planting alerted the enemy, and this wave of beasts is their response. Yuhua Dingxian. As expected of the analyst Yoyu, you can tell right away if he's up to no good. Jin Tian Yoyu. The perspective of the PV was completely unexpected. It's directly from the perspective of war correspondent. Alien. They logically keep the high-level monsters at a distance, only showing us CG animations, and then let us fight an army of monsters adapted to our level. The official setting is incredibly detailed, plus 10,086 thumbs up. Xianyuitio. My wife can kill a giant monster with one sword. Can anyone tell the level of the monsters in the PV? Sui Feng Sure. The monsters in the beginning are between level 35 and 40, while the monsters Alien stops later are between level 89 and 105. Alien himself is level 100. You ask how I know? A new administrator named Leah just joined the forum. Her pinned post a minute ago contains the second version of the PV video. That video is pretty cool. It has interactive features. Hovering your mouse over a target reveals its name and level. Luzhou Laojiu. Wow, the official is awesome. Yuhua Dingxian. The official is awesome. Very loud. What are you looking at? Everyone, don't just focus on the PV. There are tons of preparation missions unlocked along with the PV this time. What are you looking at? The preparation missions are only given for 3 days. They say the difficulty of the Beast Tide will be determined by the completion of the preparation missions. There's no upper limit to the difficulty of this Beast Tide expansion. The system AI will adjust the difficulty based on the player's quest completion. Under completion of preparation quests will directly increase the difficulty of the Beast Tide. Failure to complete the Beast Tide expansion will potentially result in all currently earned quest achievements, including shops, houses, and farmland, being reset to 0. Luzhou Laojiu. Yeah, if we can't win this battle, the entire territory will likely be razed by the Beast Tide. Where will any player's shops be left? When the nest is overturned, how can any eggs remain? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Is that so real? Nikyukyu, horrified. No. My farm. My shop. My tree of life. My skills. What are you looking at? So what are you all standing there for? Do the quest. If you lose, the game will be officially deleted. It's already 8 AM in the Origin world. Most players have logged off, with only a few remaining online to rush to the quest site. But that doesn't stop those who logged off from browsing the official website to thoroughly research the new expansion. Update announcement. God Exorcist Online version 0.04 is about to launch. Thanks to all our players for their active participation and contributions to the new map testing module in version 0.03, our servers have now undergone a wave of updates, allowing them to accommodate more players and larger scale battles. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our Druid players, the Tree of Life storyline has been successfully launched, and the territory has welcomed the arrival of the Elven Minter, Feloth Lorin. The territory construction quests have also concluded amidst the players' enthusiastic efforts. To this end, the development team has decided to release version 0.04, a limited-time expansion pack, and a special story event called Beast Tide. This update will automatically load at the end of the limited-time large-scale territory defense event pre-content prepare for the Beast Tide, allowing players to experience the game without logging off or logging back in. The limited-time large-scale territory defense event pre-content prepare for the Beast Tide is now live. The Son of Light, Island, has sent an urgent report from the Akron Plains front. The Beast Tide has formed and is heading towards our territory. It is expected to arrive in 75 game hours, 73 hours and 57 minutes in game time. Please assist the Lord and NPCs in completing the preparation tasks before the Beast Tide begins, and take advantage of this time to maximize your strength. Currently available branch quest, Novice Hunter. Archer Advancement related quest. Quest NPC, Pharaoh's Lorin. Stockpile Arms. Alchemist related quest, Quest NPC, Rama Onisil. Weapons. Weapons. Forge related quest, Quest NPC, Blacksmith Alesh. Reinforce the city walls. Territory construction related quest, Quest NPC, Adventurers Guild Magical Doll. Lay Traps. Mason related quest, Quest NPC, Adventurers Guild Magical Doll. Contract Partner. Druid related quest, automatically issued by the system. Druids, please find and contract your summoned beast companions as soon as possible. More quests are available for players to explore on their own. This pregame content will last until the countdown ends game time. Completion of the pregame quests will directly determine the difficulty of the subsequent Tides of Beasts expansion. This Tides of Beasts expansion will not have a difficulty cap. The system I will automatically adjust the difficulty of the Tides of Beasts expansion based on the player's completion of the pre-game quests. Insufficient completion of preparation tasks will directly increase the difficulty of the Beast Tide. Failure of faction missions in this Beast Tide expansion will cause the territory to be destroyed by the Beast Tide. This may result in all currently earned quest achievements, including shops, houses, and farmland, being revoked. Please actively complete your tasks. This Beast Tide update includes, but is not limited to, a limited time, large-scale territory defense event, Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is approaching. The territory is about to become a battlefield. Unite as one and defend our home. Players must protect the following objectives: fortification walls, Tree of Life, Mage Tower, AMT Village, Factory Area, Alchemy Research Institute, Experimental Fields. Players must protect the following key NPCs: Lord Moya, Elf Mentor Pharaohs Loren, and Alchemy Mentor Rama Onisil. Chapter 72. Branch Story Update. The following branch story quests are now available in the Tide of Beasts expansion. Allied Reinforcements Elves. Completing this quest series unlocks content from later versions. Beast Tide Refugees of AMT County. Before the Tide of Beasts arrives, assist the northern AMT County refugees and traveling merchants to seek refuge in the mystical city of Onisil via the teleportation array. Lord's Defense Array. Completing this quest unlocks the high-level Archmage Large Array skill set. Players are welcome to explore more branch story quests. Progressing through branch story quests will impact the next phase of the main storyline. Special congratulations to the Druid players who have taken the lead in advancing the class storyline and successfully transitioned to the full-class Earth Druid. Since other class players haven't yet successfully discovered or completed the main class storyline, please keep up the good work. To ensure class balance, the development team will provide players with some quest hints later. The development team reminds all adventurers again, this game utilizes the latest system Mastermind AI core for real-time computation. Every player's action will have a positive or negative impact on the world of Oziria. Once an NPC dies, it cannot be revived, refreshed, or replaced, and all subsequent quests and storylines associated with that NPC will be immediately closed. Destroying important scene objectives will affect subsequent gameplay. For example, if the Tree of Life is destroyed, all Druid player skills will be unusable. The death of the faction leader NPC, Moiwu, will result in the disbanding of the faction, and all members of that faction will be immediately disqualified from the game. Players are advised to pay special attention to protecting important scene objectives and NPCs during this defense. Due to the early release of the Beast Tide expansion, to ensure players can experience the content, the remaining beta test slots scheduled for this month will be distributed all at once today. Players who have already applied should check their emails promptly to confirm their selection. There's more content waiting for players to explore. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Why did the update announcement make me feel like I was being mocked by the development team? Luzhou Laojiao. So, we indeed added content for other classes, but we haven't figured out how to progress the quests yet. You what Dengxian? I see. The Magician's Advancement quest is the Lord's Defense Circle quest. This thing is it similar to a sword formation? Have you lost your hair today? The Archer class is pretty clear. The next level is the Hunter, and the Mentor is a new elf. It seems the experts' earlier guesses were correct. Without the Tree of Life quest and the elves appearing, there's no Mentor. The forest is not on fire. Newbie reporting in. Excuse me, everyone, if I want to learn the Cthulhu Octopus skill, which NPC should I go to? Salted fish? Question mark. It rains today. This is truly an unimagined class path. The Cthulhu clan currently has no class mentor. Currently, besides shouting Cthulhu. Note that except NPC favorability will decrease unless used in dungeons. Otherwise, you can only drink a lot of evil god pollution to transform into an octopus. Theoretically, this could be a career path, but it seems more like it belongs to the enemy faction. Lowered NPC favorability would also affect quest difficulty. Is it really that promising? Luzhou Laojiao. Has anyone tried this yet? Maybe it actually works? But it seems like it would be very difficult to play. The village NPCs are pretty accustomed to our octopus form, but that only prevents us from getting attacked while walking down the street. I can't even open the trade panel to buy from NPCs. It's raining today. Because we can't communicate with NPCs while in octopus dumpling mode. While players can still talk to each other, it seems NPCs, except the Lord, don't understand the octopus's speech. The forest is not on fire. Okay, I look into it. It rains today. I have a feeling Ialian will appear in this expansion, assuming the development team doesn't give him a knife. Then, the future of T-Class players will definitely continue to rely on the Son of God. Maybe there will be a T-Class skill demo in this Beast-Tide expansion. But everyone should take advantage of this wave to upgrade their archers. Ranged attacks are very useful in these kind of city defenses. Druids, hurry up and catch your Pokemon, plant/animal contracts. Before I logged off last night, I successfully opened my animal panel and contracted the LV-25 Forest Wolf King. After the contract, the Wolf King automatically reached my level. With a high animal affinity, you'd be able to overpower lower-level animal bosses, making contracting easy. For the sake of Beast-Tide's combat effectiveness, it's recommended to contract low-level mini-bosses that are beneficial for group battles. Large birds of prey or large beasts should be more advantageous in these group battles. Don't waste your contract opportunities with squirrels, mice, or rabbits. I haven't tried World of Warcraft, so I'm not sure what it's like to contract it. Any experts out there who know could share their thoughts? Song Lin, thanks for the invitation. I contracted a World of Warcraft, the Crystal Spider Alcuin, the LV-25 spider boss in the deepest part of the mine. I was originally with the first kill group to clear the last few spiders and get spider materials, but when the boss was down to 15% health, it suddenly came up to me and asked for a contract. I thought it was going to kill me, but the system immediately prompted me to agree to the contract. Thinking it was just a passing opportunity, I agreed. The boss ended up being my summoned beast, and I took it with me. The first kill group thought I bought all the drops from the final boss, and I had to pay everyone's wages. So, I went from being a worker mistakenly receiving a mount, to being on the boss team inexplicably. After contracting a World of Warcraft beast as a summoned beast, you need to thoroughly purify the beast within an hour to restore its sanity to 100%. Otherwise, as the system prompts, the monster may lose its sanity and betray the contract. Once the monster's sanity returns to 100%, it won't cause pollution unless it uses any skills. Therefore, after purification and placing it in the summoned beast space, it can still freely enter and exit clean plots such as the experimental field without causing additional pollution. However, once a monster is summoned into battle, its sanity decreases, and its pollution increases as soon as it uses a skill, just like a magician. Therefore, it must be purified again after the battle, and cannot be directly placed back into the summoned beast space. Otherwise, you will be denied entry to clean plots. After you contract a monster, you can see its sanity and pollution values in real time in the upper right corner of the screen. There is also a contract value. It is recommended to always monitor these values, regardless of whether the monster is in the summoned beast space or not. If the sanity value is too low or the pollution value is too high, the contract value will decrease. When the contract value drops to 0, the monster will break the contract and betray its master. Please be extremely cautious. Also, when using the possession and transformation skills, if the monster has contamination, it will infect the druid player. Druids, please be especially careful to purify your monster before using these two skills. Otherwise you may not be able to purify it after using the skills above. P.S. The mine map has been completely cleared, but Alcuin will spawn small spider monsters periodically. Since I contracted Alcuin, I can harvest spider materials, spider silk, spider venom, and falling claw fangs. I plan to raise some small spider monsters to cultivate materials. Anyone who needs spider materials can buy them from me. Grunt. Wow, you're a big shot, raising spiders. This will monopolize the materials. Huge profits. After a few druid masters first tested the new skills, subsequent druid players progress much faster in contracting summoned beasts and plants. Perhaps it's because they have been working as a team since entering the game. These druid players are almost the most reliable, efficient, and disciplined group under MOU. While opening their skill panels, they also didn't forget to complete achievement quests. After a few days of hard work, nearly all the druids had found reliable apprentices and successfully received their own achievement gear. Many of these apprentices were friends, relatives, classmates, or colleagues. They immediately applied for spots after receiving the achievement quests. A few unlucky individuals even had to apply for spots for several days before finally being selected. The druid team suddenly expanded from 10 to 30, and the remaining player spots would be distributed within the day, bringing the player team to 333 players plus 1 alt. Although most of them were low-level players, they would definitely be able to reach level 10 or 20 by the Beast-Tide, right? The new players' levels wouldn't be very high, but they would definitely be able to perform odd jobs in the territory. And most importantly, with more anchors, Leah's abilities would improve, and she would have more energy to recycle. After receiving a notification from the backstage that the territory's defenses had been completed, MOU went to the city wall. The entire defensive wall was originally built to a level 35 defense, but after cement was successfully developed, MOU had players bring in cement to cast a concrete outer layer, reinforcing the entire structure. When he arrived this time, the newly poured concrete had already dried, and the system-assigned defense level had risen to level 45, just enough to withstand the significantly increased level of the monsters in this beast tide. Thank goodness I always been careful. MOU breathed a sigh of relief and checked the other facilities. The beacon tower had been built and equipped with a telescope. The arrow tower was also partially completed. Players were bringing in parts for the newly crafted giant ballista from the blacksmith shop. Once assembled, these massive ballistas would have a range of 1 kilometer, making them the perfect weapon for defending the city. MOU left the city again to inspect the horse traps outside. They were extremely deep, and their bases were lined with sharp spears. Any monster that fell into them would be killed. After stabbing a batch, the mages could remotely use their level 29 Void Fist to drag the monster corpses out and stab the next batch. With the fortifications essentially complete, MOU felt much more relieved. When he returned to the village, Pharaohs brought word from the Elf King, agreeing to send 300 elven archers as reinforcements, along with 1,000 bows and a sufficient supply of arrows. Leah's energy currently only supports a temporary teleportation array to the elven territory, allowing the elves to arrive all at once with weapons and supplies. However, if they successfully survive this beast tide, the overflowing spiritual energy of the 333 players will quickly fill Leah's energy bar, allowing them to send the elves back. MOU and Pharaohs confirmed the time to activate the teleportation array and then went to the Adventurers Guild. While distributing class skills to eligible players, they placed a new order with Rama on their phone. 300 NPC phones and matching wireless headsets for the incoming elven archers. Of course, other NPCs will also need wireless headsets for easy communication during battle. Although some players often complain about the mage class being mediocre, it actually offers the most comprehensive skill set and is quite powerful in combat. Compared to the druid, who starts with a lifestyle class, or the tank class with a Son of Light as their mentor, the mage, who can learn new skills from Lord Moiwu at a certain level, seems rather ordinary. Some players even feel they haven't fully explored the mage's class quests. MOU is happy for players to continue to push the story. Of course, the necessary skills still need to be used, otherwise MOU will be troubled by insufficient combat power to fight the beast tide. Fist of the Void and Mill of Despair are both excellent skills for defending the city. As a long-range turret, the mage is absolutely perfect for holding the city walls. The beast tide will initially be a long-range battle. MOU plans to use ranged magic circles to consume a wave of monsters, then use horse traps to kill a group, and then use the mage and archers on the city walls to fight as the main ranged attack. There is also Rama's antimatter bomb as a long-range projectile firepower, which can be used in conjunction with the trebuchet or the birds and animals contracted by the druids. Once the monsters approach, the knights will be responsible for attracting aggro and protecting the mages and archers with earthen walls, while the druids will be responsible for healing and regenerating health. The players only need to hold the wall and prevent the monsters from breaking through. The most important thing in the entire territory is the fragile, newly sprouted Tree of Life, which MOU suspects is the primary target of this Warcraft tide. The 300 elven archers can serve as replacements for the players while they're offline. MOU also plans to disable anti-addiction restrictions and remove death penalties during the Tide of Tide expansion. After all, if a player's body is damaged, they can just replace it with a new one. If all else fails, it's fine to just temporarily lend them an alchemy figurine. Just treat it as a trial for the store, and return it after the Tide of Tide ends. Perhaps the player's experience will even boost store sales. Chapter 73. Beast Tide Countdown, Midnight, Origin World, 12 p.m. 10 hours until the main player force arrives online. MOU stood on the towering command platform behind the city wall, his robe fluttering in the howling north wind like a striking banner. Leah, he called softly. He's fine. Leah seemed to know what MOU was asking. He's tired, but he's still fighting. There are 18 high-level monsters. Aelian has already killed 10 of the lower-level ones. There are currently 8 remaining, ranging in level from 98 to 105. MOU, he's been fighting for 51 hours straight. Is this Holy Son truly still human? When he's hungry, he chokes on dry food. When he's thirsty, he takes a sip from the water pouch at his waist. When he's sleepy, he force feeds a bottle of potion. Ever since he activated his shield stance, he's never closed it again. Every time he saw the image from Leah's side, Mou felt as if his heart were being gripped by an invisible hand. He watched the earth crumble under the impact of the giant monster's tentacles, and the alien leaped to avoid the landslide. Suddenly, he turned his head away, only to be scratched by a flying, sharp rock. He watched the alien leap high, severing a giant's tentacle with a single blow, only to be attacked from behind by another giant, and slammed into the rocky beach. He watched the sturdy knight climb to his feet again and again, spat out the gravel and blood foam from his mouth, a faint sneer of disdain on his lips, and once again raised his great sword. Is there nothing I can do? Mou clenched his fists. Just standing there, and watching others fight for him was out of character. But he was only a level 45 great mage, hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield in Ialian. What could he do? There's one thing only you can do, Leah said. The World Knight's protective power comes from the energy of the World Consciousness Core. The more abundant the World Consciousness Core energy, the greater the power bestowed upon the Knight. This power can be used not only in combat, but also for healing and fatigue relief. And unlike other alchemical potions, this blessing has no side effects. I see. Knights fight on the front lines, while lords spend money in the rear. By increasing the World Core energy supply, you can remotely deploy items or enhance the Knight's buffs. It makes sense. Mou opened the system backend. The current World Core energy displayed was 5,000/. However, opening a long-distance teleport to the elves required 3,000 energy points, and those 5,000 energy points seemed to be slowly decreasing. Will 2,000 energy points be enough? Mou asked. Leah shook her head. The current energy is barely enough to sustain it. To significantly improve Ialian's combat power and status, we need at least 30,000 energy points. Mou couldn't believe his ears. How much? I'm sorry, Knight, your lord is truly poor. Then what should we do? Recruit more players? But attracting new players also consumes core energy. Recovering spiritual energy from players is a long-term, steady investment, and it requires upfront investment. It's obviously useless at this critical moment of energy need. You can gain the emotional power of prayer from players, Leah said. In this world, prayers, blessings, and hope are the most potent spiritual forces, capable of rapidly boosting core energy. We need to encourage players to sincerely pray for Ialian. Based on the spiritual energy that players have fed back into the anchor point, the highest energy peaks are seen when players shout, "Wife." Got it. Cool. Pants flying off. Mou, are you sure these are the power of prayer? For some reason, hearing Leah solemnly pronounce these words gave him a feeling of social despair. The energy previously provided to Ialian was all recycled from the emotional energy generated by the newly released PV. Leah opened the data backend and showed it to Mou. It's 10,000 points. In other words, Mou pondered, to hype up a couple or a character. No wonder he always felt that the PVs Leah had edited before looked a little strange. Even though Leah only cut out 4 lines of Ialian's voice in the PV, and every single one of them was Ialian's exact words. Why did they seem so adorable? Ialian possesses formidable combat power, and a striking appearance that appeals to both men and women. He also possesses the innate aura of a martyr of devotion, sacrifice, and protection. Furthermore, his words naturally exude a subtle aura that even a straight man like Mou finds off-putting. It's only natural that he's attracting players' attention. Let's cut another teaser PV for the new expansion. Mou said, it makes sense to release a teaser PV right before the expansion's release. While inspiring players' passion for battle, it also recycles their emotional energy. Okay. Master Editor Leah readily agreed and began work. Mou gazed into the distance. Where the sky and earth met, a group of figures appeared. One man rode a pony in front, followed by many more. Clover and the others have returned with people from other villages. Mou exclaimed in delight. He quickly stepped down from the command platform, pulled out his NPC phone, and contacted Father Polly. I saw Clover return with many people. Find some men and borrow some horses from the traveling merchants to pick them up. Father Polly's voice echoed from the phone. Okay, Lord. Mou put away his phone and looked up to see Pharaohs, leaning against the nearby city wall, his arms folded, waiting for him. The proud elf straightened up immediately upon seeing the Lord. I given the crystal with the teleportation array to my sister. They be ready soon, and the teleportation will be activated in 2 hours. Fellows and his twin sister, Alicia, possess the special ability to communicate over long distances through the amplification of the Tree of Life. As long as they are near a Tree of Life, Not necessarily the same one, they can communicate remotely, or even briefly open a portal to deliver items or letters. However, this power consumes the Tree of Life's energy. Currently, MOU's Tree of Life is still very young, and he can only open a very small window, barely enough to send a teleportation crystal. Okay, thank you, Elf King, for your generous help. MOU bowed to Fellows in thanks. What about the adventurers? I assigned them quests and equipment according to your instructions. Fellows' face was filled with confusion. Every one of them mastered elven archery almost instantly, and their postures and techniques were exactly the same as mine. More than exactly the same. No matter what kind of player, male, female, alchemist, or octopus, every time they drew their bows, aimed, even the habit of raising their pinkies while drawing, a bad habit his sister had criticized so many times, they were exactly the same. It was so precise, it gave Fellows the creeps. MOU's lip curled. That's because each of their skill templates was copied and pasted from yours into the anchor point. MOU waved his hand and said, this is their unique learning method. Don't worry about it. Every additional adventurer who learns a skill will further strengthen our combat power. Learning quickly is a good thing. Okay. Fellows swallowed his remaining questions. He suddenly didn't want to know why those druids could use the skills of the elves' symbiotic pact with living creatures, nor did he want to know why those druids could even forge pacts with magical beasts. You know, while magical beasts can barely be considered living creatures, they are deeply polluted. If you pact with them, the very act of using a skill will cause you to become polluted. This is considered extremely degrading by the elves. Any elf who attempts this will be called a dark elf and expelled from the tribe. But to the druids, it seemed like a perfectly normal thing. If a magical beast's pollution level is high, they purify it. After a magical beast uses a skill, they purify it. If they themselves are unfortunately polluted, they ask the nearby druid to purify it. They didn't feel it was anything serious or terrifying at all. Pharaohs rubbed his brow. The shock he endured in the past few days was greater than anything he experienced in the previous half of his life. But perhaps, as the Lord had said, as long as the outcome was good for the world and the Tree of Life, there was no need to dwell too much on how these self-proclaimed players achieve their goals. But these adventurers' special learning techniques also made Pharaohs' job exceptionally simple. He simply spoke the same lines to the adventurers, systematically distributed props and equipment, and then demonstrated their skills. He could even gather all the adventurers together and do it all at once. More like an actor than a mentor. He felt like what the players called. What's that word? Ah yes, a tool. And these adventurers were indeed eccentric, perfectly fitting their self-proclaimed player designation. Cynical, as if each of them viewed the world and their own lives as a game filled with adventure. To any normal person, the beast-tide crisis, a devastating disaster, was treated with disdain by these players. Remember, it was a torrent of monsters that even the strongest elves wouldn't dare face lightly, yet to these adventurers, it was simply fighting, experience points, drops, and contribution points. This kind of attitude could only be exhibited by the continent's most ruthless mercenaries, those who value money over their lives. Where on earth did this lord find such a large group of people? And their numbers have increased in the past few days. Previously, there were only about 30, but now there should be over 300. Clover has returned with more refugees. They're still in the desert, heading our way, MOU smiled. If you're free, take the players with you to help with the rescue, and have Dieter keep watch. The beast tide wasn't far off, and with this elf's contracted eagle keeping watch, the villagers' evacuation would be safer. At the sight of MOU's smile, Pharaoh's PTSD kicked in, and he quickly agreed, okay, I go right away. He left as if escaping, and went back to work. MOU rubbed his chin, wondering, strange, why do I feel like Pharaohs is a little afraid of me? Leah remained silent, reporting, the pilot video has been completed and released on the official website and player forums. It currently has a 99.8% positive player rating, emotional energy is increasing significantly, and the amount of world core energy being recovered has reached 2,000 points. Just leave the minimum amount of energy we need to ensure we can use the teleportation array to transport elves, the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Use the rest to support Aelian, MOU instructed. His side is the most crucial battlefield. Aelian must not be harmed. Although MOU had previously said that even if he released high-level monsters, it would be fine, in order to dissuade Aelian from self-flagellation, but he and Aelian knew very well that whether Aelian succumbed before killing all the high-level monsters, or released them to protect himself, MOU's side would face the same fate. If necessary, we can start a live or recorded broadcast on the official website, showing footage of the battle from Aelian's side. letting players see the Son of Light's battle scene might even more appealing to their emotions. After all, when MOU himself watched the footage Leah broadcast, he felt the urge to wipe his tears and support the Son of Light. Players should be even more enthusiastic and dedicated. No one in the industry has ever used long NPC animations to promote the release of an expansion pack. Primarily because no one would waste resources on such a long CG production. But for MOU and his team, while they had no money, no people, and scarce resources, they certainly had plenty of free video footage, using Ialian's own earned tears and wishes to fuel Ialian's own battles. That makes sense. Okay, Leah agreed. Would you like to see the preview PV again? No. MOU shook his head. He still had more preparations to do. I'm confident in leaving these tasks to you. I need to check on the refugees, and then we have to welcome the elven reinforcements. Leah glanced at the rapidly growing core energy in her backstage. Without further ado, she reserved enough for her own use, and then channeled the remaining energy into Ialian through the channel constructed by the World Knight's prayers. Ialian, propped up by the great sword, was now kneeling on one leg, panting. He raised his hand, and wiped away the blood that had slid from his forehead into his eyes, coughing up another stream of blood foam. Is this the end? He struggled to his feet, leaning on the great sword. He raised his head, looking past the massive corpses in front of him to the 5 giant monsters still standing behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Come on! Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you pass. Chapter 74. The last 5 giant monsters, each of the highest rank, roared at Ialian. Their roars were laced with countless mental pollutions, tearing at the knight's eardrums and brain, and corroding Ialian's spiritual sea. Ialian roared in pain, but did not retreat. He gripped his greatsword tightly, and took another determined step forward. At this moment, a silver-blue light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped him, gently brushing away the polluted attack on his spiritual sea like a speck of dust. Abundant energy surged into his body, sweeping away his fatigue and pain. The silver light quickly cleansed the wounds, healing them swiftly. The depleted vitality was replenished, and his body, once supported solely by willpower, was once again filled with strength. A moment of astonishment flashed across Ialian's face, and then his usual calm and cold expression returned. The previous madness was gone, and only the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Someone asked me to deliver a message. The voice of the world spirit echoed from the distant beyond, through the link of prayer, echoing lingeringly in Ialian's mind. I need you, please, live on. The young lord's voice, carried through the link, seemed disjointed and indistinct from the distance. Ialian's silver eyes once again lit with a gleam of faith. Another teaser PV? Xianyuitio finished posting today's fanfiction on the forum and refreshed his page to find a new PV pinned to the top, posted by the new administrator, Lia. The authorities are really taking this expansion seriously, with so many PVs. Xianyuitio opened a bag of chips, clicked on the video, and began watching while eating. As always, the signature Moyu Studio logo caught my eye. This time, behind the curtain, the Lord's figure appeared. The Lord, still wearing his familiar robes, stood on the command platform, which had just been repaired the night before, gazing into the distance behind the city wall. How do I know it's the command platform that was built last night? Because Xianyuitio and other players painstakingly built it, piece by piece, piece by piece, piece by piece, piece by piece. A scene just built last night, and it's already in PV today. What a speed. Xianyuitio stuffed another chip into his mouth. What are you looking at, Lord? Against the solemn beat of the background music, the Lord's voice rang out. Leah. The Lord called softly, his face filled with sorrow. He's fine. The elf on his shoulder seemed to know what Moyu was asking. He's tired, but he's still fighting. He's been fighting for 51 hours straight. The Lord's voice suppressed worry and irritation, and Xianyuitio even sensed a hint of heartache. Oh! These few words contained a tremendous amount of information. Xianyuitio's eyes lit up, and he leaned close to the screen, potato chips in his mouth. The camera shifted to Ialian's side, clearly continuing the story from the previous PV. Ialian's battle scenes were clearly artistically edited. The sun set and rose, then another sun set and rose. As time passed, Ialian constantly moved, leaped, dodged, slashed, was knocked down, climbed up, was besieged, broke through, was knocked down, and climbed up again. Before him, giant monsters of all shapes and sizes fell one by one. Perhaps to reduce the likelihood of a monster siege and quickly reduce the enemy's numbers, Ialian started with the lowest level enemies. Initially, he dominated with sheer strength, but as the monster's levels rose, the fights grew longer and longer, not to mention the monster's potential for alliances and sneak attacks. Aelian's stamina was clearly being depleted. However, only when he was pushing the monsters back would he find a moment to pull a small piece of hard-looking dry food from his waist pouch and quickly chew it. When the water pouch hanging from his waist was empty, he discarded it and took another from his storage. When his sword-wielding hand began to tremble with exhaustion, he pulled out a bottle of alchemical potion and downed it. The brave knight, bloodied and dented, seemed incapable of fatigue, hunger, or pain. No matter how many times he was knocked back or struck down, he would rise again with his sword in hand, unfazed by the gradual increase in wounds. Xianyuiji was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice the potato chips she had dropped. A flood of rich, overflowing emotion surged through her chest at once. Thousands of words rushed to her mind, but in the end, only 2 words escaped her throat. Fuck. This preview video even had a barrage of comments open next to it, and countless players simultaneously launched into a barrage of fuck. Then, hundreds of comments suddenly filled the screen. Oh my god, is the Holy Sun that powerful? Holy crap, my wife. This is a round-robin battle. Is it that brutal? Wow, my wife, take it easy. This is reminiscent of Zack. How dare you, production team, throw a knife. Xianyuiji adjusted the settings, turning off the floating comments on the video, displaying them only in the bar on the side. She dragged the progress bar back a little, calmed herself, and continued watching. The number of monsters Aelian faced steadily decreased. Xianyuiji carefully counted the monsters appearing in the camera lens. At first, there were 18, then 15, 12, 10. As the monsters dwindled, the unspeakable pieces of flesh and fragments on the ground increased. As the ground continued to be destroyed by the giant monsters, polluted, or simply filled with corpses, Aelian would retreat, but true to his oath, he never let the monsters pass him. The monster's full attention never left Aelian. It's Guardian's heart. A tank-class player posted in the comments. Once activated, this skill is permanent. If you don't deactivate it, it won't expire until you die in battle. Sorry, I was so upset when I started yelling about why this skill was permanent. Wow, is this what a knight is? Until the very last moment of the battle, I won't let the monster's aggro leave me. It's so frustrating. I'm in tears. He's really serious. I'm crying my eyes out. Sobbing. Development team, please have some compassion. If you dare to kill my wife, I kill you. Wow, don't you think my wife is getting crazier with every kill? The smile on her face grows wider, and it makes my heart shiver. What a crazy, battle-damaged beauty. Aw, I love her so much. Oh, my wife, live. You must live. Development team, please be kind. Don't kill Zack. Zack is already a pain in my heart. Aelian, live. Do you remember your oath, Aelian? You promised to return alive to the Lord. At some point, the tone of the barrage changed. Everyone began to focus on surviving, and many even began sending gifts. When the giant monsters had dwindled to just 5, Aelian was clearly at the end of his strength. He knelt on one leg, panting, and only the mighty sword could support his exhausted body. Is this the end? He struggled to his feet, leaning against his great sword. He raised his head, his scattered silver hair obscuring a resolute gaze. His lips curled wildly upwards. Come on! Even if I die here, I won't let you pass. Oh my god, my wife is crazy. So cool. Don't use the knife. Cried loudly. The camera suddenly switched, starting at the hem of the Lord's robe and moving upwards. Everyone saw the Lord's clenched fists and his hoarse question, "Is there nothing I can do?" The scene suddenly stopped. A line of silver-blue characters appeared on the pitch-black screen. In this world, emotions are powerful. Please pray for Aelian. There was a link afterward, saying, after praying, click to view Aelian's battlefield, also available in-game. A huge question mark popped up on Xianyuiji's forehead. The official website had been so unkind as to cut off the call at that point. She felt as if a cat were scratching her heart, muttering, "Honey, please don't get hurt." She clicked on the link. Thankfully, it wasn't a scam. It still opened a video website with a bullet screen window next to it, similar to a live stream interface, except that the progress bar below it could be scrolled back to start the video from the beginning. Xianyuiji rewound the progress bar to the starting point, only to see the plot continue from the previous PV. Aelian, exhausted, was under mental attack from 5 giant monsters. Blood flowed from his eyes and ears, but he refused to retreat, as if even the pain had become his strength. The Son of Light gripped his greatsword tightly, and took another determined step forward. At this moment, countless stars converged from the universe. Although there were no subtitles, Xianyuitu understood. They were the player's prayers. These stars converged into a stream of silver-blue light, descending from the sky and instantly enveloping Aelian. His wounds healed rapidly, his fatigue vanished, and his hand gripping the great sword ceased to tremble, as if infused with new strength. A moment of astonishment flashed across Aelian's face, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The camera zoomed in, focusing on his handsome face, and the players could clearly see that his silver eyes once again shone with faith. Holy crap, the development team knows how to do it. Salted Fish muttered to himself, what kind of remote player interaction is this? It's insane! The comments were also frantically flooding. Wow, I'm crying. Wishing power is so cool. Wow, if everyone had this setting, all my wives wouldn't have died. Wow, master, my heart aches. Zax? My Zax? Ah, there are only 5 monsters left. Aelian, you must return alive to see the Lord. I give you all the wishing power you need. Mom, I won't let you die out here alone. Lord X Guardian Knight. This pairing is so good. The official team is so good. I'm eating my fill. It's Guardian Knight X Lord. Look at Aelian's combat prowess. It's not that I dislike the Lord. It's just that his arms and legs are so tiny. Are you talking bad about the Overlord? Your account is gone, warning. It's okay, I can eat it all. Aww. Makes gulping sounds. Honestly, this is probably the coolest expansion teaser I ever seen. The interaction is so strong, it's making me cry. Aelian is still killing the last 5 monsters. He's so strong. I'm relieved now that he's back to full health. No, did you notice? Those last 5 monsters are almost all higher level than Aelian. The highest is 5 levels higher. That's a head-to-head battle. Fuck. Development team. Be a human being. The barrage continued, and Leah watched with satisfaction as the core energy surged in the background. She sent some more to Aelian. She closed the background and flew to MOU's shoulder. MOU was still frantically receiving refugees. These were people from the 3 villages north of his territory, in the path of the Beast Tide. Each village was in a similar situation to AMT Village. There were few people, many elderly, weak, and disabled, and their possessions were pitifully small. Following Clover's urgent warning, the people of several villages, led by their chiefs or elders, immediately unleashed their horses and hurried all the way here. Thankfully, they were determined to leave. According to Leah's observations, the 2 villages to the north had been completely razed by the Beast Tide. Mustafa, Father Polly, MOU summoned the traveling merchant and gave Father Polly some federal currency. Take these people to the mystical city of Onisil and find them a place to stay. Once things calm down here, I go to Onisil and bring them back. According to MOU, the elderly, the sick, and the disabled in the village, along with the shopkeepers and refugees from the 3 villages, could all seek refuge in Onisil City. Most of the players had already stockpiled supplies before the Beast Tide, and subsequent transactions could be handled by the magic puppets. However, the muscular Uncle Alesh clearly had a different idea. I stay. With my muscles, even if I can't do anything else, I can still kill a few more monsters for the Lord. Pete hesitated and wanted to stay, but MOU refused. Just take care of your grandmother. Besides, Onisil City isn't that safe. A large group of you would be an easy target. It would be better to leave a few young men to protect you. The young men with families quickly accepted this idea. Only Uncle Alesh, the man who lived in harmony with his family, and Rama, who had been expelled from Onisil City, remained. Rama, however, acted nonchalant. I can't leave. I still need to test my bomb. MOU twitched his lips and checked the time. The teleportation array was about to activate, and the elves would be arriving soon. He asked Rama for a new phone and wireless headphones. He looked around and slid a player out of a dark corner. MOU looked at the ID above the player's head and said, Mihuan, yes, you. Come over and help. Mihuan, ? Chapter 75. MOU casually gave the player an assist the Lord quest, and shoved the box of cell phones he'd taken from Rama into his arms. Come on, follow me. Mihuan, ? The player pulled his hood down, so nervous he forgot to even put it in his backpack. He simply clutched the box tightly, and followed the Lord and the archery instructor to a clearing. As they stopped, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the clearing. A silver blue light shone from it, and Mihuan couldn't help but look away. When he looked back, 300 elves, carrying bows and quivers, stood before him. Mihuan, surprised. He let out a small exclamation, then saw the Lord say something to the elves. They nodded, each coming over to take a cell phone and earphones from the box he was holding. Mihuan, He tried to shrink himself a bit, minimizing his presence as much as possible, like a rack of boxes. He watched as the towering elves, each over 190 centimeters tall, gathered their phones and earphones in unison, like an assembly line, set down their extra bows and arrows, and then walked to the open space on the other side to form a neat square formation. Wow, so cool! Some of the younger boys' eyes lit up instantly. Looking at the tall and handsome elven archers, they couldn't help but want to switch classes to archers themselves. Mou didn't pay much attention to this player. He was busy explaining the current situation to the elven leader. The elven archers who arrived this time were also members of the Elven King's personal guard. Their rank was supposedly higher than Pharaoh's Lauren's. His name was Kylo Allen, and he looked considerably older than Pharaoh's, with a few wrinkles already appearing around his eyes. The elven archers, who had come to support the battle, were originally his own guards. Each one appeared well-trained and disciplined, appearing exceptionally reliable. After Mou spent some time explaining the use of his phone to Kylo Allen and teaching him how to communicate. He opened the map on his phone and discussed with Kylo the location for the elves' camp. Typically, a beast tide lasts about 3 days from start to finish. Even if the anti-addiction restrictions were temporarily lifted, players still needed to work, study, eat, and rest, and couldn't be online all the time. These 300 elven archers were responsible for severing guard shifts with the players, and naturally needed a place to rest and sleep. After asking Kylo and learning that the elves insisted on sleeping in their self-built treehouses even for a 3-day stay, Mou came up with a bold idea. He planned the elves' campsite within the original planned area for player housing. Due to the beast tide, there wasn't enough time or manpower to build player housing, so the area remained empty. Once 300 elves had built the treehouses, there would be 300 treehouses. Once the elves left, these treehouses could be transformed into uniquely designed player housing. Huh? 300 houses aren't enough, you say? Uh-huh. Specialized treehouses are in short supply, so naturally, players who meet the requirements first will have priority. The remaining players, excluding those who don't prioritize game housing and don't even undertake quests for it, can choose to live in ordinary player-built houses. Mou's plan was a brilliant one, but the elves didn't mind. After deciding on a location, they arrived in unison, chose their own spots, and each took out a seed and went through the treehouse planting process. The spacing between them was just right, and the treehouses they planted were neatly spaced, creating a pleasingly neat arrangement. The elves, as expected, are the least polluted race and most attuned to nature. Among the 300 treehouses, only 1 or 2 had a dark tinge to theirs. Mou summoned a few druids, who were watching to purify the treehouses and their people. The treehouses' colors returned to normal, and the elves became noticeably closer to the druids. After arranging food and lodging for the elves, and having the druids take them to the Garden of the Tree of Life to spend time with the newly born mother tree, Mou returned to the village to find someone waiting for him. He was a tall, middle-aged man wearing short leather armor with a hood. He wore a leather belt studded with various kitchen knives, and carried a pot on his back. A prominent scar marked his face. The man, with messy black hair and a homemade cigarette dangling from his lips, was clearly transformed. Numerous tiny tentacles sprouted from his neck, and a supernumerary eye on the back of his right hand spun. When the man saw Mou approaching, he immediately stood up and said, "Lord." Mou remembered this man. He was one of the refugees. Because of his distinctive appearance and attire, and his exceptionally high contamination level, the druid's cleaning revealed it to be at 45%. Mou remembered his name. James de Morera, right? Mou asked. Why didn't you go with them to the Mystic City? Please let me stay, my lord. The man, James de Morera's voice had a rough, wild quality, his eyes gleaming with crimson fanaticism as he spoke. I'm a magic chef. The man confidently tossed out his profession, as if those 3 words explained it all. And indeed they did. Magic chef. Mou pondered, searching through Moya's memories for information about this profession. A person who expertly wields a variety of knives and spatulas, perfectly tailoring the dismemberment and disassembly of living creatures to their anatomy, possessing immense martial prowess, while avoiding any waste of valuable materials, treading the fine line between exquisite delicacy and dark cuisine. In this world, there are only a handful of magic chefs, and most of them are insane. There's no other way. With no effective means of decontamination, they still indulge in using every part of magical beast in their dishes. Eating too much is bound to drive them insane. But if it were paired with a druid purification ingredient, This class would clearly be different. MOU, perceptively aware of gaining another class mentor, once again smiled his signature smile. I think we could have a good chat. Beast Tide Countdown. 12 p.m. Origin World. 6 p.m. 4 hours until the main players log in. The official event planning for this time is simply amazing. Not only can you see the Suns battle footage on the official website and a game via small screens, but you can also see the latest preparations and quest activities in the real-time news update section. Players online, offline, and even online can fully immerse themselves in this event. The number of pre-registrations on the official website began to skyrocket, and the number of casual players on the forums increased significantly. Many newcomers were asking about the identity of the handsome and powerful silver-haired NPC in the video. For a time, the forums were extremely lively, and fan fiction and music videos related to Aion popped up like mushrooms after rain. Lingyun, whose ID was Sui Feng Ershi, couldn't help but sigh. The official promotional tactics are really good. They instantly heated up the atmosphere. He glanced at Aion, who was still fighting bloody battles on the small screen on the forum. I wonder how much money the official team invested in the CG animation. This is amazing. The scenes with the Son of God are comparable to several movies. Even the detail of the graphics is comparable to that of a blockbuster movie. Each strand of Aion's silver hair fluttering in the wind is clearly visible, and there are occasional switches between wide and close-ups. The 6-hour fight video has not a single repeated action or clipping. Anyone who watches it can't help but sigh at the huge budget. But equally, the exquisite visuals and touching storyline captivated every viewer. Countless gifts and comments flooded the bar next to the game, leaving even the most hardened critics moved by the bravery and courage of this world knight. Even if they denied it, their bodies still gave him a thumbs up. Just then, a pop-up page suddenly appeared on the official website. Special announcement. Newest class, Magic Chef Online. Mastering the use of a kitchen knife, a machete, and a boning knife, he is a formidable combat class possessing the unparalleled skills of a butcher, capable of deboning and skinning Warcraft in the heat of battle. He is also a master chef at the stove, capable of creating and preparing a variety of exquisite and unconventional recipes. For a madman wandering between heaven and hell, the second class in the full series. The Magic Chef is now online. This class is available at level 1. Players interested in embarking on the path of the Magic Chef should contact the Magic Chef class mentor, NPC James D. Morera, to receive the quest. What's going on? Lingya leaned closer to the screen. An NPC I never seen before? The forums and Penguin group chats were buzzing with excitement. Luzhou Laojiao, why are the officials adding new content like crazy these days? There are so many quests I can barely handle them. Xian Yuitiao, this new class is so straightforward. No fuss or guesswork involved. It's a full-featured class. Yuhua Dengxian, cook. It's a cook. Nikukyu, this cook looks so strong. But why does this trainer look a little crazy? Song Lin, they must have eaten too many unpurified monsters. It seems this cook class, while powerful, can't do without his druids, puts hands on hips. Ijin Pokienshin, damn, look carefully. This cook is a complete swordsman. In other games, this would be called a swordsman or a dual sword master, right? But why is he just a cook in this game? Today there is Rain, class equation update, initial swordsman, sword proficiency plus. Blacksmith, furnace equals stove mastery equals master chef. A swordsman who can't use a knife or a stove can't be a good cook. That makes sense. Luzhou Laojiao, question mark. Yuhua Dengxian, holy shit, that seems so reasonable, what's going on? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, holy shit. The official website has been updated again. During the duration of the Beast Tide battle in the new expansion, the death penalty is waived, and the anti-addiction system has switched from a fixed duration to an automatic health detection mode. Everyone exclaimed in unison and refreshed the official website again. Death penalties temporarily removed. With the launch of the new expansion and the ongoing Beast Tide battle, to improve the player experience, death penalties have been temporarily removed. Players can immediately resurrect after death. The resurrection point during this battle is the teleporter at the entrance to AMT Village. If the resurrection point falls to the Beast Tide, the expansion battle will be considered lost. Please be careful. If a player's body is damaged beyond repair, the system will automatically match them with a body with the closest attributes. All death penalties will be waived for normal deaths during this battle. However, if players maliciously exploit this benefit by changing their body through illegal means, including but not limited to suicide, self-destruction, or passive play, the system will automatically lock and suspend their account. Players who die naturally during this battle, and whose body is damaged, have a chance to be matched with an alchemy doll trial set. Since this alchemy doll is a free trial, players will only be allowed to draw a random appearance to experience its various features. After this expansion ends, the alchemy doll trial pack will be reclaimed by the system. Players can continue to use the free shell or purchase the alchemy doll service with customizable appearances in the store. The above test benefits are only available to players who play normally and do not violate any rules. Players who maliciously engage in, including but not limited to, the aforementioned violations, and consume large amounts of wartime resources in an attempt to upgrade their appearance will be suspended. Depending on the severity of the player's behavior, the suspension may last from the end of this expansion to a permanent ban. Please abide by the rules and enjoy the exciting and thrilling new gaming experience of this expansion. Anti-addiction system temporary switch notice. During the duration of the Beast-Tide battle, to ensure a realistic gaming experience for players, we have decided to switch the anti-addiction system from a fixed time limit to an automatic health detection mode using the game glasses system. If players play for extended periods, the game glasses will remind them to log off and rest. If players spend too much time online, resulting in excessive sleep, potentially affecting their health, gaming glasses will force them to wake up and restrict them from going online until their physical condition has improved. The duration of this restricted playtime will be determined based on the player's specific physical condition. Players are advised to manage their gaming time appropriately and balance their daily lives with gaming. Moderate gaming benefits the brain, while excessive gaming harms the body. Plan your time wisely and enjoy a healthy lifestyle. Holy crap! These are all user-friendly updates. Are these just temporary? Can't they change everything like this in the future? Are they testing? Maybe if the results are good, they'd be made permanent? Amidst the players' clamor, the Beast-Tide expansion is finally officially released. Chapter 76. The Tide of Beasts expansion will officially launch at midnight, but around 10 p.m., most players still logged in as usual. A few, unable to contain themselves, even logged in a little earlier than usual. After days of non-stop promotion, every player had become the anxious king, eager for the Tide of Beasts to begin. Many players had also noticed changes in the village. All the familiar NPCs in the village have left. I feel like there aren't many familiar faces left. After all, NPCs like Grandma Alyssa and Papa Pally are all old and young, and they can't really fight, yet we still need people to protect them. It's better to leave, right? The capable fighters, like Rama and Pharaohs, are still here, as well as the blacksmith uncle. There are a lot more elven archers. However, before the Tide of Beasts, there were still many newly released quests to complete, and many new players and swordsmen who had previously trained in melee DPS were busy switching to magic chefs. Fuck, this new NPC guy is so handsome. Those abs. Those scars. Battle damage. SS. Why does he feel a little crazy? But that makes him even more delicious. Damn, why is every NPC so hardcore lately? I had a wife, and now I have a new husband. That makes sense. The skills my husband gave me are so unique. The Magic Chef currently has 7 skills enabled on his panel, most of which are universal for both combat and daily life. Chef's Eye. Passive skill. Using the chef's extensive experience, he can identify the skeleton, muscles, blood vessels, and vital organ layout of a monster, automatically locating its weaknesses and accurately identifying edible and usable parts. Automatically activates against monsters no more than 5 levels above the player's current level. Has a 90% chance of failure against monsters 5 levels above the player's current level. Butchering the Ox. Active skill. While under the effect of Chef's Eye, you can attack a monster's weak points or dismantle a specific part. Weak point attacks have a 50% chance of success, and a successful dismantling can deal significant damage. Failure to activate will enrage the monster. Prerequisite. Chef's Eye has been successfully activated, and the player is in the perspective state. Can be used as a life skill when not in combat. The success rate of this life skill depends on the player's current skill proficiency. Chop off the head, remove the tail, and leave the middle. Single target active skill. Targets monsters with heads and tails, allowing you to target a specific part with a powerful slash, with a chance of critical hit or failure. If the attack fails to critical hit or fails, it becomes a normal attack with 500 damage. Head attacks. 10% critical hit chance, 90% failure chance. Tail attacks. 30% critical hit chance, 80% failure chance. This skill can be used as a life skill against a dead monster. When used as a life skill, it has a 100% success rate, Mince, group-based active skill. Swing the knife with great force, dealing heavy damage to multiple targets. Aggressive attack power, 400. 30% chance to fracture, deform, or crush the target. When used as a life skill, mincemeat. The flavor of the mincemeat depends on your current skill proficiency. Slice, single target active skill. Deals a single target with delicate knife skills. Power, 700 with a 10% chance to cause continuous bleeding damage. As a life skill, it can slice, dice, or shred meat and vegetables. The aesthetics of the finished product depends on the current skill proficiency. Deboning, a single target active skill. Use delicate knife skills to deb one a specific bony part of a single target. Successfully removes the bones from that part, rendering it ineffective. Success rate for head, 1%, success rate for limbs, 60%, success rate for trunk, 40%, success rate for tail, 70%. As a life skill, it can debon meat. The amount of broken bones remaining in the finished product depends on the current skill proficiency. Hot oil, AoE active skill. Magic attack. Can create a pot of hot oil out of thin air and pour it on the enemy. As a AoE attack, it has a power of 500 with a 20% chance to cause burn damage over time. As a life skill, it increases the flavorfulness of fried and stir-fried dishes. The degree of increase depends on the current skill proficiency. These skills have a pretty strong base power, and according to the actual game rules, they're multiplied by the player's current level and attribute points when used. Therefore, when they trigger a critical hit, their power is quite impressive. Not to mention that some skills also have built-in damage effects. However, these skills are dual-purpose, which seems a bit strange for some reason. Why is the chef an advanced class across all classes and has stronger skills than the swordsman? This game is still as unrealistic as ever. One player complained. Another player responded, "Don't you know that the strongest warriors are always in the kitchen? In the Origin world, cooks have to stir-fry sugar and color before going to the battlefield. It's not uncommon for people to be robbed while delivering food. In this other world, the demon chefs can chop meat and remove bones on the battlefield, but that's just routine, ordinary work." A group of novice chefs were diligently practicing their skills before going to the battlefield to improve their proficiency. The druids, before the battle even began, diligently watered the fields and carefully tended to the life tree, improving the surrounding soil. The life tree seedling, currently 30 centimeters tall, had only 2 small branches and 4 leaves. It swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly pleased with the druid's service. Suddenly, a deafening alarm sounded in the player's ears. In addition to the original, world, current area, friends, and team sections, a new, Profession Channel XX Profession, section suddenly appeared in the player channel. At the same time, a help page automatically popped up in front of all players. The beast tide has arrived. All players, please confirm your class for this battle. Multiple selections are allowed. You will be added to multiple class channels simultaneously. You can switch classes during battle to fill in any gaps. This battle will be commanded by the Lord and the World Elves. If a small-scale battle requires regional command, the system will determine the commander based on a comprehensive assessment of player military merit, player application, and historical gameplay. Recommended classes for this beast tide are Druid, Ranged, Mage equals Archer, World Knight, Magic Chef, and other low-level melee classes that have not yet been upgraded. Other non-combat classes, such as Alchemists, will be responsible for supply duties in the rear. Note, the system specifically recommends Druids should prioritize their primary class. Low-level players below level 30 should consider switching to the Magic Chef class and serve as a support role in the rear. Are you willing to become a regional commander? Yes or no. After selecting the recommended class, the system will automatically display a small map with the player's current class and assign garrison location circled. Players should proceed to the designated garrison location according to the current system assignment. Continue to monitor system prompts and the class channel to complete the tasks assigned by the system and the command post. Players eagerly made their choices and rushed to their quest locations. "We can see the beast tide," someone on the city wall shouted. Nikukia climbed the city wall according to the point circled by the system. Her military merits were high, and her assigned position was close to the center of the wall. Behind her to her left was the Lord's command post. She looked ahead and saw a torrent of countless magical beasts rushing towards the wall. They were moving at a rapid speed, and the furthest defensive trap was only a few kilometers away. The swirling dust and dust covered the sky like a blanket, staining half the sky yellow. At this moment, the Lord, wielding an ornate staff, stepped onto the command platform. He struck the staff with a resounding clang, and with a single clang, all the players' chatter and movement instantly ceased. World Channel Lujo Laugio. Holy crap, it's CG. Adventurers, allies, citizens of AMT County. The Lord's voice, as if amplified by a magic spell, echoed clearly throughout the walled territory. The beast tide has arrived. AMT County faces a fateful moment. The Holy Son of Light, Aelian, has fought for us for 3 days and 3 nights, stopping the most terrifying monsters for us, giant monsters beyond our current capabilities. Now, it's time for us to fight for our own survival. The Lord's staff clanged against the ground again, and this time, a glowing red magic circle instantly appeared on the command platform. Meteor. Moiwa raised his staff high and pointed it forward. Countless massive meteorites, trailing flaming flames, suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly stained a corner of the clear sky red. 1,000 stars fall. A massive meteorite plummeted from the sky, accurately slamming into the advancing herd of monsters at a 45-degree angle. With immense momentum, it instantly flattened a large wave of them, leaving a deep crater in the ground. The intense heat from the meteorite even ignited the monster's fur, momentarily halting the oncoming tide in several places. Yay! The Lord is so cool! The players cheered, only to realize the CG animation had ended. The Lord lowered his staff, his body swaying slightly, as if from exertion. The gap cleared by the meteorite in the distance was once again filled by the monsters surging from behind. The tide of beasts continued to advance. Adventurers, get ready. The Lord said, archers, load your crossbows. Once the monsters are within range, begin firing. The magicians will be divided into 2 teams. One team will quickly clean up the monsters that have fallen into the horse pits with Void Fist. All monster remains will be dismantled by the magic chefs. The other team will deploy Despair Mire in front of and behind the horse pits until the block pits are cleared. All druids with avian-type contracted beasts. Grab your antimatter bombs and throw them into the herd. Carefully follow the alchemist's instructions. Don't let the explosives explode in our area. Chapter 77. You can't blame MOU for being too cautious. He's seen too many friendly fire incidents in his past life, and the wise lord had no desire to waste his hard-earned second life on a player's cunning tactics. If the player blew himself up, it would be fine, he could still be resurrected. But if the bomb collapsed the city wall or hit him, that would be disastrous. Luckily, before the battle began, MOU had sent the druids, who had formed a pact with birds, to Rama for a crash course in antimatter bomb use. The first group of druid players, and their newly transferred disciples, were indeed the more reliable of the group. Led by Feraltha's eagle Dieter, 7 birds of various species, including owls, peregrine falcons, harpy eagles, and a unique large white goose. MOU couldn't help but stare at that goose several times. The birds, either clutching the antimatter bomb balls, took off in a possession state, spreading out in a line over the beast tide, class channel, earth druids. Lord Moiwu, bird squad. Dive. Throw. Raise quickly. The birds began to dive in unison, deftly detonating the explosives with their claws or beaks. As the balls began to tick, they dropped the explosive balls into the herd, then immediately lifted off and turned back. Aside from the large white goose, which didn't lift off quickly enough and was thrown back in midair by the blast, looking particularly distraught, the other birds returned to the druids without incident. The antimatter bomb ball made by Rama was very effective. The place where it exploded was completely clean. However, killing hundreds of monsters with one antimatter bomb was already the limit. There were still endless monsters rushing up from the back to fill the emptied place. Professional channel archer/hunter. Lord Moiwu, release. The first wave of crossbow bolts rained down, and the antimatter bombs attached to the arrowheads continued to explode, clearing out wave after wave of monsters. My god, there must be tens of thousands of monsters here? Could it be in the 6 digits? The player standing on the wall muttered. Ever since the Lord's meteor attack, each wave of their attacks had accurately harvested hundreds of monsters. The Lord's arrangements had almost maximized ranged attacks, and by now, at least tens of thousands of monsters had fallen. But the deaths of their comrades in front did not stop the monsters behind from advancing. The beast tide continued, the torrent pressing in from behind, with no end in sight. Several more waves of crossbow bolts with explosives blasted away, annihilating thousands of monsters into nothingness. But countless monsters, even with missing limbs, still rushed out from the gaps left by the explosions. These were the monsters completely driven to madness. Due to the erosion and alienation, they could no longer feel pain, their only thought remaining, to move forward. Like zombies, only true death could stop them. The first wave of monsters, charging forward, had already reached the horse sinkhole. Completely bereft of sanity, they didn't even attempt to dodge or cross the deep trench, its bottom studded with sharp spears. As the first wave of monsters fell into the pit, the following ones immediately crushed them, while the third wave continued forward, stepping over the corpses of their companions as if it were flat ground. Professional channel magician. Lord Moiwu, Despair Mire intercept. Clear the horse sinkholes quickly. Dozens of 15M x 15M Despair Mires immediately unfolded. For some high-level players, the monsters that entered the swamp were devoured and digested, becoming part of their mana bar. Many players were still lower level than the onrushing monsters. Those monsters were merely slightly tripped up by the mire, struggling for a moment before finally climbing out the other side. Even so, the monsters, slowed by the mire, became prime targets for the archers. Lower-level mages, those who hadn't yet mastered the LV-29 Void Fist and LV-30 Despair Mire, also unleashed a barrage of ranged spells. Ants can kill elephants with their numbers. Even low-level players around level 20 could bring down several level 35 to 40 monsters with their combined attacks. The piles of monster carcasses in the horse pits were snatched up by countless pairs of void fists and dumped onto the square behind the city wall. Low-level players, newly transformed into magic chefs, excitedly leaped forward, unleashing every skill they could, quickly dismembering the monster carcasses into piles of flesh, fur, bones, spikes, and claws. Occasionally, one or two monsters that weren't completely dead would regain consciousness after being thrown back, roaring and rising to their feet. They would then turn around and dispatch several low-level players with a single blow. But fellows Loren and the newly appointed Magic Chef class instructor, James de Morera, who were watching nearby, wouldn't give them a chance to struggle. A single arrow from the sky and a single blow to the head were enough to finish them off. Without the death penalty, the young Magic Chef players, who had returned from the resurrection point, continued to giggle and dismantle the corpses. Fellows, who had been diligently planting trees, shuddered at the sight of a dead player resurrecting for the first time. But he looked around and found no one questioning the resurrection. He could only dismiss this unbelievable event as a special ability of adventurers and suppress his astonishment and doubt. As soon as the horse trap was cleared, new monsters would fall in, becoming seriously injured or dead, before being dragged out once again by the Void Fist and dumped on the square. New players, newly entered the game for a few days, and low-level magic chefs, newly transferred to new classes, frantically cast their skills on the dead monsters, their skill proficiency and levels rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, a mountain of monster materials was being stored by Leah in the system warehouse. The horse trap halted the advancing beast tide. Archers and low-level mages frantically continued to kill, their experience points skyrocketing as they defeated monsters above their level. High-level mages, working in an assembly line, cleared the corpses so that the traps could continue to function. Avian druids were throwing bombs, while the rest of the group helped the mages with purification. Low-level magic chefs were dismantling the monster corpses, desperately leveling up. Leah, in turn, obtained high-quality monster materials. After this process, you couldn't count how many times he had won. In short, he had made a killing. However, this high-speed assembly line operation couldn't be sustained for long. Players' mana bars, SN points, and food levels were all limited, requiring frequent pauses for potions, purification, or food. Furthermore, magic required focus control, and once mental fatigue set in, mistakes were easy to make. When firepower and tempo couldn't keep up, many monsters would slip through the defenses and charge under the city walls. However, the World Knights, who had been idly watching the show for a while, leaped from the walls with Star Shatter. As a skill requiring a high jump to slash, using it to jump from a building could avoid the damage of a fall. After knocking down a monster with Star Shatter, the knights, upon landing, practiced their oaths and assumed shield stance. They positioned themselves at a distance, drawing any monsters that had slipped through the defenses. After activating their shields, they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they first built layers upon layers of earthen walls to isolate all the monsters. Only then did they leisurely engage the innermost monsters in one-on-one combat. This way, regardless of whether the monsters were of similar or significantly different levels, the tank's thick shields made 1v1 fights possible. The monsters isolated by the earthen walls were naturally handled by the ranged attackers on the walls. Druids who had contracted with large beasts and monsters could also use the possession skill to command their summoned creatures in the battle. However, the druids mostly had to heal and purify the knights, so they could only fight casually for a short while before returning to their primary duties. However, summoned creatures and plants, once released, would automatically fight without possession. The druids, multitasking, simply let their summoned creatures do the work, healing them as needed when their health bars dropped. Even if they couldn't heal them all, they could recall their summoned creatures in time. As long as the contracted plants and animals didn't die, this wave wouldn't be a loss. With the players already able to fight monsters on their own, MOU's command pressure lessened considerably. He only needed to focus on the overall situation and fill in any gaps, occasionally checking with Leah on the situation with Ialian. Only 3 giant monsters left, Leah reported, but he's been injured again. Since the battle began here, Leah's energy gains from PVs and live streams had decreased significantly, as the players were too busy to focus on character development. Meanwhile, the battlefield also required Leah to activate protective powers for the night players, resulting in less income and more expenses, leaving them somewhat strapped for cash. In short, it was all due to being too poor. Fortunately, as long as the players remained focused, they could provide Leah with energy. The little world sprite meticulously allocated every drop of energy, almost to the point of exhaustion, carefully adjusting and subtracting inputs and outputs to barely maintain a break-even point. Fortunately, Ialian was truly resilient and hard-working. Even with the supply from the world's consciousness being scarce and fluctuating, barely managing to stay afloat, this loyal knight never showed any fear. He even managed to kill 2 giant monsters of the same level as himself in a one-against-many situation. However, the remaining 3 giant monsters were all higher level than Ialian, the highest being 5 levels higher. MOU glanced at the level indicator in the small window. Oh, he was level 4 now. Having killed so many high-level monsters, Ialian only leveled up once. Was the experience bar for each level, after level 100, always this long and difficult to fill? Although the total number of monsters had decreased, reducing the pressure somewhat, the energy for supplies and Ialian's condition were also declining. MOU rubbed his temples in worry, watching the players on the city wall gradually transition from ranged combat to melee, his expression becoming even more troubled. Chapter 78. The attacking monsters this time were essentially all beasts. Most resembled coyotes or hyenas, with enormous bodies, hunched backs, and sharp barbed legs and feet. According to the system, they were called desert hyenas, ranging in level from 30 to 45. Their claws were sharp as knives, their snouts were long and pointed, and they were covered in sharp teeth. Their limbs were sturdy and slender, and they ran with incredible speed and endurance. Hyenas were the most numerous among the beast tide, and formed the first wave of the attack. Previously, those killed by MOU and his team with ranged attacks were mostly of this type. Following the hyenas, and moving slightly slower, were the exceptionally large desert scorpions, over 2 meters tall, with enormous red-purple claws, venomous tail stingers, and silver-white bone blades streaked across their backs. These were higher in level, ranging from 40 to 47. Following in the rear, the vaguely visible forms of several gigantic LV-50 demonic dragon lizards, each almost 3 meters tall and resembling miniature dinosaurs, were visible. The only good news was that these monsters were all melee, with no ranged attacks. Therefore, while they were still on the move, MOU could launch the first attack. The longer the attack range, the more effective it was in defending the city. However, no matter how hard they tried to confine the battle to the city walls, the sheer size of the monsters in the beast tide would eventually bring the enemy to the gates. The reason was simply that there were simply too many monsters. According to Leah's rough estimate, this beast tide was far larger than any previous one, numbering over 100,000. Furthermore, most of the monsters had thick skin and formidable defenses, and were insensitive to pain. Unless their health bars were depleted or a critical hit was inflicted, they could not be easily slain. MOU even saw a hyena, half of its body destroyed by an antimatter bomb, still stubbornly crawling forward. Unless the monsters were swiftly and completely destroyed, the battle could not be resolved, and the excessive number of monster corpses would release a large amount of pollution. If these corpses were left to decompose and disintegrate freely, when the pollution concentration in the air became too high, the speed of the monster corpses' disintegration would slow down, and they might even begin to absorb the evil god's pollution, with a chance of forming illusions or high-level monsters fused from the monster corpses. MOU didn't want an illusion of 100,000 monsters to be created right on his doorstep. That would, needless to say, be absolutely hellish. He also didn't want an unbeatable fusion monster to appear on his doorstep, when Ialian had already risked everything to stop all the high-level giant monsters. Whoever was behind this beast tide undoubtedly wanted them to either be crushed to dust by the beast tide or, after a bloody battle, discover their territory was contaminated, with illusions or chimera fusion monsters forming on the spot, forcing them to face even worse difficulties when they were exhausted. This was a blatant double-cross, vicious and sinister, hiding everything in the details while quietly slipping the trigger for the next ruthless plot into their own hands. If MOU hadn't been this cautious and composed, devoted to his craft, he might have been carried away by the promise of another world savior and Leah's wish power creation gold fingers, building everything from airplanes to cannons, only to discover, after devastating the land, that even with the advanced modern technology of the original world, some things simply couldn't be applied to this world. Not to mention that many elements of the origin world don't exist in this world. While Leah could forcefully generate them, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would waste a vast amount of resources and the energy of the world core. Furthermore, and most importantly, the physical firepower of the origin world couldn't withstand the spiritual power of the evil gods. The problems of the other world must be solved using otherworldly methods. Luckily, Moyu is a down-to-earth, hard-working Taurus. He doesn't have the bad habit of aiming too high. His philosophy is to do as much as he can, preferring slow, measured progress to self-destructive, drastic measures. He never considered himself a savior. He was simply given a second chance at life by accident, returning to his old job as a game planner in the other world. MOU had a very clear self-awareness of this. Other players can resurrect themselves repeatedly in online games, but MOU only has one life, so he has to use it sparingly. Therefore, he was always very particular about his choice of attack methods. For long-range attacks, he would try to use Rama's antimatter bombs, which could directly annihilate pollution. When monsters approached, he would hand over their corpses to the magic chefs for on-site decomposition and recycling. Usable materials were never wasted. This not only allowed him to make a fortune after the battle, but also replenish food and alchemical ingredients without polluting the environment. After all, the world consciousness born on the planet was his immediate superior. Destroying the environment was tantamount to stabbing his superior in the back. No matter how much MOU claimed to be the leader's most pressing concern, he couldn't do such a thing rashly. Although his frugal nature was at work, why go to such lengths when he could achieve the greatest benefit with the simplest method and the lowest cost? The newly released Magic Chef class, which allows for a job transfer at level 1 and is a universal class, can be leveled up simply by disassembling monster carcasses at early levels. Excluding those destroyed directly by MOU's meteorite bombs and Rama's antimatter bombs, which annihilated less than 10,000 monsters, the remaining nearly 10,000 monster carcasses, as long as they were within the reach of the magician's void fists, were eventually smashed into the square and became leveling materials for Magic Chef players. Hundreds of new players, forced to boost their experience points to level 30 or above, have almost maxed out their skill proficiency, significantly increasing their success rate in combat. The various useful parts of the disassembled monsters were sorted and stored in the warehouse. Just as Leah's warehouse was about to fill up, the world elf decisively summoned Rama and his team of alchemists to transport a large amount of fresh monster materials to be used in crafting antimatter bombs. The antimatter bombs we made earlier were overused and are clearly insufficient. A restock is needed. The druids are busy on the front lines, and the newly recruited farming players are also putting them to good use. They can be considered the first group of druid disciples. Although they haven't yet earned enough military merit or the Lord's trust to enter the cleanse plots, they can use purification. Some of the novice farming players were dragged away by the alchemists to purify materials, while others were taken away by the hungry magic chefs, who had been working on decomposition for most of the day, to purify monster meat. The warehouse was already full of meat, and everyone's hunger levels were more or less depleted after all this fighting. Practicing various meat-cutting skills certainly earns experience points, but as a chef, you also need to be able to prepare meat into dishes. They haven't even mastered cooking yet, so, in the world outside the city walls, the knights lured monsters into a small maze with earthen walls. Archers and mages assisted in clearing monsters and corpses, while the druids played the role of healers with great pleasure. Inside the city walls, the magic chef split into two groups. One group continued to disassemble the monsters, while the other built hundreds of makeshift stoves and began processing the monster meat in various ways. For a moment, the fragrant aroma of meat filled the entire battlefield. Hey, everyone else is fighting in the front, and you're cooking in the back. Is there something wrong? One player's stomach rumbled at the aroma, and he couldn't help but peek over the wall to shout to the cooks below. We're cooking for you, aren't we? The magic chef players below chuckled. Their goal was to practice their skills, not to actually crave meat. So, the first pot of fried meatloaf was quickly delivered to the city walls, served to the mages, who were feeling dizzy from their constant magic. To be honest, since it was the magic chef's first time using his cooking skill, the meat looked quite ordinary. However, it had the intense heat skill, which enhanced the flavor of fried and stir-fried dishes. Furthermore, the magic players were already hungry, and in the middle of a battle, so they didn't hesitate to blow on the food before shoveling it into their mouths. Delicious. Someone's eyes widened immediately. Although it didn't look very appealing, looking like it hadn't been fried enough or too long, upon taking a bite, the firm beast leg meat, coated in a crispy starchy batter, burst with juicy goodness. The slight acidity of the juicy goodness and the salt of the batter combined perfectly, creating a refreshing and relieving taste. After quickly swallowing the meat in their mouths, the mages rushed to grab a second piece, shoving it into their mouths, chewing it contentedly while tossing the monster carcass onto the square with even greater enthusiasm. Just kidding, how could such delicious meat not have some extra ingredients? So, following the fried pork cutlets, stir-fried pork slices, lychee pork, twice-cooked pork, and other dishes were also delivered to the front lines. Although intense heat is a magic skill, these dishes still need to be inspected and purified by farming players before leaving the pot for safety reasons. Most farming players don't mind spending a little extra mana to gain an extra experience point. They finally understood that the Beast Tide expansion pack was a massive upgrade bonus for new players. In this battle, even low-level life class players could level up by doing logistics work. Don't believe it? Look at those magic chefs, who shot from level 1 to level 30 in a single day. That's much faster than hiring a skilled teammate to skip classes and kill monsters at higher levels to level up. The players enjoyed cooking and eating, and naturally, they didn't forget their faction leader, the Lord. They even diligently brought tables, chairs, and dishes to the command platform. MOU sat on the chairs the players had so kindly brought, watching the magic chef serve up dish after dish. He suddenly felt that the scene was a bit too subtle. How do you players cook on the battlefield? Chapter 79. Complaints aside, MOU was indeed hungry. Commanding battles was exhausting, not to mention that Meteor skill had drained all of MOU's magic power, and even added some world core energy. Honestly, MOU's legs and feet were still a little weak. After a hearty meal, MOU wiped his mouth with satisfaction and gave favorability rewards to these thoughtful magic chef players. He once again turned his attention to the battle outside the city walls. When the ranged battle turned to close combat, MOU and his team's advantage significantly diminished, but this was unavoidable. Being able to successfully eliminate at least 20,000 advanced troops before the monsters reached the city was a feat MOU considered a very gratifying achievement. However, the close combat still had to be fought. Fortunately, with over 10,000 monsters that repeatedly absorb experience points, a wave of experience upon killing, another upon disassembling, and even more upon purifying, this generous experience boosted players' levels significantly. The mages, archers, and druids on the city walls were now almost all at level 40. The world knights joined the battle late, and didn't fully benefit. Several even accidentally overwhelmed the enemy, and died several times. However, many players who had previously trained as swordsmen had switched to magic chefs during this wave. By disassembling monster corpses, they had fully mastered their skills, and reached level 40, jumping down from the city walls to join the fray. Players on and off the city walls coordinated with each other, gradually forming small teams. Each team had at least one tank responsible for pulling monsters, the magic chef for melee damage, and the magician/archer for ranged attacks. Since the druids were fewer in number, and had limited time to heal, they simply shared the team among the nearest teams. The extra mages either continued clearing corpses, aided nearby teams in attacks, or, when their mana was running low, cast Despair Mire to devour low-level monsters to restore their mana. It must be said that this skill, when used on monsters of equal level, was a truly god-level skill, capable of both clearing monsters and replenishing the magician's energy. Some mages even accidentally devoured a few extra monsters and felt bloated. Besides these standard strategies, some players developed unconventional playstyles. These players were all big spenders in the mall. Leveraging the quality of their alchemy figurines, they guzzled down a ton of contaminated sealed bottles after reaching level 40. Some even had the magic chef order several unpurified monster dishes. Then, transforming into snake tails, spider legs, or octopus claws, they leaped into the monster pile and began clearing monsters. The mutated alchemy puppets weren't as cute as the little octopus balls. Regardless of their transformation method, Their combat power rivaled that of monsters of the same level. Not to mention the tainted aura they carried. Once among the monsters simply treated them as companions. Before they realized the danger, they were decapitated by snake tails or octopus claws, or pierced through the heart by spider legs. This fighting style is truly bizarre, MOU commented from the command podium, but that didn't stop him from silently jotting down this player-created gameplay trick in his notebook. Haha, regardless of whether it was a new player-invented gameplay trick, as long as it existed in the game, it was the designer's intention. Tangnan Boju was the originator of this bizarre fighting style. As a high roller and somewhat accomplished alchemist, meaning he already mastered basic skills in creating simple alchemical items. While he couldn't yet independently create an antimatter bomb, and could only assist Rama with simple processing, he had used his ingenuity and knowledge of chemistry to create quite a few bizarre little gadgets, such as sulfuric acid glass balls, incendiary bombs, and raindrop pear blossom needles. A true alchemist wouldn't sit in the lab making equipment before such a prime opportunity to test his alchemical tools. So, he filled his backpack with his confident gadgets, and, relying on his body, as a formidable alchemy puppet, he devoured a meal of the demon chef's darkly altered cuisine, then transformed into spider-legged mode, scaled the wall, and swaggered into the monster horde as if he were in no one's way. Once witnessing this, the other high rollers followed suit, and thus came the so-called unconventional fighting style. However, compared to the average Kryptonian, Tangnan Baoju's fighting style was even more bizarre. He truly lived up to his ID's homophonic sound, having turned himself into a master of hidden weapons. He shouted out the name of hidden weapon every time he threw a wave, and the effects were so indescribable that they practically made the bystanders battling monsters nearby tap their toes in embarrassment. Thunderfire Thunderbolt Bomb. A handful of gunpowder balls flew out, sending up a shower of sparks. It looked even less impressive than the fireworks displayed by hundreds of families on New Year's Eve. At best, it was a super weakened fairy wand. Heavy rain of pear blossom needles. A flurry of fine needles shot out, piercing the monster. No, it didn't stick. The fine oxhair needles lacked piercing power, failing to penetrate the hyena's fur. A large pile of them clattered to the ground, only to be stomped on by an innocent melee fighter nearby. Ah! Who's leaving needles lying around? After inflicting damage on friendly units, Tangnan Baoju silently put away his thunder and fire thunderbolt bombs and stormy pear blossom needles, and unleashed his ultimate move. Sulfuric acid glass spheres. This time, it had some effect, but the thickness of the glass spheres was tricky to control. Some shattered smoothly when thrown against the monster, corroding a small patch of fur, while others bounced off, rolling all over the ground and even inadvertently causing damage to friendly units. Ah! Who the hell is leaving broken glass spheres everywhere? How can they be corrosive? Damn it! Who the hell is backstabbing me? I'm going to kill you! Tangnan Baoju silently put away all his hidden weapons, acting as if nothing had happened, and continued to stab the monster with his spider legs. Having witnessed his silly cousin's bizarre maneuvers from the city wall, Nikukia silently covered his face. Hidden weapons are a good idea. MOU, overseeing the battle, scribbled in his notebook. It's just that the quality is quite poor. The firepower is insufficient, the damage is limited, and there's a high chance of accidentally injuring allies. But with some improvements, it could be a new career path. As low-level players rapidly reached LV30, the level gap between players and monsters narrowed, and the bonus to experience gained by skipping levels was significantly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the experience bar grew longer with each level increase, the speed at which players leveled up had slowed significantly. But slowing down didn't matter. The 300-man player force had already reached the lowest level of monsters in the current Beast Tide, which meant they could fight. After all, there was no penalty or level loss for player death. At most, they just have to run back to the respawn point a few more times. More and more melee players began to cross the city walls to join the battle. The knight's earthen walls collapsed and then rebuilt, then collapsed again, repeatedly blocking the invading monsters outside the city walls. The monsters on the outer edge of the front battlefield had piled up layer upon layer, and they were also surrounded by monsters in front of them. Unable to charge, they had no choice but to stop and surround the city walls, even starting to split their forces to try to bypass and open up flanks. MOU was extremely grateful that his city walls had been built completely around the player's initial movement area. However, even if there were no loopholes in the facilities, he couldn't let the monsters attack the city walls directly. He assigned some players and elven archers to defend the flanks. As a flank battlefield, Missouri worried he wouldn't be able to handle it himself, So he simply handed command of the left and right wings to a few players who had signed up to lead them, and asked Leah to help keep an eye on them. As long as the monsters didn't successfully carve a hole in the wall, MOU felt it wouldn't be a big deal, and could leave it to the players to do whatever they wanted. The elves on the left wing were led by Kylo Allen, while those on the right wing were led by a long-haired elf named Serbia. Serbia was presumably Kylo Allen's lieutenant, a sophisticated and cold beauty with a stern expression. Her appearance alone gave off an air of reliability. Because the monsters deployed to either side of the wall were primarily for reconnaissance, their numbers weren't as numerous as those on the front lines. MOU only sent 50 players and 50 elves to each flank. He planned to rotate the remaining 200 elven archers after the players logged off to rest. Given the sheer number of monsters in the Beast Tide, it's unlikely the battle will be completely over in a short period of time. Consequently, defenses will inevitably weaken during the players' offline periods. MOU planned to eliminate as many monsters as possible while the players were online, and then use the defensive formations appropriately while the majority of players were offline. While he was pondering, MOU would periodically glance at Aelian's small screen. His Highness the Holy Sun suffered several more wounds. The last 3 monsters were all higher level than Aelian, and would occasionally attack in tandem. In several critical moments, Aelian had no choice but to resort to a strategy of trading wounds for wounds. His MOU's teeth ached at the sight of His Highness the Holy Sun's desperate fighting style, but there was nothing more MOU could do except to spam his Concert Core energy and send it over remotely. The battle was so stalemated over there, and he couldn't send any food items over through his ring. Firstly, the items on his side were too low level to be of any help to Aelian. Secondly, Aelian, already exhausted, was dealing with the 3 monsters attacking him dozens of times per second, requiring his full concentration. Activating the ring's function rashly would only distract him. Furthermore, Aelian's spatial items seemed to have ample supplies, so MOU could only suppress these thoughts. Besides, using the ring also consumed world core energy. At a time like this, it was best to conserve as much as possible. Every ounce of energy he had must be used effectively. Chapter 80. Jian Qianshan calls himself a swordsman. Like any teenager who's ever had the dream of a middle school martial arts hero, he's dreamed of roaming the world with a sword since childhood. In his youth, this dream only required a perfectly shaped branch. But since entering society and becoming a social slave, he seems to have lost the energy to dream, and can only roam the world with his sword in various games. No matter what game, his first choice is the swordsman, and he always uses the ID Jian Qianshan, hoping that one day, amidst the galloping of thousands of horses, he can swing a powerful sword that can break the enemy's army. In fact, when Jian Qianshan played this game, he was only attracted by the reputation of the game made by Mouzai de Lao. This game is also a Cthulhu VR online game, which has nothing to do with the ancient swordsman games he likes. But it's a VR game, and the starting class is still a basic swordsman. Jian Qianshan can swing his sword with his bare hands, performing all sorts of moves impossible in real life, unleashing a myriad of techniques, skills. Admittedly, while it's still a far cry from his dream, it's definitely the closest he's ever been to it. So, when Jian Qianshan first saw the Magic Chef class, his initial reaction was rejection. Just kidding. He's a swordsman with a heart of chivalry. How could he kill monsters with a kitchen knife? But it's a fully advanced class. Compared to the low-level swordsman with only basic skills, given away right from the start, the Magic Chef is clearly a powerful class with versatile skills for both life and combat. Since the game launched, Jian Qianshan has been hunched over the newly appeared Magic Chef NPC for a long time, struggling to decide, watching countless players come and go, each accepting the job change quest. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the itch in his heart, and changed his class to become a Magic Chef. This instructor NPC looked so wild and muscular, brimming with muscle, and sporting a belt laden with various knives. This class couldn't be too weak, right? He said no, but his body was honest. He quickly tried out his great sword on a monster corpse in the square, and decided this class was a good fit. Yes, he was still using the great sword he bought from the blacksmith. Because the Magic Chef had the sword all-powerful setting, he could wield any blade freely. So, he followed his chivalrous heart, and chose the great sword over the kitchen knife. Although the Magic Chef class relies heavily on luck, each skill has a success rate. This success rate increases with skill proficiency. On a good note, he could potentially rip a monster of comparable level into pieces of fur, flesh, and skeleton. On a bad note, at best, his power was reduced, and at worst, he BOT, meaning the non-MT player had more monster aggro than the MT, causing them to attack. Well, The Magic Chef is an advanced class from the basic swordsman, so the player's class level is inherited directly, without having to start from scratch. While the skill just now was useful, it's ultimately just a life skill for non-combat situations. It's hard to tell if it works in combat until you try it. EP51, whose player level was still ahead of all others, had just reached 70% skill proficiency when the Beast Tide arrived at the city gates, making it time for melee combat. Watching the Lord's call for engagement in the Magic Chef class channel, EP51 licked his lips excitedly, quickly sprinting up the city wall. Using a rope lowered by a life player in charge of logistics, he slid down to the ground smoothly. Ever since hearing about the Beast Tide, EP51 has been diligently leveling up. He's currently at level 44, and his Chef's Eye activates without a hitch. Upon catching sight of the hyena beneath the city wall, a semi-transparent perspective automatically appeared before his eyes. The hyena's weaknesses, bones, joints, blood vessels, and muscles were all translucently displayed in different colors. Holy crap, that's pretty cool. EP51 couldn't help but exclaim. He'd chosen a position right in the center of the battlefield. He took 2 steps toward the nearest knight, and spotted Luzhou Laojiu. Hey! What a coincidence, brother Luzhou. EP51 greeted Luzhou Laojiu. I help you kill the monsters. Hurry up. Luzhou Laojiu urged. Don't you see there are so many monsters behind the wall? Hold steady, don't overtime. EP51 warned him worriedly, then used Pao Ding's butchering. The hyena's weak spot was its exceptionally soft waist, and in EP51's eyes, this piece of meat was specially labeled delicious. The moment this skill was unleashed, EP51 felt as if the great sword in his hand had taken on a life of its own. No, his body entered a mysterious state. It was a mysterious and wonderful state that was difficult to describe in words. It was as if his sword had become a part of his body, and he could use it as easily as his arm. As long as his sight ranged, he knew how to strike. To chop, to split, to slice, each blow was delivered at just the right time, neatly and cleanly targeting every weak point and joint of the target. By the time he automatically exited that mysterious state, the hyena before him had only 50% health left. Its waist was severely wounded, and its limbs were all broken. It had almost lost the ability to resist, only its mouth still trying to bite. Fuck, this skill is amazing. Kill it while it's weak. Having played so many games, he knew that seizing opportunities was the key to defeating monsters. He used another move, cut the head and leaving the tail, successfully triggering a 10% chance of a critical hit and decapitating the hyena with a single blow. Your new class is quite something. Luzhou Laojiu couldn't help but look at him with admiration. 2 moves per monster? I'm lucky I got all the critical hits. EP51 laughed heartily, quickly collecting all the monster materials on the ground into his backpack. Although he was a chef now, the exhilarating feeling of killing monsters gave him a sense of chivalry. Luzhou Laojiu removed a wall and released another hyena. Keep going. That's all experience points. Come on. The new antimatter bomb is moving. Here they come. A low-level alchemist player panted as he ran up the wall, pulling out a pile of round bombs from his backpack. Any more ingredients? We're running low. Hurry. Bird druids, throw another wave. Give 3/4 to the archers. The monsters are concentrated outside the earth maze right now, making them easy to destroy. The player, temporarily assigned by MOU as the zone commander, took the bombs and handed them to the druids and archers. Then, turning back to the alchemist player, he pointed to the magic chef in the square and said, "Get the ingredients from them." Okay. The alchemist player hurried down the wall again. Have the avian druids got their bombs? The command player shouted again, and then he saw a trembling white goose fly over and pick up a bomb. Hey, let's not get on that big white goose, okay? The druid with the ID ghoul put his hands on his hips and said, "Don't underestimate my goose. It's very powerful." Really? But I seen it get blown away by the air blast several times. The command player hesitated, then waved his hand, letting the avian druid handle it himself. I had the impression that this ghoul ran a farm. So even if they unfortunately lost a silly-looking goose, it shouldn't be a big deal. The new wave of bombs arrived just in time. The previous stock had been used up in battle. Both the ranged players and MOU sighed in regret at the piled-up monsters. Now with ammunition replenished, the druids and archers unleashed another barrage of attacks, instantly clearing out an entire circle of monsters. The knight's pressure suddenly eased significantly, and many lower-level players breathed a sigh of relief, taking the opportunity to down mana-restoring potions. Basically, Our combat power is still sufficient. Mou stroked his chin at the command podium. It's a pity that elemental refining requires a significant amount of world core energy and mental power. Otherwise, even if a player would find it too uncontrollable, I could still use this large-scale forbidden spell. After all, beyond the two additional skills of identification and decontamination, the most crucial aspect of elemental refining is leveraging the power of the world core to forcibly unlock the world's background editing permissions, and use willpower to forcibly dismantle specific components of specific substances within a specific range. This kind of sophisticated backstage editing can be used sparingly for inanimate objects or small items, like giving players a sneak peek at simplified alchemist skills. A system-automated, arcade-free version. The world consciousness can barely handle it. But large-scale use on dynamic, living targets is beyond the reach of the world consciousness in its current, broken state. This is why MOU previously only allowed players to extract and use certain identified items in non-combat mode, according to the system's assigned quota. If the prerequisites were less restrictive, the current world consciousness wouldn't be able to do it. And if players were allowed to use it without limits, those naughty kids would probably drain all of MOU's painstakingly saved world core energy just to try to extract the Ollie from a living monster. Imagining that scenario, MOU felt like a parent whose entire medical expenses were spent on tips from naughty kids on the live stream. To put it bluntly, it's still poverty. If I could gain the Church of Light's real and virtual authority, perhaps I could unleash this forbidden spell. MOU was also helpless. After all, his immediate superior, the world consciousness, was a Voldemort who sliced himself into pieces. However, reclaiming the authority whose whereabouts were still unknown would have to wait until after the beast died. For now, you could only use the resources at his disposal to win this war with distinction. Win or die. Chapter 81. Across the distant Akron plains, Aelian continued to fight alone. This wasn't his first time fighting for such a long time, nor was it his first time outnumbered, nor was it his first time facing a foe far superior to himself. But it was the first time he felt a genuine desire to defend himself through battle. No resentment, no unwillingness, no more confusion. No longer needing to question why me, for this was something only I could do. The shadows of the past in his heart coalesced into the power of protection. As long as he prayed to the projection of the world's consciousness, the gift of protection would be bestowed. This was a battle of the purest kind. Under the blazing rays of the sun, one yellow and one green, his armor burned incredibly hot, and the dripping sweat evaporated before it even reached the ground. Aelian licked his chapped lips and exhaled deeply. His long silver hair was damp with sweat and blood. Aelian brushed aside the strands that obscured his eyes, and once again gripped the great sword. There are only two left. His gaze swept across the remains of the chopped-off wreckage, stopping at the last two giant monsters before him. Based on the ratings of Leah, who appeared as a fairy elf and projected the last condensed fragments of world consciousness, these two giant monsters were both level 105, slightly higher than his own strength. The one on the left had huge, curved horns on its head, and its face resembled a distorted monkey. Its facial features were misplaced, and beneath the head lay a swollen, rotting body. A massive mouth bulged from its bulging belly, spewing a venom that was both extremely foul-smelling and highly corrosive. The shield that Aelian had used to block the venom had long since been abandoned on the ground not far away, melting into a pool of foul-smelling residue. Its massive, swollen body is supported by only two thin, goat-hoof-like legs, but its monkey-like, curved hands can endlessly summon and hurl balls of lightning imbued with intense mental pollution. Once struck, the victim's body is pierced by the high-voltage lightning, and their spirit is dragged into an abyss of agony. The one on the right has 8 bizarrely shaped hands and 3 strange heads. They don't even appear to be from the same creature. It's likely a monstrous formation formed from the lingering pollution and remains of a dead monster. However, this doesn't mean it's weak. On the contrary, this amalgam of pollution and corpses is the most formidable. It possesses the abilities of every monster it incorporates and absorbs, and prioritizes absorbing the scattered pollution in the area, making itself even stronger. The pollution in this area is about to break the threshold. Aelian closed his eyes, as if making up his mind. He whispered, "Spirit of the world, please avert your gaze for a moment." As if receiving a response, the Holy Sun raised his lips slightly, and chanted an unknown spell in a clear voice. Under the scorching sun, the shadow beneath his feet gradually shifted in shape. A ferocious thorn shadow rustled and surged. A massive maw opened in the shadow's chest, swallowing the gray-black shadow whole. Mou glanced up at the small window. Leah, did the feet from Aelian seem to tremble just now? You must be mistaken. Leah's calm voice echoed. Everything is normal on the Holy Sun's side. Only the last two monsters remain. Your side is more dangerous. The desert hyenas are already attacking from both flanks of the city wall, and the more advanced desert scorpions and demonic dragon lizards are about to arrive. There are currently nearly 60,000 remaining monsters. Yeah, MOU replied perfunctorily, I'm trying to figure it out. Currently, the best weapon that can ignore level differences and directly address pollution is Rama's antimatter bomb, but production is lagging far behind its use. MOU has reserved some, ready to deploy once higher-level desert scorpions and demonic dragon lizards are within range. Although elves and players are already dealing with the desert hyenas spreading toward the flanks of the city wall, their numbers are too numerous, and the battle line is too long, with scattered hyenas already attacking the city wall. Fortunately, the concrete-reinforced wall remains relatively strong and hasn't been easily breached for now. From the backend interface, MO, you can see the locations of the city wall under attack. Whenever a new point appears, he assigns the nearest players and elves to engage the monsters, but their manpower is indeed a bit limited. MOU's mana bar had already refilled, but he didn't plan to use the meteorite again. Instead, he prepared to activate the defense shield array the moment the city wall was breached. The array had already been drawn, and was right here on the command platform. He could activate it in a second. The players who would serve as support had already accepted their missions, and a rotation of 3 groups had been established. However, supporting players would consume a significant amount of mana and stamina. Activating the defense shield would reduce the number of attacking players. MOU still hoped the city wall could hold out for a while longer, giving them a chance to slay more monsters. If it were a normal beast tide, after failing to breach the city wall, the monsters would continue forward, like a tide split by a reef, heading to the next location. MOU sighed, but these monsters are clearly coming for us and the Tree of Life. So, they had no choice but to kill them all. The tank class and melee players fighting outside the city walls had already rotated to their third wave. Now, the new players, who had reached level 30, were holding off the attacks. While they didn't have the same experience as the veterans, many of them had immediately experienced the Tide of Beasts expansion. With their excitement high, they had developed a fearless, intrepid spirit. In short, it was reckless action. Furthermore, the new players outnumbered the veterans 10 to 1. While their levels were generally 10 levels lower than the veterans, they outnumbered them. Where veterans could fight monsters 1-on-1, they could fight them 5-on-1, 10-on-1. It was hard to say who had the upper hand. The veterans, who had just returned from the dead, were now feasting on the magic chef's freshly prepared dishes in the square, resting their stomachs, as if they were rested enough for another round of battle. Many players, their backpacks already overflowing with Warcraft materials, were queuing to pay MOU's magic puppet in the square in exchange for military merit and adventure coins. These extra materials would be stored by the puppet in a space bracelet crafted by Rama, waiting to be taken to the Mystic City for sale after the Beast Tide. Perhaps we don't have to wait until after the Beast Tide. MOU pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone and sent a text message. Mohat's figure appeared in the teleportation array moments later. It must be said that while Mustafa, the traveling merchant, cherished his life, he loved money even more. You sent my master a message saying you wanted to sell Warcraft materials? Mohat stepped onto the podium. He looked around, taking in the bustling scene, his face filled with confusion. Yes, I have plenty of fresh magical beast materials. MOU had already had Leah stuff all the excess magical beast materials from the warehouse into the dimensional bracelets. These 5-dimensional bracelets are full of them. I would like you to take these materials to the Mystic City immediately. Whether you sell them there or use them as an advance payment, I want you to use the money to hire the best, strongest, and most powerful mercenaries in the Mystic City. The more the better. You're using war to support war. Mohat also smiled. He took the 5-dimensional bracelets and examined them with his spiritual power. They are indeed very fresh and high-purity magical beast materials. Materials can be sold at a good price. But you're dealing with a beast tide. We inform the mercenaries of the actual situation. As for whether they accept the mission, I understand. MOU nodded and handed Mohat several medals. After the mercenary teams accept the mission, have their captains wear these medals. Their members will gain access to the teleportation array. Those medals were the unused Royal Guard medals MOU had previously distributed to players. He had Leah mark them. Anyone wearing one would be automatically located by Leah, and their team would be identified as a temporary ally. I wish you victory. Mohat saluted MOU and hurried away. MOU wasn't concerned about the reputation of the traveling merchants. Only if their territories survived could the traveling merchants profit. Mustafa was a shrewd and far-sighted businessman who wouldn't sacrifice long-term interests for short-term gains. The task of finding mercenary aid was delegated to the traveling merchants because they were more experienced in this matter than the villagers, who had never traveled before. Traveling merchants, who had been traveling for a long time, relied not only on their own guards and slaves, but also on hiring mercenaries from the mercenary guild for protection when they were temporarily short-staffed. To ensure that mercenaries completed their missions effectively and did not simply take the deposit and run away, commissions were paid directly to the mercenary guild, not to the mercenaries themselves. Only after completing the mission could the mercenaries present proof of completion to the guild to collect their payment. This approach was very similar to the Adventurers Guild that MOU had been building. The villagers who had just arrived in the Mystic City for refuge would not have had easy access to the mercenary guild, but the traveling merchants, who were well connected to both the legal and legal worlds, would undoubtedly have some connection to the mercenary guild. The magical materials MOU provided were of high value, more than enough for the traveling merchants to take a kickback. In reality, MOU had deliberately overpaid the merchants. This way, even if they took their kickbacks, the bounty would still be high enough to attract mercenaries. From the way Mahat had just looked at the players, MOU suspected the merchants had their own agenda, and the leverage MOU had presented was far greater than the profits the merchants could gain by abandoning their trade and embezzling their money. Whether we can find external help depends on fate. MOU sighed, and in the shadows, he seemed to hear the soft sound of dice rolling again. Chapter 82. The Mystical City of Oncel, Mercenary Guild. Huh? What did you say? The counter clerk's eyes widened. Looking for mercenaries to help fight the Beast Tide? Yes. Mustafa gave a fawning smile. Our employer is willing to pay quite a high price. He quickly wrote a number on a piece of parchment and pushed it towards the clerk. Look, this number. His. The clerk stared at the number, took a deep breath, and said, "You're really paying for your life. But a Beast Tide is also a one-way mission." He thought for a moment and said, "Life-saving missions aren't unheard of. Let's put it this way. As per custom, we deposit the full commission with our guild. If someone accepts the mission and completes it, they bring the receipt to claim the bounty. If the mission fails, the bounty will be paid directly by the guild to the beneficiary designated by the mercenary who accepted it. In other words, regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, as long as someone accepts it, your life-saving payment is settled," the clerk emphasized. Understood, Mustafa agreed, handing the completed mission form, the medal given by Moiwu, and the bounty to the staff. "This is the medal given by the client. Wearing it will allow the mercenary team to use the teleportation array outside the city to reach AMT County." The staff nodded, wrote a note on the form, and posted the mission on the mercenaries' communicators. "Are there any new missions available? If we don't make some money, we run out of food again this month." Inside the inn, a group of mercenaries were sighing. "Not only are we running out of food, but we're also running out of money over there," sighed a dark-haired mercenary with a side ponytail. He looked clean-shaven, more like a rich young man who ran away than a mercenary. "It can't be helped. This month has been incredibly unlucky. All the missions we taken on haven't paid off. The boss is injured, and the medicine is a huge expense." Another mercenary scowled. "How about we go to the church and pray? We prayed last month, and it feels like this month is even worse." Another mercenary grumbled, "Hey, it looks like a new urgent mission has popped up. Take a look. Wow, the price." The mercenaries pulled out their communicators and gasped when they saw the mission amount. But when they read the mission details, they fell silent again. "It's a hefty price indeed," said the black-haired mercenary with a side ponytail. "But it's life money. Hire mercenaries to deal with the Beast Tide. This is a one-way mission." The tall, black-haired man, who had been leaning against the window, staring out, retracted his gaze and looked at the braided mercenary. "Beast Tide? Xiangyang, who's the client?" The braided mercenary glanced at the mission. "The client is the Lord of AMT County, the great mage Moiwu. The tentacle lord from the Philizlok family." The man pulled out a golden coin. "As usual, heads. We go to hell and make some money while we're at it. Numbers. Then just pretend we didn't see this mission." "Yes. Okay, boss. As you command." The man flicked his thumb, and the golden coin arced through the air, flipping several times before landing on the tabletop. It spun a few times before falling flat on its face. The mercenaries leaned over. What's the result?" the man asked lazily, leaning against the window. "Yes, heads." "Ha. Looks like it's finally time to pay back that debt." The man known as the boss walked over to the bed and rubbed the braided mercenary's head. Xiangyang, go to the mercenary guild and accept this mission. Let's name you as the beneficiary. You stay this time. Lot? Xiangyang refused. If you're going on a mission, let's go together. I won't stay alone. Just name Liz and the others as the beneficiaries. This is a one-way mission. The man, Lot, said helplessly. I'm going to pay off an old debt. You don't have to come with me. Of course I have to. Xiangyang stood up without giving any reason to refuse, grabbed his coat, and said, I'm going to the guild to accept the mission. A team of mercenaries has accepted the mission we posted, Leah reported. Only one team? After all, it's a beast tide. Having someone to take on the attack is better than no one. Mou wasn't picky. He surveyed the battlefield. The knights, now well rested, rushed to the front lines again, plugging the gaps in manpower on the flanks. They also gradually erected mazes of earthen walls outside the flank walls, forming a second line of defense. The elven archers, who had been deployed first, were also rotated out and were recovering. The battle was currently somewhat stalemate. The monsters were numerous and of a relatively high level. However, because Mou had deliberately cleaned the contamination when killing the monsters were unable to further upgrade their strength. Meanwhile, the players were constantly leveling up in battle, accumulating a wealth of combat experience and skill proficiency. Even though it's 600 against 60,000, I have the advantage. Mou opened the backstage and added all the remaining public experience points to himself. Since this battle, the players' remaining public experience points have been very abundant, allowing Mou to directly reach level 50. The level 50 spell library now has 4 new skills. Mental Stabilization, LV50, forcibly stabilizes the target's unstable mind, preventing their SAN from further decreasing. Can remove panic/fear/madness debuffs. This skill seems more effective in fantasy dungeons or against NPCs. After all, players themselves are the anchor points, so there's little need to use skills to stabilize their mind. Levitation, LV50, harnessing the power of the wind element, temporarily levitates the target, or the player's own, in the air. The levitation height can be controlled by mental power. Can be used on multiple targets simultaneously, and the levitation duration is determined by the user's mental power. This skill seems perfect for showing off. It seems to work well against beasts without flight. Mou stroked his chin and tried to use the skill on a group of hyenas jostling outside the city wall. What the hell? What's going on with those hyenas? Why are they suddenly flying? The players fighting monsters outside the city wall saw this scene, and their eyes widened. What the heck? Why are I seeing wolves flying in the sky? The hyenas themselves struggled helplessly in the air, their legs struggling to gain ground. They were completely lost, whimpering in fear as they watched helplessly as an ethereal force carried them above a nearby group of hyenas, their altitude steadily rising. This height should be about right. Mou used his mental power to adjust the position of the suspended hyenas, then quickly and decisively removed the levitation spell. Ouch! The unfortunate hyenas let out a final, short whimper before slamming down from a height of 50 meters, crushing the hyenas below, leaving them bleeding and severing their limbs. Holy crap! What a trick! This is. The players, realizing it was their own attack, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Professional Channel Magician. Lord Moiwu, Magician, harvest those low-health monsters and pass their corpses to the magic chef. Wow, was that just the Lord doing that? The magicians instantly understood. This skill is so cool. I want to learn it too. I wonder what level it is. The magicians rubbed their hands in anticipation. I always thought the magician profession was a bit ordinary, but now that we're in battle, we realize how amazing it is. Right. We can fight, defend, sustain, replenish mana, and even clear the battlefield. We're actually the strongest of the meta, ha ha ha. Mou opened a bottle of mana potion and drank it. This skill is pretty good. Even as an AoE attack, the mental power consumption is still acceptable. It's cheaper and more cost-effective than Meteorite. He then looked at the other 2 skills. Tsunami, level 48, a ranged AoE attack skill. Generates a tsunami wave within the specified radius. Using this skill in a confined space without drainage can cause suffocation or drowning. Using it in an open space has a chance of causing overturning and knockback. Power, 800 Thunderstorm, LV48 ranged AoE attack skill. Thousands of high-voltage lightning bolts rain down from the sky, dealing immense damage. Power, 1200, increased by magic bonuses. Why do these 2 look so much like chain skills? Mou muttered, sizing up another area on the front battlefield and unleashing tsunami. A surging wave formed in the void, sweeping up a massive crest that suddenly engulfed all the hyenas within range, sweeping them away and colliding with more of their companions. Countless hyenas fell in a heap, drenched in mud and water. Thunderstorm. 2 pitch-black thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. Thousands of lightning bolts struck, striking the hyenas, their fur wet as they lay sprawled by the tsunami, barely able to stand. Suddenly, purple-white lightning flashed across the battlefield, crackling and emitting a strong, burning odor. The electric shock was so intense that the hyenas were reduced to charcoal. Holy crap, the Lord's using his ultimate again. Awesome. Did you hear me say awesome? We mages are the best. Is that the mega evolutions of water and thunder? Mom, I'm going to evolve into Raichu. Pikachu is obviously cuter. It works pretty well. Emo, he was quite pleased with himself. He put away his staff and heard applause behind him. At the same time, Leah announced, the mercenaries you hired have arrived. Long time no see, Moiwu. The speaker was a tall mercenary with long black hair. He was dressed in mercenary attire, a black cloak draped over his shoulders, and he looked like a gangster boss. Your life order, I take it. Emo, you had only one thought in his mind. Who the hell is this? Chapter 83. How many strange people does the great magician Moiwu know? Emo, you quickly searched his memories, and finally found someone who matched his profile. Lot Seth, a mercenary Moiwu had met years earlier during his travels across the continent. Moiwu had once saved his life in an underground ruin, and he considered himself indebted to Moiwu. The two met again later, after Moiwu became lord. At that time, Lot Seth had already formed his own mercenary team. The members seemed a bit overly mystical, believing in fate and luck, but they seemed quite capable. Lot Seth. Mou nodded to him as a greeting. I didn't expect you to take this commission. Lot stepped onto the command platform and glanced at the battle below the city wall. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This situation is much better than I imagined. From Lot's expression, it was clear that he had come here to sacrifice human lives to stop the beast tide. The most terrifying aspect of the beast tide was the momentum of the running beasts, which was extremely difficult to resist. Mou considered it like trying to stop a tsunami or a runaway locomotive with human power. However, after the previous horse traps, the mire of despair, the earthen maze, and the city walls, the beast's advance had been largely halted. Now, they were merely a series of herds blocking the city walls. Though the outermost herds were still struggling to squeeze inward, the tens of thousands of their fellow beasts acting as a cushion in the middle effectively neutralized their attacking threat. The handsome young man, with a side ponytail following Lot, frowned. This beast tide doesn't seem normal. These magical beasts didn't seem to want to leave. Indeed, a normal beast tide would have bypassed this place and headed elsewhere if they encountered such an obstacle. Lot turned to look at Mou. What kind of enemy have you provoked? Would they use a beast tide against you? Mou shrugged. He guessed that some entity was trying to harm him, but he didn't know who was behind the beast tide. It was just a few evil gods invading this world. As for who they were, there seemed no need to dwell too much on them. So what do you need us to do? Lot walked over to the young man with pigtails and introduced, This is my deputy, Xiangyang. Our mercenary team consists of 20 people. Since you offered a high price, we'd be at your disposal. Mou pulled out spare NPC phones from his backpack and distributed them to each of them. As usual, he went through the NPC-specific player interaction guidelines and NPC phone usage guidelines with the mercenaries. Of course, these mercenaries were hired at a premium and weren't considered permanent NPCs. Furthermore, mercenaries were known to be ruthless individuals. Even though Mou knew their leader, Mou didn't trust them completely. Therefore, Mou didn't grant them permission to issue missions to players. He only allowed them to receive system notifications from Leah on their phones, and to garrison the weak points in the city wall that Leah had marked. The mercenaries apparently had similar communicators, and were quickly familiar with the phones Mou provided. There were 20 of them in total, divided into 5 teams in a very organized manner. Mou assigned a druid to each mercenary team, and assigned them to patrol the 2 flanks of the city wall. Seeing new faces, the players chatted among themselves while fighting monsters and working. Hey, another new NPC has appeared. Their outfits are so cool. Are they mercenaries? Could they be releasing a new class? Hee. Wow, that boss is so handsome. The one with the black pigtails next to him is pretty too. Hey, those two whispering to each other is so cool, bumping into each other. How do you guys manage to bump into everything? Having once again addressed the weaknesses on both wings of the city wall, Mou breathed a sigh of relief as the red warning signs on the background map gradually slowed down and disappeared. Leah, What are the levels of these mercenaries? Mou asked in his mind. They're all around level 60, with Lot Seth being the highest, at level 65. Mou nodded. They had slain several waves of monsters besieging the city walls, leaving only about 50,000. 30,000 of them were still surrounding the front battlefield, and 20,000 were attacking the flanks. As the hyenas continued to be depleted, the desert scorpions reached the edge of the horse pit. Unlike the scurrying hyenas, these large scorpions possessed the ability to scale walls and climb over tops. They were not afraid of the horse pit at all, scaling vertical walls as if they were flat ground. Mou naturally couldn't let them pass so easily, so he simply downed another mana potion to refill his mana bar. Levitate. Countless desert scorpions floated upward, like a black and purple river floating over the horse pit. Fall. The levitation spell dispelled, and the desert scorpions instantly plummeted, falling straight towards the spears in the pit, each one impaled and skewered. Wow! Lord, you're mighty. Are all these scorpions completely dead? Not quite yet, some are still kicking. Desert scorpions are higher in rank than hyenas, so the mages were wary of overdoing it, taking extra precautions when using their void fists to dispose of their bodies. They grabbed the scorpions with their giant, ethereal hands, lifted them into the air, and then slammed them down, repeatedly stabbing them until their health bars were completely depleted. Only then did they toss the bodies onto the square for the magic chefs to dispose of. The magic chefs disassembled the desert scorpion's stingers, spines, venom sacs, and claws, neatly sorting and stacking them on the square. The carapaces, from repeated falls and repeated punctures by spears, were of limited use, and were swept to a corner of the square, awaiting the druids to seal the contamination into bottles and hand them over to the alchemists. But beneath the desert scorpion's carapace, one could dissect it, revealing snow-white, translucent flesh that looked remarkably like lobster meat. James de Moreira's eyes welled with excitement. He pushed aside the other players, unsheathed a sharp knife, and began to remove the venom glands from the scorpion meat, carving it into neat, rectangular chunks. This is a truly delicious delicacy. He laughed heartily, looking incredibly delighted. The ingenious chef quickly plated the chunks of meat, and placed them in a massive iron steamer he had pulled from his space props. He placed it over the bonfire, and steamed it at high heat. After a few minutes, the lid was lifted, and the entire square was filled with a fragrant aroma. This was not the end yet. The muscular chef took down a large iron pot from his back, put it on the fire and poured hot oil into it. He then grabbed a handful of green onions from some spatial prop and stir-fried them with a sizzling fire. He then poured the boiling hot onion oil onto plates of snow-white and crystal-clear scorpion meat. The tempting and overbearing aroma of the onion oil immediately made everyone's appetites come out, and they didn't care at all that the meat was freshly cut from the scorpions. Fortunately, the druids were remarkably resilient, and immediately purified all the dishes before distributing them to everyone. A courteous player also brought a plate to Mou's table. He looked down and saw the crystal-clear meat, each strand distinct and delicate, even more moistened with the scallion oil. It looked like the top-quality blue lobster you eaten in a 5-star hotel in your past life, making your mouth water. Mou cut off a piece and forked it into his mouth. The meat tasted just like lobster, springy, firm, and chewy, with a delicate fragrance. It was truly a delicacy of the highest quality. The eyes of the players who had tasted the meat lit up, and they looked at the scorpion no longer as a monster, but as if it were a giant Australian blue lobster. Such a large beast, how much meat can it eat? Many players drooled, rubbing their hands and laughing. If those scorpions had self-awareness, they would probably be trembling and retreating desperately, vowing never to approach this territory again. But these desert scorpions, their minds dictated by an unknown entity, missed their only chance to escape and continued to advance obliviously. Players, who had grown tired of killing hyenas and were considering logging off, suddenly found purpose in the battle. They once again surged to the front lines, desperately battling the desert scorpions. Both elves and mercenaries couldn't help but admire them. However, their perspectives were completely different. Kylo Allen sighed to his elven archers, these adventurers, to protect the newly born tree of life, for the future of our race, have so disregarded their own safety and fought so bravely. Truly, so magnificent. Worthy of being our clan's allies. The mercenaries, having just witnessed the adventurers' terror, shuddered in unison. They are eating scorpion meat. One mercenary asked. Really? That contaminated monster meat? They dare to eat it? His companion looked astonished. But it smells so good. The mercenary who had been there at the beginning took a deep breath of the fragrant aroma and licked his lips. It's okay, it's okay. Those vegetables have been purified by our druids. They're uncontaminated and safe to eat. The druid accompanying their group explained that he, too, was tantalized by the aroma, and hurriedly called his friends on the chat to leave a few for him. The mercenaries exchanged doubtful glances, then glanced at the desperately fighting adventurers. They shuddered again, and returned to their work of killing the hyenas. MOU was very pleased with the performance of James D. Morera, the magic chef instructor, and the players' reactions. Although monsters can't drop equipment directly, the allure of experience, materials, and delicious food is enough to whet the players' fighting spirit. As long as the players want to fight, we have a chance of winning. MOU muttered, but we have to arrange for weapons and equipment too. The bows and arrows brought by the elves will be awarded to archer players when they successfully complete the requirements for the Hunter Job Change quest. MOU's previous requirement for the Job Change quest was, kill 100 monsters. For this reason, archer players have been incredibly enthusiastic about this beast tide. After all, if they missed out on this beast tide, how would they slay enough monsters to complete the class change quest? Chapter 84. Killing 100 monsters. That's a lot, but not a lot either. The veteran players, who first accepted the job change quest, have now completed it, and claimed their rewards from pharaohs. Have you lost your hair today? He was one of the first to complete the job change quest. Have you lost your hair today? He's a dual-class player, both a tank and an archer, but both classes were previously stuck on the job change quest, which had been frustrating for a while. While there was no clear solution for the World Knight's job change quest, the archer had straightforward job change requirements. So, after receiving the job change quest from Pharaoh's Loren, did you lose your hair today? Climb the city wall, and join the archer's defense. By the time the monsters arrived at the city gates, his quest number had jumped to 89 out of 100. He debated whether to finish off the last few monsters with archers or fight as a World Knight, reserve, but then he noticed there wasn't a single tank in his area, and the monsters were already charging the city walls. Have you lost your hair today? He decisively jumped off the wall and activated Guardian's Heart. There are so many monsters. I just use the tank first and come back later to complete the archer quests. Have you lost your hair today? He consoled himself. But after killing another monster, he saw the quest counter jump up again, 90/100. Have you lost your hair today? He asked. Does switching classes count? Although he was filled with questions, he thought it was better to count the quests than not. Have you lost your hair today? He settled into his role as a knight, steadily defending one section of the city wall with his earthen wall. By the time he returned to his resurrection point, his quest to kill 100 monsters had been successfully completed. He closed his guardian heart and rushed to find Pharaoh Loren. The tall, slender elf NPC was surrounded by a throng of players also looking to complete their job transfer quests. He had become a heartless quest completion machine. He held his phone in one hand and pointed it at the players, tapping the screen frantically as he pulled out an ornate bow and a quiver of arrows, then stuffed them into their arms. All right, let's go. He worked efficiently. Players left one after another, and the team advanced at a steady pace. Soon, it was his turn to ask, Did you lose your hair today? Did you lose your hair today? He saw Pharaoh's wave his phone before him, and a bow and quiver appeared in his arms. You can go now. He heard a voice in his ear. It's not my skill. Before he could even ask, Pharaoh's tapped his phone, and a system notification instantly rang in his ear. Congratulations on successfully transitioning to Hunter, the universal class. Detailed class skills and information can be found in the dashboard. Holy crap, Hunter is also a universal class. Shocked, he hurried to an open space nearby and hastily opened the system dashboard. Class description: Hunters revere nature, blend in with it, and enjoy its gifts. They devoutly believe in the world, grateful for the planet's gifts, and are believers in the most ancient planetary consciousness. No excessive killing. Hunter exclusive of skill. Take only what you need, not what you want. This restriction remains in effect even if you switch to another class. As a hunter, unless in self-defense, you cannot initiate provocation or intentionally provoke a beast to attack in any way. You cannot kill more than 5 innocent ordinary beasts in a 24-hour game period. Everything you kill from ordinary beasts is a gift from nature and must be utilized wisely. If discarded, it should be properly offered and buried. This restriction does not apply to bounties placed on the bounty list, Warcraft, or Cthulhu enemies. Violating this oath will result in the loss of environmental affinity. Environmental affinity, passive skill. By taking the oath of no excessive killing, hunters gain the environmental affinity gifted by nature, harnessing its elements and seamlessly blending into any environment. Stealth bonus, 30%. Bow mastery, passive skill. Automatically master all bow and arrow weapons, including crossbows and slingshots. Accuracy bonus, 10%. Dagger mastery, passive skill. Automatically master all dagger, short sword, and knife weapons. Agility bonus, 10%. Stealth step, active skill. While equipped with the environment affinity buff, this move can be used to muffle footsteps in any natural environment, automatically selecting the path that maximizes concealment. Note: in open areas, this only muffles footsteps, not conceals the target. Powerful shot, single target skill. Shoot with immense force, reduces hit rate by 10%, increases critical hit rate by 30%. Power, 700, long range shot, single target skill. A lucky long range shot. Although power and hit rate are reduced due to the distance, I can still shoot far. Range, plus 1600, reduces hit rate by 30%. Power, 300, piercing shot, single target skill. A powerful shot aimed at a weak point. Cast time, 2 seconds, increases hit rate by 30%, has a 60% chance of a critical hit, and has a power of 1500 on normal attacks. 7 stars, a group attack skill. Fire multiple arrows simultaneously, attacking multiple targets simultaneously. Hit rate reduced by 10%. Power, 500, arrow rain, a group attack skill. Fire a dense barrage of arrows at the sky, causing them to rain down like raindrops. Hit rate reduced by 30%. Power, 800. This skill is ineffective if the enemy is under cover, such as a roof, leatherworking, a life skill. Use this skill on prey to remove the fur intact. Use this skill on skinned fur to craft leather. The integrity of the fur and the quality of the leather crafting depend on proficiency in this skill. Bow and arrow crafting. Craft bows and arrows using any suitable materials, including ores, plants, animals, and monsters. After level 50, players may craft arrows using any material other than the system-provided templates. This is done at their own risk. Note: players are prohibited from using arrows invented by themselves in the Lord Command large-scale battle expansion if they have not passed the system quality control system. Wow, this is the hunter's dashboard. Did you lose any hair today? He rubbed his chin. It feels like an environmentally friendly class. No wonder an elf is their mentor. Besides the bow and arrow, they can also wield daggers, short swords, and short blades, and can sneak. I feel like one of their future class development options is likely to be a stealth-based assassin. He quickly posted a screenshot of his skills and a brief analysis on the forum, then excitedly threw himself into battle once again. Hehehe, of course I have to try out new skills to see if they work for me. As players level up, their available skills become richer and more powerful, and they slay more and more monsters. The hyenas on the front lines have been mostly wiped out, and players are now busy hunting desert scorpions. While their meat is as delicious as a prime lobster, their exceptional wall climbing ability is quite annoying compared to hyenas. Once a night falls below the city wall, the area is instantly lost, and a dense swarm of desert scorpions swarms the walls, instantly causing claustrophobia. At these moments, a group of magic chefs ascend the walls and unleash their hot oil skill, pouring pot after pot of scalding oil over them. This not only makes the desert scorpions' climbing legs slippery, but also scorches their shells to a fragrant aroma. For a moment, the aroma of frying scorpions wafts from outside the city walls. Magicians and hunters/archers love to finish off the enemy at this time. As the saying goes, strike while the enemy is weak. Scorpion shells scalded by hot oil become exceptionally crispy, significantly reducing their defenses, allowing them to be completely destroyed in a few blows. The magicians also collected the scorpion carcasses and dumped them in the square, ready for the magic chefs to dissect and deep fry for the typhoon-style fried scorpion meat. The battle lines on the flank battlefield were stretched a bit, but fortunately, the mercenaries were around level 60, and the elven archers were around level 80, giving them a level advantage against the monsters. A single strike or arrow could usually take down a small monster. Each team was responsible for a length of wall, which was quite long, requiring occasional back and forth movement, but this didn't leave the players in charge too bored. MOU glanced at the rapidly decreasing number of monsters on the dashboard. There were only a little over 30,000 left. Since the beast tide began, the players had been fighting all day. It was now approaching dusk, and visibility was low at night. Furthermore, it was almost 6 in the morning in the Origin world, and players might be logging off one after another. MOU was still a little worried about what would happen next. But today is the weekend in the Origin world, and it's still summer vacation, so perhaps there won't be too many players logging off. Plus, there are elven archers on their rotation, ready to fill in once the players start logging off. Holding out for the night shouldn't be a problem. As the sky darkened, MOU had the mages on the city walls use fireballs to ignite torches. These torches used the oil extracted by alchemists from the purified fat of magical beasts and wild beasts as fuel, resulting in bright and steady flames. Rows of torches lit one after another, brightly lighting the front lines of the city walls. There was no need to worry about magical beasts taking advantage of the darkness to attack. As night fell, the magic chefs began preparing dinner. The supply of magical beast meat was plentiful, easily enough to feed everyone in this territory. The resting elven archers also emerged from the tree houses and the garden of the Tree of Life and gathered in the square. Although the elves tended to be vegetarian, that was simply because they didn't want to deprive wild beasts of their lives too much. They had previously refrained from eating the attacking magical beasts, purely to avoid contamination. But after the druids' purification, the elves had no qualms about consuming monster meat. They even grew some fresh vegetables as side dishes. Many elves carried a variety of vegetable seeds, and suddenly the square was filled with otherworldly versions of scallions, garlic, onions, tomatoes, eggplants, and head lettuce, and many otherworldly plants. One elf even grew a watermelon field. Chapter 85. Although these plants looked slightly different from those in the origin world, since the system said they were vegetables, they must tasted similar. The Magic Chef players briefly tasted them, and then added whatever vegetables they could to the pot. There were no carpenters in the territory, so the blacksmith, Uncle Alesh, dug up some large wooden planks from somewhere and, haphazardly nailing them together, constructed several simple long tables, which he placed in the square. The Magic Chefs placed their prepared dishes on the tables, which were then purified by the planners/druid players. Players and NPCs could then take them to eat or take away. The battle was raging outside the city walls, while the buffet inside was also bustling. The mercenaries were initially startled by this spectacle, but then gradually grew numb. Later, when they were hungry and resting during their shift, they tried the purified dishes under the guidance of their fellow druids. They were instantly astounded. This is incredibly delicious. The mercenary's eyes widened, and despite the urge to take another bite, he patted his neighbor's shoulder. "Hey, look and see if anything strange has grown on me." The neighboring friend, not even looking up from his meal, glanced at him. "No, nothing has changed." The druid said, "It's all fine. Look at the adventurers next to us. Have they changed after eating?" "Of course they have." The mercenary, relieved, looked again. His plate was empty. "Holy crap! How did you eat it all? Aren't you afraid to eat it?" The friend shoved another piece of typhoon shelter scorpion meat into his mouth bulging. "Less talking, more eating. This thing's free, why don't you eat it now?" "That's right." The mercenary looked around and saw another dish that had just been served. Just as he was about to take it, a druid stopped him. "It hasn't been purified yet." "Wait a moment." A flash of silver-blue light appeared in the druid's hand, and a puff of black mist was driven into the bottle in his other hand. "All right, you can eat now." The druid handed the dish back, and the mercenary hurriedly took it. "Thank you. Do you have any wine?" "No wine. Father Polly has gone to seek refuge." The druid said, "But they have otaku happy water over at the magic doll." "Otaku happy water? What the heck is that?" The mercenaries exchanged glances, each seeing a deep sense of confusion in their companion's eyes. "By the way, once the dishes on this table are served, you can eat them after the druids have purified them. Don't touch the ones on that table over there." The druid was about to leave when the mercenaries stopped him. "Why can't we eat from that table over there? The food over there isn't purified. Some players, adventurers, after eating it, transform. Just like that." The druid pointed at an adventurer feasting at the next table. He was shrouded in black energy, sprouting giant spider legs. With a roar, he charged up the wall and leaped towards the monsters. The mercenaries' faces were filled with fear. I only heard that, in the far north, barbarian warriors, desperate to protect their families and tribes, would willingly consume contaminated food and transform into berserkers to fight the enemy. The mercenaries' pupils trembled. "I never thought these adventurers could even be so enlightened. They possess a sacred faith." The elven archer dining nearby interjected, moved. "For the future and hope of our tribe, these adventurers, strangers than we ever met, have taken on all the risks." "Ah, what a remarkable spirit of dedication. Isn't that right, Pharaohs?" Pharaohs, sitting next to him, said, Unfortunately, he knew a few more facts about these strange adventurers than his companions did. For example, they could be resurrected. But Pharaoh didn't know how to explain this mysterious phenomenon. After racking his brains, he could only come up with the possibility that Lord Moya might be a necromancer beyond the Grandmaster level. However, this conclusion was too horrifying. The elves' allies couldn't possibly be evil necromancers, and the Tree of Life wouldn't willingly grow on a necromancer's territory. So Pharaoh ate silently, his head lowered. His fellow elves were completely oblivious, believing the food was so delicious that Pharaoh was eating without even looking up. He continued to sing the praises of the adventurer's greatness and selflessness. Ah, thank the world, thank the Tree of Life, praise our allies, praise Lord Moiwu. Strange legends about the adventurers spread unnoticed among the elven archers and mercenaries, even embellishing and evolving into various inexplicable versions. Mou was oblivious to this. While the NPCs and players were at dinner, he repeatedly cast Water Flow and Blizzard on the city walls. After forming a thick layer of ice around the outer walls, he poured another layer of Water Flow on them, making the outer walls slippery, and so slippery that even scorpions couldn't climb over them. These spells were all relatively low level, especially Water Flow. Mou, who daily replenished the druids' water resources for their flowers and crops, had mastered them to perfection. Even freezing the entire city wall in front, and on both wings only cost him half his mana bar. The sun had already set, and the desert nights would quickly cool. This slippery outer ice wall could hold up for a while, and the more the ice melted, the more slippery it became, which should keep the monsters outside at bay. After completing this, Mou stepped down from the command platform and entered the square. He had already sent his foolish disciple, DeCarlo, to the mystical city of Onisol to care for the fleeing villagers. However, with no disciples to provide meals, the players had spontaneously taken on the task of feeding the Overlord. This is a golden opportunity to earn the Lord's favor. Mou had been fed numerous times that day, and while he wasn't exactly hungry, seeing everyone enjoying their meals so heartily made him crave it. He simply sat down at the NPC's table, grabbed a dish, and began to eat. To be honest, with the introduction of the Magic Chef, not only has the player class system become much more complete, but the quality of the food in the territory has also noticeably improved. Before, Mou had only eaten various barbecues and Grandma Alicia's signature dishes. Now, steamed, boiled, stir-fried, and fried dishes appeared in a single day. After this battle is over, he had to ask the elves for more seeds. Whether it's scallions, garlic, onions, peppers, potatoes, or carrots. He have to get them all, and have the druids plant them in the fields. When he has some free time, maybe he can even pick a few plump fish from the pond and have the magic chefs prepare some boiled fish fillets and chopped pepper fish heads for him. After dinner, many players indeed chose to log off and get up, but since it was the weekend, a large number of players also chose to continue playing. The elven archers, who had been ordered by Mou to rest, now replaced their companions and joined the battlefield defense. As Mou had predicted, the high-level elves and mercenaries had indeed filled the gap left by the offline players. In fact, their higher levels made it easier to kill the monsters. As mentioned before, the danger of the beast tide lies in how to stop the monster's surging momentum. Even the well-trained elves and mercenaries dared not deal with it easily, precisely because the beast tide is difficult to stop with human power. But if they stopped, even if the monsters were numerous, they would still face the same fate as being served on the table. After a full day of fighting, most of the players had fully experienced the joy of teamwork against the beast tide. They were even beginning to feel a bit tired and bored after the repetitive monster killing and work. Now, letting the NPCs take over and finish the job was a natural choice. Mou had already spent most of the day at the command post and was already feeling a bit exhausted, but the beast tide wasn't over yet, and as the commander, he couldn't just abandon his duties and go back to sleep. If something went wrong, a monster would crash down one of the city walls, and when he opened his eyes from the large bed in the mage tower, he might be able to see a brilliant starry sky. Mou, silently thinking that working overtime would be fine, asked Llama, who usually ate dinner, for a bottle of a supposedly non-toxic, harmless, and side-effect refreshing potion. He pinched his nose and downed it. Sure enough, the moment the mustard-flavored potion entered his mouth, a cool, spicy sensation shot straight to his head, and tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. It's such a refreshing refreshment. It's almost spicy enough to make my brain sizzle. Rama, who had more or less murdered his own boss, in person, without realizing it, served himself a plate of steamed scorpion meat, and devoured it with relish, not even sparing Mou a glance. However, Mou's face, covered with tears, due to the spicy taste of the refreshing potion, was noticed by a few particularly persuasive druids standing a few tables away, purifying the food. Salted fish, who often spent long hours in the game, naturally didn't log off so early. She stole a glance at the Overlord, who was secretly wiping tears beneath the sleeves of his wide robe, and frowned, sensing that something was amiss. The battle against the Beast Tide was apparently going smoothly, yet the Lord was secretly crying during dinner? Could something have happened to the Saint's son? Xianyuitio glanced at the small screen. Aside from a few fresh wounds on Island's body, he couldn't see anything wrong. He simply pulled Nukyukyu over to the side, and began muttering to himself. The two girls analyzed the situation more and more perplexed. The more confused they became, the more they analyzed, but they couldn't find the cause. They poured out tons of candy. Xianyuitio, a forum fan, was so inspired that she nearly dictated a 250,000-word tentacle taboo car on the spot. Nukyukyu's urgent call for a halt brought it to a halt, and the two of them switched to an online discussion. The two of them happily engaged in their own work, producing food and consuming it, oblivious to the horrified, contorted expression of the new druid mentor as they passed by. Chapter 86. Fellows Loren swore that after dinner, he remembered Kylo Allen and Serbia Sicily still hungry on the city wall, so he went to James D. Morera to ask for a few insulated lunch boxes, packed dinner, and prepared to deliver it to the city wall. He had never expected to hear the Lord's shocking gossip while passing by two druid girls who looked very familiar. That strange Lord, who was most likely a necromancer beyond the Grandmaster level, who could easily resurrect the dead, and who pretended to be devoid of the evil aura expected of a necromancer, and who even maintained a group of druids capable of purifying pollution, actually had that kind of relationship with the Holy Son of the Church of Light. Fellows Lauren's expression changed from confusion to suspicion, from suspicion to distortion, from distortion to horror, and from horror to a flushed face. Just as he was blushing as one of the druid girls solemnly and meticulously described the Lord, the Sun, and some strange scenes with tentacles belonging to who knows who, another druid girl suddenly tugged at her sleeve. The two of them stealthily interrupted their discussion, and went off to do something else furtively. Damn it! Can they finish their conversation before leaving? Fellows Loren was ravenous with curiosity, but he couldn't follow them to eavesdrop. He had to go to the city wall as planned to deliver food to Kylo Allen and the others. His mind was still swirling with questions about how a necromancer could be with the Son of the Church of Light. Leah, who had been watching everything silently and knew the truth, was torn between telling the Lord the truth and stopping the spread of false rumors, and gladly accepting the energy that fell from the sky after seeing the core energy surge in the background. She decisively chose the latter, and transmitted all the energy to Ialian in the distance. Elsewhere, completely unaware of his reputation being tarnished once again, the Lord, completely awakened by the stimulating potion, began his overtime work tonight. There were only a little over 20,000 monsters left, so theoretically, this Beast Tide could be completely wiped out tonight. Mou checked the small window to see the situation on Lord Saint's side. Ialian was only fighting the last of the giant monsters, but Ialian had sustained many more wounds. Even after recovering from the silver-blue glow, Lord Saint's condition didn't look much better. It was true. He'd been fighting non-stop for 3 or 4 days, and he was still being kept alive by the unscientific alchemical potions, and the core energy infused by the world consciousness. Otherwise, with this kind of overtime, he'd probably die even faster than before. Ah, what a ruthless boss! Mou muttered, then suddenly realized that the ruthless boss His Highness was currently protecting was actually himself. So that ruthless boss is me. That's alright. Leah. Mou called out. Seeing the world elf blinking and looking over, he pointed to the thorn ring on his left hand. Don't forget our agreement. Seeing the world elf nod seriously, Mou felt relieved and opened the background map mode again. The thoughtful Leah had marked the city wall as a key defensive facility and used different colors to indicate danger: green for safety, yellow for potential dangers, and red for an attack requiring urgent response. Outside the city wall were densely packed with small red dots, each representing a magical beast. The highest level demon dragon lizards were even marked with red triangles. They were located at the outermost edge of the magical beast group on the front battlefield. These demon dragon lizards walked upright on their hind legs, and were not very fast. It would probably take several hours for them to reach the city wall. Mou checked the list of currently online players, redistributed his personnel, and adjusted the placement of the elves and mercenaries, allowing those who had been fighting for a long time to rest and rotating in those who had just finished. After arranging his personnel for the battle, Mou once again took the command platform and used Water Flow and Blizzard to reinforce the ice shell outside the city wall, once again preventing the Desert Scorpion Core from scaling the wall. As the players began to log off, Although the elves and mercenaries provided combat support, the most obvious difference was that MOU's production process was interrupted. He was unable to handle the miscellaneous tasks of clearing corpses, dismantling monsters, and purifying pollution. MOU, the hard-working old office worker, the perpetual overworker, and the most reliable archmage on the field, could only ask Leah to mark the locations of the dead monsters. He then used levitate to levitate them all, gathering them together, and dropping them onto the square. Leah then stored them all in one go into the storage space, waiting to slowly clean them up after the battle was over, and when most players were online. Fortunately, Leah's warehouse, created with spatial authority, was completely independent and capable of preserving and freezing the corpses. The monster corpses remained the same state when they were taken out, preventing any external contamination or contamination of the world's consciousness. So, the current assembly line operation was simplified to the monsters circling fruitlessly outside the ice-encrusted walls, repeatedly attempting to attack, break through, and scale them. The elves and mercenaries attacked from the walls, while MOU reinforced the ice shell and cleared the corpses. Leah stored the loot, and the few players still online filled in the gaps. Without the noisy players, the streamlined assembly line, while efficient, became somewhat boring. The elves also slew the monsters very quietly. After a few rounds, the number of monsters had dropped by nearly 10,000, but MOU couldn't help but yawn. There are still over 10,000 monsters left, and it'd probably take until morning to finish them. Based on the players' online habits, they should have finished their brunch by then, and maybe even come back online to play for a while. That should be just the right time for a closing CG. After the beast tide is over, we should be able to rest for a couple of days and catch some fish. MOU pondered. The beast tide expansion has significantly increased the levels of both new and old players. Previously, maps and dungeons that weren't popular due to low levels will probably be explored. But after such an exhilarating day of monster killing during the beast tide, many players will probably be tired of it and want to pursue some more occupations. It just so happens that everyone's leveled up but lacks gear. With the abundance of monster materials we gathered this time, we can open up some crafting and equipment research and development quests for players to explore on their own. I wonder what skill templates the mercenaries have. MOU opened the backstage and took a look at the skill templates Leah had copied. He fell silent. To be precise, the term mercenary is similar to adventurer. Anyone with some skill and a desire to earn a living by taking on bounty missions can register for a mercenary license with the Mercenary Guild. Once qualified, they can form or join a team. These mercenaries, to put it bluntly, are a motley crew. Among them are magicians, archers, and those who wield swords, daggers, and muskets. This time, 20 mercenaries arrived. Leah had copied over 100 bizarre skills, but most were scattered and unsystematic. It's not that they're completely unusable, but there's just a lot of seemingly repetitive, similar skills that need to be rescreened and reorganized before they can be put to use. And MOU is incredibly sleepy right now. Working overtime to guard the city walls and clear monster corpses was fine, but asking him to work on a skill plan late at night? While the mercenaries class system was chaotic, that didn't mean they weren't powerful. These were people who had survived countless hardships through sheer hardship, and among them were some who possessed formidable skills and powerful weapons to match. For example, Lotseth was currently wielding an enchanted longsword. It was incredibly long, and the moment it was unsheathed, it automatically ignited a blazing flame. With a powerful strike from the city wall, a stream of flaming wind would automatically form, charging straight at the monsters, instantly clearing any obstacles in its path. His deputy, Xiangyong, seemed to wield an ancient, age-old power of divination drawn from the stars. He could predict the very near future, harness the power of the stars to heal mental and physical wounds, and even send enemies into a brief dream. MOU gazed at those skills, lost in thought, before a sudden realization struck him. Isn't this an astrologer? Carelessly working overtime was fine, but working on a project late at night was out of the question. MOU felt perfectly content to simply lay low. After all, he had just updated the Magic Chef and Hunter class quests. Once the Beast Tide was over, perhaps players could even complete their stagnant night class change quests. Rather than introducing new classes, players needed more time to explore and develop their own unique playstyles. Game versions and storylines needed to be constantly updated, but the pacing also needed to be well-paced. New gadgets and skills needed to be introduced with enough time for players to study, explore, build strategies, and develop their own gameplay. Overloading players with too much content all at once would be overwhelming. Having convinced himself thus, MOU no longer felt any psychological burden. He reinforced the ice shell outside the city walls once more and cleared another round of monster corpses. Unable to control the overwhelming sleepiness, he simply asked Leah to monitor the battle while he sat down in a chair, clearing his mind and letting his thoughts wander freely. The stimulant potion really isn't as effective as coffee, and the taste isn't quite as good. Next time, when my core energy is sufficient, I have Leah gather some coffee beans from the origin world that can be cultivated. So, perhaps I could also gather some cocoa. Amidst his increasingly distracted and ethereal thoughts, MOU leaned back in his chair, his head lowered, and dozed off involuntarily. Chapter 87. MOU seemed to have entered a strange state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. Perhaps it was the overly pungent and unreliable Ramana potion, or perhaps it was the exhaustion from a long day of overseeing battles, but MOU could clearly feel his body falling asleep, while his mind seemed to be uncontrollably letting loose, still actively working. This caused MOU to fall into a lucid dream, but this was nothing new. I believe many people have experienced being clearly aware that they are dreaming, and even being able to control the course of their dreams to some extent. But this time, the dream seemed beyond MOU's control. He seemed to be standing beneath a brilliant starry sky, the distant stars gleaming with light from billions of years ago. The sky was so close to him, as if he could touch the flowing Milky Way with just a lift of his hand. A silvery blue glow formed a tranquil lake beneath his feet. He stood steadily upon it. With the slightest movement, ripples spread from his feet, swaying into the shape of a giant silver tree, with MOU standing at its base. He looked around in confusion. Shadows cast a shadow against the distant starry sky, faint shadows loomed. Those figures were indistinct, like a hazy black mist, almost ethereal, and with a double image. Tentacles seemed to sway in the void behind them. MOU stared intently in that direction for a moment, but finding it hard to see clearly, he gave up and gave up. He turned and headed toward the treetops. Before he had taken a few steps, he saw a gigantic, nearly spherical, 100-sided board game dice gleaming with golden light before him. It looks like it's completely unliftable, MOU thought in a tangled dream. He remembered a time when he was obsessed with board games and bought a copper 100-sided die on Taobao. When it arrived, he was shocked by its size and weight. Honestly, it didn't feel like a die, more like a miniature shot put, the kind that would dent the tabletop with a single 1D100 throw. Maybe MOU's thoughts were too unfocused, but the ball. No, the 100-sided die seemed to bounce on the ground with some discontent before barreling down towards MOU's head. Startled, MOU ducked quickly to avoid it, but in his panic, he fell off his chair. He cried out, a dull pain pounding in the back of his head. MOU opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the ground in a strange, upside-down position, his legs and robe still dangling from the chair. Leah flew over, her face filled with worry. Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? MOU climbed to his feet, and rubbed the back of his head, which was slightly swollen and aching. It seemed like I had a rather strange dream. But after this unexplained fall, he couldn't quite recall what it had been about. He stood up and looked around. It was late at night, the lowest hour for players online, and no one had noticed his awkward appearance as he dozed off in his chair while working overtime, and then fell down unexpectedly. I'm getting old. I'm not as good at slacking off anymore, MOU sighed. Back in the day, I could sleep on 2 office chairs just by shoving them together, without even moving the wheels. Leah declined to comment. The pollution outside the city walls is too high. You need to clean up the monster corpses. I'd be there. MOU regained consciousness and raised his staff once again. Levitate. It was noon in the origin world, and players who had finished lunch were logging in one after another. Although the beast tide was still in the middle of its fight, many players were anxiously anticipating it. After all, this was a game designed for playing while sleeping, so single players could still manage their time as they pleased. Some office workers or students who lived with family would be scolded for lying in bed for long periods during the day. For the sake of family harmony and peace of mind, they could only play for a few hours during lunch break. Thankfully, in-game time was twice as long as in real life, so even an hour online was a satisfying experience. The hot summer afternoons were the perfect time for a nap. Going online during this time didn't put too much strain on the body, nor did it cause back pain from sleeping, and it allowed them to play games. This became the second peak period for players logging in. Many players came online and emerged from the octopus locker, rushing to the front lines. Wow, the beast tide had already been largely cleared. They were now down to the final round of desert scorpions and demonic dragon lizards. Holy crap! Is the Beast Tide expansion ending so soon? After all, this expansion has a storyline. You can't just siege a city for a month. Yeah, I get tired of that. Were the NPCs fighting from dusk till dawn? When I logged off, there were still 20,000 or 30,000 monsters. Where are my monsters? Ouch. My experience points are flying off the shelves. Where's the druid? Come and cleanse us. As the noisy players came online, the camp immediately filled with a lively atmosphere. The Lord, who had been up all night, yawned with difficulty and declined Rama's offer of a mustard-flavored stimulant, beginning to miss Star O's coffee. However, nearly 200 players had returned online, replacing the weary elves and mercenary NPCs who had fought all night. Mage Chef James D. Morera, who hadn't been on duty and had slept soundly in the tavern all night, rekindled a bonfire in the center of the square and began cooking breakfast. The blacksmith, who had also rested, set up a makeshift weapon stall in the square, displaying sturdier equipment and sharper weapons crafted with new warcraft materials. The elves, replaced by the adventurers, yawned with dark circles under their eyes. Instead of returning to their treehouses, they sat down at the long table in the square, leaning against each other, as they waited for breakfast and dozed off. Perhaps due to the privileges of youth, Rama, the only one still energetic after staying up all night making bombs, sat at the table, awaiting his food. His group of diligent alchemist apprentices had already servilely purchased dishes from the magic chef player, had them purified by a druid, and then laid them out before him. The mage chefs and druid/farming players, who preferred life professions, happily began to work, while the combat-minded group climbed the city walls with familiarity. The knights and melee fighters leaped over the wall once again, only to stumble on the ice crust outside. What the hell? Why is there ice here? I guess this is another defensive measure of the Overlord. Didn't you see those scorpions can't climb up? It's so slippery I can't even climb up. Why do you even need to climb up? Just die and go back. Ouch. There's a new monster. A level 50 demonic dragon lizard. Can you guys fight it? TSK. It's only 5 levels higher than me. As long as its health bar is showing, you can fight it. Brothers, take it down. Seeing that the players had spontaneously taken over the battle once again, MOU finally stretched and stepped down from the command platform. He divided the command authority into teams and distributed it to the players one by one. With less than 10,000 monsters left, let the players have another good time. MOU teleported back to the mage tower, washed up, and changed into a clean set of mage robes. Refreshed, he returned to the square for breakfast. The attentive druid saw the Lord reappear in changed clothes, and chattered, as they served a delicious breakfast. "Emo, you cut into delicious steaks made from the tenderest tail meat from the demonic dragon lizard he just killed that morning," while Leah played various battle projections in her field of view. After a wave of offline adjustments, the players returned full of energy and enthusiasm. This is probably the difference between playing the game voluntarily and being forced to work. The players' team still followed the same pattern: tanks pulling monsters, magic chefs or alchemists fighting in melee, hunters/archers and mages with ranged attacks, and druids with sustained damage recovery. However, due to the higher level of the demonic dragon lizards, it took about 3 teams to handle each one, and if the tank fell, the tank would take over. Thankfully, there weren't many of these level 50 monsters, making it the final challenge of the showdown. The players fought back and forth, enjoying themselves. After watching the players battle, MOU turned his attention back to Aelian. Aelian was still engaged in a one-on-one duel with the final, massive fusion monster. The monster's 8 bizarrely shaped arms had been shredded to just 3, and of its 3 strange heads, only the rightmost remained. If Aelian could have seen the monster's health bar, he would have seen that it was now at only 20%. However, Aelian's battle wasn't easy. This battle had already lasted 4 days. Even though the energy of the world consciousness had briefly restored him to full strength, this protracted battle still took a heavy toll on his body and mind. His body was now covered in wounds, his armor tattered and tattered. His left shoulder had been pierced by the previous monster's venom, his breastplate had been scratched by sharp claws, and the flesh was faintly visible in the cracks. His chest and back bore dents from repeated impacts. The corner of his lip was cracked, chapped from excessive dryness, and blood dripped from the wound on his forehead, wetting his silver hair. But he stood resolutely before the giant, as if channeling all his pain and suffering into powerful strength, channeling it into his great sword. He leaped high once more, supported by his willpower, aiming his sword at the fusion monster's final head. As the final head flew away, the fusion monster's sharp, knife-like claws pierced Aelian's abdomen. Aelian gritted his teeth and swung his great sword, severing the giant hand at its base. With one final blow, from top to bottom, Aelian clenched the fusion monster in two. Aelian landed smoothly, but his knees gave out, and he knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Using his great sword for support, he tore the giant monster's severed limb from the large hole in its plastron, yanking it completely out of its body and tossing it far away. Blood flowed from his abdomen. Aelian tried in vain to cover the wound, letting go of the great sword, and rolled over to lie on the scorching ground. His throat rolled, and he exhaled a breath of hot air. His lips moved as if he were struggling to utter a final prayer. But before he could do so, he felt the ring on his left ring finger creaking uncontrollably. Chapter 88. Mou stood in the center of the square, twirling the thorn ring on his left ring finger with a serious expression. The fighting outside the city walls had largely subsided, with only a few remaining magical beasts still roaming. He therefore gathered all the druids and healing elves in the square. Leah had already cut off the small window broadcast from Aelian, directing all her energy toward constructing the teleportation channel. In the breathless silence of everyone, a silver-blue glow emerged in front of Mou. A figure clad in silver armor and covered in blood gradually solidified and floated before Mou. Your stay airborne time is only 3 seconds. Lord, please grasp it. 3, 2, 1. Before Leah finished counting, Mou hurriedly reached out to support Aelian's floating form. However, he had never anticipated that the weight of the slender saint, combined with the armor, would far exceed his capacity. Mou stumbled, his legs giving way, and he simply knelt, sheltered by his loose robe. To outsiders, he appeared to have caught Aelian, who had suddenly appeared in midair, and gently knelt, placing the wounded knight on the ground. Xianyu Yeats' eyes gleamed, and he clutched the sleeve of the person chewing balls beside him, excitedly saying, "Knee pillow." In reality, Mou's left arm and both legs were being pressed down by Aelian, who was much heavier than he looked. Pain and numbness washed over him. His free right hand was used to hold down the bleeding wound of the unconscious saint's son, while he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Druid! Heal! Use, stop bleeding, heal, and purify! Elf allies, please assist me in healing our ally, Aelian." The pain and anxiety radiating from his hands and feet made Mou's cries seem almost heartbreaking. The elves dared not delay, forming a circle and chanting an ancient prayer. The sapling of the tree of life in the distance glowed green at the elves' prayers, its small leaves gently swaying. Green life energy converged on Aelian's wound, staunching the gushing blood and repairing the wound bit by bit. While Mou's spell library contained advanced healing techniques based on willpower, he didn't understand the human body, and with his thoughts extremely confused, he feared that using them now would cause Aelian to grow a pair of hands in his intestines. This kind of professional treatment was better left to the earth druids and elves. However, Mou thought better of it and cast Stabilize on Aelian. After all, after battling those tainted monsters for so many days, Aelian's mental state was probably shaky. Sure enough, after Mou cast Stabilize, Aelian's expression, seemingly trapped in a painful nightmare, calmed down considerably, and even his clenched teeth relaxed. Amid the elves' continuous chanting and the druids' repeated spellcasting, Aelian's wound slowly healed, starting from the deepest layer, bit by bit, layer by layer. The black smoke that was hindering the wound's healing was driven out of his body by the druid's purification spell, trapped in a sealed bottle, unable to move. And under the resonance and guidance of the elves and the tree of life, the life force from the planet and the earth gradually infused Aelian's completely depleted body. The wishes of the players and the prayers of the elves converged once again at the world elves. Dots of silver-blue prayer power, flowing gently into Aelian's scarred and fragile body, flowed along the world knight's still enclosed connection to the world consciousness. Thanks to the concerted efforts of hundreds of people, Aelian's rapid breathing gradually calmed, his wounds gradually healed, and his long silver eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a struggle, they slowly opened, and after a moment, his somewhat dazed silver eyes finally regained focus. A few druid girls were the first to cheer, and their enthusiasm infected the other players. Whooping and shouting wife echoed one after another, while others sniffled and cried with emotion. The elves stopped chanting, all breathing a sigh of relief. Only Pharaoh's Lauren's eyes kept flickering between the Lord and Aelian in his arms, his expression utterly strange. "Dear knight, could you please close your guardian heart?" Mou leaned close to Aelian's ear, gritting his teeth and speaking slowly. He didn't want to embarrass a wounded man who had just been rescued from the brink of death, but if Aelian didn't remove his armor, his limbs would go completely numb. Aelian was slightly surprised, then a particularly charming smile curved his lips, causing the nearby players to roar again. The world knight, with a smile on his face, whispered, "Thank you for the gift of the world spirits." His tattered silver armor instantly vanished, replaced by a new, spotless robe. It truly is worthy of being the darling of the world consciousness, even featuring a one-touch outfit-changing function. Without the 100 or 80 kilograms of armor weighing him down, MOU, who had been used as a cushion, finally felt better. He helped Aelian to sit up, and then, because his hands and feet were numb from being crushed, the knight reached out to help him up. Of course, to outsiders like Xian Yuitiao, this was a remarkable moment of mutual support between the world knight and the lord he had risked his life to protect. Welcome back. The unfortunate lord's hands and feet were sore, but at least he had cleared all the flags pierced by his important employee and successfully weathered the beast tide. It could be considered a perfect result. MOU's smile returned to his face, and he patted Aelian on the shoulder. Rest in the mage tower for a few days and recuperate. Even if someone could be brought back from the brink of death with the healing of druids and elves in this magical otherworld, the wound still obeyed the laws of physics, gradually regrowing tender blood vessels, muscles, and skin. Aelian must not engage in any strenuous activity for the next few days. He must rest in bed. Has this guy not eaten, drunk, or slept properly in days? Then we need the magic chefs to make him some easily digestible porridge or soup. MOU, who pays attention to details, has begun to recite the precautions for Aelian's recovery. While Aelian is smiling and looks like I listen to you, everything is up to you. For some reason, the people around them don't want to disturb them, and they leave with a mysterious smile on their faces to do their own things. Pharaoh's Loren, self-righteously an insider who saw through the Lord's secrets, sighed deeply and conscientiously took on the NPC mission to finish off the beast tide. Elves, pack up your bows and personal belongings and return to the treehouse to rest. Adventurers, please form teams and clear out the remaining monsters outside the city walls. Uncle Blacksmith, you can send a message to the traveling merchants, asking them to bring back the refugees. Pharaoh's Loren solemnly declared, the beast tide crisis is over. MOU was a game planner who didn't like to throw punches. He always disliked Marvel's plotting, where a major character's death was required to elicit the protagonist's transformation and growth, nor did he like forcing the death of a key NPC for the sake of forced sentimentality. In this day and age, protagonists are no longer rebellious children who have experienced the world's trials and tribulations. There's no need to force the death of a white moonlight figure to elicit the protagonist's growth. Such sentimentality is completely illogical. Of course, his games aren't completely death-free. It's just that they won't randomly and inexplicably kill a character who clearly doesn't need to die just to further the protagonist's development. He also dislikes leaving players with no choice but to die through plot-based killing. If a crucial character must die, the player must try their best to see if they can be saved. At the very least, there should be a reasonable ending where they can be saved. If they can't be saved, it's the player's fault, but killing them without even a chance to save them is malicious intent on the part of the development team. Even if a character must die, the player must be forced to exhaust all options, try their best, and exhaust all possible means before the character's death is justified. A death with no other options. As long as there's even a sliver of possibility, MOU will always opt for a happy ending. At the very least, an open ending. This is one of the reasons why MOU has always enjoyed a good reputation among veteran players, but a lesser reputation within the industry. Game companies always prefer dramatic plot twists to make players cry, and they don't like people like MOU who constantly tinker with extra endings. That's extra work and extra costs. But MOU, as it happens, is the type who enjoys breaking down walls and removing tiles to carve out a new path where there's none. If fate presented him with a choice between A, B, and C, his answer would definitely be D. MOU is such a unique and rebellious kid. And his years of experience as a game planner and player have made him keenly aware of the knife here and flag warning signs. Not to mention Aelian, a man with a built-in flag warning, who always flagged himself with 10 flags with every word he spoke. Every time, MOU felt the urge to rip all those flags out the window. In this unfamiliar world, how easy was it to find a reliable, capable ally who would be willing to fight for him even after just a short acquaintance? If such a useful, beautiful mentor with a complete set of T-class skill templates were to just hang out for no reason, where would he go to seek justice? So, on that rainy night, when he first watched the PV, MOU asked Leah for help. When Aelian was seriously injured, he asked the world elves to force the Thorn Ring's teleportation function, even if it meant using all their core energy to send this troublemaker back. Thankfully, the plan to rescue the Son of God was a success. Chapter 89. Version 0.04 Limited Time Expansion Beast Tide Special Story Event has successfully concluded. Congratulations, adventurers. You have achieved your first major team victory in a major battle on the continent of Oziria. Thanks to the active participation and heroic fighting spirit of all players, AMT County successfully weathered this beast-tide crisis with only 0.00001% damage to its core areas. Also, thanks to the sincere prayers and treatment of countless players, the Holy Son of Light, Aelion, was successfully saved, preventing his heroic death in this beast-tide battle. It's not only sacrifice that unlocks the future, nor is it only sorrow that makes a hero. Achievements for this campaign, important scenario objectives, key NPCs survived, city wall integrity 85%, special plot NPC island survived, allied elves and mercenaries survived. This campaign was a perfect one for the players, a victory for AMT County and the elves, and a victory for the World Awareness faction. To thank all players for their dedication, Lord Moiwu has decided to launch a 3-day celebration throughout the territory starting tomorrow. During the event preparation period, players can accept a series of preparatory quests. For details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. During the event, the following benefits will be available: 20% off all NPC items, food festival, magic chefs can rent a temporary stall in the player market street to sell homemade dishes for a special price of 500 copper coins. Clearly indicate whether the dishes have been purified. If linked to a druid/planting player, the rental price is reduced to 400 copper coins. Each stall can select their chef's signature dish daily to compete in the Food Festival's featured dish competition. Each track can select one dish. This competition will be conducted through both public and judges voting. The top 3 with the highest combined scores will receive generous rewards and rare titles. Featured limited time NPC. The allies of the Elven tribe, the mercenary team, will celebrate the victory with the adventurers in the territory. Note: the duration of the Elven tribe's mercenary team stay will depend on the NPC's current favorability. Players are welcome to explore for more special bonus quests during the celebration. After cleaning up the devastated battlefield and slaying the last wandering monster, all players receive this system notification. I thought the beast tide was over after this patch, but I didn't expect the celebration to start right away. The officials are so good at this, ha ha ha. Food Festival. Magic Chef Competition. Go! Any druids or farmers looking to team up and set up a stall? I'm a poor cook, begging for a group. Let's go, let's pick up the preparatory quests. After sending Aelion back to the Mage Tower and settling him down, Moiwu was relieved to learn that Pharaohs had volunteered to take over his post-war cleanup. He sent the celebration notice to the players through the system and simultaneously updated the official website and forums. It's impossible to let the players have some free time. Only when the players are busy can the planners have a good time. Although a little sleepy, Moiwu still took the time to fetch the refugees from the Mystic City. After assigning his disciple, Silly Roe Deer, to organize the Adventurers Food Festival at the player market and build shelter for the refugees, he met with Kylo Allen of the Elves and Lot Seth of the Mercenaries, inviting them to join the celebration. The main reason was that Leah had used up all her remaining core energy to force the ring's location and teleport Aelion back. Now that she couldn't activate the teleportation array to send the elves home, she decided to keep them as part of the celebration. As for the mercenaries, although the Beast Tide mission was completed, they already been paid. Wouldn't it be more profitable if they stayed and served as a tourist attraction for the players? After instructing DeCarlo to deliver some delicious and nutritious food to Aelion on time, Moiwu, feeling confident that he hadn't missed anything, returned to the Mage Tower and took a long soak in the single bathtub Moiwu had left behind. After washing away the dust, blood, and fatigue of a day and night, he comfortably sank into the soft blankets and slept soundly. The world elf Leah quietly closed Moiwu's door and went downstairs to check on Aelion. After days of fighting without a proper rest, the Son of Light washed off the blood and changed into soft pajamas. He slept soundly on the clean bed in the guest room, wrapped in the fragrant, soft quilt that DeCarlo had dried in the sun. His soft silver hair spread all over the bed, gleaming in the sunlight. Leah closed the curtains for him, collected the empty plates on the desk, and put them in the kitchen on the first floor. Then, flapping her tiny wings, she flew out of the Mage Tower. She flew first to the experimental fields. The hard-working druids had already returned to the fields and were excitedly gossiping while meticulously checking water levels and purification levels, and occasionally removing weeds. Amid the druids' joyful laughter, Leah soared into the sky again, arriving at the Garden of the Tree of Life. None of the elves, sleepless all night, returned to their tree houses. After having the druids cleanse them, they lay down in a large circle around the Tree of Life. Fearing their sleeping posture might be awkward, they didn't dare get too close to the tree, leaving a large open space beside it. If it weren't for their calm and gentle expressions and the heaving of their chests, it would have looked like a murder scene. Leah landed gently beside the tree of life. Its tiny, tender leaves swayed, as if whispering something to the world consciousness. The two chatted for a long time in a strange, silent way. Leah waved to the sapling and soared into the sky once more. In front of the damaged walls on either side of the city wall, several masons and alchemists were repairing them with concrete, while more masons were helping the refugees who wanted to stay build new homes in the village. The magic chefs were busy searching for druid/farming partners to set up shop with them. Those who had successfully matched up were already excitedly rushing to the Adventurers Guild to see DiCarlo to pay their stall fees and prioritize choosing the best locations. Papa Polly seemed quite familiar with the refugees, explaining the changes that had taken place in the village since the adventurers arrived. Pete and Grandma Alishar's butcher shop had reopened, and adventurers had brought in the delicious meats they had scavenged during the beast tide. All purified by the druids, of course, and were waiting for Grandma Alishar to showcase her culinary skills. The magic chef's dishes were naturally delicious, but Grandma Alishar's home-style cooking was also highly sought after, with every spoonful of sauce thick with the love of an elder. James de Morera, the master chef, had legitimately taken over the tavern's kitchen. He seemed unaccustomed to the druids' tendency to clean up any contamination they saw. Or perhaps this crazy chef, accustomed to contamination, simply didn't care whether the ingredients he used were contaminated or not. So, the druid players discussed and decided to station 2 people at the tavern permanently, just in case this crazy chef served up some contaminated food that would sicken the mercenaries and other NPCs. Players could easily eat some contaminated food, but if the NPCs got sick, it would be a disaster. The responsible druid's meticulous precautions earned the mercenaries unanimous praise. However, Papa Polly's wine was so bad that the mercenaries spit it out after taking a sip. In the end, the mercenaries, who had previously been introduced to the otaku happy water, bought a few bottles of the cool, black, bubbly liquid in glass bottles. The mercenaries' eyes lit up at this new drink. While it wouldn't intoxicate them, the fizzy, new experience made them addicted. After the mercenaries burped heartily, a passing druid casually remarked, "Drinking too much will make you fat." The mercenaries exchanged glances, then sighed, "So why isn't there any good wine here?" Leah, crouching by the window, curled her lips slightly and flew out of the village again. She flew all the way to the iron mine, which had been completely cleared by the players. She watched a group of dwarves, both familiar and unfamiliar, laboring away, moving their belongings into the tunnels. Some dwarves had already begun repairing the minecarts and tunnels, while others were widening the mines to create suitable living quarters. Ah, the elf of the world consciousness. A dwarf with an exceptionally bushy beard noticed her, removed his grimy helmet, and saluted. "It's been a while, are you well? We heard the spiders that had invaded the mines had been cleared out, so we come all the way back. Wandering outside isn't our dwarven tradition. The tribe has unanimously decided that the mines are our home. Please allow us to return to your territory once again." This dwarf, presumably an elder, addressed Leah solemnly, "Anything you need, please let us know. We dwarves will do our best to fulfill it." The little world elf tilted its head and gave the dwarven elder a brilliant smile. Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 90. Mou slept through the afternoon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he received a system notification announcing his mission completion. "Congratulations, Lord. Main Mission 5, Guarding Against the Beast Tide, and Main Mission 6, Dwarf Tribe have both been completed. You have received a total of 2,000 World Consciousness Core Energy Points, 1,000 points of Popular Faith, and 1 World Ally Race bonus. Forging and smelting specializations will be distributed after the Lord negotiates with the dwarf leader." Mou rubbed his sleepy eyes, reaffirming that he wasn't half asleep. "I understand the Beast Tide mission was successfully completed, but how did you complete the Dwarf Tribe mission as well, Leah?" The little world elf flew to his bedside. "The monsters in your iron mine have been cleared. The Dwarf Tribe, after observing and deeming it safe, have automatically moved in. NPCs these days are so self-aware that they proactively complete their missions." Mou said happily, his initial favorable impression of the dwarves improving considerably. But come to think of it, a group of dwarves whose hobbies and skill points were all focused on blacksmithing and weapon crafting, whose days were spent mining, crafting weapons, drinking, and sleeping, were forced to wander the desert without a fixed place to stay. He would also keep a close eye on the mines, waiting for the adventurers to kill all the monsters and move in. Although the dwarves' unannounced move-in and occupation of his mines was considered quite rude even in this other world, considering that they were a group of noisy dwarves who only knew how to mess around with axes, hammers, and pickaxes, drinking and cursing. This behavior seemed to fit in with some of their racial stereotypes. Mou wasn't particularly angry about the dwarves' careless approach. He was actually quite pleased. This could be considered a mutually beneficial situation. After the spider monsters and the iron mine map were cleared, it would resume production as a safe mine, supplying the iron ore needed for alchemy and industry in Mou's territory. While low-level players would lose a spawning map, considering that the 333 players currently in the game had leveled up during the Beast Tide and wouldn't be returning to low-level maps to spawn monsters, restoring the mine to production was naturally more important. Furthermore, Song Lin had already contracted a Warcraft spider, so the supply of spider materials was no longer a problem. Later, when Mou opened up the closed beta again, he could create a new spawning map for new players. With his territory so large, finding a few spawning locations for small monsters would be easy. Mining iron ore requires a significant amount of manpower and resources. If the dwarves don't arrive, Mou, you will have to consider buying slaves or having players do odd jobs here and there. But in that case, the iron ore production will inevitably be insufficient to support industrial development. Given the players' intermittent nature, even if they initially have some curiosity and enthusiasm for something new, it will quickly fade under the repetitive grind. When the game becomes a job, most players lose interest. While a few hardcore gamers might persevere for the sake of some achievement, Mou considers sapping players' enthusiasm and motivation to be a monstrous waste. He wouldn't resort to this method unless it was absolutely necessary. As it happens, the dwarves, who love mining, have walked into this trap with their beautiful hopes for a stable future. We need to send the druids over to purify both the dwarves and the mine to reduce the pollution. Mou muttered. This shouldn't be difficult. He could just bring a team of druids with him when he went to the mine to negotiate with the dwarves. According to Leah, the mine was originally attacked by a wave of spider beasts during operation. Upon hearing the spiders' menacing force, the miners abandoned the mine and fled overnight, turning the entire mine into a spider's lair. It's only natural to flee. As long as everyone's safe, Mou said. After all, you could have weathered a wave of beasts as smoothly as we did. The only damage was to the city walls and His Highness the Holy Sun. These monsters even provided us with a lot of raw materials and food. Thankfully, His Highness the Holy Sun was successfully rescued. This made it seem even more obvious that the one behind the scenes had sent such a large number of monsters here specifically to deliver them some food. Well, literally food, the kind you can eat. Thinking of the lobster-like scorpion meat, Mou felt a little craving again. Seeing it was almost evening, he simply changed into a light robe and prepared to go to the player market to check on the preparations for the food festival starting tomorrow. On his way downstairs, he checked on Ayalian in the guest room on the 3rd floor. Mou tiptoed through the door and entered the room. His Highness the Holy Sun was still soundly asleep, tucked into his soft bed. The quilt rose and fell slightly with his even, steady breathing. Under the quilt, his features appeared exceptionally delicate and slender, like a meticulously carved doll. Looking at his peaceful, slightly childish sleeping face, one can't help but temporarily forget the sheer magnitude of his combat prowess. His long, slightly curly silver hair flowed like silk, stained a faint golden hue by the sunset filtering through the gauze curtains, making it appear exceptionally soft and pleasant to the touch. The ever-vigilant Holy Sun slept soundly, unable to even awaken when his hair was touched. He was clearly extremely exhausted, perhaps also experiencing some side effects from the stimulating potion he'd taken during the previous battle. Seeing this, Mou gave up on the idea of waking them up for dinner and quietly slipped out, closing the door again. As he left the mage tower, he happened to run into Nakukia standing at the door. A little girl, humming a song and smiling, was watering the lilies of light. Seeing Mou coming out, she immediately greeted him excitedly. "Lord, how's the Holy Sun?" "He's still asleep," Mou answered instinctively. The moment he saw the kettle in Nakukia's hand, his mind was filled with the thought, "I seem to have forgotten to refill the water tank today. Is the water in the tank low?" "It's out," Nakukia said, "but don't worry, I got this water from the spring near the Tree of Life." Mou, but the lilies of light don't seem to be susceptible to contamination. Nakukia, that's right. I've been so used to watering them that I completely forgot this one has different habits. They both glanced down at the lily of light. The overwatered lily swayed, sneezed loudly, and sprayed a bunch of seeds. Then it lowered its head, looking a little wilted. Mou, Nakukia, Mou rubbed his brow, too lazy to complain about the eerie atmosphere. He decided to go to the wheat field before dinner and fill up his water tank. Just as Mo-yu was about to turn and leave, Nakukia called out to him. Hey, wait a minute, Lord, there seems to be something stuck to your robe. The attentive girl leaned over and plucked a long, slightly curly silver hair from Mo-yu's robe. The color and length of the hair were so iconic. Nakukia looked at the hair in her hand, and the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up, slowly spreading into a wide grin. Mo-yu was unnerved by her strange smile and scrutinizing gaze. He said goodbye and quickly slipped away. But somehow, his departure seemed to make the girl laugh even louder. Mo-yu, The day's work was over, and the bodies of many offline druids lay stretched out on the ridges of the wheat fields, like corpses. The scene was terrifying at first, but after getting used to it, a sense of leisurely tranquility settled in. Mo-yu carefully avoided the players, and filled 2 large water tanks with water flow. After a moment's thought, he simply headed back to the Garden of the Tree of Life. Although there was a spring in the Garden of the Tree of Life, because it was groundwater, he had to take Leah there from time to time to replenish and purify the deep underground space to prevent external pollution from seeping into this pristine space through the groundwater. As soon as Mo-yu reached the edge of the garden, he saw a large group of elves lying neatly on the ground, sleeping. They looked a little like the druids lying there, except for the difference that players can't breathe after logging off. No wonder the elves had no problem with the druids lying out in the fields. It seemed they did the same thing themselves. So why did you bother building treehouses? You haven't even slept in them a single night, sleeping on the ground beside the Tree of Life. Forget it, the elves have worked tirelessly to build these unique houses for the players, so who am I to complain? Mo-yu didn't wake the elves. After having Leah perform a small purification spell on the deep earth and groundwater, he quietly left and headed for the village. Compared to the tranquility of the Mage Tower, the fields, and the Garden of Life, the village was bustling with activity. Originally, the small village had only a dozen or so villagers. Even though it had expanded beforehand, as the number of players gradually increased, after this beast tide, refugees from the other 3 villages alone numbered over 60. Adding to the additional players, the village suddenly felt a bit overcrowded. The Adventurers Guild was already overwhelmed by the sheer number of players accepting and submitting quests. The queues had already stretched from the square to the village entrance. Mo-yu looked around and saw a sea of heads everywhere. It's over. I completely forget about this. Mo-yu muttered to himself. When the player market was built before, it always seemed empty because there were so few players. But tomorrow, there will be over 300 players, over 60 villagers, and 300 elves. It really doesn't make sense to have so many people crammed into such a small village for an event. If ordinary gamers could just stack up, it would simply be a test of the server's capacity. But this is a real alternate world. To avoid a stampede, the event venue must be carefully adjusted. Chapter 91. Mo-yu checked the backstage to see the number of players applying for food stalls, and found quite a few. This wasn't surprising. Players all came from a nation of foodies, and many of them loved and could cook. Furthermore, most players in this beast tide had become magic chefs, which provided a skill bonus. Even those who weren't particularly good at cooking felt inexplicably confident. Mo-yu had set a high rent for the stores in the player market, so even with only a dozen or so shops, it was more than enough to collect gold from top players. However, the original plan to hold a food court event at the player market seemed premature, judging by the over 100 stalls already registered. So, don't work overtime on planning when you're sleep deprived. But it wasn't a big deal. After all, no unscrupulous boss would deduct Mo-yu's salary these days. If the plan wasn't right, he could just fix it. Oh wait, it seems he hasn't received his salary yet, so that's even better. His territory was quite large, with plenty of open space. If there wasn't enough space for stalls at the player market, he could move them to the square on the former city wall. The command platform could also be converted into a stage, allowing players to freely perform. Mo-yu walked into the tavern, sat down at the bar, and ordered a steamed scorpion steak for dinner. While waiting for his meal, he quickly changed the venue for tomorrow's food festival and issued an updated notice to players and NPCs. Urgent notice. Due to the overwhelming popularity of this food festival and the large number of players who have registered, the original venue, the player market, can no longer accommodate them. The food festival will now be held at Victory Square. Registered players can select a new stall location on the mission map panel based on the priority of stall fee payment. Map location attached. As soon as the announcement was made, players outside the gate began to clamor. Oh my god, the food festival has changed its location. We have to fight for stalls all over again. What are the development team doing? They're actually moving the venue the night before the event? It's a closed beta test, so bugs are normal. Luckily, this is in-game, and all the stall tables, chairs, and supplies are in my backpack, so moving the location isn't a big deal. Hey, isn't this the square where we ate when we were defending the city wall? Why is it called Victory Square? Hey, of course, it's to commemorate me. We won. What if we lost? If we lost, the server would probably be shut down, ha ha ha. That's right. Lord, your dinner. The druid waiter stationed at the tavern brought the steamed scorpion steak that MOU had ordered, along with a bowl of broth. This is the complimentary soup. Tonight, it's lizard tail stewed with white radish. The white radish was sent by the elves. These elven allies are quite sensible. MOU gladly accepted, tasted it, and found it delicious. He ordered another portion to take back to His Majesty the Holy Sun. Just as he happily cut off a large piece of steamed scorpion meat and stuffed it into his mouth, Lot Seth, holding his cup, plopped down in the empty chair next to MOU. MOU, Sir, you're here at this hour? I'm eating. It's time to get off work, okay? Adhering to the rule of workers refraining from chatting while eating, MOU slowly swallowed the scorpion meat in his mouth and took a sip of his soup bowl, paying no attention to Lot. Lot's deputy, Xiangyang, with his black hair in a side ponytail, also took a seat with a cup in hand, leaving a space between them. MOU glanced at them from the corner of his eye, put down his soup bowl, cut off another piece of scorpion meat, and dipped it into the sauce in the bowl. That familiar smell of soy sauce. It seemed that this newly arrived magic chef had discovered the mysterious seasoning from the ancient sold in the grocery store. MOU ate his meal calmly, paying no attention to the mercenaries, who had moved to the empty table behind him. Instead, the two druid waiters stationed in the store, and the magic chef, James de Morera, frequently sent him inquiring glances, as if asking if he needed any help. MOU wasn't worried about these mercenaries suddenly attacking him. After all, this was his territory. Even though he was the one surrounded by the mercenaries, he still had the possessed chef and two druids inside, not to mention the players lining up outside the tavern. All he had to do was give a command through the system, and in a second, 50 players would burst through the door and shield him from the attacks. Apart from anything else, MOU had some confidence. These mercenaries were shrewd. Their mercenary group had suffered no losses during this beast tide, and even easily earned a large sum of money to buy their lives. There was no need for them to confront him, the wealthy culprit, on his territory. The only possibility was that they were facing some kind of difficulty and needed MOU's help, or, in other words, the great magician, Lord Moyawu of AMT County. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, MOU had to admit that their timing was indeed poor. Even though MOU, as a veteran worker, was deeply influenced by the drinking culture, he particularly disliked the custom of discussing business over wine. When you're eating, you should enjoy the food. Why discuss business at this time? Huh? Bad review. Seeing that MOU showed no interest in paying him any attention, Lot pondered for a moment before taking the initiative and speaking, Moyawu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Alas, here he comes after all. MOU sighed and looked down at his unfinished scorpion steak. This stuff had to be eaten while it was hot. It wouldn't taste good if it got cold. So he said, do you mind if I listen to you while you eat? No, Lot said. We mercenaries don't mind that, but you don't seem to like having people around while you eat, so I left an empty seat. He gestured to indicate the space between them, to show that he didn't mean to interrupt Moyawu's meal. MOU took a deep breath. Excellent, polite, but not too polite, as befits a mercenary. Go ahead. He took another sip of the soup from his bowl. He wondered which player had taught James de Morera this Chinese-style white radish and pork stew recipe, using otherworldly ingredients to create a flavor from the original world. He really liked it. Compared to the thick, borscht-like stews popular here, this clear soup was more to his liking. Look, Lot said after a moment's deliberation, about 3 years ago, the number of people in my mercenary team was more than double what it is now. Our team is made up of close friends, who have shared life and death together. We made a pact long ago that if anyone unfortunately dies while on a mission, the remaining members will care for their families. 3 years ago, we received a mission. It should have been a simple one. Lot said, one of our companions knew a wealthy man. He and his wife had fallen out, were separating, and were about to divorce. He asked us to secretly retrieve an item from the estate where he and his wife had lived together, claiming it was very important to him. We thought it was a divorce dispute, and we suspected the item contained evidence of infidelity or something. His asking price was exorbitant, so we took it on through personal connections, without even registering with the mercenary guild. Lot said sadly, that was our biggest mistake. Xiangyang took over, continuing the story. We took advantage of the cover of darkness and entered the manor on the night designated by the tycoon. According to the tycoon, his wife and the servants would be out that evening to see a play in the main city, and the manor would be empty that night alone. However, once we entered the house, we discovered that the entire manor was a fantasy, and the object the tycoon asked us to retrieve was a very strange statue. I vaguely remember the statue looking extremely ferocious, difficult to compare it to any creature I know. To give a rough description, the statue had a rounded head, like some kind of marine creature, the lower half of its face covered in long tentacles, a humped body with sharp claws, and a pair of wings covered in scales. We failed to complete the mission. All our companions who touched the statue instantly went mad or died. The frantic companions howled, claiming they had seen gods sleeping at the bottom of the sea and heard the siren songs. They were also convinced that the others, who seemed completely normal to us, were actually zombies with squid heads and oozing green ichor. They suddenly shot and killed them. The scene became extremely chaotic. Aside from the few of us who still had some sense and tried to mediate, the rest of us all turned on each other, accusing each other. It was as if they saw. They no longer recognized their close friends, but instead saw terrifying monsters. We had no choice but to knock out everyone we could and then pray to our beloved goddess of fate, Janus, for help. The goddess of fate did indeed respond. Through a successful divination, we overcame numerous dangers and found a secret passage through the manor. We then successfully escaped that illusion with our unconscious companions. However, this failed mission cost us 10 lives and drove 7 insane. Lot sighed heavily. As you know, my family motto is, debts must be repaid. As members of the mercenary team, we have a responsibility to our brothers, whether insane or dead, and their families. So, we used our savings over the years to establish a relief home, specifically to provide for the families of deceased mercenaries, as well as those who are still alive but insane or disabled, and their families. Currently, this relief home provides for 52 people. MOU finally finished his dinner, absorbing this long story. He wiped the grease from his lips with his napkin and asked in confusion, "So, what does this story have to do with me?" Latte smiled. "Actually, the landlord we rented from recently threatened to raise the rent, and we couldn't afford it anymore. That's why we gritted our teeth and accepted your life-saving mission. But we brothers decided that instead of using the money to feed the greedy landlord, we should find a new place. So can we move in with you?" Chapter 92. So you went to all this trouble to tell me stories while I was eating, just to ask if I could rent a piece of land here to run a welfare home? MOU was a little speechless. But in this case, it looked like the NPC had come asking for work, so he'd be embarrassed not to agree. But since these mercenaries were so tactless as to choose to discuss business with him while he was having lunch after get off work, it wouldn't be a big deal to pay them some overtime. "Of course," MOU said, his signature smile curling up. "But we need to discuss the details." MOU didn't want to be surrounded by a group of mercenaries, so he asked Father Pauli for an empty room upstairs, and went upstairs with only Lot and Xiangyang to negotiate. An hour later, the silver-blue light of the contract flickered in the crack of the room's door. Then, all three of them walked out with smiles of got a good deal. Lot and Xiangyang couldn't wait to go downstairs to share the good news with the other mercenaries. Although MOU wore only his signature smile, he was a complete winner. As the leader of the Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group, Lot Seth and MOU signed a series of treaties under the witness of the world consciousness. The details are numerous, so I won't go into detail here. Here are just a few key clauses. 1. The Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group will lease a 20-acre plot of land from Lord Moyawu on a long-term basis to build an orphanage and mercenary station. Moyawu will send adventurers to assist. The mercenary group will pay Moyawu an annual payment of 500 pounds of federal currency, or an equivalent amount of adventure coins, calculated at the exchange rate published by AMT County on the payment date. 2. The Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group and its members must become allies of the world consciousness and must never betray Lord Moyawu or the world consciousness. If they accept a mission that would harm the World Alliance, they must abandon it or comply with Moyawu's instructions. 3. As a benefit of their alliance, the Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group and all personnel at its affiliated orphanages will receive druidic cleansing and healing. 4. The Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group will daily patrol the areas designated by Moyawu to maintain law and order. In the event of an attack or crisis in AMT County, all members must unconditionally fight to protect this territory. 5. All members of the Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group, including those at the orphanages, are obligated to serve as temporary or permanent NPCs to issue and settle missions for adventurers. Some individuals with special skills, selected by the world consciousness, must diligently serve as adventurer mentors, imparting skills and knowledge to adventurers. 6. The Lucky Sea Snake Mercenary Group must prioritize accepting Moiwu's mercenary missions at a discounted price. The mercenary group currently rents a small, separate building in Roselle City as a workhouse and base. As the largest transportation hub in the south, the port city of Roselle has prohibitively high land prices and rents. Their normal annual expenses are £800 in common currency, a price that's already draining them all, and the landlord recently raised the rent to £1,500. Moreover, the people they keep in the workhouse are mostly elderly and children who can't survive independently, as well as insane former mercenaries. The able-bodied women spend a significant amount of time and energy caring for them daily, and can only occasionally take on laundry and sewing work to earn a small amount of pocket money to supplement their expenses. The bulk of the workhouse's expenses still come from the mercenary group's hard-earned income from mission bounties. If they didn't relocate, the annual expenses for the orphanage, in addition to rent, would surge to £2,000, a figure the mercenaries couldn't afford. Currently, the mercenaries strongly advocated supporting their comrades' families. This was not only a good deed to repay a debt of gratitude, but also a way to protect themselves from the possibility of someone else's family being left without care. But if costs soared to an unbearable level, the mercenary group's demise would become inevitable. Moving to AMT County offered the mercenaries a much cheaper land, from their perspective, a lower cost of living, and delicious food. There was also a teleportation array to the Mystic City, allowing them to easily travel to the mercenary guild. Furthermore, the druid's cleansing spells and Moiwu's mental stabilization spells seemed to be able to heal their former comrades, who had been contaminated and driven to madness. In Lot's view, if even one former comrade could recover from their madness after treatment, the business would be a bonanza. Mou not only spent nothing, but also earned a net profit of £500 per year. This was equivalent to the vast majority of the fortune left to him by Moiwu. He also gained a permanent mercenary group as free patrol guards and allies, quest NPCs, and even future career mentors, and a new orphanage as a location for daily player quests. Players' daily quests will also include caring for, purifying, and healing the orphanage NPCs. This is an enrichment project that demonstrates social responsibility and allows players to experience the customs and culture of another world. Oh yes, MOU also obtained information about the fantasy world that Lot and his friends visited 3 years ago. Although that fantasy world dungeon is in Roselle City, perhaps this information will come in handy and become a new dungeon location for players someday. It sounded like a legitimate Cthulhu dungeon. The deal was a happy one for everyone. MOU went downstairs to the counter to pick up his takeout meal, then hummed a song as he returned to the Mage Tower. It was already completely dark, but the Mage Tower was still pitch black and unlit. MOU flipped on the light switches along the way. Yes, he had installed solar panels throughout the Mage Tower shortly after arriving, and also fixed the refrigerator, air conditioning, and lighting, and headed straight for Ialian's room. He pushed open the door, and a shadow was past him in the darkness. MOU blinked and reached out to flip a switch on the wall. The light instantly dispelled the darkness, and the shadow seemed to have been just an illusion. Ialian was already awake, sitting on the bed, his lower body still buried in the quilt. His eyes were bleary and confused, as if he had been half asleep and still not fully awake. Ialian's unfocused silver eyes slowly shifted, their gaze slowly coming into focus as they scanned MOU, gradually becoming clearer. Good evening. MOU walked into the house with a smile. I brought dinner back. Do you want to get up and eat? Okay. Ialian nodded slightly, a faint smile in his eyes, looking particularly well-behaved. As Ialian rose to wash, MOU pulled the still-hot meals from his space backpack and placed them on the small desk. He also brewed 2 cups of the special scented tea the druids had dried. Watching a beautiful woman enjoy her meal is a truly delightful experience. Ialian always ate with small, quiet sips, looking like a silver tabby kitten. When she found something delicious, her silver eyes would sparkle with a smile that would involuntarily curl the corners of her lips. Ialian's combat and personal lives were 2 completely different states, the contrast stark. When he donned his armor, he was an indestructible, fearless shield. In his daily life, he seemed to be in standby mode, gentle and quiet. He didn't actively seek pleasure, but he also happily enjoyed food and the beauty of the world. This tranquil and leisurely atmosphere relaxed MOU deeply. He quietly accompanied the Holy Sun for dinner, savoring his own cup of fragrant herbal tea. When Ialian finished his dinner and his eyes returned to that vacant, sleepy look, Mou deftly cleared the plates and extended an invitation. We're hosting a food festival tomorrow. If you rested enough, you can come with me. A little exercise will help your recovery. Okay. Ialian nodded obediently. Mou felt that with his current sleepy and obedient recovery state, he would be easily sold out if he encountered someone with ill intentions. After all, he's injured, so he needs more care. Mou said good night to Ialian and left with the cleaned up dishes, considerately closing the door behind him. He took the dishes downstairs and placed them in the kitchen sink. When DeCarlo arrived, he would wash them and return them to the tavern. The next morning, Mou rose early. Today was the food festival after all. While Leah's spatial authority allowed players to pack all the supplies needed for their stalls into their backpacks, making organizing the event in-game much easier than in real life, it was absolutely impossible to successfully run an event without the organizers being absent. Mou casually ate a piece of compressed biscuits from his inventory for breakfast. He then used a weekly quest reward to ask Leah for coffee seeds to plant. The little world elf nodded solemnly and handed Mou a note. I'm running low on core energy, so I owe you the reward. Mou's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his boss's head with his fingertips in a rebellious manner before opening the back end of the store. He planned to put the silver armor he won in the lottery directly online as a store appearance. While the armor lacked protection, it was a glowing piece of equipment and could be copied, making it perfect for scamming. No, earning some of the players' small fortunes. As for the unknown pet egg and the moon horn, he thought they would be perfect prizes for winning the food festival. Hey, alchemy doll sales have been booming lately. Perhaps the gameplay of those high-paying players in battle has caught the players' attention, and alchemy doll sales in the store has skyrocketed, with a total of 176 sold. Some wealthy face-shaping enthusiasts are even buying and changing their faces over and over again. Over 30,000 yuan suddenly arrived in the company account. Mou, no longer working part-time, was moved to tears and felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. He quickly sent this month's financial statements to his sister for accounting, while continuing to work hard on the night costume appearance in the store. Chapter 93. After the new items were added, Mou asked Leah to help him copy a batch of silver armor and store it in the warehouse. After finishing his preparations, he headed out to the square to prepare for the event. Ialian was still asleep, so Mou didn't wake him. As he left the mage tower, he pulled out his phone and asked fellows to get some high-quality rice and send it to the tavern. He also sent a message to James de Morera, asking him to use the rice the elves had sent him to make a thick pot of meat porridge. Finally, he asked DeCarlo to remember to have the druid purify the porridge and send it to Ialian when it was ready. After arranging breakfast for the heroes, Mou focused on his work for the day. The food festival stalls had been systematically mapped out and marked on the maps on the players' and NPCs' phones to prevent mistakes. The vegetables the elves had grown had been packed into wicker baskets and delivered to the square. The druid players, who had logged in earlier, were purifying them. Mou had Leah deliver all the stored monster meat from the warehouse to the butcher's shop, and had Pete asked the druids to purify it and sell it at half price. This timely delivery of monster vegetables, combined with the vegetable aid from the elven allies, meant that even though the permanent population of AMT County had increased several times, its food reserves were sufficient. It could be said that the county had truly overcome the food crisis. The newly arrived refugees also received their NPC cell phones from Rama yesterday. During the Beast Tide, Papa Polly and his team had also educated them on the bravery and kindness of adventurers, as well as some of these heroes' odd but completely negligible foibles. There were 2 carpenters among the refugees, who just filled the vacancy of carpenters on Mou's side. And in order to show their active performance in front of the Lord, they replaced all the crudely made tables in the square last night, and transformed them into 3 sturdy and huge long tables, and placed suitable benches on both sides. If it weren't for the number of tables, and the unusual background, you would have thought this place had transformed into the Hogwarts canteen overnight. Magic chefs are the most well-equipped of the current professions. When Mou negotiated with James de Morera regarding the NPC class mentor, he frantically copied de Morera's entire set of knives and several pots using the creation platform. Regardless of whether players used them or not, they still had to give them as starting equipment. So, the standard starting equipment for Magic Chef players is a belt filled with knives, a frying pan, a large wok, and a 2-in-1 soup pot with a steamer. As for other utensils, like cutting boards and stoves, Mou left it up to the players to be creative. So, during the Beast Tide days, players in the square were all trying to figure out how to build fires and stoves. Most veteran players had previous experience with outdoor barbecues and expertly built a bonfire. New players either followed suit or showed off their own skills. Some even trained mages used fireballs to cook. When technology is lacking, resort to magic and brute force. It made perfect sense. Uncle Blacksmith and Rama, after witnessing this scene, each had some ingenious ideas. Uncle Ehlers had made a folding metal table. The tabletop was a single sheet of metal, with 4 retractable metal tubes attached to the bottom hinge to serve as legs. It was very easy to open and close, and could be used for cutting vegetables or to place ingredients and finish dishes. He also used several metal pipes to create a tripod-like pot rack that could be extended and retracted. Simply unfold it and place it over the campfire, and you could hang a soup pot on it or place a wok on the bottom shelf. Rama used the fat of magical beasts purified by druids to refine and condense solid animal fat fuel. He also crafted a compact portable stove to go with it. It worked much like the solid alcohol stoves used for camping in the Origin world. Simply fill the stove cup with animal fat fuel blocks and ignite it for continuous burning. Simply close the lid when finished. These 3 items immediately garnered widespread acclaim from players. Magic Chef players, who had applied for food stalls, even splashed out on them, resulting in a uniform display of tables and stoves at every stall that morning. After setting up their stalls, the food vendors exchanged solemn glances, only to spark a surge of enthusiasm. Since everyone had the same equipment and props, starting from the same starting line, creating award-winning dishes depended entirely on their craftsmanship. The rules of the food festival were simple. This time, there were 3 categories: Top Delicious Award, Unique Creativity Award, and People's Choice Award. Stallholders can receive a food display stand with voting boxes for the track they're participating in from the organizer. Simply place your dish on the display stand, noting whether it's been purified. Players and NPCs can then taste it and cast their votes for the 3 tracks. Player votes are public votes, each worth 1 point. Each NPC holds a judge's vote, each with varying weights. Higher status in the territory increases the weight, with Lord Moiwu receiving the highest weight of 5 points. Each stall can select 1 dish to compete in one of the food festival's tracks, and a single stall can participate in up to 3 tracks. Once a dish is placed on the display, it is automatically registered by the system. You can refill the same dish after eating it, but you cannot change dishes, nor can you compete in 3 consecutive races with the same dish. Both players and NPCs have only 1 ballot for each race. Tasting the competition dishes is free, but there are limits on the quantity and number of times you can eat them. If you wish to enjoy a full portion, you can purchase it from the stall owner. Each of the 3 races has a first prize. The first prize for the Top Delicacy Award is an unknown pet egg provided by the Overlord. The first prize for the Unique Creativity Award is a moon horn, also provided by the Overlord. The People's Choice Award is a voucher for a custom weapon and equipment set, jointly offered by the Overlord, Rama, and Uncle Alish. The winner can have a set of high-end weapons and equipment custom-made for them. Each track had its fair share of second and third place prizes, but most of them were common consumables, far less valuable than the first place prize. So everyone was gunning for first place this time, aiming for a server-wide pet, mount, or high-level weapon. Once the players were motivated, the event immediately became lively. The NPC judges' votes, with varying weights, prompted players to delve into their vote-gathering techniques and choose their own dishes. Cooked dishes the elves like. There are so many elf NPCs, and their tastes are similar, making it easier to win votes. How many points are worth an elf vote? They have bland tastes, which most players don't like. If the points aren't high enough, it'd be a waste. Does anyone know what dishes the Lord likes? Wow, will my wife show up? I want to feed her. Is she recuperating? Why hasn't she come out since entering the Mage Tower? Someone said this, only to be met with laughter from the girls. DeCarlo was also inexplicably surrounded by players. Some attentive player noticed that this disciple brought food to MOU every day and wanted to find out his taste. However, MOU always ate a different dish from the player's internet-famous dishes, and despite much questioning, the players still couldn't figure out the Lord's preferences. The players were furiously turning the food competition into an intelligence war when Lee arrived with a message. Lord, the dwarves are here. Oh yes, we need to talk to them. MOU put on his signature smile again. Well, since they're dwarves, let's call Rama and show them around our factory. The dwarves were waiting at the village entrance. They seemed to come with sincerity. Gifts of weapons and barrels were brought in large quantities, piled at the village entrance. Many players passing by saw this and murmured about what new plot twist this was. Dwarves? As expected, whenever elves appear, there must be dwarves. Wow, just like the traditional setting, with their beards and scruffy hair. The dwarves glanced at the strange adventurers in confusion, but before they could react, Mou appeared with Rama. Mou's gaze swept over the haphazardly piled weapons, and a slight frown crossed his face. Lord. The dwarven leader was an old man with the longest beard, neatly braided across his chin. And with age, the braid had gradually turned from brown to white. We are the Maduro dwarves. Thank you for sending adventurers to clear the iron mine of monsters, allowing our tribe to return home. We come to express our gratitude. No thanks necessary. That mine is my territory, so it's only natural that I should dispatch the men to clear out the entrenched monsters. Mou smiled calmly, performing a Tai Chi pose. Haha, this territory is his. It's not very sensible for the dwarves to suddenly appear and claim it as their homeland. According to Leah, the last batch of miners who escaped were ordinary humans, not dwarves. Ha ha ha. The old dwarf gave a slightly awkward laugh. For us dwarves, even empty mines are our homes, gifts from Mother Earth. Mou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Aren't these dwarves a little too familiar? Goodness, they just find a random mine and treat it as their own, ignoring ownership. What kind of dwarven bandit logic is that? Mou instantly formed a new opinion of the dwarves. Polite, but not much, a bit greedy, and a bit scheming. Mou's signature smile instantly brightened. To be honest, Mou really doesn't like doing business with honest people. If he's not careful, he always feels guilty about bullying them. But as for those who want to take advantage of him, sorry, who told you to start it first? Chapter 94. Mou is a man who deeply values fairness and justice. He upholds the principle, I will not offend anyone unless they offend me, but if they intend to offend me, I must kill them beforehand. If a partner wants to take advantage of him, then Mou is not above giving in. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. If the other party is sincere and asks kindly, Mou's heart will soften, and he might give in a little. If the other party's attitude is not good, then, sorry, he will double down and try to get the advantage back. Mou is the typical person who responds to soft words, but not hard ones, like a mirror. When you treat him well, he treats you better. If you try to intimidate him right away and offend him, haha, the last elf who did that is still working 5 jobs for nothing. The dwarves, who had some thoughts, but not much, some brains, but seemingly all used for the wrong reasons, apparently didn't notice that their talk of seizing territory had gradually diminished a certain lord's favorability towards them. Mistakenly believing the lord's smile to be an endorsement of their words, they became even more unscrupulous, chattering and complaining one after another. My lord, thank you for your adventurers killing those spider monsters. However, your adventurers were reckless. The mine tunnels are completely destroyed. The mine carts are buried, the tracks are broken, and we dwarves have to dig a new place to live. Yes. Those adventurers are so annoying. They burn spider eggs on the mining platform, and the entire mine is filled with slime and stench. It's impossible to clean up. Ahem, the old dwarf who spoke first coughed a few times, and the chattering dwarves gradually quieted down. The old dwarf frowned in embarrassment and said, My lord, don't misunderstand me. Our clan is very grateful to you and the adventurers. You see, we came here this time to bring you our finest wine and sharpest weapons as gifts of gratitude. But your adventurers did cause significant damage to our mines. Let's be fair, gratitude aside. As for compensation for the damage, Mou immediately understood what these dwarves were planning. They were playing the good cop, the young men the bad cop. They come to him with worthless gifts, a sly scheme to usurp his power, and then turn the tables, demanding compensation. Oh! Mou stroked his chin, feigning thoughtfulness. I remember, I'm the lord of AMT County, right? Yes. The old dwarf shuddered. A sense of something was amiss. That iron mine is indeed on my territory. Mou pulled a title deed from his backpack. He had found it in Moyu's study yesterday, after waking up to discover dwarves had taken up residence there. According to this title deed, the mine also belongs to me. He then produced a yellowed lease agreement and a copy of the county annals. I leased this mine to a merchant 45 years ago for 25 years. However, according to the county annals, a wave of spider beasts occurred before the lease expired 25 years ago. As the lease was nearing its end, and the merchant had no plans to renew it, he ordered all miners to evacuate. The mine has since been abandoned and has become a spider's territory. Mou's smile widened. The mine carts, tunnels, caverns, and equipment all belong to the merchant who leased it. Since he didn't take them with him when he evacuated, they all belong to the owner of this territory, Me. When did this mine become your home? The old dwarf stammered, unable to speak. I don't remember when I allowed you dwarves to move into my mine, Mou asked doubtfully. You live in my mine. Did you obtain my permission and pay me rent? The gifts you speak of, the sharpest weapons, are just these rusty, broken axes piled together? My territory, my mine, my equipment, my adventurers? Mou said, I let them smash whatever they want. You inexplicably invaded my mine, and brought this worthless scrap metal to thank me for my assistance to your homeland? You even want to demand compensation for the damage? He leaned forward slightly and smiled. Who gave you this idea? All the dwarf's eyes were fixed on the old dwarf. He was sweating profusely, taking several steps back, stammering and unable to speak. It's just... Mou straightened up, suddenly changing the subject, and flashing his signature smile. It's not impossible for you to live in this mine. The young dwarf's eyes lit up. First of all, the mine is mine. You can only rent it, Mou said. The mine is quite large, with many tunnels and levels, and a considerable amount of usable area. I give you a low rent. At least 2,000 pounds a year. 2,000? The dwarf's eyes widened. Of course, if you don't have enough money, I accept your work to pay off your debts. Mou's calculations clicked. Whether it's mining, transporting or forging iron and smelting weapons in my factory, or brewing wine. As long as you work on my land, you earn a wage, and that wage will be used to offset the cost of renting the mine. Your earnings will be tallied by the world consciousness. You can choose to have them calculated monthly, quarterly, or annually, with any excess or shortfalls added each cycle. If your earnings exceed the rent, you can choose to keep the money or use it to offset the next cycle's rent. Oh, I heard you have some special combat techniques. If you're willing to teach them to my adventurers, that could help offset some of the rent. The dwarves grew increasingly stunned as they listened. Finally, they gathered together and muttered for a long time. A dwarf with fewer wrinkles on his face said in a shrill voice, With such a high rent, aren't you afraid we move out? Huh? Isn't it just right for you to move out? Mou raised an eyebrow. But we can forge iron, we can smelt metal, we can brew wine a la duo. Don't you need manpower a la duo? The dwarves began chattering again. Alish can handle the forging, but I'd be in charge of the smelting plant for now. Honestly, I'm not incapable of brewing either. Rama, who had been watching the show, chimed in. On second thought, there really isn't a need for dwarves. Mou continued, Again, I never allowed you to move into my mine without even asking. If you don't want to rent it, move out immediately. Otherwise, I let the adventurers go. The dwarves flinched, as if suddenly realizing that adventurers, who could handle the spider monsters they feared, should have no trouble dealing with them. They huddled together for a while, and finally, a younger dwarf was pushed out. We need to go back and ask my father. Ahem, the chieftain. Mou raised an eyebrow. Are you the clan leader's son? Yes, I'm Momoro Madoro. My father is the clan leader, Momoli Madoro, the younger dwarf replied. Who was that old man just now? Mou pointed at the first old dwarf. My uncle, the second elder, Molaro Madoro. Mou was silent for a moment, finally giving up trying to remember the identities of these dwarves, with strange yet similar names. He waved his hand, urging the dwarves to leave. Next time, let your clan leader come and talk. The group of dwarves trudged back, carrying their belongings. I thought we could find some workers, but they turned out to be a bunch of rogue dwarves looking to stir up trouble. Rama shrugged, shaking his head helplessly. Then I go to the food festival first. Go ahead. Mou sighed and waved at him. At this moment, Lotseth, who had been watching from the village entrance for a long time, stepped forward and clapped his hands. You changed so much in all these years. Why? Mou was puzzled. In the past, you certainly wouldn't have cared about the dwarves occupying the mine. Lot stroked his chin and said, You didn't care about money or other mundane things back then. You probably would have simply accepted the gifts, and then retreated to the wizard's tower for months. Your eyes were filled with endless curiosity, eager to spend every minute exploring the truth of the world. No wonder these dwarves dared to so brazenly and thoughtlessly usurp the mine. It seems this bad habit was cultivated by the old Moiwu. But this also explains why the former lord, despite his apparent formidable strength and possession of fragments of the world consciousness, was able to manage this territory into its former state. He played a good hand so badly, neglecting to care about the mines being taken over by monsters, and forcing himself to buy food when he couldn't grow it on his territory. It seems he's a socially anxious researcher, focused on academics, and severely biased in his studies, unable to handle worldly affairs. You learn naturally after enduring enough hardship. Mou smiled. Isn't treating people and things a universal truth? Indeed. Lot nodded, paused, and added, I think you're doing better now. Oh! Mou tilted his head slightly. You might actually have the power to change the world now. Lot said this, then turned and walked away with a dashing demeanor. Alas, before becoming a social slave, who wasn't an INTJ with social anxiety? Mou lamented to Leah in his heart. Take too many classes, and the pressure is on, and you become a social phobia. The little world elf ruffled Mou's hair, as if to comfort the Lord. Mou glanced at the sky. After tussling with the dwarf for so long, the players' food festival should have started by now. Aelian should have woken up by now, right? Let's go back to the Mage Tower, and take Aelian to the square to enjoy some food. Chapter 95. Over an hour ago, DeCarlo had sent a message on his phone, saying Aelian had finished breakfast. Calculating the time, now was the perfect time to take the Holy Sun for a walk in the square. Using the power of the Tree of Life and the Earth to promote wound healing and growth actually consumed a significant amount of energy and nutrients from the body's cells. Even if the infusion of vitality mitigated the damage caused by this excessive consumption, it would still take a long time for the body to fully recover. During this period, plenty of sleep, proper nutrition, and a little exercise could all promote recovery. Although not a doctor, Moyowu's memories contained this knowledge, which made Mou once again marvel at the Lord's insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, whether it was interpersonal communication or handling social matters, his memories were almost blank. While the other party clearly knew everything about Mou could only barely find a name and, at best, a brief introduction after searching through Moyowu's memories. Whether it's someone with social anxiety who dreads interacting with others, or someone who simply doesn't want to waste time, social apathy, this great magician Moyowu is definitely a serious case. Mou began to understand why there were always people who knew Moyowu, yet his inherited memories were completely blank. This socially anxious lord probably never remembered it from the beginning. If the original owner couldn't remember it, then it made sense that this imposter couldn't either, and they seemed to have found the reason why they were so poor. The Lord is absorbed in academic pursuits, or perhaps searching for a way to save the world, and has no interest in managing mundane affairs. He leaves everything, everyone, and everything in his domain to its own devices. He uses money to pay for things that can be solved, like buying food regularly from traveling merchants instead of asking elves for help. Even if there's no income, he leaves things that can be ignored, like the mines, alone. In fact, the Lord really should find a steward. But when you think about his only steward being a silly roe deer apprentice, who's taken too much amnesia powder. Mou seemed to understand something. However, since the druids arrived, DeCarlo can finally learn low-level magic freely, without having to take amnesia potions all the time. However, with so many daily chores, he's only learned one more spell, Thunderbolt. I still need to find a steward. Mou sighed inwardly, as he walked to the base of the Mage Tower. Aelian seemed much better today. Dressed in a white robe, he sat leaning against the edge of a flower bed, teasing a lily of light with his index finger. It looked like he was teasing a stray cat or dog. The lily of light, which had begun moving on its own yesterday, now rubbed its petals against Aelian's slender finger, like a stray cat or dog begging for rubs. Though it lacked vocalizations, its petals trembled as if purring comfortably when being stroked and scratched. Are you there? Why can you send pictures with sound? Good morning. Mou walked over and greeted him. How are you feeling today? Not bad. Aelian stood up, feeling a little dizzy. He stumbled, and was about to fall. Mou quickly stepped forward and managed to steady him. Sorry, I'm still a little dizzy. Please let me rest. Aelian leaned forward slightly, resting his forehead against the side of Mou's neck. His brow furrowed in pain, as if the wound in his abdomen had flared up again. Mou didn't dare move him, fearing it would exacerbate his pain, so he supported Aelian, acting as a diligent human support. Little did he know that to the players in the distance, this scene looked like the Lord and the Sun embracing, the Lord holding the Sun's waist, the Sun resting his head against the Lord's neck. A gentle breeze blew, and the Sun's silver hair and the Lord's robe swayed gently. A lily of light swayed happily in the flower bed at their feet. For a moment, the sound of players snapping screenshots made Mou's heart tighten. Oh no, this is bad. Mou's brow furrowed, sensing that this was no simple matter. Fortunately, after resting for a while, Aelian seemed to have recovered. Sorry, I might have stood up too hastily just now. I'm fine now. Standing up suddenly from a squatting position can easily lead to orthostatic hypotension. Mou understood perfectly. I guess you lost too much blood from your previous injury. You need to rest and recuperate for the next few days. If there's nothing else you need to deal with from the Church of Light, you might as well rest for a while. To the Church of Light, I'm just a useful weapon and a living sign. Aelian closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with fatigue. My body hasn't recovered yet. Even if I accepted their mission now, I wouldn't be able to complete it. Besides, I lost my greatsword and my armor is damaged. I need to forge a new set. The greatsword. Mou recalled carefully. Indeed, he only been able to return the person during the teleportation, and the sword was probably still lost on that plane. However, given the fierce battle, there was no telling how much durability the weapon had left. Who should I find to forge it? I always found a nearby dwarf, or a skilled craftsman. Aelian's long eyelashes fluttered, his eyes hollow as if lost in memory. I'm a nomad. Wherever the mission takes me, I'm there. If I get injured, I recuperate in the nearest city and repair any damaged equipment. Mou was a little shocked. You're the son of God, don't you have a palace or church to live in, or a large group of maids and servants? Aelian let out a few low chuckles. Seeing Mou's shocked expression, he coughed lightly and shook his head. No, only the Pope has a palace in the Holy City. I'm just a weapon the church can discard at any time, drifting around the world, with nowhere to call home. Is the Church of Light so stingy? The Son of Light is considered an iconic figure second only to the Pope in status to outsiders, yet they don't even provide a suite, not even a dormitory. What kind of shady company is this? Then why don't you settle down here with me? Even if you're on quests everywhere, this will be your permanent home. Mou acted decisively and began to coax important NPCs into joining him. Only when limited-time NPCs become permanent NPCs would it be easier for T-class players to find mentors to take on quests. He has plenty of vacant land here, and it's free. You can live in my mage tower, or if you want your own house, I can let players build one wherever you like. Mou said, I've been planning to expand AMT Village into a city these days. Since the city walls are already built, it's a good idea to save space. AMT Village is already too small for players, and it needs to be expanded and renovated. This is also a good time to provide permanent housing for several important NPCs. The Adventurers Guild is too small, it's best to rebuild it. The mercenary team needs a relief center and a base. Although the magic chef instructor has taken over the tavern, it's clearly not big enough. If Aelian is left homeless, he can be included in the city's reconstruction plan. A mage tower would be great. Aelian's lips curled up in a smile. No need to build another house. That's fine. Mou thought for a moment and changed his plan to build a large inn in the city. He couldn't have every new NPC staying in the mage tower. He didn't have that many guest rooms. The two chatted as they walked. After passing through the teleportation array near the mage tower, they arrived directly at the newly named Victory Square. Players were already bustling about the food festival. To give players time to participate, this food festival lasted 3 days. The votes would be counted, and the winners of the 3 tracks would be selected on the 3rd evening. However, both NPCs and players had a limited number of votes. Considering that most people would likely vote at the beginning of the event, the largest number of players set up stalls and canvassed for votes on the first day. Mou helped Aelian find a shady spot to sit down. The 2 new carpenters were clearly still unsatisfied after finishing the long table. They had built a canopy over it and covered it with sun protective fabric. It looked a bit like the materials that were always piled up in Aunt Rosa's shop. The pergola blocked out the overpowering sunlight, and with the breeze blowing, it was quite comfortable to sit inside. Mou let Aelian rest there while he took on the task of selecting dishes and began to browse the players' stalls. The players, as expected of a nation of foodies, though their ingredients primarily consisted of vegetables provided by the elves and meat generously donated by the Warcraft during the Beast Tide, created a wide variety of dishes, encompassing all sorts of cuisines. Because the elves had provided chili peppers and plants similar to Sichuan peppercorns, Mou also saw quite a bit of Sichuan cuisine. He himself preferred spicy food, a type of person who craves spicy food. Although he couldn't handle anything too spicy, he hadn't had spicy food in a while, and was craving it. He immediately grabbed a large tray and ordered small plates of whatever he liked. To minimize ingredient consumption and allow everyone to sample a variety of flavors, the players unanimously opted to make each dish smaller, primarily for tasting, and, of course, keeping the prices low. The stall owners all used the same ceramic plates, crafted last night by a mason and alchemist player working together in a kiln. Players also each provided their own pair of chopsticks. Some carved them from wood, others from animal teeth. There were even stalls selling tableware exclusively to NPCs. NPCs visiting player stalls would be a truly sensational event in any game. Wait, isn't this the Macon story market? The players had grown up, not only proactively supplying supplies the official players didn't provide, but even selling them back to the NPCs. He was incredibly pleased with these self-disciplined players, so he simply bought 2 pairs of animal tooth chopsticks in exchange for their support. Chapter 96. The 2 pairs of chopsticks had been meticulously polished by players, leaving them smooth and silky to the touch, free of barbs. MOU inspected them, and found no contamination, toxins, or odors. Both their appearance and feel were highly appreciated. Although MOU had recently become accustomed to using a knife and fork, chopsticks were still the most comfortable. He conveniently placed the chopsticks in his backpack and selected some light, easy to digest, and nourishing-looking dishes for Aelian, including a plate of pan-fried hyena liver. It's said that liver replenishes blood, so perhaps World of Warcraft liver would have a similar effect. So, when MOU returned to his seat with the tray, Aelian saw the 2 distinct halves of the dish. The one facing him was clean and green, looking very light, while the one facing MOU was a vibrant red, heavily oiled and sauced, emitting a pungent, overbearing spicy aroma. MOU laid out Aelian's half of the dish, not forgetting to name the dishes: stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed fish fillets, cold yam salad, steamed egg custard, pan-fried hyena liver. Here, these are chopsticks. Aelian took the chopsticks and examined them in confusion. What are these? A tool for picking up food. MOU gestured. Here, hold it like this. He corrected Aelian's grip. The knight's fingers, accustomed to wielding great swords, were calloused, and he was a bit clumsy with the chopsticks. It took several attempts before he finally succeeded. Aelian took a few bites and silently put down his chopsticks. He glanced at MOU's half and asked, "What are you eating?" Dompa pork, boiled fish fillets, spicy fish head, typhoon shelter scorpion meat, husband and wife lung slices. Oh, that player said it's made with hyena lungs, so it's renamed wolf heart and dog lung. MOU introduced them. Can I try some? Aelian asked. These are too spicy, too numb, and too greasy. Not good for the injured. As MOU spoke, he saw Aelian's frustrated expression, like a rejected dog. He hesitated. Well, how about just a little? Aelian's expression instantly brightened, his eyes sparkling. What kind of giant samoyed is this? The holy son obediently tried only a little of each dish, but he clearly had a particular fondness for the dompa pork and the boiled fish fillet. But for Aelian, liking something is one thing, tolerating it is another. After enjoying a brief taste, he finished off the healthy, light dishes with a blank expression. MOU sighed. He understood Aelian's taste. He liked sweet and spicy food, not bland food. Lord. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. A familiar voice rang out. MOU turned to see Nietchiochio, Xianyuitiao, and Tangnan Pot approaching with trays. Each tray held several glasses filled with a variety of drinks. You two haven't tried our latest drinks yet, have you? Nietchiochio excitedly but steadily placed the drinks in front of the two. We gotten a lot of fruit from the elves, and even found sago palms and cassava. We've been working hard for a long time, but we finally managed to find sago, taro balls, and pearls. From now on, we can have all the milk tea we want. Ah, but for now, we only have goat's milk and deer's milk. Melissa Kubo and the others are already looking for cows. Xianyuitia placed the pearl milk tea in front of Aelian. My dear wife, you still need to recover from your injuries, so we didn't make it iced. Try it at room temperature for a taste. This is a straw. You even made a straw. MOU exclaimed. Hey, we asked the elves for some wheat seeds to help it grow. The Kukia said, besides milk tea, there are several flavors of fruit juice sparkling drinks. The bubbles are soda water my cousin made using alchemy. We tried them all and they're absolutely safe and reliable. This is a strawberry sparkling drink, this is a non-alcoholic mint mojito, and there's also a lemon citrus sparkling water. Tangnan Baozu also put down his cup. With enough fruit, we can develop all sorts of flavors. Wow. MOU contentedly sipped his non-alcoholic mint mojito, a refreshing coolness filling his chest. Ah, that familiar taste. So, dear Lord, Your Highness, could you please vote for the bubble tea at our beverage booth? Nikukia's ulterior motives were fully revealed, and he began canvassing for votes. Drinks were indeed something MOU had always wanted to make but hadn't had the time to work on. He hadn't expected these players to even successfully create sparkling water and bubble tea, and he immediately offered his lord's precious vote. Aelian surrendered just as quickly. Bubble tea quickly captured the sweet loving His Highness, and he almost immediately surrendered his freshly earned judge's votes. By the way, which track are you participating in? MOU asked. As for bubble tea, is it the People's Choice Award? No, the People's Choice Award might sound a bit more promising, but the prizes are coupons for custom weapons and equipment. We're all players who primarily play lifestyle roles, so we're applying for the Top Delicious Award. We want that unknown pet egg. If it hatches into some powerful creature, we can even contract it to become a battle partner. So you're here to canvass for votes, to increase your chances of winning? MOU said with a grin. Right. Several players ran off, giggling. Enjoy your time, you two. If you need anything to drink, call us anytime. We deliver to your door. Ah! So cunning. Why are you canvassing directly for votes from the Lord and the Sun? Damn! We're a step too late. How can a drink stand be considered a gourmet food stall? The players began to make a commotion again, filling the square with a joyful atmosphere. Just then, a player climbed onto the podium and pulled out a lute from his backpack, but he clearly treated it as it's made to be played on a folk guitar. It's a little strange, but it sounds quite nice. With the food, drinks, and music, the atmosphere in the square changed, as if it were some kind of large-scale music festival party. MOU couldn't help but smile. Wow, this is a true bard. A new profession has been born. I don't care. Just give us a harp, and we bards will be the best. We have food, drinks, and music, so why no good wine? Maybe there be some soon? Kylo Allen also sat down next to MOU with a tray, accompanied by Pharaoh's Loren. Lord, I'd like to discuss the follow-up matters with you, Kylo Allen said first. Do you want to return to the Elven territory as soon as possible? MOU guessed, checking the system panel. A long-distance teleportation required 3,000 energy points. He had previously recovered 2,000 from completing the main quest. Adding the energy contributed by players recently, he should be able to reach the required energy soon. No, quite the opposite. Kylo Allen said with a wry smile. Actually, I'm here to ask if we can keep more of us here. MOU, ? I know the original agreement was for Pharaohs to serve as liaison officer. We're only here to help you survive this beast tide. But you have the Tree of Life, food, and druids to purify the pollution. Many of the children are a little reluctant to leave. No, what's wrong with you elves? You're all unwilling to leave now that you're here? MOU pondered for a moment and said, the elves are our allies, and we in AMT County welcome our allies to stay here temporarily. However, as far as I know, the 300 elves you brought with you are among the strongest in the tribe. If they stay here for a long time, will that weaken the elven leader's power? This is exactly what I'm worried about. Kylo Allen nodded. Due to the contamination of the Mother Tree of Life over the years, the number of newly born elves has dwindled. These 300 elves are our main fighting force, and they can't stay here for long. In fact, the best option is to establish a stable and permanent teleportation array between our territories. Perhaps in the future. This was also MOU's plan. However, the distances between our territories are too great. A permanent teleportation array would require a significant drain on the power of the world's elves, and we currently cannot afford it. Kylo Allen sighed. I thought of that, too. Well, I have another proposal. Although the elves are not easily contaminated by the evil god, that doesn't mean they are immune. In fact, many of our young elves still suffer from the contamination. So I'm thinking, could we exchange personnel? Every month, we send 30 elves to your territory, and you can send some adventurers to accompany the returning elves to our territory. The elves will take care of and protect the safety of our allies. You can rest assured about that, Kylo Allen said solemnly. But I'm not worried about the adventurers getting into danger. I'm worried about you being harmed by the adventurers. In fact, MOU also thought this was a good idea. The elves undoubtedly need the purifying power of the druids the most right now, and the druids are indeed the most reliable among his players. Sending druids would minimize the chances of them causing trouble. And after fighting together against the beast tide, the elves seem to have become accustomed to the players' various eccentricities. On the other hand, while the druid is nominally the child of the meta, a class that's a complete pentagonal warrior, their strength lies in their role as a healer and support in team fights. Fighting solo depends on the player's own strength and skill level. Perhaps only a few druids, who have contracted powerful monsters, or wild beasts are capable of independent combat in the wild. Traveling with the elves to the Elven territory is clearly the safest option for opening new maps before the teleportation array is activated. It's even possible to open all the city maps along the way. MOU is a little tempted. I need to discuss this with the druids and select some reliable adventurers from among them, MOU said. Chapter 97. Kylo Allen understood perfectly. After all, the Elven King had carefully considered their arrival, selecting the final roster from among his personal guards. It was perfectly reasonable for the Lord to take time to make a decision. He praised the adventurer's courage and conviction in the face of the beast tide, as well as the delicious food. He accepted the extra lemon citrus sparkling water from the Lord, while Pharaohs received a glass of strawberry sparkling water. Pharaohs took a sip of the strawberry sparkling water, and was startled by the bursting bubbles in his mouth. He coughed a few times, then put the glass down. He glanced at Kylo Allen suspiciously, then saw that he was enjoying the drink. Only then did he carefully pick up the glass again, and take a sip. This thing tastes quite sweet and refreshing, but the feeling of the bubbles popping is truly strange. How come this drink, like everything else in this territory, is so strange, yet it's so addictive? Fellows' inquiring eyes swept between the Lord and the Holy Son of the Church of Light. It's not that he hadn't seen this Holy Son before, in fact, it was he who had led the way when he visited the king. But how could the Holy Son, clad in silver armor and imposing in that moment, and the man before him, diligently fishing for pearls at the bottom of the glass, look so different? Surely, the evil necromancer must have cast some kind of spell on this Holy Son. More and more NPCs arrived at the food festival, and the long tables gradually filled up. Mou coughed softly, and tapped the glass with his spoon, attracting everyone's attention. Fellow citizens of AMT County, fellow allies, I have a few words to say. Mou stood up and raised his drink. Due to the valiant and fearless fighting of our allies, the Son of Light Aelian, the Elves, the Lucky Sea Serpents, and our most trusted adventurers, we have achieved a resounding victory against this beast tide. Today, in the name of Lord Moyawu, I hereby name this square Victory Square to commemorate and thank all who participated in this battle. Today, let us raise our glasses, enjoy our food, and celebrate this great victory. Thank you to our allies, and thank you to the great world consciousness. The players howled and cheered excitedly, and the NPCs raised their cups. Thank you to our allies, thank you to the great world consciousness. Also, I have some good news to announce. Mou took a sip of his drink, set down his cup, and continued. The Lucky Sea Serpent mercenaries have decided to relocate their base to AMT County and establish a mercenary relief center to provide care for the families of their injured and fallen comrades. The elves will also engage in closer exchanges and cooperation with us. And to repay the Son of Light for risking his own life to fend off all the giant monsters for us, I sincerely promise, Aelian, that AMT County will always be your warmest home. Mou looked at Aelian. The son's expression was a little surprised, but it quickly transformed into a gentle smile. A louder cheer erupted from the players, interspersed with countless "Ah! You?" Mou helplessly raised his hand to silence their howling, then continued, to accommodate more allies and adventurers, I decided to expand AMT Village into AMT City. This brand new city will be bounded by our walls, which stood firm against the beast tide. On this land, we will rebuild a new adventurers guild, a larger inn, a better restaurant, and brand new residential areas. In addition to the mercenary relief home, we will also open a school so that all AMT County children can receive a better education. We will also open more planting areas and build more comprehensive and advanced factories and research institutes. Every citizen of AMT County will have a better future. The crowd erupted in applause, and the people of AMT County couldn't help but smile or shed tears. Or both. In the future, we will welcome more allies, more residents, and more adventurers. Let us make this city, this AMT County, and the entire world, better and better. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Mou took his seat once more. Aelian's sparkling eyes looked at him, forever home. Thank you, I love it. Mou inexplicably felt as if he had broken into the Church of Light and taken home the dog that had been abandoned and neglected in the courtyard. Ahem. He coughed softly, his ears involuntarily heating up. Are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest? Not tired. Aelian's lips curled, his gaze drifting to the bustling crowd of players. I'd like to stay here a little longer. I really enjoy the lively atmosphere here. Okay. Mou was about to say something else when he received a notification from Leah that the dwarves had returned, this time with their chief. Mou said helplessly, have fun then. If you're tired, return to the Mage Tower and rest. I have to continue negotiating with the dwarves. Do you need any help? Aelian's expression suddenly turned serious, and his aura shifted, as if he was about to unleash murderous intent. No, no. Mou waved his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. If I'm not mistaken, the dwarves are here to give you money. Want to take advantage of him? Sorry, the free labor positions are all full. Currently, they only accept workers who bring their own money. Mou took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. His young apprentice had already come over, and was diligently clearing the table for him. He told his apprentice to take good care of Ialian, then took Rama with him to find the dwarves. Unfortunate Rama, once again conscripted, didn't forget to grab the 2 boxes of pudding in front of him, intending to eat while watching the dwarven show. The dwarves waited anxiously at the village entrance. This time, they brought no rusty, old weapons, but chests of gems and fine wine. Mou gestured to Rama to inspect the quality of the apology while he approached the dwarf chief, whose ID read Momoli Maduro. The chief had braided brown hair, an untidy beard, and noticeable bags under his eyes, clearly a night owl. Next to him stood a dwarf, wearing a worn helmet and an exceptionally thick beard. Momoli Maduro, the son of the chief, who had previously interacted with Mou, was the first to introduce himself. "This is my father, Momoli Maduro, the chief of our clan. The man next to him is our great elder, Morat Maduro." Mou had given up trying to memorize the dwarves' similar appearances and names. He nodded. "Greetings, I believe the dwarves have reached a unanimous decision?" "Yes." The dwarf chief bowed respectfully. "Great master magician, noble Lord Moyawu, the Maduro dwarves pay you the highest respect. We deeply apologize for second elder Molaro Maduro's disrespectful behavior earlier. That was not our clan's intention. We have no desire to seize your mine." "Oh!" Moyawu curled his lips, elongating the ending. "Then the delusion of seizing the mine and trying to dismiss me with a pile of scrap metal was all second elder's idea." "Yes. Yes." The chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That's right. For over 100 years. A while ago, a 3-month-long torrential rainstorm destroyed the crypts and mines where we, the Maduro dwarves, had lived for thousands of years, forcing us to wander the desert, constantly moving between crypts and mines. Having lost our homes, we've been forced to forage for food under the scorching sun and heat, fighting sand-lurking monsters for access to crypts. Over the years, we lost many of our people, and a great deal of our wealth. Newborn children can't even touch the ore. We don't want to see the craft and heritage that our tribe relies on lost, so we had no choice but to enter your mine. The second elder feared we would lose the mine again. He also heard you dislike managing household affairs, so he believed that taking over the mine would be better for both you and us than leaving it abandoned and overrun by spiders. But what he's doing is absolutely wrong. We, the Maduro dwarves, are willing to rent your iron mine for 2,000 pounds a year. These gems and fine wines are our advance rent, roughly enough to cover another 1,000 pounds. You can have someone appraise their value." Mou turned to look at Rama, who nodded. "It's indeed worth that much. We're willing to pay the rest of the rent with labor. Whether it's mining, forging weapons and equipment, or anything else, just say the word, and we dwarves will go through fire and water for you." The dwarf chief said, "But we also have a small." "You said?" The dwarf chief said sheepishly, "Well, if all our wages from working were used to cover rent, we wouldn't be able to live, so—" Mou understood immediately. "It's very simple. The world elves will calculate your total earnings, and you can freely withdraw the portion you need for living expenses. However, if the unwithdrawn balance at the end of the year is not enough to cover the rent, you will need to make up the difference." "That's great," the dwarf chief said. Thank you, world elves." This chief was much more honest than the previous second elder. In fact, given Mou's personality, if the chief had come to him honestly and asked for help from the beginning, he might have let them live in the mines for free. But since the dwarves had to resort to such a stunt before they would negotiate honestly, Mou accepted the extra 2,000 pounds without any hesitation. Chapter 98. As the old saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. If you want to negotiate business, you must be fair and honest. Trying to take advantage right from the start will sooner or later backfire like Mou. Then, if both of us agree, let's have the world consciousness witness our contract," Mou said. The dwarf leader was stunned. "Huh? We need to sign this contract under the witness of the world consciousness? Why?" Mou narrowed his eyes. "Is there something inconvenient?" "No, not really. I just feel that such a small matter doesn't require the world consciousness to be bothered." The dwarf leader grew increasingly hesitant, his voice growing softer. "These dwarves really don't seem trustworthy. On behalf of our clan, I am willing to sign this contract with you under the witness of the world consciousness." At this moment, the great elder stepped forward. Mou's gaze swept over the dwarves, his lips curling into a smile. "Of course, as long as your clan agrees." These dwarves seemed to be deeply divided within their tribe. Under the great elder's stern gaze, the clan leader finally nodded reluctantly. When signing the contract, MOU, following previous practice, added the stipulation that the dwarves must become allies of the world consciousness, never betraying Lord Moiwu or the world consciousness, nor acting in a manner that would harm the interests of AMT County. But despite the successful covenant, MOU himself did not fully trust these dwarves. These dwarves were greedy, a bit self-righteous, cunning, and full of factional disputes. They were more suitable to be treated as ordinary tenants and laborers than allies. How many Maduro dwarves are there? MOU asked. 131, said the tribe leader. MOU nodded and pointed at Rama. This is Rama Onisil. He be responsible for liaising with your tribe and arranging your personnel to work in the factory. He also inform you of the daily iron or supply you need. After the monsters at the copper mine are cleared, you be dispatched there to mine. He asked Rama to arrange the dwarves' subsequent tasks and distribute NPC cell phones. He then asked the seemingly reliable elder, "Can you forge great swords and armor?" The elder paused for a moment, then said, Yes. That's perfect. Come with me." Aelian was still sitting under the awning. He turned around, leaning back against the long table, sipping a cup of sago and listening attentively to a player singing a lyrical ballad on stage with his eyes half closed. There were fewer players wandering around the square. They'd probably all been eating and working in the dungeon. With the players' levels generally rising, MOU suspected they might clear the Desert Oasis dungeon in the next few days. "Look who I brought you back." MOU smiled as he sat down beside him and waved for the dwarf elder to come forward. "We found your new great sword and armor." MOU then looked at the dwarf elder, Morat Maduro. "Just forge them according to his specifications. Ask Rama for any materials, tools, or equipment you need." "Yes, it's my honor to serve the Son of Light." The dwarf elder said hurriedly, "My lord, is there a quiet room? I need to take measurements for His Highness the Son of Light to forge the armor." He looked at the Holy Sun, then at his own height, which barely reached the sun's thigh. He scratched his nose and said, "We need someone to help measure me." "Then let's go back to the Mage Tower." MOU looked at Aelian for advice. Aelian nodded obediently and stood up. "Oh, I forgot to give you this." MOU pulled an NPC phone from his backpack and pressed it into Aelian's hand. While the ring can also communicate, the phone is just as convenient. It can also be used to send quests and rewards to adventurers. On the way back, MOU explained how to use the phone to Aelian, and the clever knight quickly understood its purpose. It's indeed much more convenient than the ring. Even if you can't answer a call, you can leave a message. Besides me, you can also contact other people. When you're hungry, you can ask DeCarlo to bring you food, or you can directly post quests to adventurers on this app. You can also see your account and available adventure coins here. The two chatted as they walked, the dwarf following behind them, and soon returned to the guest room in the Mage Tower. The dwarf elder took out a piece of parchment and a quill and quickly wrote down the parts that needed to be measured. MOU noticed that the quill had no ink. As it wrote on the parchment, it immediately left a scorch mark, like a burnt mark. "I should have a tape measure. Let me look." "Uh-huh." The dwarf elder untied a leather pouch from his back and practically dove headfirst into it, searching for a long time before finally pulling out a tape measure from the bottom. The pouch seemed much larger than it appeared from the outside. It must be an alchemical or magical item like the quill. The dwarf elder handed MOU a measuring tape. Knight armor consists of the main armor and the tight-fitting armor. "Is this the full set, or just the main armor?" "A full set," Aelian said. His entire set had been destroyed in battle and needed to be remade. The dwarf elder nodded, then dug into his leather pockets for a long time, pulling out a catalog and several sets of clothing. To ensure the armor doesn't get loose or become too tight, affecting muscle stretch, we dwarves generally take 3 sets of measurements when crafting armor. The first set is taken from the naked body, used to craft the tight-fitting armor. The second set measures the range of muscle activity in the arms, legs, and hips. The third set is taken while wearing a test suit made of the same material as the armor, used to craft the armor. "Is crafting knight armor so complicated?" MOU exclaimed in surprise. "Well, for ordinary soldiers, it wouldn't be so particular," the dwarf elder replied as he pulled tools from his leather pouch. "Most blacksmiths and tailors sell armor and vests in fixed sizes. As long as the size fits, you can wear it, but it's not as good as custom-made. Usually, it's better to have it larger than smaller. Armor that's too tight will affect muscle function, but too loose isn't good either. If the vest is baggy, the armor will slide around, making it less effective and causing irritation to the skin. For someone of your excellency, the Holy Sun's stature naturally requires custom-made armor." Only a well-fitting suit can unleash its full potential, ensuring invincibility in battle. The dwarf elder was clearly quite familiar with armor making, and noticing MOU's seeming ignorance of custom armor making, he explained it in a more detailed manner. He spread a thick cloth on the floor and pulled out several hard and soft rulers from his leather pouch, along with several cardboard models of what looked like gauntlets, leg armor, and other parts, neatly arranged on the cloth. He then surveyed the room and dragged a wooden chair over to serve as a table. I believe the places where Lord Saint had his armor custom-made use magic rulers, but our clan has been wandering the desert for years, and many of our most useful tools and belongings have been lost or sold. Today, I can only ask Lord Saint for a hand to measure. I hope Lord Saint will bear with me. Perhaps noticing MOU's skeptical look, the dwarf elder added, but rest assured, when it comes to armor-making skills, our clan is among the best, on par with those fancy tool shops in the major cities. Talkative nonsense. MOU had never crafted armor himself, his only experience with it coming from designing it for gaming. But honestly, as long as it looked good in the game and didn't break through the model, it was fine. Whether it was wearable and usable in real life was another matter entirely. He couldn't figure out how reliable this dwarf elder was, but he figured since he was so talkative, he probably knew something about armor crafting. MOU turned to look at Ialian, intending to ask the Son of God's opinion, but he discovered that Ialian had already removed his robe, wearing only a pair of wide-leg white trousers, revealing his bare upper body. Ialian was the type who looked thin in clothes but muscular without. He looked particularly slender and elegant in his white robe, but when he took it off, his firm, slightly bulging muscles became visible. This body fat percentage is probably less than 10%. His skin was covered with various old scars, and on his left shoulder, chest, and abdomen, the tender, healed scars from the beast hide could still be seen. MOU was shocked by the number of scars on his body. He was stunned for a moment, and when Ialian turned his head in confusion, he suddenly realized what was happening. He coughed lightly and asked the dwarf elder, "Where should we measure first?" "Shoulder width." Ialian turned away from MOU and stretched out his arms. A silver thorn pattern was tattooed on his back. The thorns were clawing and bearing on the back of the Holy Sun. If you look closely, you can see that the thorny vine pattern spreads all over Ialian's body, wrapping around his arms and waist, but the mottled scars make it look a little discontinuous. MOU held the measuring tape and carefully followed the dwarf elder's instructions, measuring his shoulder width, arm span, and neck circumference. To avoid offending His Highness, MOU carefully controlled his fingers, avoiding excessive contact with His Highness's exposed skin. But just as he retracted the measuring tape to move to another spot, he felt the thorns before him move. MOU? ? MOU rubbed his eyes and looked again. The tattoo before him hadn't changed in either its curvature or its pattern. It seemed like an illusion just now. How could a tattoo move? Maybe I was just seeing things. Oh, and when muscles stretch and contract, the tattoo moves with the skin. After all, it's on a living person, so this is normal. Chapter 99. MOU had designed and reviewed countless sets of knight armor while working on games. He was thoroughly familiar with the appearance of various types, from heavy armor to light armor, and was far from a complete novice. But only today did he truly experience the tedious task of crafting a complete set of knight gear in real life. Measuring the dimensions alone required repeated iterations, and even considering muscle contraction and joint range of motion. He also had to repeatedly try on test suits and paper armor molds to determine the correct curvature of the armor plates. If crafting was so cumbersome, donning and doffing was even more of a hassle. No wonder Ialian always relied on the power of world consciousness to change his outfit with a single click. But according to Leah, this world consciousness-inspired one-click change merely simplified the donning and doffing process. It didn't actually conjure up the armor on the spot. It still required a perfectly fitting set of armor in his backpack to perform the trick. After collecting the armor data, they had to move on to measuring Ialian's right hand and height, needed for the great sword. The three of them busied themselves for nearly the entire afternoon. By the time the dwarf elder rolled up the parchment filled with data and began stuffing the items into his leather pouch, MOU had slumped in a wooden chair, and Ialian had already donned his white robe again. He sat leaning against the bed, clearly still recovering from his injuries and feeling exhausted. He had dozed off at some point, his head nodding occasionally, his long silver hair swaying gently with his movements. The dwarf elder also noticed the saint's son's sleep. He tiptoed to gather his things and waved to MOU. Not wanting to wake Ialian, MOU stood up and followed him out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. The dwarf elder handed MOU 2 albums. "These are the armor styles we often make. Since the Holy Sun is asleep, it's still okay for you, Lord, to choose. If you're not satisfied with any of them, you can give us your sketches, and we do our best to create designs that suit both of you. Oh, exterior design? That's MOU's forte. MOU briefly flipped through the albums the dwarf handed him, frowning. From MOU's planning perspective, none of these old-fashioned, simple designs would work. If he actually created a set of armor like this, the players would probably fire him as an artist. It seemed like he had to work on this shift. None of these will work. I draw the blueprints, and I get back to you when they're done. MOU rubbed his brow, several ideas already forming in his mind. That's great, the dwarf elder said with a smile. Once you decided on the design, I calculate the various minerals based on your drawings, and give you a quote. MOU nodded, sent the dwarf elder away, and returned to his room. He pulled out his sketchbook and began to draw. Recalling the appearance of Aelian's previous armor, he scribbled a rough outline, then modified it based on designs he liked. Taking into account Aelian's habit of slashing with his great sword, the new armor retained the hand armor separated from the shoulder and breastplate, eliminating the armpit guards to ensure maximum movement when swinging the great sword. Then, remembering Aelian's shoulder wound, MOU extended the shoulder armor slightly forward to increase the protected area. The shoulder armor itself incorporates wings and feathers, with wing-like spikes protruding outwards, increasing damage when charging enemies, while being positioned and curved to avoid accidentally injuring the knight or his allies. Aelian has a slim waist, so the armor naturally needs to be minimally bulky. The plates are arranged in layers with a smooth, curved shape, avoiding excessive bulk while leaving ample space for impact. The breastplate and waist armor are crafted along the lines of the muscles, perfectly adapting to movement and providing excellent protection and mobility while highlighting the world knight's lean waist and powerful muscles. The skirt armor is a classic three-piece design. Perhaps deeply impressed by the thorn tattoo on Aelian's back, MOU unconsciously added thorn patterns to the leg armor and skirt armor. The cape extending from the shoulder armor was designed with two translucent gauze-like wings. MOU planned to ask the dwarves in Rama if they could find some lightweight yet tough warcraft material. Besides, it would definitely be effective when using Guardian's Heart. By simplifying this armor set, they could even release a player-specific knight class set, commonly known as a school uniform. This would definitely be worth the effort. MOU painted quickly. As he finished the last stroke, DeCarlo knocked on his door, carrying a lunchbox. Following DeCarlo was a sleepy, silver-haired knight, who had obviously just been woken for dinner. DeCarlo had brought 3 servings tonight. He expertly cleared the coffee table, laid out the food and soup, and handed Aelian and MOU a pair of animal ivory chopsticks, each engraved with a symbol. MOU's was a shield, somewhat resembling the Royal Guard medal he gave to players, while Aelian's symbol looked remarkably like the Ring of Thorns. Teacher, the chopsticks you bought look exactly the same. I engraved them to avoid confusion. Seeing MOU examining the markings on the chopsticks, DeCarlo scratched his head sheepishly. Very good, very similar. MOU discovered that his disciple had a talent for painting and carving. The symbols carved on these tiny chopsticks were intricate and vivid, easily recognizable. Hee, teacher, you once said I was particularly gifted at drawing magic circles. It's just that magic circles are quite contaminated. I always draw them while taking medicine powder, so I can't remember anything. DeCarlo said, it's so great to have a druid now. I learned healing. He's truly a gifted apprentice, who's been delayed by medicine powder. MOU rubbed the Blue Knight's disciple lovingly, feeling that he needed to focus on his studies. It would be a shame to his true teacher if he didn't teach him well. While recuperating from his injuries, Aelian could only eat the bland, nourishing hospital meal. However, at MOU's instruction, DeCarlo waited until Aelian finished eating before serving him a caramel pudding. The Holy Sun, who had previously finished his meal with a droopy expression, suddenly brightened with surprise. How easy to appease. Sweets truly are a true love. These two thoughts raced through MOU's mind, and he began to worry that if the players discovered this, the Holy Sun would be kidnapped for a cup of milk tea and a piece of pudding. Perhaps it's because children, who haven't seen good things since childhood, are easily deceived when they grow up. Since it was already dessert time, MOU picked up the sketchbook from his desk and handed it to Aelian. The dwarves didn't have any good designs, so I took the initiative to design one. Take a look. If you don't like it or it's impractical, tell me, and I make some changes. Aelian took the sketchbook, his slender fingertips slowly brushing over the lines on the paper, his expression gentle, as if he were looking at a precious treasure. It's beautiful, I like it very much. If there's anything you like changed, be sure to tell me. MOU said unsurely, I can only draw the exterior. I can't guarantee its practicality. It's much easier to fix it now than when the dwarves have built the actual object. Can you add another emblem? Aelian asked. Oh, the emblem of the Church of Light? Mou asked, taking the sketchbook back and picking up a pencil. What does it look like? No, Aelian shook his head. It's not the emblem of the Church of Light. It's an emblem that belongs to the world, to this territory. Mou fell into deep thought. He had never made anything like this before. The artist's daily overtime quota had already been filled. Mou glanced at Leah, and the little elf also shook his head. Clearly no one had considered this. But Aelian's suggestion was a good one. This territory is now flourishing, with more and more allies in the world faction. Having a crest or emblem would indeed make it easier to identify, and leave a lasting impression on players. Teacher, you never registered the crest of this territory. You always used your own crest when writing letters. DeCarlo suddenly interrupted. What does it look like? Aelian asked. It's a griffin. DeCarlo walked to the desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a wax seal. When you were still in the family, your personal crest was a griffin, but after leaving the family, you rarely used it anymore. My teacher often mentioned hiring someone to make another one, but I never found the time. Looking at the seal, a pattern suddenly surfaced in Mou's mind. It seemed like something Mou had carefully considered, then buried deep within his memory. He subconsciously picked up his pen and began sketching in his sketchbook. The pattern gradually took shape on the paper. Unlike the griffin standing atop the cliff in DeCarlo's seal, Mou's griffin was both imposing and restrained, its wings spread out with majesty, and beneath them, guarding a round planet. Mou added countless details to this pattern. Above the planet, a massive tree of life stretched out its lush branches. In its beak, a griffin held a shield carved with thorns. The shadows beneath its feet formed an infinity symbol, symbolizing the infinite possibilities and hope of the future. He then sketched a simplified line drawing, which could serve as the seal of the future territory. How about using this as our territory's emblem? Mou held up his sketchbook and showed it to the others. Wow! DeCarlo exclaimed in admiration. Teacher, you're amazing. This is great. Leah nodded in approval. Aelian also nodded slightly, his lips curled up. He reached out and stroked the pattern. Engrave this emblem on my shield. Chapter 100. Now that the blueprints were finalized, things became simple. The next day, Mou personally visited the mines, gave the blueprints to the dwarf elder, Morat Maduro, and took the opportunity to inspect the mines. The dwarves were highly efficient, and the earth wall skills used by the players in the mine tunnels hadn't caused much substantial damage. In contrast, the most significant problem was the dilapidated and rotten wooden supports within the tunnels. In just a few days, the dwarves had completely excavated and reinforced the entire surface mining area, creating a living area for themselves. The dark mine tunnels were now illuminated by oil lamps. The tunnel leading to the ore vein had also been dug through, and cartloads of iron ore were being produced at a slow but steady pace. The distinctive dwarf calls echoed from deep underground. Many players had already noticed the changes in the mines. Curious, they moved among the dwarves, trying to strike up conversations with the NPCs and request quests. Several players had already successfully purchased weapons or alcohol from the dwarves. Some players, reeking of alcohol and flushed with rage, lay dead in the mines, likely unprepared for the dwarven liquor's potent distilled spirit. They drunkenly logged off, then been dragged off by the dwarves, who thought they were in the way, shouting hey, hey. From the clanging noises along the way, Mou suspected that the next time they logged back in, they'd likely be met with an inexplicable concussion buff, and have all their valuables looted. Every failure taught them a lesson. Players quickly learned not to get drunk in front of dwarves. At the moment, it seemed the dwarves might still have some hidden agenda, but Mou believed the huge profits and the threat of force offered by the adventurers would eventually sway the greedy dwarves. He stopped by the smelter to see that the iron ore dug from the mine had already been delivered by the players. It had to be said that the players' backpacks were the perfect vehicle for transporting this ore. All they had to do was collect, transport, and then release the loaded mine carts. Players simply had to run around the map, and the dwarves simply pushed the carts onto the assembly line. The ore, propelled by the mechanical assembly line, entered the crusher, where it was ground into a fine powder by the giant gears and blades. The dwarves had already started working at the factory. They had also spruced up their appearance, each wearing a blue jumpsuit, no longer looking like a homeless nomad. Currently, only 2 furnaces were operating in the smelter. 8 magician players were tending the fires, while 2 druids were monitoring the magician's sand points. The alchemist was playing arcade games at the control panel in front of the boiler. No iron making. Normally, in the original world, iron ore is primarily composed of iron oxides, like hematite and magnetite. Iron making involves extracting oxygen atoms from the ore at high temperatures using reducing agents like coke. In this other world of alchemy, the process is much simpler. No coke or coal is required. All that's needed is an alchemist using the decomposition skill in front of the massive, heated alchemical reactor to capture all the oxygen atoms, simultaneously generating reduced iron and a constant supply of oxygen. The high temperature of the flames not only conditions the alchemical reactor's reactions, but the excess heat is channeled to the adjacent heating furnace to heat water. The steam then drives the crusher and conveyor belt at the front, creating a perfect fusion of steampunk technology and alchemical high-tech. This oversized alchemical reactor differs slightly from the player's portable reactors. Simply put, it's a castrated version with limited functionality. Unlike the player's portable reactors, which can perform a wide range of reactions, it can only mechanically decompose the same raw materials according to the decomposition formula and process preset by Rama. However, the advantage is that it won't explode. If the ore type being smelted needs to be changed, for example, from iron ore to copper ore, all one needs to do is shut down the alchemical reactor and empty the slag. Rama will then re-enter the decomposition formula in the reactor's back end. MOU is very satisfied with both its safety and convenience. Even better, he no longer has to search for or dig coal. It's not that his territory is completely devoid of coal, but the mines Leah had discovered were all beneath the swamps of the dark forest, making excavation far too difficult. Furthermore, the other world offers alternative solutions, so there's no need to blindly apply the methods of the original world. Mages build fires, alchemists decompose them, and oxygen circulates into the furnace to increase combustion and heat. Molten iron flows continuously from the furnace's mouth, flowing through pipes into the crucible. The crucible itself is the domain of the newly appointed dwarves. They pour the molten iron from the crucible into molds. After a simple shaping process, it can be forged into the desired weapons, farm tools, and various iron products. Of course, this is just the most basic ironware. To create more advanced alloys, one or more alchemical furnaces are needed as intermediate steps, using the chemical combination skill to add other elements to the molten iron. For example, adding carbon creates steel, while adding other purified metals creates alloys. Space for these reactors is reserved on the production line, and as soon as MOU secures funding, Rama can order more furnaces and hire more alchemists. Because the mines produce mostly pyrite, the sulfur-containing slag discharged during the iron smelting process is collected and transported to the chemical plant, where it is further decomposed and refined in similar alchemical reactors to produce sulfur or sulfuric acid. Alchemists working in the factory don't need extensive chemistry knowledge to operate the reactors, enjoying arcade games while leveling up. Furthermore, MOU has added a hero leaderboard to the alchemical reactors, which records and ranks the highest scoring players in each arcade game. This initiative immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the arcade players. So many players came to the factory every day to play a few games, as part-time workers, that they even had to create their own shift schedules and form a group chat to ensure timely handovers. MOU, plan approved, check. Players have already started clearing monsters at the copper mine. Previously, not many people went there because the macrophagnum worms are tough and resilient. Although they range from level 25 to 35, their defense is so high that it takes twice as long to kill one as a monster of the same level. At lower levels, players would rather farm sand lurkers in the desert than fight macrophagnum worms. Now that the beast tide has passed, players are generally leveling up. MOU has also increased the price NPCs pay for copper or at the smelter, so naturally, some players have started going there to farm monsters. No matter how tough and difficult a monster is, as long as you have a level advantage, defeating it will simply take a little longer. If you bring in a few more friends and family, you can eliminate the extra time and just brute force your way through it. MOU estimated that it wouldn't take long to upgrade the smelter, upgrading one of its 2 production lines from iron to steel, and the other to refined pure copper. With copper, electrical wiring could be installed, and solar panels could be installed on the roofs of houses in the new city, allowing residents to have unlimited electricity. Since the dwarves had just started working at the factory, Rama had temporarily put his research aside to guide the dwarves. MOU also happened to have him make a custom alchemy doll for his ult, and had Rama level it up to level 45, so that it could be used just in time with the main players. Players don't always spend the same amount of time online, nor do they always have the same passions. Some love to kill monsters, some enjoy exploring new maps, and some simply cultivate players. Additionally, with the existence of fantasy dungeons, some players disappear for days after entering, rarely paying attention to what other players do, achieve, or reach their levels. However, my alt account missed the opportunity to level up during the Beast Tide and has fallen behind the other players, making it less convenient to serve as a GM test account. This is a good opportunity to switch to an alchemist doll and test out its gameplay. If familiar players asked about Barbecue Squid's whereabouts during the Beast Tide, he could just use the excuse that he changed his appearance by switching to a puppet body, so he wasn't recognized. After all, in battles like the Beast Tide, most players use simplified mode, displaying only the IDs of a few nearby players. Otherwise, a sea of IDs would blur together, making it impossible to discern anything. Customizing your appearance, name change cards, and server transfers are the three most powerful tools in online game reincarnation. However, server transfers are impossible, and the name change service could easily cause trouble for the native NPCs, so you didn't intend to bother activating this service. After meticulously creating a handsome face for his alias, you placed his order with great satisfaction. The benefit of being a Lord/GM is that you can enjoy Kryptonite services without spending a penny. You don't even have to find the materials yourself. Just assign players a few quests and hey, isn't that enough? However, the leveling map is indeed a bit low level. It's time to develop some new maps for players to play with. The route to the Elven territory seems like a good choice. Check the player backend. Aside from the magic chefs still setting up shop, most players had dispersed, leveling, fighting monsters, fishing, farming. Everything from leveling to killing monsters. Many had entered the Desert Oasis dungeon, while a few hardcore Cthulhu players, like Yuhua Dengxian, were still grinding away in the Bell Tower Town dungeon. The food festival was still 2 days away, plenty of time for him to work on the next version's plan. The Desert Oasis dungeon probably wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps he should inquire about any new dungeons nearby. Perhaps the mercenaries might have some information? Chapter 101. Had been holed up in the Mage Tower for almost 2 days, finally finishing all the plans for the next version. He rubbed his eyes wearily, finally letting out a long sigh and stretching. Working overtime in another world without some coffee or tea is truly unbearable. The Food Festival Award ceremony was based on real-time voting tally by the system backend, and players could also see the live vote count on the official website. There was no need for a ceremony, the prizes could simply be distributed to the winning players. Players were honest people. Getting the game rewards was the most important thing, they didn't have time to listen to the leader's speeches every day. As a lord who loved to slack off, wouldn't waste players' part-time time on such matters. I wonder what the players have been doing these days, muttered, opening the player forum. The players were quiet, so they must be causing trouble. Even with Leah keeping an eye on these naughty kids, as the main planner, still had to infiltrate the crowd from time to time, understanding the players' mindsets, gathering their opinions and borrowing their ideas. Upon opening the forum, the first thing that caught his eye were several popular posts, like treasure. A stunning embrace between the Lord and the Knight. Warning, I'm about to start a rumor-mongering series. The sweet moments between the Lord and the Sun, and picture warning. Stunning photos of the Sun's wife. Mou's eyes twitched, and he skipped past them, scrolling down to the bottom. Just then, between Most Handsome NPC Character Contest, Vote for Your Favorite, and Full Tips, NPC Background Story Compilation, he spotted a new post. Exclusive. Illusion Purification Guide. Desert Oasis First Kill. Oh! Someone actually cleared the Desert Oasis. Mou clicked on the post. But honestly, out of 10 posts, 3 are about CP, 6 are about flattery, and the last one is just a guide. Aren't these players a bit too dedicated? Subject, exclusive. Illusion Purification Guide. First kill of Desert Oasis. Original poster. Breaking 1,000 mountains with one sword. Content. The original poster sent good news from the front lines. The game's first illusion purification was successful. The raid team took a total of 13 hours and 35 minutes, dungeon time, to successfully break through and purify the Desert Oasis illusion. There were 24 players participating in this first kill. Except for the original poster, who was entering the dungeon for the second time, everyone else was doing it for the first time. Our average level was around LV 43. We originally entered with the intention of leveling down and pushing through quickly. Who could have imagined this dungeon would have a maximum level synchronization, suppressing all of our levels to LV 39? I guess it was really the dev's malice. Hee. The devs can't take the blame for this. This is the malice of the illusion obsession. MOU muttered, continuing to read. Our lineup was a classic raid configuration of 3 World Knights, 6 Druids, and 15 DPS. Don't ask me why, it's just because there were a lot of baboons in the group. First, let me share the general plot I deduced during my first experience with this dungeon. Because this is a simple dungeon, the storyline isn't complex. Since the player's perspective might change upon entering, I won't begin with the player's perspective. At the end of this post, I include 2 videos of my walkthroughs of the dungeon for your reference. If you prefer not to hear the original author's answers directly, you can watch the videos first to experience the player's perspective. According to a timeline from a bird's eye view, the plot of this instance goes something like this. Long, long ago, a nomadic tribe lived in this desert oasis. One day, a sand sea star crab fell from outer space. This star crab, a vassal of an unknown evil god, landed in the oasis and began a killing spree, tasting the human race. However, this crab was extremely picky about food, preferring to eat males over females. After taking over the oasis, it sank into the lake and lay in wait. This crab seemed to possess some mysterious power, capable of making the oasis more fertile and abundant. This remains to be verified. We're unsure whether the crab truly made the oasis more fertile, or whether it created some strange illusion to deceive the nomadic tribe. In short, the nomadic tribe didn't flee the oasis, or perhaps it was impossible to escape. Instead, they chose to stay and become accomplices to the evil. All the men in the tribe were dressed as women. Aside from a few young boys, all dressed up beautifully, the rest were burly, unshaved, cross-dressing hunks, a truly eye-catching sight. Personally, I think there seem to be a few peculiar individuals lurking within the development team. The star crabs only need to eat humans once in a while, so they use beautiful, androgynous, young men to lure travelers through the desert with fine food and wine. Once they've fallen for them at night, they're fed to the star crabs like piglets. As everyone knows, the dungeons in this game are actually individual or group memories, a collection of the resentment of the deceased. Therefore, all NPCs that appear within the illusion, except for those who have just entered the illusion, are people who died within the illusion on or after its formation. During the limited time I spent exploring the dungeon for the first time, the only NPCs/monsters I encountered were men from the nomadic tribes. There were no women or outsiders. I speculated that either they had been completely devoured by the crabs, or they hadn't died at all. After completing the first dungeon, I speculated that the desert tribe's plan to charm the travelers went awry, leading to their counterattack and the illusion. Alternatively, perhaps the desert tribe's lack of travelers led the crabs, overwhelmed by hunger, or perhaps seeing through the desert tribe's disguises, to suddenly attack and devour everyone. Whether this speculation is correct will be revealed later. Having covered the basic plot, since many new players haven't entered a dungeon before, let's discuss the game's dungeon structure. When entering a dungeon, the system will announce the total number of available quests and the number of remaining dungeon runs. There's also a brief animation about the core obsession, usually a fleeting image and a voice line. Yes, it's very similar to the introductory animation that baboon bean sprouts only play once when entering a new dungeon, and then automatically skips every subsequent time. According to the system guide, the voiceover and dialogue in this introductory animation are often related to the dungeon's core obsession, meaning the prompt for typing true END to find the core of the illusionary obsession. Most likely, it's a line spoken by the obsessive, but there's a small chance it could be something the obsessive saw or heard before death, imprinted in their memory. To facilitate future dungeon walkthroughs, our team, inspired by the Death God's elementary school student, has dubbed the introductory animation's prompts Dying Message, or DM for short. Besides the introductory animation upon entering, the system quest information also gives a seemingly ambiguous hint. Let's call it a hint. Personally, I feel that the above 2 hints are often unclear and highly misleading, making them pure premonition deceptions. Don't blindly trust them. Players should exercise their own judgment. There's even that possibility. No wonder there aren't any women in that dungeon, but the laughter in the introductory animation is female. I thought it was the boy's hushed voice. So there seems to be something else going on? MOU rubbed his chin and continued reading. This dungeon has a limited number of entries. Yes, you read that right. The dungeon actually limits the number of times players can play it. I don't know why this game has such a unique dungeon setup, but after discussing it with my friends, I strongly suspect it's to preserve the dungeon's puzzle-solving appeal. After all, unlimited exploration of a mystery dungeon is like a cheat code. Perhaps the developers have a purely personal aesthetic, and don't want players to rely on strategy guides to play a mystery game without thinking. Once you enter a dungeon, you can't exit at will. You must complete at least one main or side quest or simply die. This restriction is probably intended to prevent players from entering the dungeon and then wasting time playing. But you can't just die randomly, because dying increases the dungeon's difficulty. Each death increases it by 1%, and when the difficulty reaches 100%, the dungeon's difficulty increases by 1 level. This dungeon starts out as easy, with a distortion of around 94%. By the time our pioneering group entered, it had already been upgraded to normal, haha. The development team must have thoroughly understood the players. These settings are clearly intended to encourage players to diligently solve puzzles and experience the fun of the dungeon. However, the team also seems to have included routes within the dungeon that allow players to brute force their way through the dungeon. We analyzed this later. Each dungeon has its own timeline and plot loop, effectively a separate dungeon timeframe. This dungeon has a fixed start time of 5 p.m. in game time and ends at 8 a.m. the following morning. One loop is equivalent to 1 day of a game time outside the dungeon. The main quest is to survive until the next morning and successfully exit the Oasis area before 8 a.m. See the fantasy map. Death or remaining in the Oasis area before the end of the loop will be considered a mission failure and will result in immediate annihilation. Upon entering the dungeon, you will automatically be granted a hunger buff, a traveler status, and a camel. Water magic is prohibited in the dungeon. We tried it, and water magic here refers broadly to all water-related magic, including ice and fog. However, it doesn't disable backpacks. You can still eat and drink the water and food in your backpack. However, eating or drinking your own food won't remove the hunger and thirst buff. On my first attempt at the dungeon, I found that only drinking water from the Oasis would remove the hunger and thirst buff. The dungeon's DM is a woman with a terrifying, shrill laugh and the line, "Die. All of you." The quest prompt reads, "Don't eat, don't drink, don't trust anyone." Thus, I personally believe the hunger and thirst buff is an illusion, most likely inflicted by crabs. While drinking Oasis water can alleviate the hunger and thirst buff, it's more likely not a detoxification effect, but more like the Three Corpses brain pill in martial arts novels, where taking Oasis water/antidote alleviates the attack, but then the buff recurs after the time limit expires. The dungeon cycle is too short to verify this idea. But considering the reasons nomads use to avoid leaving the Oasis, I think this speculation is plausible. Anyway, after our exploration group entered the dungeon, everyone set their sensor settings to the lowest setting. Even at that setting, the hunger and thirst were still intense. It was unbearable, and none of us drank the water from the Oasis. Chapter 102. Whether the Oasis water is a recurring poison is unverifiable, but it's undoubtedly problematic. The first time I entered the dungeon, I drank the water, and the desert tribesmen I saw were all men dressed as women. But this time, after the author's prior information, no one in the exploration group drank the water, so we didn't see any cross-dressing gang members. What we saw, aside from the boy leading the group, who still looked human, were all skeletons wearing dancers' dresses. Some bones had obvious signs of being gnawed, while others were simply broken pieces pieced back together. When I first entered, these cross-dressing gang members were initially NPCs. By the end, after completing the storyline and breaking up, they became LV-35 Oasis bandits when they entered the battle. However, this time, since we didn't drink water and didn't receive the illusion buff, the skeletons we saw were passive monsters from the start, showing as LV-40 Star Crab Family Bandit skeletons. Since their levels were higher than ours, whose cultivation was restricted by the dungeon, everyone in the exploration group decided not to act rashly and focus on the storyline. Oh, by the way, I need to explain something here. Although we didn't drink water, after initially exploring the illusion and failing to find any NPCs or monsters in the Oasis, we made a bold decision. We didn't actually drink the Oasis water, but we all pretended to drink it. After we did this, a boy dressed as a woman appeared with a group of pink skeletons. So drinking water, or rather, making these people think we drank the Oasis water, is a crucial part of the storyline. After entering the storyline, no matter what excuses we used to try to leave, the young man would use various means to force us to return to his tribe. However, from this point on, the storylines for male and female players diverge. I first explain the male perspective, and my companion will later explain the female perspective. This time, we entered the dungeon as a group of 12 male and 12 female players. After my initial mishap, I realized this dungeon might have a gender-restricted plot, so I intentionally controlled the number of male and female players when forming the exploration group. We initially speculated that female players might have an advantage entering this dungeon, or that they would be assigned male roles upon entering. But we were completely wrong. First, from the male player's perspective, they were led to a tent. While they were drinking water, they were greeted by adorable young men dressed as various women, offering them a variety of delicious food and drinks. Without water, they were met by a group of skeletons dressed in dancers' outfits, leaking even more from the top and bottom, bringing them a pile of rotting, smelly meat, crawling with some kind of fat, white insect I won't name. Then, the only non-skeleton boy will force you to eat. I ate it during the first normal scene, and then was instantly stunned. Oh, the stun state here is a force buff that prevents you from controlling your body, but your consciousness remains, so you won't be offline. You watch as a group of burly men carry you like a princess, to a level 40 sand sea star crab. During this time, with a buff, you can't move or fight monsters, and can only use the identify spell, with a high chance of failure. You be eaten by the star crab boss while fully anesthetized, and then die and exit the dungeon, smile. If you don't eat the food, you be forced into combat. All previously passive monsters and NPCs will become active monsters, and the entire oasis will become a battlefield. The young man will transform into a LV-43 Star Crab Family Bandit Priest, leading Star Crab Family Bandit Skeletons, to surround the player. If you escape the tent and run outside at this time, the Star Crab will appear, but this time it will be LV-45. We initially thought we were being tricked by the dungeon, forced to suppress the monster's level, but then the monster's level increased. However, at this moment, there's a new development on the female player's side. First floor Melissa Kubo. Let me start with the plot's divergence point. In the oasis, the bandit skeletons split the male and female players into two groups. They took the male players into the tent and locked us in a nearby animal pen before leaving. Camels were kept in the outer enclosures of this animal pen, while in the inner enclosures lay the severely decomposed bodies of several women, all dead. Their clothing was tattered, their bodies mutilated, and the wounds suggested they had been hacked off with axes and machetes. A bloody whip, axe, and machete hung at the entrance to the animal pen, and blood-stained plates lay on the table. We suspected these women were also travelers who had entered the oasis, and that something terrible had happened to them, both in life and after death. These bandits likely sacrificed the men from outside to the star crabs, while keeping the women for themselves. Considering the DM we heard upon entering the dungeon, we suspect the core obsession of this dungeon stems from these dead women, perhaps one of them, or perhaps their shared desire. Their wish was to kill everyone here. When we reached this conclusion, we all received a system notification saying we had cracked the true storyline of Illusion, Desert Oasis, reaching 95% exploration, and unlocking a side story and a save point. The side story involved searching for a head. We discovered a skeleton in a haystack deep inside the animal pen. It was wearing a red dress, but the skull was missing. After accepting the quest, we heard footsteps outside the pen. It was clearly the bandits returning, likely planning to attack us. Although our weapons had been confiscated initially in the oasis, what weapons did a druid need? My contracted animal was a bear, and I summoned a possession on the spot, overturning the entire pen and killing everyone. Just as my bear overturned a skeleton's frame, and we all rushed out, we heard a woman's laughter from the void. It sounded very much like the voice in the DM, but softer, as if she were extremely happy. Then we heard a system notification announcing that the level limit for the illusion had been lifted, the save point had been successfully activated, and the save had been processed. We all returned to our original levels, and then immediately entered the battle. Our average level was 43 against the enemy's level 40. It wasn't a huge level difference, but it was still a difference, and the fight was a relentless, savage fight. We later learned that when our level limit was lifted, the boys' limit had also been lifted at the same time. In fact, at this point, all the story puzzles in the dungeon should have been completed, and the actual combat would begin. The animal pen and the tent were not far away, and we all quickly reunited. We were a full squad, and our average level was slightly higher than that of the average monster, comparable to the mini-boss. Our highest level sword was even higher than the star crabs. The subsequent battles were a foregone conclusion, perhaps even less thrilling than the beast tide. As we finished slaying all the monsters, the sun just rose from the horizon. It's hard to describe the scene. It's like the end of a horror movie, where the heroine kills the killer with a chainsaw, and then the sky brightens, the sun rises, and the light seems to illuminate everything, dispelling all darkness. Black smoke rose from the skeletons and crabs. As a druid, I purified them all, sealing them in a bottle. After purification, the skeletons and the young priest's corpse vanished, as if they were monsters constructed entirely of contamination, leaving nothing behind. After the cleansing, the star crab still had a body, but it seemed to have been corroded by obsession for years, rotten from the inside out. Every wound we opened oozed a foul-smelling, rotting juice. The smell was so overpowering that none of us could make it through to harvest the materials. But considering the crab was only level 45, we probably wouldn't have much good to offer, so we let it go. The system had already informed us that we had completed the main quest and could exit the dungeon, but we had also accepted a side quest, so we shared it and planned to complete it together before leaving. We had originally thought we might have to search the oasis thoroughly to find the missing skull, but then a male player mentioned seeing a skull in their large tent, which the young priest had placed on his table. We rushed back to the tent and found the skull, as expected. We then collected the women's remains and buried them on a rocky hilltop at the highest point of the oasis, where the sunrise was first visible. After we finished, the system notified us that we had 100% completed the true storyline, reached the true ending, and completely purified the entire illusion, and gave us 2 rewards. One reward was a crystal ball called Illusion Core, Desert Oasis. The system indicated that its sole function was to repeatedly replay the true storyline of the illusion. After we finished watching it once, it disintegrated and disappeared. We saved the video and attached a link for those interested. It generally follows our deductions. The second reward was a crystal necklace, with question marks displayed from the name to the attributes. We also tried using the appraisal technique, but no matter how we did it, the system always gave a question mark. It seemed like it must be something of considerable significance. At this point, we have no idea how to appraise it, nor do we know its true value. Does anyone know how to dispose of this item? If you have any leads or are willing to purchase it, please contact me. Second floor, OP. Although the rewards dropped from this dungeon are still a mystery, I personally feel a special sense of accomplishment after completing it. I rarely play puzzle games. I mostly play martial arts games with all sorts of action and violence. But this dungeon, this plot, inexplicably, makes me feel a sense of unpleasant karma. The star crabs corrupted the nomadic tribe, turning the people into evil spirits who accomplished the evil. Then, the obsession of the innocent woman who died of torture in turn corrupted the star crabs, dragging the enemies, who brought all their misfortune into an inescapable illusion. Ultimately, they were purified by us righteous players. I'm not saying this, but the team's design of allowing the false ending to be played multiple times, while the true ending can only be played once, seems to have elevated the entire dungeon's plot. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I suddenly want to play the Clock Tower Town dungeon again. Chapter 103. I didn't expect these players to actually create the true ending. I guess this dungeon wouldn't last long, but these players are clearing it so quickly. You watched the video of the core of the illusion, and the content was indeed consistent with the player's speculation. The core of this illusion's obsession wasn't the boy or the tribe, but a woman in a red dress among the travelers who had strayed into the illusion. She was a dancer from a wandering dance troupe passing through. The troupe had intended to restock their water supply in a desert oasis, but were murdered. Those burly men weren't wearing eye-catching dancer costumes. They simply wore headscarves and cloth skirts, disguising themselves as stout women. Just as they raised their axes to kill the woman in the red dress, she burst into mad laughter and cursed, "Die! Die! All of you!" The man chopped off her head with an axe, but her lingering resentment and vengeance coalesced into a core obsession, merging with the greatest source of pollution here: the desert star crabs. A mirage emerged, shrouded in mist. The evildoers, horrified, discovered they could no longer escape the mirage. Their clothes transformed into the dance dress of the slain woman, a profound irony. They lived in constant fear, trapped within the mirage, deprived of food and water, and treated as food by the star crabs. Yes, the crabs, tainted by their obsession, knew they were all men disguised as women. They watched their companions, one by one, being devoured by the star crabs, only to be reduced to dry bones, awaken and move, ultimately dying in madness. However, after the revenge against the desert tribe was complete, the core obsession, inextricably linked to the star crab's contamination, prevented it from killing the star crab it had attached itself to, the cause of all the misfortunes. Despite its unfulfilled wish, its obsession remained, and the illusion persisted. Gradually, the core obsession was tainted by the star crab's increasingly vigorous desire to feed, gathering the twisted obsessions of even more deceased individuals. These evil beings awoke once more in the form of illusions, continuing their old ways within the illusion and constantly attacking travelers. The dragon slayer ultimately became a dragon, while the evil beings the core obsession sought for revenge were given a second life, fueled by the star crab's craving for food, and continued to slaughter travelers within the illusion. Watching the innocent people continue to die, the core's resentment deepened, its obsession intensified, and the illusion continued to distort. Until the adventurers slew the star crab and buried the woman and her companions, who had died filled with obsession, they finally purified the core of the illusion. Once the core obsession dissipated, the remaining obsessions gradually dissipated and vanished like rootless duckweed. MOU closed the video. So this dungeon has a second half. I thought it was just a story about a man disguised as a woman who hijacked the oasis, but it's actually a revenge dungeon for a female ghost. Well, the woman's obsession is revenge, and the star crab's obsession is food. The two combined have twisted into this paradoxical illusion. The more travelers the star crab eats, the deeper the woman's obsession becomes, and the illusion grows even stronger. It really does feel like a twist of fate, a cycle of cause and effect. Based on his years of planning experience, such a plot in such a simple dungeon would be easy to crack, but players could discern a different flavor when they carefully savored it, truly inspiring players to explore the dungeon. You continue to scroll through the posts, and sure enough, a bunch of new players were clamoring to experience the dungeon, saying they discovered the allure of the dungeon and wanted to try the Clock Tower Town dungeon too. Hey, that dungeon isn't that simple. It's basically a high-level dungeon next to the novice village. In the Desert Oasis dungeon, the obsession of a woman and the desires of a star crab alone can twist the script of fate and human nature. And in Clock Tower Town, there's a whole town of twisted obsessions. Who is the core of the obsession in that dungeon? MOU had originally guessed it was the bishop, since the old sigh in the DM was undoubtedly the bishop's voice. But if the DM could also be the most memorable scene seen or heard by the core obsessive during their death memory, then the scope of the obsessive expanded beyond the bishop to include everyone who had ever met the bishop. Sure enough, it's best to leave this kind of complex puzzle solving to the players. I'm just a small-time planner. How would I know what the screenwriter of Destiny has written? MOU closed his laptop and stretched. Time to go home. Tea first. MOU frowned, sensing something was amiss. Wait, didn't Chiochio and the others make milk tea? Doesn't that mean they have tea? Yet Chiochio happened to be online, so MOU simply sent a quest and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. When Chiochio brought the milk tea, he casually asked about tea. Yes, the elves have tea, Chiochio said. But tea plants are hard to grow. They only grow in their territory. Some of them love tea and carry fresh tea leaves around in their space props. We exchanged some with them and fermented, dried, and roasted them ourselves. Right now, we only have 2 basic flavors, black tea and green tea. Once we find jasmine, we try a scented tea flavor. We haven't found coffee or cocoa yet, but making some yuanong milk tea or hot chocolate would be fantastic. Nikukyu, somewhat addicted to research and development, said with a lingering feeling. MOU was very supportive. He'd been craving coffee for a while, and he wondered when Leah would finally cash in on the beans. But if he couldn't have coffee, black tea would be fine. MOU bought Nikukyu a small can of black tea, planning to use it to keep him awake while working overtime. He also let her know that he'd be collaborating closely with the elves, and that the druids would soon have another mission. Nikukyu, pleased with the results of this takeout delivery, happily went off to work. MOU placed the teapot on the counter, quite satisfied. The more work the players did for him, the less he had to do himself. Soon, he'd be able to live a life of lying back, drinking milk tea, and reading novels, earning money. Speaking of money, he kept half the money in the company account for operating funds, and paid the other half to himself as salary. He also changed the account used to pay for internet and server fees to the company account, and even upgraded the forum server to eliminate the players' constant complaints about the slow loading speed of the forum after the increase in videos and images. Who told you to upload so many high-definition images and videos? Thankfully, this otherworldly online game required no development costs, making it easy to turn a profit. Now the game was finally self-sustaining, barely breaking even. MOU could finally collect a salary, no longer having to pay for internet out of pocket. The unscrupulous world elf, Leah, who had just scraped together enough money for the elves' journey home and could only afford to pay for coffee beans on credit, rested her head on MOU's shoulder, shook her little head, and winked at him cutely. MOU, with a mixture of helplessness and amusement, rubbed his boss's head with his index finger. There was nothing he could do. He had to earn his own salary and support his own boss. And that unlucky boss had a whole world to save. He picked up another cup of milk tea and went downstairs to find Aiyan. Yuhua Dengxian had once again entered the Clock Tower Town dungeon. This was his 33rd time in the dungeon, but the content he had discovered was still very limited. Looking at the densely packed strategy notes in his notebook, Yuhua Dingxian rubbed his temples, still unable to find the key to solving the puzzle. This game has an incredibly rich variety of content, and its updates are so frequent. Most players are keen on leveling up, farming, and exploring the main storyline. Recently, there's even been a surge in sightseeing, photo-taking, and fishing. However, due to the difficulty of the fantasy dungeons and the hidden clues, players gain very little experience each time they enter, rarely find any equipment, and die easily, resulting in a low participation rate. In short, the rewards are low and the difficulty is high, so most people aren't interested in playing. This makes it difficult for Yuhua Dingxian to find a dungeon partner. His forum posts on puzzle guides are always updated by himself, with no other contributors. Thankfully, puzzle dungeons have no group size restrictions, allowing solo players to explore and gain a bit more freedom. Strangely, the official team seemed oblivious to the dungeon's lack of popularity, with no promotional activities or additional achievement rewards. Their attitude was completely unconcerned, as if they were waiting for someone with the right destiny to play. But for Yuhua Dingxian, a Cthulhu role-playing player who was both a novice and a fan, the dungeon design was quite appealing. He had just completed the first kill of the Desert Oasis dungeon with EP51, Melissa Kubo, and the others. The dungeon storyline was well written, and the difficulty level was well designed. Compared to the Clock Tower Town dungeon, it felt more like a beginner's guide dungeon. After completing the first kill, everyone watched the storyline video for the core of the illusion and earned the Desert Oasis Illusion Purifier achievement, along with 2,000 military merit points and a generous amount of experience points from the system. Melissa Kubo also found an unknown crystal necklace. After trying various methods to identify it, they couldn't find a successful identification. Finally, they decided to sell it in Melissa's shop, with the proceeds distributed equally among everyone by the magic puppets. After the team disbanded, Melissa Kubo reviewed the game and wrote a guide for the game One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains. After finishing, she discovered a lot of new insights into the story, and suddenly felt a mixture of emotions, itching to play another dungeon. To sum it up simply, it's this dungeon, it's so good. The successful purification of that dungeon also gave Yuhua Dingxian some inspiration for his approach to the Clock Tower Town dungeon. The three, still eager to learn more, hit it off and formed another 3-person team to enter the Clock Tower Town dungeon together. Chapter 104. Current dungeon distortion level, 75%, current dungeon difficulty, hard, current dungeon purification progress, 66%, both the distortion level and the purification level have increased. Yuhua Dingxian looked around, and saw that the townspeople looked normal. He said, "Looks like this is the first cycle. Not many players play this dungeon, which is a good thing." EP51 said, "Players entering this dungeon in a single large cycle will influence each other. This setting means that the starting player is very important. If you're a skilled player, you be carried away. If you're a newbie, the game will get increasingly difficult." Melissa Kubo had never played this dungeon before. Before entering, EP51 and Yuhua Dingxian had explained these precautions. "So what do we do now? Side quests?" "No, let's change our approach this time." Yuhua Dingxian said, "We used to complete side quests first to ensure we could leave, but after completing side quests, it's usually half a day or a whole day. This time, we go straight to the Church of Light and keep a close eye on the bishop. That voice in the DM is definitely the bishop. If he's not the owner of the core obsession, then that person must be with him." The other two agreed, and the three of them immediately rushed to the church. "By the way, don't you think all the core obsessions is a bit awkward?" Melissa Kubo asked. "Then? What's a shorthand for it? Core people? Core." Yuhua Dingxian's mind went blank. "Ghost." So happily decided. Melissa Kubo clenched her right fist and wrapped it against her left palm, concluding the truth. "No! How could it be a vengeful ghost?" Yuhua Dingxian was bewildered. "Think about it. The core obsession of the illusion is surely the strongest and most resentful, right? And it's always generated at the moment of death. Isn't our dungeon run just like a Taoist priest catching vengeful ghosts?" EP51, "That seems to make sense. It's also short and catchy." Yuhua Dingxian, "No, a good counter-themed puzzle dungeon has become a Taoist priest catching ghosts. Then why don't you pick one?" Yuhua Dingxian, He gave in. "Never mind. A vengeful ghost is a vengeful ghost. It's catchy." They were joking and laughing, and soon arrived in front of the church. They had arrived very early this time, and the church gates hadn't yet opened. However, Yuhua Dingxian had already located the church's backyard entrance, so he led the two of them around. As they reached the back door, they heard an argument inside. Why me? It was a young man's voice. Because this is something only you can do. An old voice sighed, sounding exactly like the one in the DM. The three of them stealthily pushed the back door, but it didn't budge. Yijian Paqianshan looked up at the height of the wall, waved to Yuhua Dingxian, and half-crouched. Yuhua Dingxian understood, stepped on Yijian Paqianshan's shoulders, climbed the wall, and stealthily poked his head out. In the courtyard, the old bishop was arguing with a blonde boy. So the Sai and the DM was indeed the old bishops. And who was that blonde boy? You are the next son of God. Drake. The circuit order has chosen you. You can no longer refuse. The old bishop's tone was clearly filled with suppressed anger. This is a responsibility, an obligation you have held since birth. I refuse. You didn't even give me the right to choose. The blonde boy roared back, whoever wants to be the son of God can be the son of God. Where's Aelian? He's still alive. Slap. The bishop slapped the blonde boy, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. Take it back? Don't you understand? Becoming the son of God is far superior to being reduced to a vessel. Aelian has chosen his own path, and this is your chance. The day of the god's birthday is the day of the god's descent. The old bishop took a deep breath. The oracle is clear. Accept your fate, child. This concerns the future of our entire town. The blonde boy covered his slapped face and said nothing. Alas! The old bishop sighed. He suddenly looked much older, his back slightly hunched. Think about it. He turned and walked back into the church. The young man wiped his tears with his sleeve and headed for the back door. Yuhua Dingxian hurriedly jumped down, signaling Yijian Paqianshan and the others that one of them was about to leave. The back door creaked open, and the blonde boy emerged. He instinctively glanced in Yuhua Dingxian's direction before turning and leaving. Hey, don't you think? Melissa Kubo swallowed and lowered her voice. He looks a lot like the statue of the god of light. Very similar. And his eyes are one green and one yellow, so they're heterochromatic. He seems like a key NPC. Let's catch up. The three of them trailed the young man from a distance, chatting about the plot as they followed. I always feel like the short plot just now contains so much information. The bishop just asked what happened to Aelian. What about becoming the son of God and the vessel of corruption? I don't know. Isn't Aelian still the son of God? So where did the next son of God go? Did he die in this illusion? Since he's here, he must be dead. Maybe he's the vengeful ghost? He seems to have quite a lot of grudges. A lot of grudges, right? Could it be that we couldn't find clues before because we always miss the crucial plot points? That's possible. So where's he going? The three of them watched the young man turn a corner and immediately followed him. The next second, they saw a deserted street. A sword breaks 1,000 mountains, and a ferry ascends to heaven. Melissa Kubo? ? Lost him? No way. We only turned the corner in a few seconds. Melissa Kubo was shocked. But the street ahead was deserted, not a single soul in sight. Where is this? A sword breaks 1,000 mountains, and a ferry ascends to heaven. Here. A ferry ascends to heaven, and after a moment's reflection, he realizes that this place is very close to the small park where they encountered the traveling merchant. Not far ahead is the theater where the merchant had been hiding. After he told the other two, Melissa Kubo's eyes widened in confusion. Why is that boy here? This area seemed always quiet. Even during the first round, no one seemed to be coming. The three of them searched the streets, but couldn't find the blonde boy. Did he spot us? Hiding on purpose? Yijian Paqianshan speculated. Yuhua Dingxian didn't think that was possible. The boy hadn't even glanced back at them, not as if he noticed they were following him. Could there be some secret passage or trap here? Melissa Kubo fumbled around. He was out of sight for less than a minute. Judging by his walking distance, he's probably around here. She bumped into something, and the large bluestone brick on the ground suddenly flipped over, swallowing her in. Yuhua Dingxian, Yijian Paqianshan, surprise. Wow, there really is a secret passage. Yuhua Dingxian looked closely, and saw that the trap Melissa Kubo had touched was also a shrine, almost identical to the one he and Barbecue Squid had discovered in the small park. Melissa Kubo had also sent a message via the chat. Melissa Kubo, the statue's hand is a switch. Shake his hand. There's a secret passage behind. Yuhua Dingxian hurriedly reached for the statue's hand. The statue's hand stretched downward, a gesture that cast light upon the earth. Its index and pinky fingers could be bent inward. As they shook hands, The blue bricks on the ground flipped, and Yu Dengxian and Ijin Pokianshan landed one after the other. Below was a slide. They slid all the way to the bottom, and saw Melissa Kubo descending first. It's quite deep here, Yu Dengxian calculated. They had been sliding diagonally down, so they were at least 30 to 50 meters underground. Where's that boy? Ijin Pokianshan asked. I haven't seen him. He might be up ahead. Melissa Kubo said, I just checked. This underground cave seems to be man-made. It looks a bit eerie. There's an echo as we go in. Let's keep our footsteps quiet. If we can use the channel, don't talk to avoid alerting them. Yu Dengxian nodded and looked around. They were in a small stone chamber, the walls bearing clear signs of excavation. The walls were damp, water-stained, and covered in moss. Behind them was the entrance to the slide they had just descended. The slope was steep, making it impossible to return the same way. On either side were walls, and directly ahead was an archway, pitch black, leading nowhere. Regardless, their only option was to move forward. Ijin Pokianshan, that young man. Drake, right? He looks suspicious. Yu Dengxian, no need to be suspicious. Be confident. He's come to a place like this, so he must be an important NPC. Maybe he's the real vengeful ghost. Melissa Kubo, that name is also a bit suspicious. I remember Drake meaning dragon, and it appears in many games. Maybe it's a reference. Smiley face. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, so there's a dragon underground, right? Ha ha ha. Yu Dengxian, Melissa Kubo, One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, I'm just saying. Yu Dengxian, that's hard to say. I've been wondering what kind of disaster could sink an entire town into the ground overnight. Even if it were a sacrifice to the evil god, there shouldn't be such a big reaction. They can't just summon the evil god himself, right? This is the desert inland, and Mr. K wouldn't descend here. Yu Dengxian. But if it's not an evil god, but a dragon underground, then why is there such a commotion? That makes sense. Melissa Kubo, it can't be that straightforward. Besides, in many games, Drake also has demons. The meaning of Dracula doesn't necessarily refer to dragons. And I think that the scene just now looked more like the Church of Light planning a divine descent than the arrival of an evil god. Chapter 105. The three of them made their way through the dark corridor, tiptoeing cautiously while frantically discussing the plot on the chat room. Yu Dengxian, God's Descent? Is that the God's Descent I'm thinking of? Ijin Pokianshan, the day of the god's birthday is the day of the god's descent. The old bishop did just say that. Melissa Kubo, and look at his face, doesn't it look unmistakably like the god of light? Is there some dark tradition or secret within the Church of Light that selects a group of sons of God every so many years, and then chooses the right body from among them? Yu Dengxian, then is our wife one of the chosen ones? Ijin Pokianshan, according to what the bishop just said, those who become sons of God have two choices. Either become a son of God, or fall into degradation as a vessel. It seems that young man was chosen by the itinerant order to become a son of God. Melissa Kubo, does that mean Aelian chose to fall and become a vessel? What vessel? Why does that sound so sleazy? Cough. Oh shit. Melissa Kubo quickly reined in her racing thoughts, suddenly thinking it would have been better if it was Nikukyu or Xianyu who had gone to the dungeon with her. She felt completely at odds with two male players. Just as Melissa Kubo bit down hard on the inside of her mouth, stifling the urge to wipe the NPC, Ijin Pokianshan heard rustling sounds coming from the corridor ahead. Ijin Pokianshan, hey guys, did you hear anything? Ijin Pokianshan, it seems like there's rustling noises up ahead. Honestly, I had this nagging sense of deja vu. He stopped, trying to think where he had seen a similar scene before. Yu Dengxian went straight ahead. When he reached the end of the corridor, he found that the front was suddenly open. He couldn't see clearly in the darkness, but it seemed to be a cave, or a larger room. Boom! Suddenly, Yu Dengxian was yanked back into the corridor by the people behind him. A massive flesh-colored object crashed into the spot where he had just stood. Still terrified, Yu Dengxian hadn't even seen what had attacked him when Ijin Pokianshan shouted, "Run back! That's the monster in the hotel basement!" Shit! Yu Dengxian immediately scrambled back, fearing the flesh-colored creature would squeeze in and devour them. So that's what swallowed you and Brother Lujo. What the hell is that? Melissa Kubo, who had fallen behind, didn't even see the monster clearly before the two of them rushed back. Wait, have you forgotten there's no way back? Shit! Ijin Pokianshan finally stopped and drew his sword, still terrified. Does anyone know what level that thing is? Melissa Kubo asked again. I don't know. The first time I faced Luzhou Laoju in a dungeon, I was devoured. That thing's speed was so fast, I didn't even have time to cast Identify. Yijian Paqianshan wiped his face. Honestly, I still have this psychological scar. I see, buddy. Yu Hua Dingxian patted his shoulder sympathetically. We can't escape back. There's no way back there. If the monsters break in, we'd definitely be dead. Melissa Kubo reasoned rationally. I go ahead and cast Identify to see if I can defeat them. If I can, we can go outside. There's more room outside. She tiptoed out and quickly tiptoed back, her face grim. Not good. That thing is a level 55 Macrophagus Worm King. It's not just a small monster, it's a boss. Yu Hua Dingxian patted Yijian Paqianshan again. Honestly, your previous deaths weren't unjust. It's not a question of unjust now. Melissa Kubo said, that thing's blocking the way, waiting for us to poke our heads out and devour us. We definitely can't defeat it at level 55. What should we do? Or should we call for reinforcements? Yu Hua Dingxian suggested, let's all enter the same dungeon in a big cycle and call for help. The highest level player in the server is right in front of you. Who are you going to call for help? Melissa Kubo rolled her eyes. Call an NPC? What about committing suicide to get out of the dungeon? Yijian Paqianshan asked, as long as your body isn't eaten, there's no death penalty, right? It's better than being devoured by a Macrophagus worm, right? Isn't your only option to force us out of the dungeon? We finally made some progress. Melissa Kubo looked unwilling. Yu Hua Dingxian scratched his head. How about we try transforming into octopuses? Yijian Paqianshan, perhaps, but we need to think long-term. Melissa is a druid. Once she transforms into an octopus, she won't be able to cleanse us. The three of us will have to restore our sanity on our own. Melissa Kubo also said, let's drink less, as long as our sanity is above the limit. Keep the sealed bottle handy, and drink more whenever you need it. The nearest exit is the hotel basement. The itinerant cult lives upstairs. If we leave in octopus form, we'd definitely be mistaken for the evil god's followers and killed on the spot. Give it a try, maybe it'll work. It's just a stealth battle where you constantly change your form. He's played this kind of game a lot, though not in VR, so he's familiar with the process. As a druid, Melissa Kubo has a practically unlimited supply of sealed bottles filled with contamination. The three of them sipped them carefully, striving to keep the contamination level below -10. 3 freshly baked octopus dumplings began crawling through the passage. 2 were very agile, while one's left tentacle tangled with its right. Yu Hua Dingxian, Yijian Paqianshan, Don't laugh. I've been a druid with full sanity ever since I entered the game and completed the newbie orientation. It's normal to be unfamiliar with an octopus body. Melissa Kubo gritted her teeth and struggled, fiddling for a long time before finally untangling her tentacles. Yu Hua Dingxian, Yijian Paqianshan silently turned away, barely suppressing a laugh. Melissa Kubo was having trouble adapting to her 8-tentacle body. She tumbled on the ground for a long time, unable to move much. The other 2 octopuses couldn't bear to watch, so they each lifted her up above their heads. Melissa Kubo? ? Fortunately, the octopuses had plenty of tentacles, and even with another one on their heads, they still had plenty to crawl on. The 3 octopuses, playing Jenga, swaggered out, passing right under the eyes of the giant worm. Oh, it had no eyes. Then, they quietly slipped through the door behind the giant worm, which led to the hotel basement. They didn't go upstairs, but hid among the messy boxes in the hotel basement for a while, only breathing a sigh of relief when their sanity returned to normal and they regained their human form. Melissa Kubo looked gloomy. Her sanity needed to return to 100% before she could use purification, and her druid's contracted beast skills would transmit contamination, and she didn't want to harm her adorable bear. This effectively disabled all her druid skills, forcing her to remain a hunter for the time being. But this outcome was still much better than committing suicide in the dungeon. They regrouped and made their way up from the inn's basement. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Did that boy really come here? Why couldn't he just walk through the ground to the inn? Why did he have to go underground? Melissa Kubo, I guess he has something shady to do? Hey, how did he get through the macrophagia worm? Yu Hua Dingxian, he's not going to kill the itinerant cult members, is he? Yijian, the last time we went to the dungeon together, when Ialian appeared, didn't Nikukyu and the others say they saw all the itinerant cult members killed? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Shit, They thought they died because of the otherworld reversal. So, weren't they killed by Ialian after the otherworld reversal, but were they already dead in the illusion? Melissa Kubo? ? They climbed the stairs in 2 steps. EP51 had been here before, and was familiar with the inn's structure. He peeked out first. The stairwell was empty. The innkeeper and staff were busy in the lobby, just as they had been the 6 of them the previous time they gone down the otherworld reversal. EP51, no one's in the stairwell. Let's go upstairs and check. They were halfway up when they smelled a strong stench of blood. EP51 cursed silently. He quickly drew his sword and rushed into the guest room, following the smell of blood. The room was covered in blood and black slime. People wearing the white robes of the Church of Light lay scattered here and there, each with a gaping hole in their chest, blood still gushing out, not yet coagulated. In the middle of the room stood the blond boy, his back to the group. His robe was completely stained red with blood. In his hand, he held a steaming heart, bringing it to his lips and taking a bite. You what Dengxian? Shit! The blond boy turned back to look at them, a bloody smile on his face. Beneath his feet, countless gigantic tentacles formed from pitch-black shadows shot out, aiming at the hearts of the group. Holy crap! EP51 bent down, dodging the tentacle hurtling toward his heart with a classic Matrix-style bullet-dodging maneuver. The massive, dark shadow tentacle grazed his nose and pierced the wall behind him, instantly creating a large hole. Holy crap! Yuhua Dengxian slipped and fell to the ground, just avoiding the tentacle's attack. Melissa Kubo leaned forward and fired. Several arrows struck the tentacles, but seemed to pass through a puff of black smoke, causing no damage and falling directly to the ground. Chapter 106. What the hell is this? Melissa Kubo looked incredulous. Can these tentacles turn into smoke? EP51 glanced back at the large hole in the wall. It seems this skill is physical when attacking, but illusory when defending. Yuhua Dengxian frantically cast identification spells, finally finding a result amidst countless misses. Dark Sun Drake LV85. Choosing self-preservation over his own interests and the justice of the Church of Light, he devoted himself to the Son of Darkness. He has become a follower of Nyarlathotep and gained the ability of Crawling Chaos, bestowed upon him by Nyarlathotep. Crawling Chaos. Chaos lurks in the shadows. When attacking, it transforms into strong and powerful shadow tentacles, basic form. It can also transform into any form or object under the control of its master, alternative form. When attacked, it disintegrates into Chaos Shadow again. In Chaos Shadow form, physical attacks are ineffective. Yuhua Dengxian's eyes widened, and he instinctively took a screenshot. He's the big boss. He's one of Nyako's. Yuhua Dengxian shouted to his 2 companions, then rolled over, barely avoiding the attack of the shadow tentacles. The shadow tentacles had dug a large dent in the ground, and through the punctured ceiling, Yuhua Dengxian could see the people drinking in the hall below. However, the people downstairs seemed to be in another world, going about their daily routines, completely oblivious to the movements above them. His skill is called Crawling Chaos. He only transforms into a shadow tentacle when attacking, but he can also transform into other forms. When attacked, he transforms into Chaos Shadow, which grants him immunity to physical attacks. Yuhua Dengxian scrambled across the ground to avoid the tentacles, not forgetting to promptly report the crucial information from his identification spell. Immune only to physical attacks? What about magic? Melissa Kubo quickly grasped the key point. It's okay if it's not mentioned. EP51 pulled out a cauldron, hot oil. The shadowy tentacles instantly dissipated into black smoke, but were still doused in the boiling oil. Though the tentacles lacked vocalizations, the rustling and scraping sounds formed a strange, shrill whistle. Due to the significant level difference, the attack, while effective, only dealt a mere -20 damage. Good news. The health bar has been broken. EP51 shouted. Bad news, a Sha attack. Yuhua Dengxian howled. He's level 85. It would be strange if he didn't get a Sha attack. Such an important thing, you should tell me first. There's a level difference of over 30. What's the point of fighting? EP51 roared. Run! Melissa Kubo acted decisively, flipping out of the inn window. She pulled an arrow with a string from her quiver and shot it into the opposite wall. The arrow slid down the string and landed perfectly on the ground. EP51 followed suit, leaping directly from the 2nd floor. He pulled a kitchen knife from his belt and stabbed it into the wall to slow his fall. As the bone cutter carved a long slash into the mud wall, he escaped safely. Yuhua Dengxian, surrounded by tentacles, cried out for help, casting spell after spell, barely scraping off a layer of skin before a thick tentacle pierced his heart, effectively killing him. The 3 most powerful artifacts in Cthulhu's game, the Old Seal, the Crowbar, and your friends. Make sure you outrun your friends. Having sacrificed a teammate but managed to escape the battle, EP51 and Melissa Kubo dashed off without hesitation. However, perhaps because they had directly confronted the dungeon's hidden boss this time, the entire illusion had become eerie. The townspeople who had decorated the streets to celebrate the festival had vanished, replaced by all sorts of bizarre monsters from the Cthulhu mythos. What should we do? Melissa Kubo asked as she ran. We can't do the main or side quests anymore. How much sanity do you have? If it recovers, we just kill the monsters and exit the dungeon. EP51 glanced at the quest prompt on the panel. The guaranteed side quest for this dungeon required the entire party to kill 25 dungeon monsters and seal the contamination. Seal the contamination, and the druid's purification spell was required. Sanity 33%. Melissa Kubo was practically furious. Damn it! Is there no way to quickly restore sanity? Yes! EP51 suddenly had an idea. Go to the church and find the bishop. Yuhua Dingxian said the bishop has a cleansing ability that can quickly restore sanity. They immediately reversed course and rushed towards the church again. The area around the church seemed unaffected by the massive boss. The closer they got, the fewer monsters there were. The church door was open, and they sprinted inside, Melissa Kubo not forgetting to push it shut. After running all the way, the two took a breath before searching the church. It wasn't prayer time or gathering time, and the church hall was deserted. They continued inside and found the old bishop in a small room that looked like a prayer room. Esteemed bishop, we need your cleansing. Melissa Kubo spoke before the puzzled old bishop could ask. The old bishop looked at the two men in disarray and, without further question, nodded. He led them to the small room near the holy water pool off the main hall and performed the Church of Light's cleansing spell on them. As a druid, Melissa Kubo was sensitive to the difference between this spell and the druid's cleansing spell. While the druid's cleansing spell repelled, the Church of Light's cleansing spell was more like a short burst of ultra-high concentration, heat-free sunlight, instantly eliminating contamination. Is this considered ultraviolet, infrared, or invisible light sterilization? Ah, another person who has fully recovered from the evil god's contamination. The old bishop stared at them and sighed. There seem to be more and more people like you lately. This is a good thing, a good thing. This old bishop gave off a very strange vibe, but EP51 always felt that he was leaning towards the good side. He hesitated for a moment and said, Old bishop, can you tell us who Drake is? Drake? The old bishop was a little surprised. He is my adopted son, I suppose. How do you know him? Time was running out, so Melissa Kubo cut straight to the chase and said, We witnessed Drake killing members of the itinerant cult in the inn, and now he's hunting us. He's a follower of Nyarlathotep, and he can use a tentacle skill called Crawling Chaos. He's very difficult to deal with. The old bishop's wrinkled face was filled with shock, and he blurted out, What? That child? How could it be? He's the chosen son of God. Son of God? What's that? Isn't it the son of God? The two players looked puzzled. The old bishop simply sighed deeply and remained silent. He waved at the two, motioning them to leave. He sat down by the pool, seemingly lost in endless sorrow and pain. Wait, don't get stuck in this. Melissa Kubo was practically furious. What's wrong with these NPCs? They're half-hearted and keeping us in suspense. There must be some pre-storyline that hasn't been unlocked. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains was quite used to it. Let's go kill some low-level monsters and leave the dungeon, otherwise we won't be able to defeat the main force when they catch up. As a veteran player, Melissa Kubo understood the NPC's nature intellectually, but she still felt annoyed. The two returned to the church entrance. A few small monsters had already gathered at the entrance, but fortunately, their levels were still within their control. Melissa Kubo summoned her contracted bear and vented her rage on the monsters at the church entrance. Even when a druid isn't using skills like possession or transformation, the summoned contracted beast can still fight monsters on its own, effectively adding a companion to the battlefield. While EP51 and the bear worked hard to kill monsters, Melissa Kubo could focus on purifying the contamination from the monster corpses. The low-level missions for the dungeon don't prioritize monster level, only quantity. Since they were small, they simply targeted low-level monsters and quickly met the requirement of killing 25 monsters and sealing the contamination. More monsters appeared on the street corner, and the familiar shadowy tentacles swayed in the distance. The two dared not delay, pressing the exit button almost the instant the mission was complete. The illusion suddenly vanished, and they fell to the ground at its entrance. The two survivors either sprawled or lay on the ground, clutching their pounding hearts and letting out a long sigh. This is so thrilling. EP51 rolled over and lay on the ground. I used to do side quests and found them boring. I didn't expect the main quest to be so exciting. Ah, I really want to know what secrets the Church of Light holds. Melissa Kubo clenched her fists. No, I have to find someone to find out. Who? EP51 asked blankly. Of course, I go find my wife. Melissa Kubo said, the secrets of the Church of Light are naturally known only to those within it. Can matters within a dungeon be investigated outside of it? EP51's eyes widened. What a great idea. Wait a minute, I get a team together. Melissa Kubo opened her friends list and began frantically calling Nikukyu and Xianyuitio. I also need to see if Ayu is back online. Although sacrificing the slowest running teammate was standard practice, EP51 still felt a little guilty. He opened his friends list and typed, but there was no response. He then opened QQ and asked, Yuhua Dengxian, the system says I was stabbed in the heart. Although my body was successfully recovered, it needs repairs. It will take about half an hour before I can be back online. Yuhua Dengxian, how about you guys go first? I find you as soon as I'm back online. But you have to send me the video of the cloud playthrough later. I'm so curious about what happened after I died. Chapter 107. When Melissa Kubo found Xiaoqiu in Victory Square, Xiaoqiu was sitting with Xinyu, the winner of Tangnan Boiju's research. The milk tea in the otherworldly world not only perfectly replicated the real-world taste, but also offered the same benefits as in the real world, naturally proved popular with many players. With the support of high-ranking NPC votes from the Lord and the Sun, Xiaoqiu and her team stall unsurprisingly won the Top Delicious award. Because the food stalls required magic chefs to register, the prizes naturally went into Tangnan Boiju's backpack, having been forced by her cousin to practice magic chef. Fortunately, the unknown pet egg wasn't a bound item, so Tangnan Boiju had barely taken it out of his backpack when her cousin snatched it away. Can't you just let me research it? Tangnan Boiju, who hadn't even warmed up the eggshell, squatted on the ground beside him, drawing circles in a resentful manner. Then, her cousin sent him packing up the stall. He was a complete tool. How do I hatch this egg? I have no idea what it is, and I can't identify it. Nikukyu and Xianyu circled the egg, clearly unsure what to do. Just then, Melissa Kubo appeared, and Nikukyu grabbed her to examine it. Wow! You won! That's amazing! Congratulations! Melissa Kubo picked up the egg, examined it, and touched the shell. It looks a bit like a snake egg to me. Huh? A snake egg? How do you know? Nikyukyu's eyes widened. It's a bit elongated, unlike a bird's egg. And the shell is a bit tough. It's made of cuticle, not calcium. Melissa Kubo said, they look a bit like the eggs my pet snake lays, but this is another world, so I don't know how accurate they are. Anyway, why don't you take the eggs to Pharaoh's when you have time? Maybe the elf midget can recognize them. That's a good idea. Compared to that, Melissa Kubo returned the egg to Xiaoqiu. We made a super important discovery. She searched the player forums for a while, and sent Xiaoqiu and Xianyui the link to the video that Yuhua Dengxian had just uploaded in the guide post. Look at this. The three girls sat at a long table in the square and watched the video, each letting out simultaneous hiss, wow, and huh sounds at key moments. Niakikyu, eh. Salted fish, eh. They both turned to look at Melissa Kubo, who was also exclaiming in amazement. Weren't you there? I was outside the wall. Melissa Kubo pointed to the underside of the wall. I listened to the whole thing from the door, but this is the first time I've seen footage from this angle. Salted fish. That old bishop's words were so informative, talking about the Son of God, and the corrupted vessel. Ouch, why are my hands craving meat stew? Niakikyu, hand me a pen, boss. Please. A 250,000 word meaty story, please. Right. I've been wanting to show you this since I heard that. Melissa Kubo's eyes lit up. Oh yes, this boy is no ordinary guy either. We later discovered he's the boss of this dungeon. You really dug up this dungeon's main storyline? Xianyuitio explained in surprise. I thought this dungeon was just endless side quests. And the side quests aren't even connected to each other. Nikukyu was also troubled. I've been to this dungeon twice, and haven't been back since. I didn't expect the main storyline to contain so much information. Push the progress bar back. We followed this boy all the way from the underground passage to the inn. And he even had to transform into an octopus to bypass the Macrophagus Worm King. Then we found him sneaking into the inn and slaughtering the itinerant cult. Melissa Kubo said. This scene. Nikyukia's face was filled with shock. I seen this before in that reverse dungeon where Aalian appears. I thought the itinerant cult only died after being turned upside down in the inner world, but they died in the outer world too. Yeah. Melissa Kubo said, I met up with EP51, Yuhua Dengxian, and the others, and I realized we connected clues we found in several dungeon runs. But the dungeon exploration level requires thinking or deducing the truth within the dungeon to trigger. We were constantly being chased by bosses and monsters, so we had no time to sort it out, and no system prompts were triggered. We have no idea what the ending is. I feel like even if it's not a true ending, it's at least a good or normal ending. This plot point definitely connects to the main storyline. Shinyuichio repeatedly scrolled through the video. This boy is level 85. Almost catching up to Pharaoh's. The Son of Darkness. This description feels weird. Hee sister, I understand you, hee. One sword breaker, who had been completely ignored from the moment before, and had to sit next to Tang Minbo, while drinking unsold milk tea said, I really don't understand you girls. The crawling chaos is actually a shadow tentacles. Hey, that sounds interesting. Isn't Nairuko called the crawling chaos? This Drake can use this skill. Hey, my CP crazy mind is getting a little overwhelmed. I get it. EP51 silently glanced at Tang Nin Baozu next to him. Are they analyzing the dungeon clues, or are they trying to match up? Tang Nin Baozu took a long sip of milk tea, then, drawing on his years of experience with his cousin, analyzed it for a second before coming to the answer. They're producing food. EP51, Seeing that work was about to start, the office worker EP51 couldn't wait any longer. He said hello to a few girls, and asked them to let him know the results after they finished analyzing the situation. Then he quickly logged off. While the girls were still producing food and brainstorming clues, Shinyuichio rubbed his chin. I think there must be some secret within the Church of Light concerning the Sons of God. For some reason, I have a feeling this young man is really jealous of Aalian. Melissa Kubo nodded frantically. Yes. It's like he's treating his wife like an imaginary enemy. Shinyuichio continued, the Sons of God, and the Sons of God must also have some connection. Is it that the Sons of God are chosen from among the Sons of God, and the unselected become vessels of corruption? Oh, that feels a little bitter. Nikyukiyu, I always feel like the Church of Light isn't a serious place. Say, should I ask my wife? Melissa Kubo said, he's the Son of God, after all. He must know the secrets of the Church of Light, right? But I don't think Aalian would tell us. Shinyuichio fell into deep thought. A knight with his personality, if he truly had a painful past, would surely keep it deep in his heart and never tell anyone. Shoo, a painful past. Nikyukiyu gasped. What should I do, sister? I want to produce food. Write quickly. I want food. Go write. Shinyuichio, the master of fan fiction analysis and expert in meat stews, was ultimately driven offline by 2 starving readers to produce food. As players welcome a new day, some to work, some to school, some to produce food. One after another, logging off to pursue their own bright futures, the NPCs also welcomed a peaceful night. MOU had previously scheduled the notifications and copywriting for release, so at 9 a.m. on the Origin world, the announcements were automatically updated simultaneously on the official website, forums, and in-game. Update announcement. Good news. Good news. Version 0.05 of Evil God Expulsion Plan Online is about to launch. Thanks to all the players for their active participation and contributions to the limited-time large-scale territory team combat test module in version 0.04. After sacrificing 2 programmers, the development team has made significant progress. Thanks to the tireless efforts of all players, the limited-time expansion pack, Beast Tide Invasion, special story event, has been a resounding success. The food festival celebrations also concluded with great joy. A player team even successfully purified the illusionary dungeon for the first time since the game's launch. Rewards have been distributed to the winning players' backpacks, so please check them. Click to view the Food Festival event winners list. Click to view the highlights of the Beast Tide expansion. Click to view the Desert Oasis Illusion Purification record. Thanks to the active adventurers, the territory is rapidly developing. The dilapidated village of AMT can no longer accommodate the growing number of adventurers and NPCs who flock to it. To this end, the development team has decided to update version 0.05, the AMT City Construction event. Adventurers now have the opportunity to participate in the construction of your faction's main city, AMT City. Within the city walls, AMT City will feature a series of zones, including player and NPC residential areas, industrial areas, plantation and life tree parks, and commercial areas. Once these zones are complete, additional city features, NPC storylines, and main and side quests will become available. Adventurers, please continue to interact with NPCs. Increasing NPC favorability will increase your chances of triggering the next update storyline. After this update, quests available include, but are not limited to, Pledge Your Loyalty, World Night, World Night Job Transfer Quest, Career Guide NPC, Ialian, Homeward Journey, The Elves Territory, Expedition Quest, NPC, Kylo Allen, Fine Wine, Our Source of Life, Dwarf-related side quest, NPC, Dwarf Elder Morat Maduro, and more quests are at your own risk. Chapter 108. Melissa Kubo, another update. This game's versioning is so fast. Nikukyu, back when I played other games, I'd be begging the game's developers to update faster. But here, I'm practically trying to get them to slow down. The updates are so fast I can't keep up. Salted Fish, Building a City, Elf Territory, Expedition Quests. Are druids getting priority? I want to visit the Elves Territory. There must be a lot of handsome men. Melissa Kubo, forget the announcements. Write your article. Nikukyu, exactly. You can always check the announcements. Stewing meat is important. Salted Fish, woohoo, they spent most of the day eating meat, deliberating, and discussing. Finally, they decided to go online that evening and bring milk tea to Ialian to test the waters. I think Ialian probably won't tell us the truth directly. She and Uitia speculated, but there's nothing to lose by asking. Maybe we get some new clues. It wouldn't be a good idea to go empty-handed. Ialian seems to like our milk tea. Should we bring a few cups? That's a good idea. How about some caramel pudding? Or some fruit double-skim milk? So, as soon as they logged in that evening, they split up and went their separate ways. Melissa Kubo went to the farm to get eggs and deer milk. Zayakiwi went to Pharaoh's to trade some fresh fruit and ask about the unknown pet egg. And she and Uitio went to Zayakiwi's shop and made tea with Tangmin Baozu, who had been drafted by his cousin once again. Zion Kiki returned with good news. Pharaoh said this egg looks like a feathered serpent egg and told me to try it in the ashes of the fire. Will it be cooked? Salted Fish asked casually. If it's cooked, I go find Pharaoh's and ask him to compensate me with a Quetzalcoatl egg. Nikukia shoveled the ashes in the stove and stuffed the unknown pet egg in. Melissa Kubo soon returned with the ingredients. The group quickly made milk tea, pudding, and fruit double-skim milk. Nikukia left her brother to watch over the egg incubating in the ashes, and hurried with the others to find the injured son of light. Ialian should still be recuperating in the Mage Tower, right? Salted Fish asked. Nikukia nodded. I think so. When I went to see Pharaoh's just now, I saw the Overlord discussing something with Kylo Allen in the Garden of the Tree of Life. When I went to greet the Overlord, I casually asked if Ialian had come with him, and the Overlord said he was still resting. Come to think of it, has Ialian never set foot in the Pure Land? Melissa Kubo suddenly asked. Really? Nikukia pondered. The Lord seems to have asked him if he wanted to visit the fields, but he refused. That's a bit suspicious. Melissa Kubo held her chin. Do you think the corrupted vessel is contaminated by the power of the evil god? But wasn't the Tree of Life brought by Ialian? She and Uiti pondered. If Ialian is contaminated, then the Tree of Life he brought with him would be in trouble. Trees of Life are very sensitive to contamination. The three girls exchanged glances, still unable to make sense of the situation. They decided it would be quicker to go directly to Ialian and ask. Ialian didn't rest in bed today. Instead, he leaned against the flower bed in front of the Mage Tower, petting the Lily of Light. The Lily of Light had sneezed earlier, releasing a number of seeds. Now, tiny green sprouts were sprouting from the soil around it. Lord Ialian. Lord Holy Sun. My dear wife. Three girls chattered as they ran up to Ialian. We brought you milk tea. And delicious pudding and double-skim milk. Ialian's lips curled up into a faint smile. Thank you. Actually, we discovered some strange things in the Clock Tower Town dungeon. Can I ask you a few questions? Salted Fish asked. Clock Tower Town. Ialian's expression suddenly grew serious. He stood up and said, let's talk inside. He led the group directly to the Lord's study. The Lord's world elf suddenly appeared before Ialian and whispered something to her. The little elf nodded and then vanished. Ialian gestured for them to sit down on the sofa. There's a barrier set by the world elves in the Mage Tower. We can talk safely without worrying about being overheard. The girls suddenly realized what was going on and placed the milk tea, pudding, and fruit double-skim milk they had brought on the table. They had brought a lot of milk tea, so Ailian only took 1 cup and handed the others back to them. Let's drink and chat. The intelligence gathering suddenly turned into a milk tea party, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Ailian seemed to have a reassuring charm about him, as if any difficult problem could be solved with his intervention. Hearing his clear, steady voice, the girls relaxed. Melissa Kubo began to recount her encounter with the blonde boy in the Clock Tower town dungeon. But she glanced at Ailian's calm, handsome face, and subconsciously skipped over the bishop's references to the fallen vessel and Ailian's choice. So we're curious about what the Holy Son, the Son of God, of the Church of Light actually means. Ailian lowered his brows, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. He swirled his straw in his cup of milk tea, his entire body silent and thoughtful. After a long pause, he spoke. The Church of Light has a tradition of adopting orphans. These orphans are carefully nurtured by the Church. Based on their appearance, abilities, and personal choices, they undergo various tests, selection, and trials to become priests and bishops within the Church. And every few hundred years, the Church of Light. The Church will then select the strongest and best-looking orphans to become candidates for Holy Sons. These Holy Son candidates come from various branch churches across the continent, and will be screened by traveling church groups. The most suitable will be selected and brought back to the Church of Light's main city, the Holy City. There, the Pope will consult with the Oracle, and the God of Light will select 3 to 5 to become Holy Sons. These Holy Sons will be carefully trained to become the most powerful warriors. Only one of them will become a Son of God, meaning the chosen one. What about the remaining Holy Sons? Asked Nikukyu. Ailian took a sip of his milk tea. They remain the Church's most powerful weapons. The Church sends them to various locations to purify illusions, resolve problems, appease the people, and gain more followers and faith for the Church. They will exhaust themselves in the endless battle, dying one after another. Ailian put down his cup. His expression was empty, his eyes dim, but his tone was calm, not as if he were stating a personal matter. Of my generation of sons of God, I'm the only one left alive. Then, are there any sons of God in your generation? Xianyuitia asked cautiously. Originally, there was. Ailian's lips curled up, revealing a smile that could be described as happy. But that person was very clever and had his own ideas. He didn't want his future controlled by the gods or the Church, so he resorted to a trick, and he succeeded. The result, naturally, was that he couldn't become the Son of God. His timing was clever, and the other sons of God also lost their chance. Of course, the Church of Light was very unhappy about this, but the matter was done, and there was no turning back. They had to start the son selection process all over again. Perhaps fate played a trick on them. For the next few hundred years, they couldn't find a suitable candidate for the Son of God. It wasn't until over 180 years ago that I heard they found someone who was very suitable. Ailian picked up the bowl of double-skim milk on the table and scooped a small sip with his spoon. He seemed to enjoy the taste very much, letting out a satisfied sigh. I'm not entirely clear on what happened next. Probably to ensure the Son of God wouldn't run into any problems this time, the Church kept us in the dark. They dispatched us to various fantasy realms. During that time, I was either fighting in the fantasy realms or recuperating. Ailian scooped another spoonful of double-skim milk, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. So, I always been curious about what happened in Clock Tower Town. So, what happened to the Son of God, who didn't become the Son of God? Asked Niechiochio. The Church was furious. Everyone in the upper echelons hated him, calling him a fallen. But they couldn't do anything about him. He was too powerful. He was the sharpest sword the Church had honed over the years, and also its strongest shield. Many believers, unaware of the twists and turns of the Church of Light's leadership, loved and admired him. He was still a very valuable tool for the Church, a prime example. The Church had no choice but to send him to the most dangerous front lines. Many kind-hearted people in the Church asked him if he regretted his choice. What did he say? Niechiochio's eyes widened in curiosity. He said, I have never regretted my choice, even though the road was paved with thorns. Pain allows me to savor the joy of being alive, far better than becoming a soulless shell. Ailian smiled. Perhaps, before he met his long for death, he had already found the mission he wanted to protect and fulfill with his life. Melissa Kubo asked, what will happen if you become the Son of God? Ailian set down the empty bowl and shook his head, his silver hair swaying slightly with his movement. I swore not to answer this question. Chapter 109. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the girls' faces, Aelian added slowly, "But I might be able to give you a small hint." The girls were instantly cheered up. 170 years ago, the Church of Light in Bell Tower Town was a large church branch. Aelian said, at that time, AMT County had no lords and was jointly governed by the Magic Federation and the Church of Light. That old bishop was considered a very senior figure in the church. I knew the old bishop well during his lifetime. He was a wise man, highly respected. I remember that he always had a heavy, old-fashioned safe in his study, where he kept confidential church information. Aelian casually took a blank piece of parchment, wrote down the unlocking method and combination on it, and handed it to Nikukyu. If I remember correctly, this is his usual combination. You can try it, but I can't guarantee he's ever changed it. In a fantasy like this, some things are real, while others are imaginary memories. If you're unsure whether the information can be taken out of the fantasy, try to find an opportunity to read it in the fantasy. The girls nodded vigorously, indicating they understood. The tea party yielded far more than they had anticipated. The three of them bid farewell to Aelian with satisfaction and left the Mage Tower. After exiting the Mage Tower, Shiinuitiu suddenly said, "By the way, do you have a feeling that the person Aelian mentioned who used trickery to reject the Son of God's throne is actually him?" The other two nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes." Nikukyu smiled dreamily and repeated, "He said he's found the mission he wants to protect and fulfill with his life." Got it, got it. This is official sweet talk. My CP has to be true. More rumor material today. After their antics, the three girls finally took on a serious look. Without further delay, let's team up with Yijian Paqianshan and Yuhua Dingxian and go to the church to find that safe. While the players were busy clearing the Aelian and Clock Tower Town dungeons, he was bargaining with Kylo Allen in the Garden of the Tree of Life, discussing future communication with the Elven territory. Yu had previously discussed the teleportation array with Leah while working overtime on the project plan. If the teleportation array extended downwards, node by node, it could form a network of teleportation arrays, significantly reducing the energy consumed by each transmission. However, if a single teleportation array were set up out of thin air in an extremely remote location, each use would consume a tremendous amount of energy. Thus, if a permanent teleportation array were to be established in the Elven territory, the best approach would undoubtedly be to deploy one in every city along the route. As long as the distance between each teleportation array was no more than 300 kilometers, a teleportation network could be effectively formed. Even if the intermediate arrays restricted player access, it would still serve the purpose of building a network. However, if such a teleportation network were to be constructed, the energy currently accumulated wouldn't be enough to teleport the elves back all at once. Between a one-time long-distance teleportation and the investment of slightly more energy to build a reusable teleportation network, Yu and the elves unanimously chose the latter. But this also meant that until the teleportation network was successfully constructed, the main Elven force couldn't teleport back to the territory. Elven elite personnel would have to lead Yu's expeditionary force on the trek back to the Elven territory. How many elves and players should be sent, which route to take back to the Elven territory, and which areas to pass through along the way became the focus of Yu and Kylo Allen's discussion. The distance from the Elven territory to AMT County was roughly 2 or 3 times that from AMT County to the city of Onisal, and in between, they had to pass through the Magic Federation's capital, Corensal, and a vast desert. According to Pharaohs, when the king first saw the silver-blue light on the horizon, he urged him and the caravan to set off. Under the Elf King's insistence and financial support, the caravan traveled day and night, not even stopping in the main city of Corensal, and it took them nearly 5 days to reach the destination. This explains why the caravan arrived several days early, and why Pharaohs appeared so timely. So, as soon as the beast tide ended and the refugees were returned, Mustafa hurried to the next city with the large kickbacks he had earned from the beast tide. Yes, kickbacks. Yu later casually asked Lot about the reward for the life-saving mission posted at the Mercenary Guild. Compared to the magical beast materials for the 5 space bracelets he had given to Muhat, it was indeed much less, not to mention that the merchants had even coveted the space bracelets. However, Yu had already prepared himself. That portion of the money was intended to be exploited by the itinerant merchants. Regardless, the itinerant merchants had hired mercenaries in a timely manner, so as long as the effect was achieved. The beast tide had nearly 100,000 monsters, and apart from those destroyed by bombs or trampled to pieces, they ultimately recovered a staggering 70,000 to 80,000. These monster materials filled Leah's warehouse and the players' backpacks, enough to last them for years. He truly had to thank nature for this. No, it was the unknown mastermind behind it all that had brought his impoverished desert village such a significant income. After all, the monster materials were stored in the space backpacks and warehouses, so they wouldn't disappear or deteriorate over time. MOU planned to sell them off bit by bit when funds or resources ran low, to avoid driving down the market price. MOU planned to set up at least 5 teleportation arrays along the way for this long journey. Not only in the Elven territory and the Magic Federation's main city, Corinthal, but also in the desert. This requires careful distance calculation, placing the teleportation array in the most advantageous location, such as near a leveling point with many monsters, or near a fantasy realm. Yes, we also need to find a few new fantasy realms to add some fun to the dungeon. The Desert Oasis Fantasy Realm is a perfect novice dungeon, even more suitable for players to practice than Clock Tower Town. After the release of the first kill guide for the Desert Oasis, many players rediscovered their passion for dungeon play. But the Desert Oasis was quickly cleared, leaving only the high-level Clock Tower Town dungeon for players to practice on. Without developing new, low-level novice dungeons, the players' newly ignited enthusiasm will quickly fade. However, what this world lacks most is probably dungeons. For the natives of this world, venturing into unfamiliar territory is a matter of trepidation, fearing the slightest step might lead them into 3 dungeons. For MOU, dungeons everywhere. Isn't this a planner's paradise? The final agreement reached with Kylo Allen was that the elves would send a team of 30 elite soldiers to escort the adventurers, with at least 10 of them being druids. MOU calculated the player ratio and decided to set the number of members for this expedition at 30 as well. Their route would not follow the smooth path favored by caravans. Instead, they would cross the desert in a straight line, passing a snake pit and 2 dungeons along the way. Of course, the elves would not enter these dangerous areas, but would only stop briefly on the outer edges of these areas to allow the adventurers to set up the teleportation arrays that would serve as relay points before continuing onward. Although the journey was long, it was actually more convenient than the journey to the city of Onisal. This time, with elves guarding them, players didn't have to worry about getting swallowed by monsters and having to return to the city to start over. And even if players logged off, the elves could still carry their bodies forward, eliminating the need for players to painstakingly schedule shifts. MOU still planned to recruit 29 players, leaving 1 spot for his own alt. As for the placement of the teleportation array, it would be best if he did it himself using his alt. Otherwise, if a player casually dropped the teleportation array into the snake pit, it would become a major game bug. As a game planner, who didn't have to think about the game content himself, leaving everything to fate, he at least had to test the untested version of the game himself using his GM account before releasing it online. MOU didn't want to slack off when he should be working hard, only to have to fix a bug under the player's barrage of criticism. Besides, fixing bugs here isn't as easy as opening a backend and modifying some code. Rather than racking his brains to fix things after something goes wrong, he would rather do the testing up front. Furthermore, he was genuinely curious about the main city of Corinthal and the Elven territory. Although the real Moyawu had been there, seeing it in other people's memories wasn't as reliable as seeing it with one's own eyes. If he wanted to be a good lord without revealing his true identity, he had to use his alt account to learn more about the customs and practices of this world. You have to remember that Moyawu had traveled the entire continent for training, while MOU had been navigating the Mage Tower since arriving in this world. The farthest he ever gotten on his alt account was to the city of Onisal. Some roads can't be traveled personally, and those experiences can't be learned from others' words or memories. This is why the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. After discussing the expedition plan with Kylo Allen, MOU returned to the Mage Tower, carrying a backpack full of delicious fruit donated by the enthusiastic elves. He habitually glanced at the light lilies in the flower bed in front of the door, and noticed that today the light lilies looked a little fatter. MOU? ? Wait, was he seeing things? How could a flower really get fat? He stopped and examined it carefully. Under his gaze, the light lily swayed, its petals trembling, and finally, it burped. MOU? ? Chapter 110. Nikukyu and the others quickly formed a team of 10, planning to split up into groups of 5 and act separately. To prevent the druid sanity drop that Melissa Kubo had previously encountered, they also recruited Jinra Yoyu. The 4 druids split into 2 groups, each working in pairs. As long as they avoided any self-destructive actions, they would be able to maximize the team's vitality. Nikukyu and Xianyuitio's team included Luzhou Laojiao, a quasi-knight, Ijian Pachian Shan, a magic chef, and Tangmin Boju. Jinri Yoyu and Melissa Kubo's team consisted of Did You Lose Your Hair Today? As Tank, the magician Yuhua Dingxian, and the hunter Yongyuan Poet. The player with the ID Yongyuan Poet was a friend of Did You Lose Your Hair Today, the same player who played the lute so well on the podium at the food festival. The others were very impressed with him, and warmly welcomed him to the team. Before entering the dungeon, several veteran players, who had been there many times, shared their dungeon precautions and current exploration progress with everyone. After we enter, we try to review the dungeon plot with the system as we go, to see if we can trigger the main storyline. Druids shouldn't enter the underground passages casually. The monsters there are high level and difficult to deal with, and you most likely need to transform into an octopus to get through. Yuhua Dingxian, who had already experienced the underground space and small octopus form many times, was very experienced. Even if you absolutely must enter, at least leave a druid above ground, Melissa Kubo also warned. She and Yuitu began assigning tasks. Our main goal this time is to infiltrate the Church of Light in Bell Tower Town and obtain confidential church information from the old bishop's safe. One team will be responsible for retrieving the information. The other team will be responsible for the secondary objective, tracking the itinerant cult in the inn. There's no need to rescue them. That boss is a full level 85, we can't defeat it. Just try to get more clues. Their main purpose for this dungeon entry was to obtain more clues to the puzzle. The Dark Sun was clearly a boss they couldn't defeat. Generally speaking, the dungeon level, the boss level, and the player level should be consistent. If a boss with such a large level difference appears, it's undoubtedly a warning from the development team. He's not your target, or you haven't triggered the prerequisites for defeating the boss yet. The few of them were veterans of various games, and they suspected there must be some undiscovered condition that weakened the boss or strengthened the player. After all, the clues in this dungeon were deeply hidden. They had previously searched for a long time without finding the right direction. This time, they had stumbled upon the main plot of this major boss, and there would definitely be more content to explore in multiple dungeons. After fully prepared, they decisively entered the dungeon. After the familiar feeling of being enveloped by the jelly barrier, they were greeted by the familiar opening. Good news. It seems to be a news cycle. Yuhua Dengxian looked around and concluded, split up. The two teams immediately headed towards the church and the inn, respectively. Nukiyukio and Melissa Kubo quickly reviewed the storyline they had explored so far. Sure enough, they heard a system notification. Your player team has successfully analyzed the fantasy storyline, triggering the main quest, Divine Descent. Please check the quest panel for the specific quest details. Shit! This time the clues are different. Yuhua Dingxian said excitedly. Previously, the mystery plots would only show the main storyline side quest numbers, but this time, they directly show the main storyline quests. Looks like we finally unearthed the core storyline. Don't be too happy. Melissa Kubo frowned. Look at the quest prompts. There's so little information. The intel we gathered so far is only enough to trigger the main storyline quests, but we're still a long way from uncovering the truth. Instance name, Mystery of Clock Tower Town. This is an illusion created by the obsession of the deceased. You are in Clock Tower Town 170 years ago. It was once one of the most prosperous towns in AMT County. It housed the Church of Light, a pillar of faith for AMT County's believers. During the various festivals of the Church of Light, crowds flocked to the town to celebrate. There are still 6 days until the birthday of the God of Light. On the day of the God of Light's birthday, the entire town collapsed into nothingness for unknown reasons. Main quest, God's Descent. The Church of Light appears to be planning a secret ceremony for the birthday of the God of Light. You overhear an argument between the old bishop and the blonde youth Drake. The Church of Light's itinerant cult appears to have chosen Drake as the next son of God. Soon after, you discover that all members of the itinerant cult have perished, with Drake appearing to be the most suspected murderer. In this small town, a conspiracy is quietly brewing. Some pray for the coming of light, while others place their hopes in darkness. When darkness and light collide, what will the outcome be? Currently recommended quest. Uncover the secrets of the Church of Light regarding God's Descent, the Son of God, and the Son of God. Guaranteed side quest. Kill 25 dungeon monsters, and seal their contamination. Current team survival rate, 100%. Current dungeon distortion, 76%. Current dungeon difficulty, hard. Current dungeon purification progress, 67%. Quest note, betrayal is human nature. Between profit and justice, please make your choice. Time flow. This dungeon loops for 7 days, with one loop equivalent to 1 day of game time outside of the dungeon. Save points. In some dungeons, If a player's actions trigger the obsession of a deceased person, a save point may be generated. You can access the save point and continue playing the next time you enter the dungeon. Please pay attention, Nikukyu. Regardless, at least we're heading in the right direction. Drake and the bishop have finished their argument and have both left. We already infiltrated the church from the backyard. Yuadingxian, received. We climbed up the hotel wall onto the rooftop and are attempting to monitor the itinerant cult from the rooftop. From the sounds of it, they're still alive. Salted fish. Are there any important clues in their conversation? Melissa Kubo. They were discussing that the child chosen this time looked exactly like the one the god of light had chosen. Although the fallen delayed them for hundreds of years, being able to choose a more suitable body made all those centuries of waiting worthwhile. Yuhua Dengxian. Some are worried that this cultivation period is too short, fearing the body won't be able to withstand the power of the gods. Then someone else replies, this time it's dragging on too long. The gods can't wait any longer. Nikukyu, body? Divine power? Divine descent? It can't be what I thought, right? Luzhou Laojiu. The bishop has been successfully lured away. Hurry and get into the study. Tangman Baozu. I'm picking the lock, I'm picking the lock. Don't rush me, let me do my thing. Nikukyu, if you don't open the door, I let you evaporate. Tangnan Baozu. It's open, it's open. Aside from Luzhou Laojiao, who was tasked with luring the old bishop away, and Yijian Paqian Shan, who was on the lookout, Nikukyu, Xian Yuitiao, and Tangnan Baozu quickly slipped into the old bishop's study. This was a classic European-style study. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the left looked out directly onto the church's backyard, providing bright light. To the right, a massive floor-to-ceiling bookshelf filled an entire wall. In front stood a heavy desk, and behind it was a massive oil painting. Check behind the painting. 8 out of 10 safes are behind it. Nikukyu slapped her brother's shoulder furiously. Tangman Baozu, with a look of despair on his face, obediently served as a tool, removing the painting. Sure enough, a heavy safe was revealed. Nikukyu pulled a note from Ayalian's backpack. 3 turns to the left, 5 turns to the right, combination 7778. After she turned the last ring, everyone heard a subtle click. Nikukyu pulled the handle on the safe, and the heavy door slowly swung open. Done! She didn't waste time examining it, simply opening her backpack and stuffing everything from the safe into it. Let's go! Leave first and find a safe place to look. They quickly closed the safe door. Tang Minbo hung up the painting again, and the 3 of them, nimbly like fish, opened the French window, entered the courtyard, and fled through the back door. Luzhou Laojiu and Yijian Paqian Shan, having received the chat message, also decisively left the church through the front door. Their temporary safe spot was the theater that Yoshang had taken Yuhua Dengxian to before. Yuhua Dengxian had explored the dungeon several times, and it seemed to have the fewest people and monsters there. While this was a bit unusual, Xian Yuitiao believed that it should be fine to stay there for a short time to review the information. Xian Yuitiao's point was that even if there was a big boss hidden there, it theoretically wouldn't appear on the first day. If it did, it would simply mean they had inexplicably advanced the plot a step further. This view was unanimously agreed with everyone. Almost everyone in their team, except Tangman Bochu, had a bicycle, but that wasn't a problem. Mounts in this game aren't tied to their owners, so Niet Xiuqiu simply ordered her brother to ride, while she took the back seat. With a mount, the journey to the theater was much faster. When they successfully entered, they couldn't believe how smoothly their plan had gone. Hurry up and read the information. Be careful. The longer the night, the more trouble. Quickly closing the doors and windows of the theater lobby and confirming there were no dangers, Xian Yuitiao hurriedly urged. Niet Xiuqiu had carefully cleaned out her backpack before entering the dungeon, and immediately dumped everything that didn't belong to her onto the floor. The safe contained 4 or 5 large books, a pile of rolled-up parchment scrolls, and several boxes with intricate carvings but no locks. Niet Xiuqiu pushed the boxes to her brother and distributed the books and parchment scrolls to the others. Hurry up, let's find clues together.